failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sub.
Unknown BOW detected.
Double.
Designation.
Double.
Pre-sub rebels into the stream to prey. Vomiting sermons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind running and taking. With no time you can't know slow. Save it like the script with no real proof. Umbrella blade rhetoric, virus born lies. Scripted to create more, we can get more. There's nobody to fire, it's just common cold. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Cross and fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to push another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. You're reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spreading within. Within a human, like a bullion knot. Another police office, losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision biologic burns other than any messiah. Body on fire, shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical force. No race, pain, tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sub mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendence on necessity, screamed and rang. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Pre-sub fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishized, dogmatized. Like nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Severed and slid into every reply. While holy assertions declared down. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another cold god in the blaze. Because you can assume your God is true and use that claim to prove your view. That's the logic that the virus flew. My control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands pre-subs and exact again. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument fires, the only thing left is fire. Putting all bad arguments to the door. Nobody on fire leaves a pre-sub scorched. Pre-sub reduced to a failed experiment. Buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red. Some dead arguments fed to the shred. Humans open to ash. Every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Precept status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Beyond infected.
Neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Beyond infected. Beyond infected.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Somewhere on the internet
Dr.
again.
M's report to the scene.
Another apologist talking wild.
Okay, I can't take that anymore. That was painful to hear. So apparently RP went to the kitchen to go get his pizza, and no, you have no audio, Netu, because I muted it because that was insanity. It's like hearing two songs playing at once. So I muted it. because it's RP playing this, not me. So I can't do anything about it other than mute him. I'm not either, Opal, but that's what nobody wanted, so it's what nobody got. It's grindcore. So maybe when RP gets back, he can do something about it. So I guess while we're waiting for RP to show up and unfuck his shit, then you can say hello to Slug Racer. Slug Racer back in the #1 spot. And Opal, how you doing? JR, what's going on, man? Neck 2, async.
Shit.
Jackie, how's it going, Jackie?
Sorry, I stepped away to tuck everyone in.
Figured.
Yeah, looks like I had YouTube open in Firefox. That's why everything was doubling.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, folks. God damn it.
All right. Hello, Silvafett and Pete, Borbo, whatever. I'm gonna call you Pete. I like Pete better. Let's see. Is that everybody? Jackie Silvafett, Jackie Silvafett, Wholesome Knave. Good evening. You don't have to give us. Oh. You can just chat like a normal human. You don't have to give us the lowdown of what you're gonna do. It's like, just be a normal person.
Hey, RB.
Hey.
Can I ask you what is your icon or your avatar?
It's the character that I made when I was in high school.
It's a gremlin thing.
Who I've denoted as RP. He's a little devil.
Nice.
I'm gonna play the Welcome to Async song.
Okay.
So, because I mean, you know, unless you want to play it, RP, you've got it loaded up.
I've got it loaded up, and I've got the sound fixed. I promise this time.
Okay.
Sorry. I opened Firefox to say hey to chat right before we started, and yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Take 2, folks. Sorry again.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Okay. Now we're off on the right foot.
Much better that time.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
We rule. We get it right eventually.
Best show on the internet.
That's our speed. Eventually.
So it sounded like you're saying hey to everyone in chat when I was coming back and realizing the mistake. I'll just say a
Yeah.
big old collective hello
I
chat.
did. Got everybody except for Carnivorous Ape and Branch Ricky and Evan Porter. I think we're all caught up now.
I see Jackie's damn it RP.
They want you to turn up your mic, RP.
Oh yeah? Wait, what if I
Opal said that.
just talk a little louder? I'm probably talking a little quieter right now. Is this better when I talk like this, or do I need to?
Yeah, it sounded better to me.
Okay.
Well, I can only hear you
Well-
through StreamYard, and it regulates the audio, so I can't tell you what they're hearing on the YouTube stream.
Opal says a little. I guess I'll turn my gain up. 'Cause I noticed the other night when I was getting a little more animated, my audio peaked.
Yeah,
You're
I can
also
bet-
turned all the way up in StreamYard, so
Yeah, that's
You're
because
still
like
pretty
I'm
quiet.
trying to give my audio interface like as much headroom as possible.
I don't know what that means.
Is this any better?
Much better.
All right.
You're peaking a little though.
Now
Maybe
I'm
back
peaking.
up a little bit. Well,
God
when you
damn it.
first said much better, or I'm sorry, when you first said try it again, let's just test it again.
All right, testing 1 2 3. Hello.
That
Sounds
good.
fine
No-
to me.
no
but-
peaking.
All right. Then hopefully this level stays all right. Well, should probably pull up the YouTube. See what is in the new videos today. Yeah, Gretchen, I don't know if you heard when I was talking to Nectu earlier, but you know, kind of running running a little behind mentally. Our dog got into the nursery trash, made quite a mess.
Fun.
Had
Yeah,
some snacks.
yeah, that's one way to put it.
So,
Had to quickly
hey,
shampoo
Git,
the
how you
carpet.
doing?
We should watch some Luxander sometime. Luxander's really good.
Yeah, but I don't know if it does like smaller videos or if it only does streams.
I would saying like Luxander and Jimmy together. I mean, it doesn't have to just be Luxander.
Yeah, there are probably good clips of Jimmy and Lux together. Oh, and folks, looks like they changed the. Oh, okay. This is the new one, the one that they set up the other night. So I guess they're doing it on Robin's channel and not our channel.
No, they were
Oops.
never going to do it on our channel.
Oh, I thought they were, but
No, Jill said
silly
he
me.
can't trust us.
Yeah.
Well, then why does he even come onto our channel to talk at all if he can't trust us?
That's what I asked. That's what I tried asking him last night.
He's a clown.
Yeah, he's banking on Robin, giving him more
Taking
grace,
advantage of her in some way.
She will.
and it's because she's trying to look as unbiased as possible, and I understand the struggle. It's hard when you have someone that's so bad faith, because any sort of slight he'll perceive, he'll direct against her immediately, and it's completely unfair to Robin.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's completely unfair to Robin. I think she goes out of her way to be more fair to Jill than she does to, at least that last debate. She went out of her way to be more fair to Jill than to OE. So, and
Maybe she's trying to please Jill.
there are 2 to 3 reasons why she could do that. I think they're all mistakes, but I mean,
Right.
that's how she wants to run her channel. Then I'm not going to tell her what to do, but if she continues it, she's going to run the risk of basically doing the same thing as Tacos does.
Yeah. You got to have a firm. You got to be firm. It's like,
I mean, even modern day debate, at some point, they were looking down the barrel of, do I want to trade my integrity for clicks and subs? And they decided, yeah, they do. So that's the way they went. And over time, it's been clear that Taco's doing the same thing. I don't recommend it, but if that's what you want to do with your channel, go for it. You can just do it without me.
yeah, I don't want no part of it. I don't watch Tacos at all anymore. I don't watch people who are modern day debates. Once they've made their choice, it's like you. Well, I get to make mine too. So, sorry, your actions had consequences.
At one time, I gave my incredibly base trans argument. Chat and Lex Reddit were off. Felt like I tapped into the Matrix. That's funny. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Lex and Jimmy.
To each their own.
I don't find their humor funny, I guess.
I really like Jimmy. I never used to. I don't know what I had against him, but lately I've been binging Jimmy's content. I used to find him like I guess kind of full of himself, but I don't think so anymore.
I just don't think their humor is humorous at all. Not to me, anyway. I mean,
I don't really tune in for the humor when I watch them
I
though.
get
I'm looking to watch them, what they
I
say, what
kind
they're
of
going to say back to the shitheads that call in. Like, I want to see how well they handle that. And I think they both do a great job of handling guests.
yeah.
But
Jimmy the other day was saying, like, was talking about Justin though, like how Justin's like the hottest thing uh, in the atheist community right now,
He has been for the last year.
right?
when Jimmy was talking about how he's lucky that Justin joined the
Yeah,
line,
that's what it
otherwise
was.
he'd probably destroy them.
Yeah, he would have got destroyed.
Yeah.
Love Justin.
All right. So I've set aside this R and Raw video titled "Religious Liberty Idiocracy."
There's an Aaron Ra video we should add to the list sometime. We don't have to be tonight or anything, but it's called Flintstone Archaeology. It's an older Aaron Ra video, but it's one of his best. It's so good.
Found it. Oh, 13 years old. Wow, that's old.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's one of his older ones, but it is really one of the best. Super good.
Yeah, I've got it in the watch later playlist now.
Sounds good.
All right, so there's that Aaron Ra video, a John Cohen clip,
Nice.
and a Matt Dillahunty clip featuring Thinker,
Nice.
and those are the new ones. And then we have some in the queue that we didn't get to in the past couple of nights. So maybe I'll.
Is he Evan? That's Knight of Caduceus Ty Wolf. How did you find that out?
I mean, I believe it.
I do too. That Knights of Caduceus is such
A kadoosh, a
Yeah,
kadoosh bag.
True. If they're not the same person, I wouldn't be surprised if they were twin brothers.
Same energies.
Yeah. Because he says the exact same. Well, yeah, but I get that. But I didn't wonder if there was a way you like knew for sure. Like, did he admit it or something? Or
I'd be stoked if it's Ty, because that means that I can talk to him again. Because Ty blocked me after I embarrassed him after he called Forrest and Erica. And he went into Thinker's chat, like, declaring victory. And I was like, anybody can go and watch that call. You folded like fucking origami. Like, instantly. You rolled over and showed them your soft little belly.
mm-hmm.
All right. Does anybody have any input? Oh, and yeah, true get. I watched the beginning, like the first call and a half before I had to lay down and get a nap in.
I forgot about it. I
Yeah,
slept a lot of the day though.
I'm definitely gonna listen to that tomorrow when I have some time.
Well, you can dive into this one. I'm probably going to go out and have a quick smoke while things get started here. And I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
Yeah, starting with politics is probably solid.
This is the report. It was just presented to me by the group. Beautiful. And you'll all get a copy of this during the day. And you'll see it's quite a report. A lot of very important things in this report having to do with religion and actually some other topics also. It's very important.
Just listen to Donald Dumbass talking like a fourth grader, like he's giving a book report on a book he's never read. He just received a 224-page report that is little more than a list of Christians whining about how they're oh so persecuted. They're crybullies. They own and control everything in the country, yet they're so put upon, especially when they're told that they have to tolerate someone else's rights. How are they being persecuted? Let's hear from Dr. Phil, who is another example of how having a PhD does not necessarily mean that you have an above-average intelligence.
What stuck out at me, for me, is how many Americans showed up saying that they were persecuted in healthcare, military, education, different walks of life for living their faith and standing up for their faith. It's not just the liberty to choose which house of worship they want. It's actually getting into their daily life, and they're being persecuted in their jobs, in their professions. And that's where the fight for liberty is actually showing up. And they're having the courage to come and talk about that.
But how are they being persecuted?
They can't show a cross on their
They're
desk
not.
at school.
Oh, the poor little baby, delicate little snowflake that you are. A public school teacher cannot be seen as a representative of the state promoting one religion over any other because of the First Amendment, which would also prohibit me, if I were a public school teacher, from telling the truth to my students. As a private citizen speaking to someone who is not one of my students, then I can honestly say that there is absolutely no actual factual evidence of God.
How much you want to bet they'd freak the fuck out if they saw like an Islam prayer mat, by a teacher's desk? Yet they want to be able to put, crosses and crucifix and, Christian imagery up. But, they sure as shit won't allow that same for other religions.
God, nor any logically valid arguments for it either, and plenty of both against.
Hey, Hizzle. Good to see you.
At most, I might be able to tell my class that positive claims require positive evidence, and that what is asserted without evidence may be dismissed without evidence. And that indeed, in the practice of science, an unsupported assertion has no more credence than a claim that has already been disproved.
Is it time to rock out? Yeah.
Jam Nick, good to see you, dude. Also, hi, Hizzle.
Yeah, Jam, good to see you. Happy hump day. Well, I guess it's already Thursday there in Florida. Still got 45 minutes of hump day here.
But as a teacher, speaking to one of my students or to the whole class, then I have to restrain myself from telling the truth that while maybe some of the people and places named in their sacred fables were real, that it doesn't change the fact that every significant claim their religion makes is either not evidently true or it's evidently not true. Because a public school teacher is seen as an authority figure representing the state. So it would be inappropriate for any public school teacher to either prohibit, thus disallow, the free exercise of their students' collective religions when appropriate, nor to be seen as promoting or even respecting an establishment of religion. The problem is when Christian teachers forget that they are there to teach the facts and the methodology, not to politicize and proselytize.
They can't refuse
Good
a
evening,
vaccine
Salamander
because
Falls.
it's against their
And
religion.
terrible name.
Vaccines are not against anyone's religion. Vaccines are not even part of anyone's religion. Neither are viruses.
I don't know how to say this. Rudra Chakaran Krishna Dharmic? That's a mouthful.
Because all the standard religions have been written by people who believed in demons. And military recruits are under contract, legally required to receive standardized battery of vaccines upon arrival at basic military training to ensure troop readiness in crowded environments. Refusal to receive mandatory immunizations can lead to immediate disciplinary action or involuntary discharge under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. If you won't live up to your contractual obligations, then don't sign the contract. Don't join the military. And those were the only two examples that Dr. Fail could think of. But Ryan Anderson from the infamous Heritage Foundation coughed up a few more.
What we heard over and over during our commission hearings were people who thought that the Creator should be banished from the public square.
Not at all. If God wants to show up even to a public school, we could hardly stop him. But he never does show up because he only exists in the minds of meek believers who use their delusion to derail all other functions.
That was a fun little quip that he just kind of threw away there. Make believers. I'm gonna have to remember that one.
Hi, Issa. How you doing?
Good
Hi,
to see you,
Jason.
Isa.
Hi, Rembrandt.
That the Establishment Clause meant that religion had to be kept in a closet.
Of course, you hypocrite. Just like Jesus himself said in Matthew 6. Beware of practicing your righteousness before others in order to be seen by them, for then you have no reward from your Father in heaven. So whenever you give alms, do not sound a trumpet before you, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, so that they may be praised by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward. But when you give alms, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your alms may be done in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. And whenever you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to stand and pray in the synagogues and at the street corners so that they might be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward. But whenever you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you.
Verse 6 is like so important, and so many Christians don't even know it exists. Like whenever we go out for a meal with my mom and her new boyfriend, excuse me, they always want to have a public prayer at the table. And her boyfriend is his voice projects, and so like people hear the prayer. And so like I don't close my eyes, I don't bow my head. I just sit there and I make sure that, you know, our RP Jr. is having a good time. But it's difficult going in public with them.
Oh, you saw Carbon? Did you tell him to get his punk bitch ass back on YouTube? I miss Carbon.
How long has he been retired?
Since January.
Oh, so this year, recently.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's just like a hiatus rather than like a permanent removal.
He said it was permanent, but
I don't know. So sometimes, you know, you just got that dog in you, and sometimes that dog gets tired and it needs to lay down to rest for a bit. But eventually that dog wakes back up.
could be.
Do you just want to pretend as if you follow Jesus' teachings like the hypocrite that you are? Or are you actually going to follow what Jesus actually said, like a real Christian?
We saw over and over again students being told they can form a club, but not if it's a religious club. They can speak at commencement, but not if they mention God. Parents can get vouchers, but not if they use it at a religious school. Over and over again, double standards where religious Americans were victimized.
Oh, I'm so victimized by not having the double standard that I want, by being forced to live on the same standard as everyone else, so that I can't derail my graduation by proselytizing about Jesus, just like a Muslim student shouldn't be able to do in the celebration of their belief in Allah, just like anyone else should not derail such ceremonies by promoting flat earth conspiracies or extraterrestrial interactions with Bigfoot. These Christians pretend as if they're being oppressed by not being allowed to oppress everyone else. Their bigotry against gay people and trans people and everybody who isn't like them, anyone who believes differently, anyone who doesn't have a faith belief, they want to proselytize, they want to spread their bigotry. For example.
And then we saw unjust ideologies, particularly trans ideology.
A person's gender identity is not an ideology. It's not systemic set of beliefs, values, and ideas. In the broadest sense, covering all the bases, I think we could call it a preference, only that. And it's not unjust either. Criminalizing gender identity, as religious right conservatives keep trying to do, and I mean literally criminalizing it, such that it becomes a felony to even identify as a different gender from your birth certificate, which is what religious right bigots tried to do last year in Texas, that is unjust. Your identity is not an ideology, not even if you claim a Christian identity. Actually, the Christian identity was the name of a religious right terrorist group who bombed the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City in 1995. So, bad example. The point being that being Christian is not your identity. Your ideology is not your identity. I know many people who spent years as ministers or missionaries or seminary students only to eventually realize that they've studied the Bible so deeply that they can't believe it anymore. They still have their identity, but it's not an ideology.
Where parents were told we're going to secretly transition your kids.
That never happened, nor could it logically be that we're going to tell you what we're going to secretly do, that we tell you that we're going to secretly do in secret after we tell you that we're going to do it in secret. Of course, the kids are not being transitioned at all. At most, you may have a few teachers respecting the child's request for pronouns. And why shouldn't they, since less than 1% of trans people ever change their minds once they decide that this is who I am after all? Again, it's that human rights things, the right to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness through the freedom of speech and expression, which religious authoritarians never understand. Forced conformity, that's what they understand. They don't understand other people's rights, not when it's a matter of someone else's rights.
Medical doctors were told, if you blow the whistle on this, we're going to harass you over and over again.
Yes, I read the insane ravings of Dr. Haim on page 131 of this report, and I don't believe them. Again, we're talking about gender-affirming care, essentially respect for pronouns, not medical transitioning. This panel of idiots had two leaders apart from Jabba the Trump, who barely knows where he is. The other two are just as bad. Dr. Ben Carson is a brain surgeon, though that is hard to believe when you hear him speak. It used to be that folks used to cite brain surgeon as the example of a brilliant mind. Dr. Ben Carson is the reason they don't say that anymore. He seems to be a better example of why surgeons should not operate on themselves, because it's hard to tell whether you're cutting into the left or the right lobe when you're doing surgery in the mirror. Just listen to him and ponder this. Is he a brain surgeon? I mean, is he the surgeon, or is he the victim of a botched operation?
Our founding document says that our rights come from our Creator and not from government. And people who try to divorce us from that heritage, do they realize that that's in our founding document?
Yes, it is true that the founding fathers, who were largely deists rather than Christians, were still a product of the 18th century, and they did refer to a creator. Had they been born a century later, they doubtless would have phrased that better. However, while they did indeed say that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their creator, whatever that creator may turn out to be, with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, note how the founders immediately contradicted all of that by alienating African slaves of each of those rights, thus proving that our rights do not come from any God, but only from the signatures of human legislators.
Do they realize that our Pledge of Allegiance says we are one nation under God?
Yeah, that under God was added in what, like the 1950s? Do you know, Gretchen?
Huh?
When was under God added to the Pledge of Allegiance?
It was in the 1950s.
Yeah,
It's also when it was added to
the money.
Well, fucking everything, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it was 1954 under Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Brain surgeon does not even know that the founding fathers objected to there being a Pledge of Allegiance because such pledges were seen as a Christian thing, and some of the founders had negative opinions of Christianity. Even the actual Christians among the founders were hostile to the idea of a pledge as well because of their respect for secularism. That respect has eroded since then, of the century since then, because of the series of religious revivals known as the Great Awakenings, which I also see as the dumbing down of our nation. Consequently, the first such pledge, the Pledge of Allegiance, didn't even exist until more than a century after the founders, in 1892. Originally, it went, "I pledge allegiance to my flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." Then, many years later, in 1923, it was changed from my flag to the flag of the United States of America. Then, in 1954, as a reaction to communism in the Cold War, Eisenhower added the words "under God," which, ironically, took the U.S. from one nation indivisible to one nation divided by religion.
Did they realize that many courtrooms in the land on the wall it says "In God We Trust"? That every coin in their pocket, every bill in their wallet says "In God We Trust"?
The original motto of the United States was "E pluribus unum," out of many, one, because this nation used to celebrate immigrants the way that we now celebrate ignorance. It used to celebrate immigration just like it still says on the plaque at the feet of the Statue of Liberty. Though, of course, modern nationalists no longer agree with the Statue of Liberty, and I've actually heard them say that we should deport Lady Liberty back to France. Sad to see how far our country has fallen at the hands of the religious right.
So if it's in all those places, but we're not supposed to talk about it, maybe we need to see a psychiatrist. Thank you.
I think Ben Carson should put back however much of his brain he seems to have taken out. Finally, we hear from the leader of this crap, Texas Lieutenant Governor and religious right podcaster Dan Patrick.
The question is, what is religious liberty? It's our conscience. It's that little voice inside of us that tells us right from wrong. It's that voice that when we're in trouble we can talk to in our quiet moments. It's that voice when we feel unloved and alone that can comfort us through a higher power.
Wow.
The literal voice in your head. Yeah, you can comfort yourself. Like that's like one of the bigger issues about like believing that you're hearing the voice of God talk to you, or the Holy Spirit, is you're taking away all the credit from yourself and your ability to calm yourself, your ability to reason to yourself, your ability to like set goals and improve life for yourself.
No, this comment was so incredibly stupid that I think Dan Patrick should consider taking Ben Carson's advice.
Maybe we need to see a psychiatrist.
What Patrick is describing here is no more than the inner monologue common to all of us, whether we are religious or not. It can be attributed to Jesus or Krishna, Guru Nanak, Ahura Mazda, or angels speaking for Allah. It could be any god, but it doesn't have to be a god. You could assume that inner voice is coming from the ghosts of your ancestors, or from extraterrestrial telepaths, or even from that volleyball you talked to all those years when you were trapped on that island. Religious delusion is not the same thing as religious liberty.
When governments can take away your religious liberty, they're putting their hand in your heart and taking everything you believe in. And if governments can do that, then they become God.
No, a government cannot become a magical anthropomorphic immortal. Any government can deny religious liberty, and many of them have. But that's not what's happening here. No one is taking away your inner monologue. No one even could do that. No one is taking your beliefs away either. Again, that's not even possible. No one is even taking away your right to express your beliefs freely when appropriate, when you're not under contract to use better judgment than that. Religious liberty means that you're free to believe whatever makes sense to you, that you do not have to pay homage to the state faith. Unfortunately, ours is a secular government, one that has no faith at all, and must not be seen as adopting one, because that would automatically exclude everyone else not of that religious denomination, making everyone else a second-class citizen in a land that was promising everyone would be equal. Because our government is secular, there is no religious test required for any office, nor for housing or services or anything else provided by or protected by law. You don't have to belong to a particular religion, and you won't be barred for belonging to the wrong religion either. In the eyes of the law, there is no wrong religion, even if reality, there is no right one. President James Madison argued that no man's taxes shall fund another man's religion, that forcing citizens to contribute money to support a religion they do not practice, or even one that they do, violates their natural rights and corrupts both the government and the ministry. That's why public school vouchers should not be used for Christian schools. You're free to believe or not as you see fit, and you won't be promoted for it or penalized for it. The trade-off is that you should treat your religion like your penis. It's fine to be proud of it, but keep it to yourself. Massage it only in private, or share it only with consenting adults, and don't force it down my kid's throat.
The president spoke earlier today of the communist threat in this country. We know what communists do around the world. They remove God. They close the churches. They punish the believers.
No, that's
And
authoritarian.
so this is so important at this point in time in history. And
Right. They love to sub in communism for when they just mean fascist.
Yeah, that's why they're against anti-fascist, because they're a fascist organization and they know it.
I mean, it's just the Red Scare never ended. It's
never
been
did.
going, yeah, since the 1950s. It might have died down a little, but it never went away truly.
It's socialism just for the elite billionaires. For everyone else is, it's a. I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. Or like serfs.
Yeah, it's a good comparison.
we didn't know about this communist movement a year ago when we were here.
Stand down, McCarthy. This isn't the 1950s. There is no Soviet Union. The communist threat that you imagine is imaginary, and it isn't what you imagine it to be. You're talking about your dear leader, Donald Dumbass, lying again, this time conflating democratic socialists with communists.
And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, the communists are not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life.
I'm a social democrat. I'm not a democratic socialist. Those are different things. And democratic socialists are not communists. Those are different things. Quit lying about that. And quit lying about us. None of us wants to destroy the American way of life. We want to improve our standard of living. Bring it back to what it was when I was a boy, when the more you made, the more you paid in taxes, and when even Republicans promoted strong social programs.
But this is the perfect time to stand up and say to America, you have been given this great inheritance and you deserve to have religious liberty.
And we do, but only despite what you're trying to do here. You're actually threatening my religious liberty. You're even threatening your own religious liberty right now, though you're all too stupid to realize it.
The key is that after 103 witnesses, after 7 months of testimony, after 200 pages of testimony that we're delivering today, we found there was one constant theme. The overwhelming majority of our witnesses said that they were attacked and punished, and what was used against them was one phrase that's not in the Constitution, and that phrase is separation of church and state. The left has used that one phrase, that was one line out of one of hundreds of letters by Thomas Jefferson, to batter and hammer people of faith for the last 70 to 80 years. And this report will speak very clearly that we want to be sure Americans understand that they cannot be attacked by that phrase any longer.
So you know about Thomas Jefferson's...
Oh, it's only going to get worse. We're only going to ramp it up now.
Well, and also, just because it's not in the Constitution doesn't mean that it, shouldn't be the law of the land. The 13th Amendment wasn't in the Constitution. Right. So, I realize how dumb this is that I'm about to say it, but I was going to say, do they think slavery should be illegal? Of fucking course they do. But, I should have just realized that was a dumb thing to, think that, no, they would totally bring back slavery if they fucking could.
Yeah. I just don't like it seems like so much of the way politics works nowadays is nothing can get done until people's backs are against the wall, until it's a minute or two too late. Then they want to leap to action. You can't preempt anything. But I also feel like that's partly because any attempts to organize are probably met and snubbed out quickly from above.
I don't agree with any of that.
You don't think so?
Nope, I don't.
Which part?
The part where, nothing's ever going to get done until our backs are all against the wall. I mean, I just think you guys overestimate the general will to change things. You know? Like, you guys
I
feel
just said
like
it
your
seems
backs
that
are
way.
up
I don't.
against the wall, but, you know, for a lot of people, it's just a normal fucking Thursday.
I don't think our backs are against the wall yet,
Yeah, I don't
but
think that's what I was trying to say.
we're quickly approaching a wall.
I'm saying that it feels to me, it's a frustration. It feels to me that you can't get enough people to actually affect change at times. Of course you can, but I'm saying it feels that way to me, that people often won't be ready to able to lift a finger or willing to lift a finger until. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
It's
because
just
it's not because organization is slapped down or anything. I just think that, you know, in general, most people don't care.
Right,
But
and that,
then,
I
you
think
know,
that that's
my
Nex's point.
cynical POV is that, you know, well, he did say that, you know, any organization to try and change things is met with, you know, is
right.
smacked down, and
Well, I
it's
don't
met
mean
with
like.
opposition. But I don't think it's met with opposition. I think it's met with fucking apathy. Is that
That is a problem. I'm not saying that's not a
you're
problem.
trying to rile up the troops, and unfortunately, the troops don't give a fuck.
I think that's part of the problem because there's just so many people nowadays, and the part of the problem is I'm upset with those people who are taking it as just another Thursday because they don't see that their backs are about to be up against the wall. But what I mean by the disorganization or the attempts to unorganize, like whenever the left tries to do like a political rally or like a political rally, what am I trying to think of? Like a demonstration of some sort, and then like the right sends in bad actors to disrupt it. They send in people to make it look like the left is the ones that are violent. Like when they burn down buildings and things like that. But it turned out it was right wing.
Like the literal cops that were like dressed in all black during the George Floyd
Right.
demonstrations.
That's what I'm saying. It's like like that's. But I don't know. I'm not. I probably should have chose my words more carefully because I think Gretchen's making good points.
What's the technical term for them? Like provocateur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Letter to the Danbury Baptists, wherein he explained the proper understanding of the original intent of the Establishment Clause. Yet you are here pretending as if you know better than Jefferson did about what the proper understanding was when he said what he meant then, which you're ignoring now, saying that it's just one letter out of many. Doesn't matter how many times he said that if he never contradicted it, and he didn't. You're contradicting him. Dan Patrick and his ilk seem to think that religious liberty means that you get to mislead and deceive everyone, and they're certainly trying to. But if you have to lie to defend your truth, then it was never truth to begin with. And your failure to promote religious liberty will be...
Thank you, Flip. Yeah, agent provocateur. I knew I was missing a part of the term. Agent provocateur. And anytime there's any sort of like mass scale demonstration, like there seems to be so many videos that come out showing,
Right.
law enforcement being those agent provocateurs.
And then there's also like there's just also random people from the public that were willing to do it. Like when we have like voter fraud, it's always like I don't think that comes from any organized group, but it's just like a random Republican that's willing to go off and do it. It's never really anybody from our side.
I wouldn't say always, but most of the time, a majority of the time, a
I gotta
great
be more
majority.
careful with my language.
Yeah, that's the autism in me. I like very very nuanced, particular verbiage.
My success in defending religious liberty, though again, you're too stupid to understand that.
There's only 30 seconds left. That's funny.
All right. Should we just let this autoplay into
So
this,
my claim is
into this John Cohen clip?
Sure. I'm always down for some John Cohen.
Oh, we got a friend coming on stage. Hey,
Oh,
Ray,
what's up?
how the heck are you?
I'm sweating my ass off.
You got some
Oof.
swamp ass.
You in
My
a heat wave?
and my AC broke.
That
Oh,
sucks.
fuck.
80 some degrees in my apartment right now. So I'm
Fuck
not
that.
getting to sleep anytime soon. So I thought I'd come up and hang out with you. And you can witness firsthand what dehydration does to your mental faculties. It's slowly
Yeah.
going to decline here as I continue to dehydrate. So
Do you have any electrolyte drinks in the house?
yeah,
Good.
I'm pretty well stocked up. I'm kind of used to the dehydration thing from so many years of riding.
You have a fan?
Oh yeah, several.
Just blowing the hot air around?
I was tempted. I've got one fan that I used specifically for the track, and it's a huge air mover that you can put like it's got a straw that you can put into a bucket, and it spritzes water into the fan, and it just cools off the whole area. I was really tempted to go and get that, but I have too many electronics here to spray them all down with water. So I'm just kind of making do with the fans I've got. But I've got helmet fans and everything else, so they're just all tilted at me, moving air around as best I can. But no, it's balls on shin, dude. This sucks.
Sorry you're dealing with that.
Do you remember that Russian video about how to make your own homemade air conditioner?
Oh.
And the dude used you know what I'm talking about?
I've seen so many commercials for those things, right? And they just violate thermodynamics because
there's one that was, it's like it definitely works, but it's with what's dry ice. It's with dry ice. It's like you would definitely be killing yourself in the process of cooling your apartment down.
Let's just pump a bunch of CO2 into your
exactly. But there was a Russian, like how like Russian hacks or whatever, like this person made it as a legit Russian hack, but didn't realize how stupid what he was suggesting was. Like he had no idea. It's hilarious.
Just use this in a closed space for an extended period of time. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, it went viral for that. Like all the comments lit up immediately with like, don't do this if you want to survive. Air conditioner.
I was watching some other live earlier, and some guy was talking about like the blue chews, and
oh geez,
right, like I don't know how it came up. Oh, he was drunk. That's what it was. But have you ever seen the commercials for those things, like any of those products?
Yeah, how they like use that annoying like AI voice that was for like America's Most Wanted or whatever.
Yeah,
it was trained on that narrator.
There's those, but then there's the other ones where they have like the models who are talking about how well it works and everything, and the models they use are of the caliber that if you actually needed those pills, you should probably just go to the ER because you're about to die. Right? It's just they're so stupid. They're like, anyway, I'll stop.
Well, you guys brought up dry ice just a minute ago, and I just wanted to give a quick little story about something fun with dry ice. So this past weekend was Electric Forest. This is the first year my partner and I haven't gone in the last 8 years. But usually when we go, in order to save money for attending like a week-long festival, we'll stock a large cooler full of food, like sandwich meats and cheeses, so that like we're not paying fucking $20 for vendors inside the venue. And one year one of our neighbors brought dry ice, and they had too much dry ice, and so they offered some to us, and so we used it in our cooler. And we had uncovered grapes. And what ended up happening is the dry ice ended up carbonating our grapes.
Oh, wow.
And so when you bite into it, they like fizz, like a carbonated drink. And it was the craziest sensation, and it was delicious. And like it's apparently completely food safe. So like I really want to get some dry ice and like recreate that sometime, because like it was a fun experience.
How long
Yeah.
does that last, I wonder? Could you preserve that in a way to actually bring it to market?
I doubt it, because like, you know,
Carbonated grapes.
it's you know, not within, maybe if you put it in a pressurized container, maybe, and vacuum sealed it. I don't know. That might be a novel idea to try to bring to market. Yeah, Jackie, 100%. That definitely helped enhance the experience.
Mhm. All right, ready for this clip?
Yep, and this is a shorter one. There's a longer John Cohen clip, but like, I feel like doing, you know, clips of the same creator back to back feels, I don't know, it feels weird. So we'll do the shorter one, and if we have time later and we've exhausted other clips, we can do the
Yeah, I
other
like
one.
the idea of keeping them fairly short. It was we tend when we break them up, or when we stop to talk. You know, if it's a really long, if it's like an hour long clip that we have to get through, and then we stop and talk for 3 hours in between, then that's really all you're gonna,
Yeah.
you know. But I don't care. I'm down for whatever. It doesn't matter to me ultimately. I'm happy with it.
As long as the conversations are happening. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
these clips are more a catalyst for discussion than anything else.
Yep.
Hey Jada, good to see you in chat.
Atheism makes more sense, and you now
No,
have
it doesn't.
you
It
have
doesn't make more sense.
the
It
space
doesn't
to
make more
respond.
sense.
Okay.
Because I like to say this. When I go to the scripture, which you like to quote, I'll quote the scriptures. 1 Corinthians 1:18. God said this. He says, "For the preaching of the cross is to them that perish foolishness." So all what you're doing to be combative against scripture, because you are going to perish, it sounds like foolishness to you. But to us which are saved, it is the power of God. Again, for the
Right.
preaching of the cross is to them that perish foolishness.
Right. Okay. But can you see,
So
Michael,
what you're doing right now,
Yes.
is to you the gospel doesn't make sense. But God is saying to those of you who say the gospel doesn't make sense, you're about to perish.
Okay.
And because of your perishing of knowledge, you cannot receive the things of God.
I understand your point, Michael.
Simple as that.
I understand your point.
Thank you.
But there are two problems with the point you're making. The first is that if God is watching us have these misunderstandings, he could easily clear them up. And he doesn't. He instead hides
He
away.
does. He
No,
does.
he doesn't. And we'll talk about that in a moment.
He does, my brother. I can prove to you he does.
Well, no, he doesn't, because if he wanted to let me hang on a second.
Okay, talk.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So if God wanted to make himself known right now, he could, right? And he's powerful enough to do so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is God capable of providing evidence to me now such that I would absolutely and unambiguously know he's there with no doubt and no possibility of being mistaken? Is he powerful enough to do that? Okay, has he done it?
He has already done that. Yes,
but,
he has done that.
But here's the problem. You see, if he had done it, would he have succeeded or failed?
He has succeeded.
He succeeded. So I'm a believer then. So I'm a believer.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen.
No. Follow me.
Are you arguing, John? Are you arguing when they are astonishing
Mind readers, let me tell you.
Yeah, Jackie says that that's a terrible way to translate that Greek word. So let's go ahead and do a little practice of looking up the semantic range. And I'll back up and find the verse so that I can put it on screen.
Oh, and by the way, I am off. I am on vacation until next Thursday.
Let's go.
Right? I took it off for the 4th. I usually take the 4th off to go to the Mississippi River with my family. We usually go to the Guttenberg, Iowa area. Like, it's a little bit north of Dubuque, Iowa. It's a really beautiful area. So I spent most of my summers there growing up with my family. My dad's mom lived there. But anyways, this year I don't think we're going.
We would usually go to Clear Lake or Okoboji for our vacations in Iowa.
I've been to Clear Lake a lot. Not so much Okoboji. I've been to Okoboji, but I've only been there probably once or twice. Nice places, though. Really nice. Both of them. Lock and Dam number 10 is right where I grew up. Well, not grew up, but spent my summers as a kid growing up.
Okay, so we're looking for...
I think that's it right there, isn't it?
Yep, perishing. Perishing foolishness. So, a polymenos... Minois, Moira, Maria. So we'll go ahead and copy these.
So is the idea here is that they don't perish because they believe, or is their perishing just different? How's that work?
I already forgot the context.
Something about perishing is fools or something.
The message of those of the cross to those indeed perishing foolishness is those, however, being saved to us, power of God it is. Okay. the
drag shows I've been
Greek
to have been fun.
Are people talking about drag shows and
Terrible name.
Comments?
Said our drag show is normally fun. I've been to one and it was pretty boring. But if you know the people, like I used to work with some people that did them, and like I always thought they did it. It was an entertaining. I thought they were entertaining as fuck. It was really different for me.
I've DJ'd several drag shows. They are indeed a good time.
Oh yeah, it was impressive.
So yeah, Jackie got the verse Greek translation right on the nose right there.
Good work, Jackie.
The time you have is what you make it, though, right? If you're not picking up on the energy of the room, it's not gonna vibe with you. But
like with anything, it's to each their own.
Christian.
Yeah, but there's so much energy. It's, I don't know. Drag shows are a great time.
I was so impressed because the person I worked with, like the amount of time they put into their costume,
right? They've got
dedication, and then the moves and the show, like
choreography, the costumes. They've got a genuine passion
dedicated.
for it, right? And
Exactly.
that I can appreciate. If you've got passion for something, let me know.
For sure.
Because that's what makes you interesting.
I still follow them to this day. I don't hang out with them. I don't work with them anymore. But I mean, if they invited me or told me about a show and invited me, I'd go.
Yeah,
I wouldn't hesitate. Fun time.
Yeah, when my usual guy's out of town, I go to a dispensary right across the border, and there's a guy down there who just does drag shows in his spare time. I've gone to a few of them. It's just a ball. It's so much fun. It's infectious too. It's really, I don't know. It's like I went to a They Might Be Giant show. It kind of reminds me of that, right? I went to a They Might Be Giant show one time, and they put together a conga line that went through the entire venue. There was 600 people in a conga line going through the entire. It was so much fun. That kind of energy is just the place to be.
I think I've talked about this before, but I saw it. Just I don't know what reminded me of it, but the only time I've ever seen 311 was in Iowa City at the Field House, and it was like watching them in a high school gymnasium, and it was the worst experience at a concert because they're one of my favorite bands. I really liked them, and to get to see them it was supposed to be the shit. I was so looking forward to it, but I remember
that's not the venue.
Looking over at my buddy halfway through, I'm like, I can't even tell what songs they're playing. Nobody could.
Right. No, because a gymnasium is just an echo chamber.
Yeah.
So unless you're playing at a really low volume, which nobody's gonna do, it's gonna sound like shit. There's a bunch of venues that have that problem. They don't understand acoustics and they shoot sound the wrong way, or they there's a venue in Milwaukee that it's set up like a football, and the stage is on like where the laces would be on the ball, right? And it's the perfect acoustics for a violin to be heard unamplified throughout that entire chamber, right? It's acoustically beautiful. However, when you bring in amplification, it turns into a wall of mud and everyone hates it. So what the smart bands will do is they'll bring in their own stage and they'll shoot a long way down that football, and then it sounds good again because they've probably played there before and knows it sounds like shit. So they take that extra effort, but it's expensive to do all that, right? You got to be like a pretty big act to pull that off. So it sucks. Music is
Pretty sure
hell
that all
sometimes.
311 did was they played a short show that night, and I think they switched to like just like an acoustic clean channel.
Yeah, they don't want to do that either, right? That is
Right.
no fun for them.
The distortion was
Yeah.
was
You're
just a
looking out
wall
on
of
those
noise.
disappointed faces, right? That's what
Yeah.
you're watching. It's like, oh
Yeah,
Jesus,
they knew, and
not do this.
I'm sure they felt bad.
There was I was at a Primus show one time, and this was incredible. The crowd was getting kind of rowdy, and someone like threw a bottle up on stage. It was like a plastic bottle, it wasn't like glass or anything, but it was still a bottle coming up at Les. And it was mid-song, and he just, like, as the bottle's coming at him, he just says stop, and the whole band cut like instantly. And I'm with my buddy at the time, and we just looked at each other like, oh my god, they are so tight. Because it was just
that would have been amazing.
it was like someone flipped the switch. He just said stop, and it was done. I was like, oh my god.
Nice.
It
reminds me of I saw Pantera in Cedar Rapids,
and that's another good act.
And someone had thrown. There was somebody in the balcony had thrown a beer, and it landed on the soundboard, and they had to stop the show for like a half hour while they got things fixed. And they turned the lights on in the arena, and like they were like, I remember there was like a bunch of girls like up on guys' shoulders and exposing their chests, and Phil from Pantera was like walking around with like a bottle of Jack Daniels and talking to the crowd, and that's how he was entertaining them in the meantime. And it's like somebody had thrown a joint up on stage, and he picked it up and he smoked part of it and thanked the crowd, and I totally forgot where I was going with this story. It was something relevant to something you had said. It was a good story or a good time though. I remember he got mad at the people. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, that guy must have gotten the shit kicked out of him for making the show stop for a half hour and ruining a soundboard. Oh my god.
Like, if anybody see that motherfucker, he said something about the guy.
Yeah, they did.
In the Phil, I don't really like Phil as a human being, but that was a kind of a badass performance, and he definitely did a good job of entertaining in between.
I always try to give some of them the benefit of the doubt, because that type of success changes people in ways that you don't know if you would become the same kind of person. If you'd like to think you wouldn't,
well,
but
he's a white supremacist. Like,
oh god, well, fuck that. Okay, then that's a completely different story.
Yeah, he hangs out with white supremacists. Like, some of his best friends are shitty people. Like the Richard Spencer Network is one of his friends. Is one of his best friends is like a big, was a creator on that network. So I don't know.
How is it 2026 and there's still that bullshit going on?
But he is an atheist. Like, I mean, he's and I agree on some things. But anyways,
right? That's crazy. I know so many people like that. They make it halfway there, right? They make it to atheism, but they're still fucking MAGA. I'm like, how do you not like get the rest of the way with this and see things a little more clearly when you can see one thing clearly? It's just willfully ignorant.
What are we looking at here, RP?
I'm trying to understand Jackie's expression of what she thinks the semantic range is of those two terms. For me, my interpretation is like more like the message about the cross isn't as powerful to those who are like suffering rather than like those who aren't like really in the religion. And so it's more about a frame of like the person when they are introduced to the message
Mm-hmm.
rather than like their disposition on the religion itself. But that doesn't seem to be lining up with what Jackie's trying to communicate in chat, and so I'm doing my best to understand.
Gotcha.
That is the reason why a lot of people turn to faith, though, right? Is because life sucks, and you want to hope that it's going to
You
suck
want an
less at some
answer
point.
just some answer to stop the cognitive dissonance in your brain. And sometimes just having some answer will make it stop.
Yeah,
Something you can live with.
it's. I don't know if it's really the case, but you know, I consider my atheism to be sort of a privilege, right? Because I haven't. I mean,
Depends on how you arrive at it.
well, yeah. I mean, I arrived at it before I reached a point of suffering where I might need it, and I removed it before I may have latched onto it. So,
Like some people, like for me, like I figured it out slowly on my own, in my own time, in my own way, on my own terms. But not all people get that luxury. Some people find out in humiliating ways publicly. Belief isn't a choice, so it just depends on whenever you arrive at that moment that convinces you, and that might have an effect. That can have it definitely has an effect on, how you think about yourself as that, with that label, especially when you weren't intending to adopt it, and you've always had like a negative connotation of that. It can make you feel bad about yourself. Whereas I felt like clever for figuring it out, for getting myself out of a mess. You get what I'm
yeah, it's
saying?
like solving another puzzle, right?
Right.
It's a pretty easy puzzle. When you look at the attributes that are ascribed to the thing, it's like, oh yeah, that can't be a thing. But when you need that thing to get you to the end of the day, yeah,
if you would have listened to me talk when I was like 12, I would have told you all the stories from the Bible that I knew. I would have been, one of those overly certain people. Would have made claims I probably couldn't have backed up. I probably would have embellished, and probably would have lied.
Well, isn't that the most annoying part, though? I mean, the hubris. I mean, like Jill is the perfect example of that. He mocks people, he belittles people on something he can't possibly know the answer to, and acts like he's an authority on the subject.
Yeah.
It makes him the most single obnoxious type of person to deal with.
They think that other people can't know that, about them. I think that's part of the problem.
Right.
Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. It's just that annoying, the nature of it, that you can do on a live stream or on a telephone call because the person's not right there. But I'd be damned if I take that mocking shit more than a couple of times before I first said something and then there were other problems, because that's just wholly unacceptable. It's so obnoxious and just,
I just don't you're pretending to know things no human has knowledge, access to. And then one of my biggest hang-ups is when people say we can't understand the mind of God. Well, if you can't understand it, or if it's beyond our understanding, then you can't tell me anything about it.
Well, there's that, and then there's just the fact that even if you don't know the mind of whatever the thing is, you know what it is to be a dick. And like the thing that makes that many dick moves is not really worth any admiration towards or any prayer or anything else. Certainly not going to ask him for favors because he's known to be a fucking dick.
Yeah.
I mean, if he existed, obviously he doesn't. So the point is moot. But
yeah, I get what you're saying, though. I need to
one of the many reasons I've just accepted that fact.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You know what? Sorry to nerd out on the Greek. But what was that, Ray?
I haven't said hi to Gretchen. Gretchen, how the hell are you doing?
All right.
There's the enthusiasm. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. Are you
Cool.
really?
Okay.
Because I like to say this. When I go to the scripture, which you like to quote, I'll quote the scriptures. 1 Corinthians 1:18, God said this. He says, "For the preaching of the cross is to them that perish foolishness." So all what you're doing to be combative against scripture, because you are going to perish, it sounds like foolishness to you. But to us which are saved, it is the power of God. Again, for the preaching of the cross is to them that perish foolishness.
Right. Okay. But can you see,
So
Michael, that
what you're doing right now,
yes,
is to you the gospel doesn't make sense. But God is saying to those of you who say the gospel doesn't make sense, you're about to perish.
Okay.
And because of your perishing of knowledge, you cannot receive the things of God.
I understand your point, Michael.
Simple as that.
I understand your point,
Thank
but there are two problems with the point you're making. The first is that if God is watching us have these misunderstandings, he could easily clear them up, and he doesn't. He instead hides away. No, he doesn't, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
He does, my brother. I can prove to you he does.
Well, no, he doesn't, because if he wanted to let me hang on a second.
Okay, talk.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So if God wanted to make himself known right now, he could, right? And he's powerful enough to do so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is God capable of providing evidence to me now such that I would absolutely and unambiguously know he's there with no doubt and no possibility of being mistaken? Is he powerful enough to do that? Okay, has he done it?
He has already done that.
He has done that. But here's the problem. You see, if he had done it, would he have succeeded or failed?
He has succeeded.
He succeeded. So I'm a believer then. So I'm a believer.
Listen, ladies.
No. Follow me.
Are you arguing, John? Are you arguing when there are astonishing geographical, scientific studies?
You're changing the subject. You're changing. No. Focus up. Focus up. You don't get to change to geographical studies. I ask you if I'm a believer.
I'm showing you why God.
Michael, focus. Stay in one lane. Am I a believer right now?
I am focused, brother.
Okay. Am I a believer right now?
You're not focused, not me.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Am I a believer right now?
A believer?
Yeah.
No, you're looking for answers, and I'm giving you the answers.
That's a different subject. Am I a believer right now?
No, you can't.
No.
I don't know where your mind is. Good. I know where mine is at, sir. My mind is at, John.
You should be able to discern.
I know my mind.
You should be able to discern.
I don't know your mind, sir.
Okay. Good. Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm not a believer. I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Jesus.
I don't care if you're not.
Okay, but here's why you should.
Evidence that God exists. I'm giving you.
Take a breath.
I'm giving you evidence
take a breath, because I know this might astonish you, but this is actually a conversation where people get to say things. I listened to you while you were preaching. Now you can listen to me while I respond. I am not a believer because I don't think that the evidence provided for your God is convincing. You may find it convincing. Bob down the street may find it convincing. I don't find it convincing. And if your God is real, your God would know that I wouldn't find it convincing and could have provided stronger or better or more convincing evidence to me, but he has not done so. So the fact that I am not a believer and you claim that God is powerful enough to be able to give me evidence, which you're right about, by the way, if God's all powerful, I agree with you. He could give me evidence as to his existence. But the fact that I am not a believer must necessarily mean he has chosen not to do that, or he doesn't exist. There are no other avenues out of this quandary. So which of those options is it?
You don't care to pay attention, John. You don't care to pay attention. It's straight and straight. God is blowing evidence in your face, but you are so naive and egotistic and
but
proud,
do you
rejecting the answers.
But do you remember when I
Yeah,
asked you at the
brother,
beginning?
that's
Do you
a
remember
fact,
when I asked
brother.
you at the beginning? Is God powerful enough to give evidence that would convince me, even
He's
if
giving
I'm,
you evidence.
even
He's
if
giving you
I'm,
world evidence,
even
sir.
if I'm proud, even if I'm egotistical, even if I'm all the things you say? Is God really trying as hard as he can to give me evidence and failing? Is that what you're currently trying to
He's
say?
already know he has never failed. He's giving
Well,
evidence every day.
he's failing right now because I'm not convinced. He's
As
failing
you
right
wake
now.
up, John,
I think
every breath you breathe is God. Every
lovely.
breath you breathe is
I think that you're accusing your God of ineptitude. I don't think he's going to be very happy with you for this. You're basically saying that he's trying to convince me and not managing to.
You're a shameful big man, you know. You're a shameful man. You are disgraceful, John.
Why am I disgraceful, Michael?
Your breath every day you breathe is God.
Yeah, well, that's just a claim.
God. So what's your point? Your eyes is God.
But I
your
could
eye
say
is God. Your ear is God. Your mouth is God.
That's lovely. But clearly, I don't agree with
He
you on
made
that.
you.
Why is it
Because God
disgraceful,
exists.
Michael? Just calm down.
About, John?
Just calm down. Try and calm down. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about you at this moment. Take a deep breath and just relax, okay?
No, you can't worry about me. I'm worried about you, John.
Why is it disgraceful for somebody to come to a different opinion than you? Why is that a disgrace?
John, your existence shows that God exists.
Yeah,
you cannot exist without God.
That's you
The breath
continuing
breathe is
to.
God.
Okay, that's you just continuing to preach and not actually respond to the question I'm asking you. So I'm going to ask you again, and it would be great if you could respond to my question with an actual answer rather than just more preaching. I asked you a very specific question. Why is it disgraceful for somebody to come to a different conclusion to the one to the one you happen to?
John?
Are you going to answer the
Quote
question?
scriptures?
Michael, are you going to answer the question?
Quote scriptures, John?
Regularly. Are you going
like a mouse?
Are you going to
quote scriptures, John?
Okay, I'm going to give you one more chance to answer the question, and if you're incapable of answering it, then let us know.
You're incapable, fool. John, you talk.
If you're not.
This guy just came on here to scream Bible verses at John. He's not really interested in trying to discuss the nuance of them or the message. He just wants to use it as an excuse to yell at the non-believer.
Like a cudgel.
Yeah.
He's very upset that someone can't. He's very upset that people don't think like he does. He thinks if he just goes on and berates and asserts, eventually that's the way you do it. That's how you get through to them. I don't know. John's just calmly trying to explain that it's not working. That's not how you have a conversation. But I'll be right back.
Okay.
Capable of answering the question, then let me know by not answering it. Why is it a disgrace for me to come to a different conclusion to the one you came to? You may answer now, please. But if your answer is anything other than an answer, then we may move on.
No, because you're foolish, John. You are a literal fool. That's why you're speaking the way you do, John.
Do you think that was? Do you think you answered the question I asked you? In fact, let's do an experiment, Michael. Can you repeat back to me what the question I asked you was? Be great if you can, because then we'll all know that you were listening rather than just mindlessly preaching through the entire conversation.
John, let me ask you a question.
I just asked you to repeat back to me the question. I just asked you. No, you don't understand who's in charge here, and it isn't you.
No, you don't understand anything.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going. This is your last chance. Honestly, I'm keeping you alive for a little bit longer here because you are quite entertaining. You are quite entertaining, and I'm just enjoying the prospect of the clip at the moment is what's making me keep you here.
Very ignorant,
so
John.
I know. I'm desperately ignorant. Can you repeat the question I asked you? Michael? Can you repeat the question I asked you or not?
Are you a geneticist, John?
Okay, this actually is going to be our last chance because I think we're all getting a bit bored of you now. So if the next thing that comes out of your mouth,
I got you cornered, John.
Yes, I'm despeatly cornered. I'm sweating. Can you see how upset I am right now, Michael? So if the next thing that comes out of your mouth isn't a restatement of the question I asked you, we're done. So what question did I ask you?
Are you a geneticist?
What question did I ask you? He's not going to answer, and off he goes. So, ladies and gentlemen. That was Apostle Michael. Imagine calling yourself an apostle and not being able to answer a single question. Not one. He literally didn't answer one question. I think I asked him 3 or 4 during the conversation. And every time I asked him a question, he just pretended I hadn't and moved on to another thing, another topic. So I kind of followed him. I could have nailed him to one and just not let him move on. But I thought, let me just allow him a little bit of wiggle room to see if he was capable of answering a single question. And it was quite amazing. He didn't answer a single one, not even one. So that tells me that he wasn't really here for a conversation because, I think a conversation involves listening to each other and then saying words which are responsive to what the other person said. That is the tradition of conversation. I think it's a pretty good tradition. I don't think that Apostle Michael has learned to do that yet. So I'm hoping that he might learn to do it at some point.
Yeah, like I said, just an excuse to yell at a non-believer. There wasn't much meat on that other than just a entertaining crash out.
Oh, but they so rarely have anything else.
Isa says there's a post in the Discord. Oh, goody! It's a follow up. Thanks for sharing that, Isa. I'll throw that up on the screen.
Thanks, friend. Okay, there we go. All right, so fresh off his TikTok ban for bad behavior, Apostle Michael is back. So we'll speak to Apostle Michael. Something tells me he may not last long because he struggles to contain himself a little. But maybe he'll be able to channel the Holy Spirit and show us a demonstration of the love of God and the perfect calm of the Holy Spirit. And after that, we'll speak to Adam after that. So bringing in, back again, he can't get enough, Apostle Michael. Welcome back again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're not going to spend any time wasting any time on the meta. Here's where we were last time. When you were in earlier, before TikTok booted you out, I was trying to get you to explain to us why anyone should treat the Bible as authoritative, because in order for you to be quoting from the Bible, you would need to show that. Now, you got upset that I said that because I quote from the Bible all the time. The difference is I don't claim it's authoritative. You will never, ever hear me say, this is true because it says so in the Bible. You'll often hear me say, this is false because it says so in the Bible. That's a very different thing. So I'm not claiming that the Bible has authority, and that's why it's fair game for me to bring it up in a conversation about Christianity. So what I'm going to ask you is, why should anybody care what it says in the Bible until you can demonstrate that it has any authority?
It has authority because it is the Word of God. It has authority because it was not ordinary men that wrote it. But if you check the scriptures, 1 Peter 1:21, it says that the men who wrote it were holy men, 1. 2, Timothy 2:3-16 says the Word of God is by inspiration of God. He led men to write and they wrote. 3, John 17:17, God said, thy word is true. Then I'm going to go to, I can use Genesis.
Do you know what? Now, hang on a second, just a second, because I don't mean to interrupt you, but.
So we're starting off with a circular argument, just using the book to assert its authority even further. Caller started out with an external reason, sort of, but then he went right back into trying to quote scripture in order to cite its authority.
You could quote us 500 scriptures now, and all of them would fail for the same reason. Do you know what it is?
None of them could fail because you're not God. You didn't give it.
Yeah.
You
So
didn't inspire it, so it can't fail.
the reason why they'd fail
Can't
is
fail.
because this is called a circular argument. So I asked you why we should care what the book says, because I don't take the Bible as being authoritative. And every reason you gave me for why we should care what the Bible says is from the Bible, which requires you to already hold that it's authoritative. That is called a circular argument. So do you have a non-circular
Yep, literally what I just said.
argument?
It's
No,
not.
it's
That is in
literally
your cranium. It's not.
that's literally the definition of a circular argument, is to assume that
No,
which
that's
you're
not.
trying to the definition of a circular argument is to assume that which you're trying to prove as part of the proof, which is exactly what you're doing when you use the Bible
bro.
as your evidence for why we should care what the Bible says. So I need something from outside of the Bible to tell us why we should care what's in the Bible. Otherwise, it's just a circular argument and nobody's interested in those. So do you have a non-circular reason why we should care what the Bible says?
No, but you're not giving me no chance to speak. You keep interrupting, and that's why we are getting on the eye end, because you cannot have somebody trying to explain something, and every time you're trying to speak, you intercept it. That's ignorance, brother.
Right, but I was just
When
trying to stop you.
No,
because you were going to.
You would think the Holy Spirit would be able to imbue a self-proclaimed apostle with, public speaking abilities.
Sure imbued him with the wambulance.
Right. Wee.
But I was going, listen, bro.
Yeah, but I let you.
Okay,
sorry. I let you quote 3 scriptures, and then I got the feeling that you were going to quote more.
Doing. You're a liar, sir.
And so I'm going to ask you again: do you have a reason from outside the Bible why we should care what the Bible says?
Science coming out of New York Scientific Museum has proven Genesis 3:20 as accurate, because the scientists there, which you are not, which you will never be, the scientists at the American Museum of Natural History says in the All of Human Origin that Eve is the mother of all humans.
I assure you that that's not true.
That is true. You can't prove it.
I assure you that it's not true.
You can't prove it.
I can prove
You
it.
can't prove it.
Can you show the link?
Every human being on this earth, 99.9% of all human beings arrive from two people, Adam and Eve. And
You're talking about mitochondrial Adam and Eve.
Yeah, 99.9 isn't every.
Right, I caught on to that.
0.1%? Who are they? Can I be that guy?
Is he leaving that space open for Adam because Adam technically didn't come from Eve?
That would be 99.99, I think, or maybe a few more nines. You'd have to get how many people are we talking about? This is some bullshit, Craig.
But yeah, taking that claim on his face, it sounds like he thinks that there are potentially some humans that didn't come from Eve, and so are we going into the story of Lilith, and are those her kin? She just mothered a small.
Nanny?
Or is he just saying he doesn't have absolute certainty?
Who knows?
Normally that would be their claim, is you got to have absolute certainty. So he was trying to be modest. That's what modesty looks like in the Christian worldview.
Yeah, supposedly Lilith was the first wife of Adam, but because she wouldn't submit to him, she was deemed an unsuitable partner, and then God made Eve. But I think this is extra biblical lore,
So she wasn't in the,
or at least
she
not
wasn't in the
necessarily canon.
guys. So the Bible's pro homosexuality. What do you know?
Well, Lilith isn't necessarily like biblical canon. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see why caller said 99.9.
Which is not remotely the same.
That was a metaphor, my friend.
So are you going to go
It's
to
a
the
metaphor.
scientists at the American Museum and tell them that the science theory is wrong?
No, I'm going to tell you that
Obviously, because
that
some
I'm gonna-
people are demons, they just don't know it.
Right. You just don't know you have a demon in you. But if you give your money to them, give 10% of your income to them, they can get rid of that demon for you.
Oh, they did the same thing with my thetans. God, I appreciated that.
Man, they are so helpful, you guys. So informative. They just know everything about everything. And they never demonstrate it, but it doesn't seem to map onto reality very well or at all. But
Well, no, they'll just claim it's science and then insist that you're not a scientist. So,
you know,
how could you know?
Now, I wonder, have Christians developed a technology similar to that, and they live, where, like, you put on some cool looking sunglasses and you can see who's a demon and who's not a demon?
like in
I love
They
that movie.
Live.
Yeah,
Roddy Piper.
Yeah, I love that movie.
So good.
That's where many
It
of
was
the
the
Duke
original
Nukem
Matrix
quotes were lifted from. Like, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, but I'm all out of gum.
Did you see the South Park remake of the fight when Timmy and Jimmy fought? It was like a shot-for-shot remake of the fight. They lived. It was so good.
I do remember.
Oh,
that
is that where that comes from?
Yup.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do a side by side of that later when I'm not on stream.
Have you guys ever seen like Trey Parker and Matt Stone's like really early work, like with movies, like the music Cannibal the Musical?
Yeah. Oh, I love their non South Park movies, like
Cannibal
Basketball,
the Musical,
Orgasmo.
Yeah, all those movies are great. But Cannibal the Musical, if anybody hasn't seen it, that is.
I don't
cried.
think I've seen that one. Is it that? Oh my god. Okay, it's that
It's
good.
probably the oldest. One of the oldest. It's going to be one of their first.
They're so brilliant, though. I mean, they got an NC-17 rating for a movie
It was
with
based on a true
marionettes.
story, and they turned it into a musical. It was a story of the Donner Party that had to eat people in their camp.
Oh yeah, that was
to survive in the mountains in Colorado, I think. But yeah,
the Donner Party got stranded and were there for months, and they ended up having to resort to cannibalism. Yeah,
but they turned it into a musical.
As you do.
Yeah.
Many years after the event.
I still to
No one's
this day
still around to remember.
sing a lot of those songs. And they're so good.
No, when they did Team America World Police, they got an NC-17. If you ever see the director's cut,
that's right.
It got an NC-17 rating for a movie with marionettes. It's the most crazy thing. But it will also be the only movie you ever see done with marionettes, and they explain why is because it is so insanely frustrating to shoot a scene with marionettes that no one will do it again. There's no one that has the patience. They were gonna give up, but they'd gotten so far. They're like, let's just finish it. We're just gonna finish it. But it's horrible. You'd get so far through the scene, and then the strings would get tangled up, and you'd just be screwed. You'd have to start over again.
That sucks.
Oh, a nightmare.
Yeah,
Funny if you watch the story of them making it, though. It's great.
Apparently, like they made that scene longer and more gratuitous so that they would have something to cut down to the point where they could still have like this crazy raunchy scene, but still get an R rating that can be shown in theaters.
I don't want to I don't want to ruin it for anyone, so I'm not going to talk about the part they cut out. But it is totally gets it an NC-17 rating.
Watch the unrated version, folks. It's a fucking trip.
Right.
It gets messy, to put it lightly.
Yeah. That's true.
That's the way to put it.
Tell you,
Interpretation is
Are you
wrong.
going to go there
no,
and tell
I'm,
them
I'm going to
they're
tell you
wrong?
that your interpretation is wrong. That mitochondrial
No,
Eve,
no. It is right there
mitochondrial,
in the order of human origin.
mitochondrial Eve is a poetic metaphor to deal with the concept in genetics. And by the way, do you think that every word in the Bible is true?
Yes, it is.
Right. So if you
what's your argument? Are you flipping? It's
if
like
you
I
take
said.
so if you take every word in the Bible as true, that
It's so easy to demonstrate.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you get into the 6,000-year-old flat Earth kind of shit. Is if you believe every word in the Bible is true. That's
And
just
there's so many examples to choose from. It's basically, your choice at that point. What do you want to talk about?
Right.
Which direction do you want to go with them?
And they'll eventually end up with the miracle of life existing and stuff like that. RB, did you ever look at that link I put in the other day? That 6 gigapixel picture of the Milky Way.
I did.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Did you zoom in spots and see the insane number of stars that you see everywhere you look?
I have another app on my iPad that I use called Aladdin Light, and it you can do the same thing, especially, and it has like all like different like you can look at it in infrared, you can look at it in there's like 25 different settings you can select.
Oh, sure.
It's a great app.
Gamma, X-ray,
but when you
visible.
I love going into the Milky Way's center, because like from when the furthest zoomed out, it just looks like the normal Milky Way band. But you can, as you go in, like things just keep coming out of the woodwork, like stars, and it's just like your whole screen just turns into like a white, with little tiny black, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole thing is just washed out in stars.
Yeah, you can do the same thing in Elite, because Elite is a galactic simulation, so there's 400 billion stars in that game, and you can bring up the star map.
Oh yeah, I have
and
Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, and you can go in and just there's so many. 400 billion. I mean,
yeah,
it's a lot.
It's a 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 scale simulation of the galaxy.
Yeah. Whereas like No
Passing
Man's
into
Sky
real time.
has like 18 quintillion, but it's procedurally generated, which is what gives them that ability.
Yeah. Well, I think the planets in Elite Dangerous are procedurally generated too. Like the systems that you go into, if you go into a system that's never been entered before, your machine will be the one that generates it, but it uses real physics to generate the system. So they
and then they're kind of just out there and like bookmarked.
You can name them. You can be the first person.
I've played
set
that
foot
game
on the
for
planet.
1,000 hours. I haven't played it in like 2 years now, but
Well, at some point, nobody said he was gonna clean his desk and put his joysticks, and we were gonna go fly in space. And I think
in No Man's Sky or in Elite Dangerous.
Elite, yeah.
You let me know when you do that, because I have that on PC.
Hook it up. We'll get a whole squad going.
For
Slug
sure.
Racer, get your shit going.
Maybe I should start a brand new account for that game, because my other one's kind of, I don't know. I've done so much dumb stuff in that.
Oh, there's nothing that can't be undone. And
that's true.
You said you got 1,000. I probably got
that was
7
in
or
No Man's
8,000.
Sky.
Oh.
Only got 1,000 in No Man's Sky. Now it's been a couple years since I played No Man's Sky.
Yeah, I've got probably 7 or 8 in Elite Dangerous. So if
And
you
the
come
other
over to
one-
there, we can get you hooked up quick.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I've only probably played Elite Dangerous maybe 50 hours. Not very much. Definitely always wanted to, but I have it on PS. I always wanted. I didn't have it on PC until just recently. Until I got my PC last, like 8 months ago, and that's when I got it. Before that, I'd always had it on PlayStation, and they never had like the
they stopped updating.
Right,
For PlayStation.
exactly.
Yeah, they had to. It's too
You
much.
can't
work
get out of
to
your
for
ship
both
and do
platforms.
anything.
Right. Yeah. Screw
I
all
don't
that.
like-
Yeah, come to the PC world. Get a VR headset. It's made to be played in that, and just
for sure.
Come fly in space with us. Anyway.
Sorry, we can go back. Sorry, RP. Gretchen, sorry.
It looks like Jackie also plays Elite.
Oh snap!
does
We're gonna
too.
we're gonna start a whole group. We're gonna start the Async Club. What are
Right.
they called in their wings? Is it wings? I've never had one.
We should just start a channel in the Discord for Elite Dangerous, and y'all can
Oh, yeah.
crew the fuck up.
Dr.
Oh,
Bliss
yeah.
knows it too, along with Kerbal. I
That,
asked
that,
him
that
one
is
time.
the least surprising reveal of all time. Dr.
Right.
Blitz playing a space game. You don't say.
I think I asked him like in either a super chat or something, but I asked him if he would consider doing a Elite Dangerous stream after he was done with his Kerbal, and he said he would. He said he would put a poll in Discord, and that would be one of the games as an option.
Oh my God, let's get it going. Let's get a whole wing with him, and we'll just
That'd be
fly
awesome.
around and explore space together. Oh, all right. Let's make this a thing.
Async wings. Italian says in the chat.
I might have to log in here.
Are you gonna go snag it?
Well, I could.
You what?
I could show people in a minute if I got everything set up. It's kind of a pain in the ass, though. Let me.
No, what I was
see if
asking is if you were gonna go set up the guild.
Oh, I could go do that right now. Yeah, why not?
So that way you take the name and that it's off the. Or can you name it? You don't have to worry about what other people name theirs. I don't know how it works.
I don't know. I never had one.
Me either.
We're gonna make it a thing.
Anyways, now we can dive back in.
Is the first human beings on Earth at about 6,000 years ago. Is that what you think happened?
Well, science saying one thing, other people saying other things.
So
but
you seem to
what
be a
I'm
big
saying,
fan
the
of science. No, you seem to be a big fan of
the
science. So
science so far has not debunked the scriptures.
Yeah,
the science so far has not debunked the scriptures.
It has. So is
So I know what you're talking about.
is your claim that the first humans arrived on the Earth 6,000 years ago, as the Bible says?
Well, I never heard the Bible say it. I probably have to go and look at the numbers. But all I'm saying, based on what I see, based on what the science is saying, all humans, 99.9%, arrive out of Eve and Adam. And so your argument right now is baseless, sir.
So the same thing you're talking about, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam, they were millennia apart, thousands of years apart from each other. Do you agree with that?
Holy age gap, Batman. Like you think the 20-year-old dating like a 55-year-old is bad. Imagine the 1,000-year-old dating the 20-year-old.
I can't say I agree with it because Dr. Francis Collins has proven that DNA is equal in God. God equals DNA. So if you have an argument,
I like that.
Geez, I hate that. Like, I thought of this apologetic like so naturally, but like, you know how like a day is like 1,000 years to God,
right?
And like, what was Eve made, or were Adam and Eve like made a day apart?
Was he 6,000 years old, or 1,000 years old? You mean?
Like. But wait, what was the order? I think the mitochondrial Eve actually came before Adam.
Right.
Let me back up. But like, if it is in fact the Adam before Eve, then like I could see like Christians trying to use that apologetic.
One was 70,000 years ago, and the other was like 200,000 years ago, or something like that.
I can't say I agree with it.
Do you agree with that? Millennia, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam, they were millennia apart.
Your argument right now is baseless, sir.
So the same thing you're talking about, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam.
Let's ask Google. When did Y chromosome appear? 100. What's that, Ray?
I was gonna say, you talk about an uncomfortable first date. Like, what do you even talk about? Nothing in common. Remember those mammoths? No.
I was literally born yesterday. Okay, so yeah, Y chromosomal atom was before mitochondrial Eve. So, but like,
what is the time frames? It was 170 and one like 200 or something. Or am I wrong on that?
it's well, this age gap is so much bigger than what they were saying. So between 160,000 and 300,000 years ago was Y chromosomal atom, and mitochondrial Eve is about 99,000 to 200,000. So
So they're both
guess
ranges. The one just has an earlier start time by about 60,000 years.
I guess their ranges are within each other, and you could say that like they were within 1,000 years, and so like this apologetic just barely works.
Pretty big reach. I don't know.
Well, that's all apologetics, though. It's all reaching and grasping at straws. But the fact that like they can make it work with the whole like one day is like 1,000 years to God, like. I hate that my brain can still Christian like that.
the gymnastics you have to do though would put Simone Biles to shame to get
always-
there, right? Like it's
watch
just absurd.
the William Lane Craig Sean Carroll debate sometime. The one with Alan Guth in it.
Yeah,
that
was a good one.
When he says I love when Sean Carroll gets to the point in that debate where he says, that God, he explains why God isn't a good explanation. But I don't want to give the whole thing away or try and do the whole bit, but that'd be worth throwing on the list. At least, if you're not the whole 3-hour debate, at least that, or maybe it was like an hour and a half. I don't remember, but
I'm sure there's a highlights reel out there.
Yeah, it's totally awesome though. Sean Carroll's the GOAT.
All right, I say we dive back in now that we've explored this dumb fucking apologetic I thought of on the fly.
I did have one other thought though. It was there was recently a PBS special that covered the origin of humans, and it is a really, really good watch because it goes back to.
Was it new?
It is new, yeah.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, that's where they go back to talk about like modern humans maybe going back 300,000 years as opposed to 200,000 years. They're finding new evidence for all of this, and a lot of really interesting sociological stuff that it's hard to tell because you don't know, but there are strong indicators of some of the societal things that they had going on when they find like some of the buried bodies. They find them with jewelry and things like that. So that way back then they were having a modern type of appreciation of type of trinkets and things like that.
I'm posting in the private chat the link to my favorite Wikipedia article. I have read this entire article hundreds of times, and I always go back to see if it's updated. Like I frequently check it out, but it's called the Timeline of the Far Future. And it's just the science. It's all science stuff, but
Wikipedia has been really pissing me off lately in my emails. Like I donated a couple dollars last year, and now I get endless like, hey, can you give us a little more?
Yeah,
it's like
I don't get that. I only get them like. Do you mean in your email you get requests?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Because I I never check my email. They probably are requesting from me too.
They were millennia apart, thousands of years apart from each other. Do you agree with that?
I can't say I agree with it because Dr. Francis Collins has proven that DNA is equal in God. God equals DNA. If you have an argument,
I
why
like
don't
that.
we take it up with
I like that you're. I
with
like that
Dr.
you're
Collins?
granted. Yeah, I like Francis Collins actually because even though he's an evangelical,
like him?
Yeah. He wrote an interesting book called the Language of God. So did you read it, by the way? His book. I read it. Have you read it?
I have some literatures from his book.
Some literatures from his book. You've taken notes, but you haven't actually read it. Fine. Okay.
I do.
So how old does Francis Collins think the world is?
How much he is what?
How old does Francis Collins think the world is?
Well, I've never gone into how old or.
Well, he talks about it. He talks about it in his book. Talks about it in his book. So how old does he think the world is?
He said 3 billion. He said, well, he talked about 3 billion specimen.
Yeah,
3 billion specimen. Have you done any specimen?
How old?
Have you done any studies like him?
Stop
John,
trying,
have you
stop,
done any
stop trying
studies
to change
Dr.
stop,
Collins?
Stop
I want
trying
you
to
to answer me that question.
No. I'm talking to you about the person you've raised. So I'm asking you, how old does he think the world is? You don't know, do you?
No, I didn't go deep into the.
You haven't. You haven't read his book. You haven't. You browsed it.
I don't know.
Okay. It's okay not to know. So I'll tell you. So Francis Collins.
I said I haven't gone yet. Sean, right on east, brother. Right on east, brother.
Okay.
I said I haven't read the old book.
You haven't. It's fine to. It's okay to.
I can't even understand you right now.
It's okay to not have read it.
No, because you is an ass. That's what you are, an ass.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, an apostle of the Lord calling people asses. So convincing.
That's true.
Must have skipped 1 Peter 3:16. Oh boy. All right. Well, thanks, Isa, for that Apostle Michael update. That was fun to incorporate back to back. I'll take a moment to remind folks there is a link pinned there in chat. If you want to come up and bring up a topic for discussion or debate, it's really easy to join. Just click on the link there in the pinned comment and come on up. Tell us why we should believe what you believe. Or if you have any,
or if you just want to come chat with us and see what's going on.
Right, anything of substance to add to these topics that we're, reacting to.
Was that the end of the Cohen clip?
That was the end of the Michael interaction.
Oh, I see.
With that was from a stream.
What was next on your list?
Anything. Like we've got this Matty D and a Thinker clip that we could watch.
I feel like watching something from Justin.
Well, let's see what's on DZ Debates. I wonder, is Justin dealing with a broken AC too? Because he's been in tanks like the last couple of nights.
He's just being a
No, he's not.
He's just thirst trapping.
Carnage told him to wear a tank top, so he did.
I love it. I love it. All right, looks like Justin's clips are a little long. And so, it's been the pace that like our adding in our reactions, like we usually want to double the total watch time. And so this would take 3 hours and put us like right around 4 o'clock.
He doesn't clip anything and make it like just like a 10-minute clip.
He like Justin has
It doesn't have to be
long
recent. We can watch
conversations.
something from a while ago.
Yeah.
Just find anything that's within our time frame. I just want to see something Justin, is all I was saying.
I'll have to go back quite a bit because like I
There's
want
a
to make sure
17-minute one.
we're not doubling up on things. So like back
Just
before
pick
we
a call
started
from
reacting.
today. I heard today was kind of a wild show.
We'll put Thirst Trap Justin up.
Yeah, I was really wanting to watch from today because I didn't get to see it. I slept through it.
Me too. I woke up right at the end. I was like, fired off a super chat. It's like, figures. I missed the whole fucking thing.
Right.
And then he played the M song, so I was like, all right, cool. That's
already timestamped. Nice.
That's a consolation.
Did he play it when M's joined?
No, M's had
Maybe
already
I
been
did.
there.
Maybe I did see that.
M's was there, I think, I don't know for how much of the show, but by the time I think I signed on at like 6:30, and he just finished the last call. M's was already there, and he stayed on through him reading super chats at the end.
Did he shout out Async? Do you know?
Yes.
Here we go. Grocery from Async. Figures I missed the whole thing. That reminds me I have to go to the Async channel, let you guys listen into this. All right, is this when he plays it?
That reminds me, I have to go to the Async channel and let you guys listen at the end of this to the song that Gretchen made for M's. It's badass.
Oh god.
Pretty wild, actually. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like it. Let's see, Async network. Let's see if it pops up. There we go. Got it right here. But yeah, it's a fun one. You guys are gonna like it.
Oh yeah, here we go.
To the moon, are you stupid? You of your choice.
Put it at normal speed.
Let's see. You want, I suppose it's your school, but what a crazy requirement. Okay, I'm gonna add real quick. Let's see, my browser to my soundboard, and then I should be able to send it to everybody here when I press play. Let's see.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene.
Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophets with the moon, are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic.
Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
Fucking badass, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I hate the title Doctor.
What do you say?
He said he hates the title Doctor.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
Maybe he prefers MD to M's, even
Dr.
though it
M's.
means medical doctor.
Yeah.
But I mean, or maybe he prefers physician.
Or maybe he prefers the Arabic term.
Who knows?
Yeah.
He didn't go into it, so
The world may never know.
he didn't say anything to me when I played him the song, or I would have changed it.
Yeah.
All right. Which of these calls looks appetizing? We got Felix, Rilo, Joan, Michael, Saint. Saint is the
What
one.
about
where
the one
M's-
from last night? The caller talks in tongues to.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, we never got to.
from the Matt
It was
Dillahunty one?
Matt. Yeah, Matt and Austin.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that one. Playlists.
Where Matt says, "I can do it too." Is that? I'm trying to remember if I've seen this.
I don't know, but you just ruined it for me now. Thanks.
I don't know if I'm. I'm sorry. I'll just shut up.
I'm just playing.
I know.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for watching. Most of the content on my channel is supported by generous patrons, but made available for free to the entire world. If you support that, please consider adding your support at patreon.com/atheistdebates. This clip, however, is from one of the many programs that I do on YouTube on The Line. And if you liked it, feel free to visit, like, subscribe, and watch The Line Network live. Thank you.
All right, Mick, thank you for waiting. Mick's going in to talk about the moment they stopped believing.
Yeah, my pronouns are he, him. I
like
want to say
Austin.
thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm going to be talking about my experience with conversion therapy. So I encourage people to take care of themselves.
Oh, okay. So this is a now atheist that is talking about their experience.
By the way, there's now an Elite Dangerous channel in the Discord.
Let's
go crazy.
Hell yeah.
As I share.
Yes, please.
And I'm going to trust Matt and is it Aaron or
Austin?
Yes. Austin, sorry. I just said yes.
Austin. I'm gonna trust Matt and Austin that if I get swept up in what I'm saying, that y'all will help bring me back.
Okay.
Y'all are good at that. So
I'll do what I can.
I'm gonna try to give a little bit of backstory and then go into the experience. When I was a teenager, my mom, she struggled with mental health her whole life. She was convinced that I was a bad kid, and so she had me go to a church group, which ended up being one of the most right-wing churches in my state, unbeknownst to me. And I got online and I started talking with other church people, and I met this church lady from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Well,
why does
my
he
mom
talk
made
like
a
that?
really poor choice.
Talk like what?
Like he keeps getting ready to stop.
Yeah, it's like syncopated. It's just
Yeah,
The
it's
rhythm is
really
off.
like he's like just thinking of the words just in time. Like his
something
brain
like
is
that.
like catching up with his mouth, or his mouth is catching up with his
It's
brain.
like he's nervous and is throwing off his cadence.
Yeah, probably not as used to speaking extemporaneously as other people. It's like if I talked like this, like I'm
Yeah, you
really
really do it.
considering my next words.
Stop doing it. It's driving me crazy.
Sorry.
just
her
as
dating
annoying when
and,
you do it, RP.
But at least I'm doing it on purpose for like demonstration purpose.
It can be replicated.
The internet in the mid 90s and decided to move to Tulsa for some guy she just
learn
met.
this power, not from a Jedi.
I'm gonna definitely use the power for evil, just to piss off everyone.
And I went with her. She ended up having a mental health crisis and abandoning me. After that, I had just gotten home from a church youth group in Tulsa when that happened. So she kicked me out, and I became the church lady who I had talked with online became my guardian. One of the worst churches in Tulsa at the time. So one day, my guardian discovered that I was queer. I'm a trans man. So at the time, I was seen as a girl, and so my guardian from this ultra right-wing Christian nationalist church gave me an ultimatum. I either go through an exorcism or I'd be homeless.
Wild.
So I decided to subject myself to the exorcism. Now, I liked my youth pastors. And, a little bit of backstory for my religious experiences. I would go to church and sing and speak in tongues and all this stuff. And I thought I was having, I wanted to convince myself I was having a real experience. But my youth pastor, who I liked, all of a sudden, I was having a really strange experience. Yeah, it wasn't standard conversion therapy, and forced exorcism. It took me a long time to actually come to terms with with the fact that is conversion therapy. But
the exorcism is
in this bathtub.
I've missed part of what you're describing. It took you a while to realize that what part wasn't.
So she had me get into a tub, and she read from like some book, like it filled with water. I had to sit in this tub, and she read from this book, and she was trying to get me to for hours to draw some demon out of me. So at some point I decided that I had to pretend to speak in tongues to get out of it. Mm-hmm. And I knew I was pretending. I was, shivering cold in this bathtub at this point and pretending to speak in tongues, pretending to be possessed by a demon in order to get out of this situation. So it was this experience that woke me up to the fact that I was being abused.
There we go. Yeah, I was going to say, if Caller was a minor during this time, this is child abuse. And, as bad as the foster system is, it can't be as bad as the situation that they were currently in, under the care of a quote-unquote guardian that it has no familial bond and is, batshit bonkers.
I agree.
Exorcism?
Yeah. An amateur exorcism. She wasn't even a priest, it sounds like. It's just some fucking church lady.
Convinced other people that she could
exorcise the demons.
Good movie reference. Yeah, no. I have a friend that was in the Iowa foster system, and it was not a good thing. He ended up eloping. He was the drummer for one of my first bands, and so on the weekend I would drive to the capital of Iowa and pick him up because he'd be crashing couch surfing on some of our friends' couches. But on the weekend, he'd come to my place and stay, and we have band practice and stuff. But he was always dodging his foster officer because he was required to go to court to testify against the foster family that he ran away from, because apparently they were being brought up on charges, but he was 17 at the time. He didn't want to deal with that shit.
Yeah, just having to relive all that stuff. It's got to be so hard. But if they don't, those people don't face justice. It's got to be so hard.
Yeah, it's an imperfect system. But when you're in a situation like the caller, like, might as well try to roll a dice.
And then an event happened that allowed me some distance. My guardian's 10-year-old son started hitting me like really hard, like punching me. I was like 16, 17 at the time, somewhere around there, almost 17. And I ended up calling my boyfriend at the time to come get me out of the situation. And luckily, he was well-resourced enough and able enough to come out, drive multiple states to come get me. And that gave me distance, which where I landed wasn't religious at all. So it was the experience of realizing that I was abused and also getting distance from the religious community that allowed me to really get out.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you. I mean, on the other hand, I'm glad that you figured out what was going on and found your way free. But I mean, that story is not going to be anything like any of us.
I do think it's interesting. People have experienced something.
Well, what I think is interesting is people who do believe in the phenomenon of exorcisms, and they believe that that's real demonic possession, all of this stuff that they, there's a lot of people who really sincerely believe in this, and these documented incidences of, like the whole Conjuring movie series is based on Ed and Lorraine Warren, whatever their names were, that would go around and deal with these cases of exorcism. But a lot of these situations are exactly what you're describing, where it's like a scared kid who is performing what they think they need to perform to stay safe in an environment where the adults around them are behaving incredibly erratically and basically being insane. I don't know if you remember Elizabeth Smart. It was a big deal where I'm from in Utah. Mm-hmm. She was kidnapped in 2002 from her bedroom by a guy who called himself Emmanuel and thought he was a prophet. And similar to your story, the way that she finally started, the way that she convinced him to go back to Utah, they left the state, was she just decided to kind of talk to him in his language. And she would just be like, I've had a visitation from the voice of God has told me that we need to be back in Utah. And she would be like, and I know that he wouldn't speak to me. He would only speak to you. But he said that if you asked that it would, but she was so deeply in character in this role to stay safe as a 14-year-old girl that when a police officer approached her as they came back to Utah, he even separated her from her captors and looked at her and said, I need you to tell me that you're Elizabeth Smart. I need you to say those words so that I can do what I need to do here and arrest these people. And what she said back to him was, thou sayest. She didn't even feel safe saying it in yeah, that's my name. Like she was so deep in the character of playing her part as the ordained wife of this madman that she was playing along. And so a lot of evangelicals and people who do the speaking in tongues thing and all this stuff, they'll see all of this quote unquote evidence of like, oh, I've watched people being possessed. I've watched people speaking in tongues. But a lot of times what it is people who are just terrified, who are playing the part because they're surrounded by insane people with more power than them, insane people with more authority 100%. Than them. Yeah. So pretty interesting.
It's the emperor's new clothes.
Quote unquote evidence can come to be.
It's fear of exclusion. They don't want to be the only one. So talk themselves into believing it.
Is Carnage going to eventually tell Justin to wear the Emperor's new clothes?
Yeah, somehow I doubt it.
I mean, he's on the way. Get rid of the sleeves. What's next?
I'm still trying to get her to burn that fucking dead goat witch.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to say that the shame from that experience also left me in a similar way, but unfortunately, that's the sticky stuff. But I just want to say thank you for taking my call, and I hope this helps someone.
Yeah. Wild stuff, Mick. I'm glad you made it out. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
Happy Easter,
talking to
y'all.
Jimmy real quick.
Happy Easter, Mick. I hope that you find some eggs with some money in them. Those are the best ones when you find one that like your grandpa put like $1 in.
I see. So Easter egg stuff was never. I don't think it was like a thing for me. When I hear stories from people like Mick, and thanks so much for sharing. I grew up in a fundamentalist, evangelical, Southern Baptist, kind of normal Midwest Missouri home. And I don't have bad memories of it. I have good memories of all of it. I mean, I'm not saying every moment was, puppies and flowers and kittens and whatever else.
Now Matt is speaking in the same cadence as the caller. Like it's
Austin was just doing it too.
It's infected. Like it's an infection. It's a contagion. It's probably going to start infecting us. Like we need to like burn and quarantine this clip so that like we remain consistent and coherent. No, maybe we should exercise this clip because this is obviously like a speech pathology demon.
Put it in a bathtub full of water. And
Does that work for tongues? I've never been to like a service where they spoke in tongues.
I have.
Can you speak gibberish?
Was what I just did gibberish enough, or
yeah, that's it. That's all you got to do. Just make.
I don't
noises.
know. Actually, yours, what you did isn't actually gibberish enough. It's I don't know. At least in my experience, it seems like it kind of heavily lays on the ah syllable, like amba shala bala bala, crap like that.
Yeah.
Like everything, it's like there's no other fucking vowels in tongues except for an a.
I heard the.
I don't know why.
That kind of shit.
See, that sounds like you're speaking like ancient Egyptian or something.
Oh, all right.
They do a lot of repetitive shit, like they're making animal noises or something. It's fucking ridiculous.
Does that come before or after the handling of the snakes?
When I feel like I'm trying to like emulate speaking in tongues, like for some reason I just feel like I'm speaking backwards. I don't know. Maybe I need to go to some of these services so I can get their technique
You don't need
down.
to do that.
Probably not.
Just, no.
We
Who
got
is that
someone.
comedian that did a fucking hilarious thing about talking in tongues? Oh, fuck. Can't remember who it was now. It'll come to me.
All right, we got someone requesting backstage. Should we bring him up, Gretchen?
Who is it? Rando? Yeah, he's cool.
Yep.
Rando's cool.
Hey, random Australian, how you doing tonight? Or I guess morning for you.
Fantastic. Oh, it's early evening. It's 5 o'clock in the evening over here. I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
We're doing
Hanging in there.
just peachy.
living that dream, sweating my ass off.
Excellent.
So what brings you on stage tonight?
Oh, just chilling, man. I just got time to sit back, and so I clicked YouTube, and yeah, this is on. So I'll probably come here quite often.
All right. Well, welcome to the panel. We're about halfway through this clip, so I guess if you don't have any particular things you want to bring up, we can just continue on. Sound good?
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
But I don't really have a lot of regrets. I despise the religion that I was brought up in because I now see it for what it is. That is a parade of lies and false hopes and immoral actions that have managed to corrupt humanity and dignity of virtually every person that interacts with it. And the ones that it doesn't seem to corrupt are the ones that were completely immune to the harmful and evil doctrines within it and just wanted to look at the turn the other cheek, love thy neighbor, engage in charity. And these people were going to be good people no matter what. And I just wish they were doing good for the sake of doing good, not doing good because they think that's what God or Jesus wants, because that's cherry picking and dishonest as fuck. And so then there's another group of people who, because of what that book says, will punish and torture, will support corruption and immorality. I don't know how far removed they are from supporting slavery. I mean, it's in there. It's in there more explicitly than a number of other things that they export. There's nothing, you can make jokes all day about how, God's definitely woke because he created them. And in Christ, there's neither male nor female. Ooh, so everybody's non-binary and blah, blah. I mean, you can make jokes like that and make it woke. But there are people who look at those verses like that and they try to spin the Bible to be more in line with the goodness that they already support. And on the one hand, I'd much prefer those people. On the other hand, they don't have a biblical leg to stand on. And how do you oppose? Hey, you're queer? Well, let's get you an exorcism and let's actually physically torture you. When the Supreme Court made its decision the other day on conversion therapy, it may have been the correct decision on legal constitutional grounds about what you can and can't prohibit. But and I'm not even sure of that because I haven't dug in much. That's about what the law is. And they have to decide based on the previous laws, based on what we have as a society agreed upon or failed to agree upon. And if you build the laws of society in such a way that they are rooted in individual autonomy and dignity, and where they support the freedom and we remove the bigotry, that while you have the right to be a bigot, you don't have the right to impose that bigotry on anybody else. The bizarre nature of conversion therapy, which is torture, which does not work, which, by the way, no adult, I'd say it's false imprisonment, kidnapping, any number of things, not to mention that even if you're a parent doing it to your kids, you don't own your fucking kids. You are the stewards of those kids. You are the caretakers of those kids. And if your version of caretaking is, oh, this child doesn't conform to my fantasy man in the sky's definition of what a person's supposed to be, therefore, let me beat it the fuck out of them. You're a garbage human being and your religion has only made you worse.
I'm very fascinated in the relationship between mental illness and religious belief, and obviously correlation is not causation, but I feel like we need to look more into how adherence to religious beliefs and supernatural beliefs and a literal belief in supernatural stories for which there is no evidence can kind of embolden maybe dormant traits for for potential like psychotic breaks or psychosis, or can even just create them, because this happens over and over and over again. And it's so weird because the other people that are part of that exact same church will see something like Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand, who, started their whole their whole own offshoot course of marriage counseling and family counseling in the LDS church, and it was very successful. They were making a ton of money doing it. And then it came out that Jody and Ruby were convinced that all of these people were suffering from demonic possession, and they were telling people to do things like starve your kids and make them stand out in the sun for 10 hours at a time so that you can burn the demons out of them and things like that. And then when the sane, quote unquote sane members of the church find out about that, they're like, oh, how horrible, how horrifying. But it's like, but don't you guys believe in all that stuff? You believe in demons. You believe that there is a literal devil going around.
Good night, Equinox. Hope you rest well.
Waging a spiritual war for the souls of all mankind. So why are they crazy for believing that devil had been successful in possessing some of these kids, but you're not crazy for believing that the devil is waging spiritual warfare through things like, gender ideology and drag shows and stuff like that. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. But it's just once people see, it's just like, it seems like once people of faith see the consequences, the dire consequences of the things that they believe in, and they see it being used to abuse children and stuff like that, all of a sudden some part of their brain clicks on and goes, oh, well, that's bad. But they're not able to make the connection. I believe in the exact same thing. I guess I just don't take it to the level of starving my kid to, because in Ruby Frankie's mind, she was starving the demon. And she would write down in her journal, I'm willing to let my child die to kill this demon because I believe the demon has full control over the child. And I would rather let the child die than let the demon win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple more atheists calling in about the moment or moments where they figured out that they didn't have a good reason to believe and couldn't believe anymore, or maybe where they just got mad at God. That's it. I mean, theists aren't going to call in, Christians aren't going to call in to defend the resurrection. They know this is a lost cause. They know they have no way to resolve the contradictions. They know they have no evidence to point to. All they have is, for the Bible tells me so, and can't rely on that. And so I guess maybe we'll get some theists calling in about something else. Maybe they'll point us. So here's all these people. And by the way, I think all of our deconversion stories so far have been from Christianity or some version of Christianity.
Okay. I found it, RP. How about we watch a little bit of, how about we watch something kind of funny to
for sure
bring a little levity in here, because that was heavy and a downer.
Yeah, it kind of was. Really quick, Ray, I want to touch on what you're talking about with Jackie, putting a patch into prod fucking midweek. When I was working for this laser scripting company, like we were writing laser scripting programs, they wanted to push the patches Friday. And the amount of fucking fires that would cause over the weekend because the patches would be incompatible with older systems was just fucking crazy. And so I eventually got them to push to production on Monday. That way, if there were any sort of bugs with legacy systems, we could address them before the weekend when everybody actually needed to use their machines.
Yeah, passing on a Friday is one of the most idiotic things we could do. We always did Wednesdays too. We did from 2 to 4. I think just as Jack was saying, same time frame. You get used to it, right? And if you're the engineer that's on call that week, you know that okay, there might be some issues. Get to bed early because you might get woken up, kind of shit, right? Don't drink too much. That kind of thing. If you're on call,
yeah.
There's always that chance. Well, there was a point where you're on call 24/7 for some of us, and one of my coworkers actually got a call while he was at a strip club getting a lap dance. He got called for on call, and he was proceeding to fix the problem over the phone while getting a lap dance. And the stripper's like, "What are you doing?" I'm working. like
I'm making
kinda
the
like
money
you.
that I'm going to tip you, honey.
Right. This is trying to get more for this experience, I guess. Yeah, it's just hilarious. But yeah, that's patching. It can be a nightmare though too. We always did a dev stage UAT cycle, so we always took a month before it would finally get to production. So everything would have cycled through a dev and stage environment before it ever got to prod. So by the time prod came around, we were pretty sure we were fine.
Nice. We
Anyway.
were a little more loose.
Yeah, you depending on the environment, you can be. This was e-commerce, and there was none of that. That was our bonuses if we went down. So we were pretty good about not letting that happen. That's why we got bought out by Micros and then got bought out by Oracle, because we were good at it. So let's laugh.
Oh wait, we're supposed to wait for the jokes.
We can laugh now.
Before I talk about the South, I'd like to offer up my resume. My last name is Cash. I am related to Johnny. We came from the same William Cash, who came from Scotland in 1665. He's my fifth cousin twice removed. I don't know what that means, but I have some really eccentric, nerdy cousins who are really smart, and they figured it all out and made a book about it, and I believe everything they say. And when I say they're cousins, you picture somebody my age. They're actually my dad's cousins, but they're still technically my cousins, but they're more grandpa age. And their names are Ned and Ted. And they're brothers, and they live together in the same farmhouse that they grew up in a cornfield in Shelby, North Carolina. And they call each other Brother Ned and Brother Ted. And I didn't make up any of that. That is a little peek behind the curtain into my background. Related to Johnny Cash, my dad worked on a pit crew when they still raced NASCAR on dirt for a guy named Stick Elliott. He was the first of the Elliots. My dad loved NASCAR. Only time I ever saw my dad cry was when Dale Earnhardt passed away. I couldn't believe. I was like, Dad, you didn't even cry when Nanny passed. He was like, Nanny didn't go fast in a circle, dog. He was upset. I get it. My mom talks in tongues. Yeah. And I just feel like that's a redneck resume strong enough to say whatever the fuck I want to about the South. And if you get mad, we're probably cousins and we'll figure it out after the show. All right. If you get upset, we'll get on a Zoom call with Cousin Ned and Cousin Ted. We'll work through it as a family. When I say that my mom talks in tongues, I should say that in the past tense. She used to talk in tongues. She has dementia now, and there's not a lot of silver linings to having dementia. But in my humble opinion, her forgetting that she talks in tongues is definitely one of them. I'm sad she has dementia. I'm thrilled she doesn't talk in tongues anymore, because it's creepy as shit. I don't know if you've ever been around it. She would do it at the house, and I'd be like, please don't do it at the house. Please. Please don't do it other places. Do it at the certain place where y'all do it together. Don't do it outside of there. I grew up very religious. The tongue talking didn't come till later, thank goodness. That was after I was already out of the house. And then I came back. When COVID happened, she used to do it at the building. You know, she went to a church with all the other tongue talkers. But when COVID happened, they were like, we don't think the Spirit will protect us from this. So better distance or whatever. So they started doing tongue talking prayer group on the phone, which is kind of crazy because she would put it on speakerphone at the house. And I would be there, and I don't live with her, but I do stay with her for extended periods of time in between touring, and all my stuff is there. And I don't have my own place, but so. And now I don't live with her now because I'm a loser. I live with her now because I'm taking care of her. You know what I mean? She has dementia. I mean, I was already living there when she got it, but still. It would have been a real dick move to move out then, you know? Like, I kind of been enjoying keeping my stuff here, but now she got this dementia. I'm probably going to get a place.
Can you pause it real
step
quick?
in here now.
Is this the guy that does van living? Like he has a little like van home and he tours it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
It's not
I've
really.
seen-
He's not really van living, but it's van touring. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've seen a special from this guy. It's Cliff, right?
Yeah, Cliff Cash.
Yeah, he's hilarious, and like he's got that southern like twang, but like he's like super left, and so like it really kind of comes as a surprise. But like him and like Rory Scovel are like kind of my favorite like lefty southern comedians.
Yeah. He goes to DC during the big protests and he just trolls the living shit out of like the Heritage Foundation, and it's fucking great. It's just fucking great. Because he can do it the way only a comedian can, It's hilarious.
Yeah, and Ray, like you brought up Ron White. Yeah, Ron is the GOAT. And like so like growing up, like I was around like the first or second grade when the Blue Collar Comedy Tour was getting like super popular across the US. Bill Engvall, Jeff Foxworthy, Ron White, and Larry the Cable Guy all were touring together. And like I always liked Ron White the best out of all of them, but like my family hated him, and like I eventually
Yeah, but then he turned out to be a right-wing piece of crap.
No, I think he's still left. Last I saw, he was on Roseanne's show, and like Roseanne was talking about liking Trump, and he was like, "Oh, I hate that piece of shit."
He's in Austin, part of the Rogan sphere. Like actively.
Oh, maybe then. Maybe
He really is.
What wasn't he a Never Trumper though?
Yeah, he wasn't.
He's performing at the mothership. So was Joe Rogan at one point.
I guess relatively compared to the rest of the people on the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, he's left of them, which might not be like completely left outside of the perspective. But he was always my favorite of those guys. Ron Tater, Salad White. All right, you can continue the club. Thanks for the rabbit hole.
I decided to stick it out, It seemed like the right thing to do. So I'm down at the time I was living on the first floor, okay? And it's not a basement, it's above ground. Every once in a while, one of these MAGA people insulting me online will be like, "You probably live in your mom's basement." Like, it's not a basement, it's not subterranean. It's just a first floor, fuckface. And she lives down there now. We live upstairs. But I was living on the first floor at the time. So I came upstairs, I don't know what I was doing. I think I was getting a Capri Sun, but I just, like a proud boy. And I hear her going, must be Thursday, So I come around the corner into the kitchen and I see her. She's in the kitchen. She's got her phone out on the counter on speakerphone, so I can hear her going, and I can hear about 22 other people going, and I'm like, oh, gives me a goosebumps, And I kind of walk past her and I'm like, I think she's like kind of kneeled down, kind of like in a prayer position. And I go to the refrigerator and get my drink out, and I look over, I realize she's in the junk drawer. She's got this phone up there. Everybody's tongue talking, feeling the spirit. Y'all understand that you tongue talk when you're in the spirit. The whole concept is the Holy Spirit has taken over your body and is talking through you in a language that you and none of your friends understand. He wants to tell you something, but he can't quite get it out. That's the concept of tongue talking, right? Well, she's got her phone sitting on the counter, and she's in the junk drawer, actively looking for what I can only assume was either a ketchup packet or a bent post.
Isn't the concept of tongue talking supposed to be that, like, even though you're speaking in tongues, like, everyone universally understands you?
Supposedly, yeah.
No, I can tell you how it works. Not exactly
It's
like that.
supposedly supposed to be the Holy Spirit speaking through you, and you're speaking all the world's languages at once.
Well, the way it worked at the church I grew up in was there was usually like a moment of prayer where like the preacher would or the pastor would start it, and then there'd be like after he finished, after everybody had closed their eyes and the pastor had finished, there'd be like this silent chanting going on, and then eventually somebody would stand up and then deliver this message in tongues, and the whole church would be silent while this woman.
Wait, what is a silent chant? Because that sounds like an oxymoron.
You can hear like people praying under their breath. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like everybody's praying silently to themselves.
It's not really a chant. It's more of just a prayer.
But it's not really
Murmur.
silent either. You know,
Well,
like
it's not dead silent, but it's like
a quiet
everybody's
chant.
quiet. Like nobody's publicly making a show of themselves.
Okay.
And then eventually someone will stand up and like take the spotlight essentially and just start speaking in tongues, and the whole church will then stop. Like no one will be murmuring at that point. It goes silent, dead silent, and this person just talks in tongues. And it can go on for a minute, 5 minutes, however long. None of it makes a lick of fucking sense. Most people just keep their eyes closed or just watch the person. But
By
anyway,
the way, that is such an Iowa phrase, a lick of sense.
Right.
I love it.
And then
In my church, it tended to happen at the end of like a hymn, a song, while the music was still playing.
that often happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what would happen is after the person, it didn't happen every single time, but most times, probably about 90% of the time, at least in my experience, after the person delivered the thing in tongues, the church would go silent again. And then there would be like 2 or 3 minutes where nobody would say a word. Sometimes the pastor would just say, okay, and pick up but what usually happened was somebody would then stand up and
translate it.
Yeah. Like they're like,
Yeah, it was the fucking weirdest shit.
Yep. So bizarre. So fucking. And I just had, I'll be back to tell the story, but I just ran to the store and I might have just prevented a murder, but I had to call the 911. It was fucking wild. But I'll be back. I have some food in the microwave.
Not
I'll
all
be right back.
heroes wear capes.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry, OE. It's just how my mind works.
No. She is like I'm like, you're not in the spirit, you're in the junk drawer. You can't be talking to the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost while you're looking for a paper clip and a rubber band.
You pause it a second.
Whatever's in the junk drawer.
All right. So yeah, I ran to the gas station, and when I came out of when I first was going into the gas station, I could hear some arguing, but so what? People are allowed to argue in public. I didn't pay any attention to it. And then after I did my shopping and came back out, I could hear it would sound like screaming. Now it was like turning into like a fight was about to break out, and it was several voices. I couldn't see the people; I could just hear them nearby, and like it was like, you need to back the fuck up, stuff like that. And so I went to grab the store clerk, and he was just coming out of the building, and I said, "Do you hear what's going on? It sounds like there's a fight about to break out." And then it's really started to escalate. You could hear like all these voices getting really angry with each other and a lot of shouting going. You couldn't really make anything out what was being said, but it just sounded like something bad was about to happen. So he's like, "I'm going to go lock my store." I said, "All right." And he asked me to call 911. So I said I would. So I went and got in my car and dialed 911. And then, I'm explaining like, I'm just hearing it sounds like young men shouting. I can't really see anything. Gave him the location of where I was. Then the store clerk comes over to me because he had come back outside, and he's like, I think you need to, he's like, asked if I was on the phone with the police. I said, yeah. And he said, I think you need to tell them they might have a gun. And I said, okay. And so I tell them that, and the dispatcher asked me, how do you know that? And I said, well, that's what the store clerk just told me. And she asked me to ask the store clerk, and I said, how do you know that? And he said, one of the guys just said, I don't want to have to shoot you, man. And so I told him that. And then like seconds later, the police started showing up. And so I didn't have any other business there. So I left, but I decided to drive around the block. but just in the short drive around the block, like 10 police cars had shown up in the area, and I really couldn't tell what would happen. They had everybody separated, but they didn't see any ambulances. I didn't see any blood. I didn't see any guns. It was just like 4 young black men that were apparently shouting at each other, but it was pretty wild to just run into something like that in the middle of the night.
And it's bar closed, like in your neck of the woods, right?
Yeah, there's a few bars nearby, so yeah, I could have just been, and it's just right after 2 a.m. when they stopped selling. But it sounded like something really bad was about to happen, about to break out, and because we called the police, it isn't going to end that way. But I don't know. I'll look in the paper tomorrow and see if I see, or in the next coming days, and see if I see anything about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, we can dive back in. I didn't mean to derail or anything. I just wanted to, it was pretty wild. I just had to share it.
Glad
or
you're
can we
okay.
all throw out the junk drawer? You're not going to use that bent Post-it note. It's the sugar packet that they give you with the cut flowers. I need this to-go fork. My family was so religious. I grew up on the far right end of the evangelical conservative spectrum. For real, as religious as you can get. Every Wednesday, youth group. Every Sunday, church. I went on church ski trips and church summer camp and church canoeing trip. I mean, every trip. I went on to all the trips. My parents are like, thank God there's a trip this weekend. Have a good time. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, maybe we should join a church. Wait, what? It's only $50 a kid? Y'all take them for the weekend? Don't you fucking touch these kids, all right? Call me when you get back. That's some cheap-ass babysitting right there. I never thought about it until right now. I was like, holy shit, maybe we should be religious. Yeah. First time I ever got frisky with a girl was in a church van coming back from a ski trip. Yeah, I mean, nothing crazy, just, rubbing and stuff. Rubbing stuff the Lord wouldn't have wanted me to rub. I came home, I was like, Mom, I kind of like that Gina girl. She's like, Cousin Gina? I was like, oh, shit. I know. Somebody should have told me that probably months ago. I didn't. Yeah, were y'all going to mention that we were related? How embarrassed. Sweet girl. Still friends on Facebook. I'll give you a little glimpse into how religious we are. When I was about 7, my parents sat me and my brother down. My sister was already off to college. Big age difference. My parents are pro-life. And so we were mistakes. And so they sat us down and they were like, listen. This is what they said. They were like, listen, if anybody ever tries to come pick you up from school or practice or a game or a party or church and you don't know them and you've never seen them before, you don't go with them unless they know the password. And even as a 7-year-old, I was like, we know like 500 people. Can you send one of the 500 people that we know? Right?
Okay, guys in chat, I can see both your points, but there's no reason to fucking argue about it. I mean, Pete, they clearly did show up in less than a few hours because they showed up by the time he had driven around the block. And Evan, yeah, police don't typically, especially in Iowa, not big on de-escalating a situation. Is there a reason to call the cops because a store clerk asked you to? Sure. But, I mean, that doesn't mean everybody would automatically do it. I don't think that I would want to be responsible for calling the police if one of those 4 young black males ended up with a record for something that didn't even need the cops called.
I didn't know their race though when I called the police.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that, look at the neighborhood you're in. It could have been anything. You would have been. I mean, you're validated in calling because the store clerk asked you to, but you'd have been equally as validated in not wanting to get involved because how much of the responsibility do you take if that
I
goes
agree.
off
You
the
got to pick
fucking
your battle.
rails? You know what I
But
mean?
I thought
Or
someone was
like
about to get hurt.
if the cops show up and end up shooting an unarmed black man, I'm like, I don't know. Would you want to be the one that called the cops in that situation?
Didn't the clerk say one of them said, "quote I don't want to have to shoot you"? I think
That's what
I
the
think
clerk
I think
said.
that
You don't know that that
But I
actually
didn't hear
happened,
that.
though.
Yeah, I felt conflicted about the whole situation. It definitely wasn't an ideal situation,
Yeah.
but I don't think I did the wrong thing. Based
you
on
don't
what the
you don't
information
have
I
time
had.
to
I
think.
don't
in
think you
those
did
sorts of
either. It's just
situations.
they're discussing in chat. It looks like different people have taken a different side of the conflict, and they're arguing their side. But I'm like,
But if anyone wants to say I did something wrong, they can come up and say it to my face.
no, nobody's saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying
I
that
know.
I can see how you would have been conflicted, and I think that you probably would have been validated no matter which side you took. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I can see the conflict there, and that's up to each and every person when they're in the situation.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
It could have played out a different way, and there's definitely a world out there where I don't call, but it would have depended on those circumstances. The way the situation presented itself to me, I felt like that was the right course of action, but I didn't feel 100% right about it. But we can drop it. I don't have anything else to say about it. It was just a wild thing that happened. I just wanted to share. It doesn't look like anybody got hurt. So,
well, good.
I've only called the cops twice in my life. Once when I saw a fucking like power pole on fire. Well, I guess I wasn't calling cops. I was just calling 911. And then another time when we were like literally shot at on the highway. So yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's too wild.
Flowing, right?
Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, so I'm trying. I can't.
Had that a few times.
Right. Did they all go down with you in your imaginary doomsday scenario, you fucking psychopath? They were like, don't go with anybody unless they know the password. And the password was Jesus Christ. I was cool with it at the time. I was like, that's fine. Everybody loves Jesus, or almost everybody, Easy to remember, no problem. But now, looking back on it as a grown man, I'm like, that could have gone very wrong. Some creepy kidnapper dude just pulls up in a van with no windows. He's like, hey, kids, get in the van. Like, we can't go anywhere with you unless you know the password. Jesus Christ. Where are we going? To the woods. That got sad at the end. I apologize. That got sad. Got a little. Everybody's fine. He never came. Okay. I mean, he might have, but we weren't there. I'm just saying.
Oh no.
Everybody's okay.
Oh yeah. Cliff is great, y'all. Definitely go check out Cliff Cash.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, he's got a special, he titles it like the anti-MAGA comedian or something like that. And like he goes hard on like, Mike Johnson and Mitch McConnell and all of them. Like he's fucking hilarious.
The algorithm had just presented that to me like within the last couple of months, so I just found the guy. Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, Trey Crowder would be another one to check out. He's also pretty.
Trey Crowder. I'm not familiar with that name.
Yeah, Trey Crowder. It's TRAE.
A instead of E. That's a weird way to spell Trey.
Well,
TRAE. Yeah.
You listen to him, you'll see why.
Yeah. Okay. Liberal redneck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
As a fellow redneck myself, I work so hard not to have my fucking Iowa farmer twang, but like sometimes it just fucking comes out.
I don't have it, do I?
No, but like you probably didn't grow up working on a farm during the summers.
No.
Yeah,
buddy
I
from-
did.
My buddy from England, when he moved here, dropped his accent like almost immediately, and he would fall back 2 times when he was really drunk or when his mom called. We'd be hanging out at the house because his mom would not tolerate that English accent, that American accent bullshit. You will speak proper English, young man. So we'd be hanging out and it would switch. Oh, hello, mom. Right? And it was oh God, we'd forget. Oh, right, you're British. We just forgot.
Yeah, Tom, isn't it?
Well, he later on ended up doing sound at events like Summerfest, and one of the bands he was doing sound for was Foreigner, and they had a special guest drummer. So before the show was set up, he was doing the sound check and everything, and no one was really around. He was playing on the drums and just testing shit out. He heard some guy call him a wanker from the back, and immediately knew, oh, you're British. Let's talk about the old country. Ended up hanging out all day with the guy. His name was Jason. Ends up hanging out all day. And finally, the show is getting ready to go on and everything, and he's standing backstage with the guy as Foreigner's going on stage, and they announce, here's our special guest drummer, Jason Bonham. And the guy my buddy was standing next to proceeds to walk on stage, and for a second, oh, you shouldn't. Oh, wait, I was just been hanging out all day with Jason Bonham.
That's wild.
He spent all day with John Bonham's son, just hanging out, having a good time, never knowing who he was, and then he walks on stage right for, oh, okay, it just clicked.
Now, his father was in Led Zeppelin.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll just, before I have to get angry, John Bonham is considered one of the greatest drummers of all time. He's the inspiration for so many of the greats that you hear today, including Danny Carey. If you name a drummer, they all will cite Bonham as being one of the best, if not the. He was epic. That's why Zeppelin couldn't continue after he passed. It's like they couldn't replace him.
I come from the metal scene, so like my interests are in like metal drummers rather than like rock like Led Zeppelin.
Sure. Yeah, they kind of they crossed over a little bit. They hit a little bit of everything in their time. So like listen to like Immigrant Song would probably be one of the most metal-esque sort of Zeppelin tunes. I think that's pretty hard. They've got some good ones though. Yeah, I agree, OE, that Neil Peart probably sits on the throne, but you get to that level. I don't think any of them are going to say that they're just different. There's probably I think Danny's probably right there with Neil, and they just play differently. But I don't think either one would say that they're better than the other.
What about that Ramanas guy? That Eastern European guy on YouTube or TikTok, whatever. He's awesome drummer. He's just
the Estebario.
Estefan, that's the dude. That's it.
Yeah, that guy does
He's
crazy
amazing.
shit with sticks for sure. He recently got a new gig. He was trying out for some band. I forgot who he was trying out for. But Rush's new drummer is actually really good too. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, speaking of Rush, my buddy who taught me lasers, he's currently on tour with Rush. He's on tour with them like for like a year straight.
That's gonna start off fun and be kind of like I can't wait for this to be over near the end.
Yeah. Like we actually haven't hung out since before RP Junior was born, and like we were trying to meet up before he left for tour, but you know he just got so busy prepping for the tour and everything, it just didn't pan out. But yeah, he was one of the first friends I made when we were moving out here to Denver. Like you know we randomly met at an Excision concert and just hung out at our other friends. Well, we had a mutual friend at the time. My partner and I were still living in Iowa, and we were visiting for this particular concert. And so we ended up like having kind of an after party at our mutual friend's house. And so I taught him how to DJ, and that's how we first kind of bonded. And then he started getting into like kind of the production side of things, and he kind of helped pull me into that into that world.
Yeah, the town I grew up in had a band come out of it. They're called Natty Nation, and they're a rock reggae group, and they've been actively touring for over 31 years.
So that's a long time to tour.
But it's rock reggae. They're a lot of fun. I don't know how much of it they remember.
That's fair. That's fair.
And when you're living that life, it's hard to want to stop. It's why would you want to do anything else?
As long as the momentum keeps going. All right. So what should we queue up for next on the list? There's this Dr. Blitz clip that's looking particularly juicy. Also this Owen clip looked interesting.
I'm interested in Dr. Blitz. Oh, I picked I picked the Justin one.
I'd always go for Blitz.
Somebody else can pick.
I mean, it sounds
Blitz.
like we got four votes for Blitz, so I think that's an automatic yes. And
Hell
really,
yeah.
Gretchen's vote should count as like 3 votes automatically.
It's kind of the decider, no matter what.
Well, she is our fearless leader.
General Gretchen.
GI's here, Fry honking.
Yeah, is that your pup?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Still-
poor boy.
Still
Come here,
having the
buddy.
lung issues.
Yeah, he's got a vet appointment on Monday. I've been giving him aspirin, low dose aspirin, like half, but
Oh.
just gave him some a little bit ago, so it should help him. It's been helping him, but at the vet appointment they'll give him a cough suppressant again.
Sounds like he's got puppy COVID.
Right. I'm just worried that it's heart failure. That's what I was worried about last time, but they couldn't really tell definitively because he's a bit overweight, and so the fat that's surrounding his heart might, I don't know. They wanted me to help have him lose some weight, but it's next to impossible when he eats anything, and everything in his way. He like eats tons of cat food. He eats cat poop, but still, I only feed him twice a day.
Yeah, the hard part then is getting the exercise, right? Which would take that back. But how can you do it when he's coughing like that, right?
He gets tired out, but I still get him out. Like every time I take him out, like we usually, we try and go around the block. Usually takes a while though. He gets tired out pretty easily, but he is 16 years old, so he's lived a good long life.
Wish I could be a dog.
We lost our 5-year-old Super Mutt earlier in the fall. The year before, she developed a degenerative disc disease and ended up being paralyzed from,
Oh, no.
in her back legs. And so, we got her the spinal surgery, which cost us like $10,000, and she was recovering and like actually able to get around and shit. But then, just a couple weeks before RP Jr. was born, she started having like flu symptoms. Turned out to be a lymphoma.
Oh no!
And it was too aggressive to treat, and she ended up passing
That
away
sucks.
literally like 3 days after we brought RP Jr. back home from the hospital.
That's sad.
Oh.
So it was a weird time of like joy and anguish, but
Right.
my
last cat that I owned was 10 years old, and I knew he was probably going to have to be put to sleep soon because his belly had swollen up, and I don't know why. I don't know what happened to make his whole abdomen just like blowed up like this, but we had an appointment set for him, and he'd already been to a few appointments, so we knew it was near the end. And it was like the next morning we were supposed to be taking him, and he was laying in bed next to me, and he got up to come near me or to come towards me, and he ended up going down off the bed, and then he walked over to the corner and fell over and died. It was like, it just broke my heart. Like I lost my mind when he did that. It was so sad.
Wow.
I just bawled. I felt so bad for not getting him to the vet in time, and I was like really awful to myself but everyone was like trying to tell me, the cat lived better than most cats, and I gave the cat a good long life, and plus the cat didn't die in a strange place. It died, at home with people that cared about it. So.
Oh, was it even showing any signs before that though?
Yeah. We knew it was near the end. We just
Oh.
the plan was to put him to sleep when we took him in the morning. He just didn't make it that long.
Oh.
And I felt guilty for it. I don't know why. That's the way I reacted to it.
No, I hear you. You want it to be as peaceful as possible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I formed pretty deep bonds with my pets.
that's what they're for,
right?
Because they form the bonds back. That's the thing,
Yeah.
right? Like my dog Cassie was a Samoyed. She was just an amazing animal. She genuinely had like affection and caring, and would sit by you while you were sick and like make sure you were okay. And maybe I'm just anthropomorphizing it, but
I totally think that animals have conscious, sentient experiences just like people. I don't think I think it's just on a spectrum. I don't think it's the same as us, but I think it's similar.
Yeah, no. Well, it definitely touches. I mean, like when we had to put that dog down, like my dad cried.
Yeah.
Which, he didn't cry when his dad died. He didn't cry when his mom died. But when that dog went, nope.
He invested a lot into it, huh?
He couldn't deal with that. Yeah, that was too much. But yeah, we don't deserve dogs. Cats either, but you're never gonna see like a seeing eye cat or some shit, right?
There's a picture of Fry for you, RP, if you want to share it.
I lagged out for a moment. I don't know if y'all caught that.
I did.
Yeah, you were gone for some time.
Yeah,
There-
I'm on my
that's
phone
right.
now. I think our router just fucking bit it, so I'm gonna go try to restart it, fucking power cycle it. Oh my god, that's so adorable.
That was
Hello.
Hello. You can take it down now.
Totes adorbs.
What?
Yeah, his name is Philip
what
J.
part
Fry.
Did I lag out at?
What?
Huh?
When did I lag out?
A minute ago.
But like, what was the last thing you heard from me?
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay, well, it's probably
Sorry.
not that important.
And you're getting a little feedback now.
Yes, his name is Philip J. Fry. I named him after Futurama. We call him Fry.
All right. I'll go ahead and drop down while I try to fix my internet issues. Yeah.
You need like a timestamp? Is that what you're asking for?
No. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait, what did that do? Oh.
Okay. I can't bring any of the rest of you guys back up because. Oh, there you go.
Ta-da.
You guys all here?
Yeah, I think so.
Hello.
Yeah, it had to switch from RP back over to me.
What's your weather like in Australia? Is it winter? You getting snow?
No, we don't really. I've never actually seen snow in my life. It's very cold where I'm at, and I just saw a news report. Like there is fields that have snow, right? So there's snow season in some areas, and they've they've had a really bad start to the season, so there's not enough snow. But supposedly it'll pick up this week. But where I'm at, it gets to like at night time maybe 3 degrees Celsius, so just above freezing on
Oh.
average. Like it's pretty cold.
That's chilly.
I don't mind.
What's
the
that in
cold, but
freedom units?
I don't know, like probably 18 or something, maybe. I don't know.
Freedom units.
The band, the Jesus Lizard.
Oh no, wait, 32 is freezing, eh? 32 is
Yeah.
yeah, so it would be a little bit above that.
35, 40 maybe. Yeah, that's warm. Practically balmy for where I'm at during the winter. We're talking negative 20s with the wind chills.
Yeah, well.
Is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? First one, then the other.
Freedom units.
That's another Futurama reference in case anyone was wondering.
But where I grew up in Brisbane and Fiji, like it's like winter time is coldest it gets is probably 15, maybe even warmer than Fiji. Would be warmer than that. It would be like, so that's Celsius 20. So I don't know what you're talking now, like probably 60 or something. That's the coldest we get. It's pretty warm.
What? Negative 20 isn't too bad. What?
No, I said.
No, I'm
in
reading I was
Fiji,
reading someone in the chat saying that.
on the chat. Oh, okay, right.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yo Maple said negative 20 isn't too bad. I mean, like, if you have body fat, it might not be so bad. I have very low body fat, so it's horrible. I can last about 30 seconds.
Yo Maple's got to be Canadian.
That's fair. I mean,
Yep.
I'm so glad that
Canada.
they have battery powered jackets and gloves now. It makes getting to my car that much better.
Yeah, I'd say Canadians have the right to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna front on a Canadian's conception of cold. No, they got it. They
Yeah.
know.
For real.
What about Alaska? America.
Oh
That's
yeah, you don't
America.
even want to go there.
That's basically, I mean, left Canada.
Yeah. During the summer, Alaska is absolutely amazing. I highly recommend going in the summer. Going in the winter is idiotic. You like seasonal affective disorder? Yeah, that's where you're going to get it. Complete absence of sunlight. The kids go to school with flashlights. They walk home with flashlights through columns of snow. It's not a fun place to live during the winter. Ideally, what you do is you get a summer house in Alaska and a winter house in Hawaii, and you just bounce between the two. That's if you're just looking for pure climate.
That would be beautiful. Yes, that would be.
Yeah. If you want to go see mountains, go to Alaska last, because once you go there, every other mountain range you go to is just like, all right, well, I guess, yeah, there are some mountains, but you see those, it's just everywhere and epic, and every road you go around, it's like a postcard type of shot. It's just insanely beautiful. I was in the military. Well, I was in the military, but so was my father. And the base we were at, you could take hops. You could get free flights on the tankers, which were Boeing 727s essentially. And when I was a kid, every summer we would go to Alaska to go halibut fishing, and then every winter we would go to Hawaii so my mom could get a break from the students. But then it still became like a whole science trip, learning about igneous and metamorphic rocks the whole damn time. She just couldn't stop teaching.
All right, check. How's my connection?
Loud and clear.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Hotspot?
Yep, hotspot.
Decent hotspot.
Yeah, the Galaxy, I think 22 is pretty decent.
Streaming from it might be kind of tricky.
Yeah, I'll let Gretchen handle the video because that might be a little
It might be a little much for a hotspot.
Yeah. Agreed. But like, at least I can be on panel.
Was it Flat Earther whines like a baby?
No, it was about like a Nazi. Let me Flat Earther screams about Jewish Trump.
Was that it?
It should be a newer one, like one of the newest ones 2 days ago.
Yeah. It's Flat Earther screams about Jewish Trump.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump.
Wait, is Trump Jewish or first thing on this diverse? Jonathan, how's it going?
I usually increase to 1.15 speed.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And you can always skip past the coming up. He does that for new.
I already did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Gretchen hates the coming up.
I hate the coming up. I can't stand it.
Well, it's not really meant for people that watch all the time. It's for people who aren't familiar. It's like a way to.
What up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Jonathan, what do you think of this?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
1.25 might be a little fast. I do 1.15.
Well, I know the Earth is it's flat and it's like a dome on top.
Okay. Why do you
think so? It sounds all right to me.
Well,
Okay.
Sounds fine to me.
Blitz is usually a fast talker, but if
flat,
this is cool,
obviously,
it's
because that's
cool.
what they teach us in school. I'm not one of those. Yeah, I thought it was crazy too.
We can adjust it.
Wait, hold on. They teach you that the Earth is flat in school?
Well, they obviously don't teach you that it's like, not flat, that it's round. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
I mean to say that. Well, when you look into NASA, the thing that's supposed to be, showing the Earth and like proving what the Earth looks like the most, that's supposed to be y'all's main,
No, it's not. We've known that the
Oh,
Earth
hey,
was a globe
Gretchen
since
always
more than
says
2,000
to
years before
check
NASA
your
even
Discord.
existed.
So if you look into every
Okay, will do. Good night, Salamander. Have a good one.
old
Later, Sala.
picture or of the Earth and stuff, it is not like how it is now.
Here, do you want me to show you something that you might be interested in?
What would I be interested in?
Do you know who Pliny the Elder is?
No, I don't.
So Pliny the Elder, and just in case you don't know, I can show you. I can,
I mean,
back up.
but can I ask why would NASA?
We'll get there. Hold on.
What?
I just want to show you something first. So let me pull it up. One sec.
NASA or Nasha?
Okay. So I'm just going to take you to the Wikipedia page for Pliny the Elder, just so then you know that he's a serious person.
They're
So
deceiving you.
In English, Pliny the Elder was a Roman author, naturalist, scientist, naval and army commander of the early Roman Empire, procurator, and friend of the Emperor Vespasian. He wrote the Encyclopedic Naturalis Historia, a 37-volume work. Blah blah blah. He's an important guy, pretty famous. In fact, he's very famous for this particular work that he wrote, Naturalis Historia, which is a natural history. It's a 37-volume work covering a vast array of topics on human knowledge in the natural world, which became an editorial model for encyclopedias. He basically wrote the first encyclopedia. Now, I have a copy. It's an English translation, of course, of this book, of this very first encyclopedia that he wrote. It's the Natural History of Pliny. Now, if we go to page 50, which is actually page 16, and we go to chapter 2, he talks about of the form of the world. Now, keep in mind, this was written about 2,000-ish years ago. Now, he says in his book, written 2,000 years ago, that it has the form of a perfect globe. We learn from the name which has been uniformly given to it, as well as from numerous natural arguments. For not only does a figure of this kind return everywhere into itself and sustain itself, and also including itself, requiring no adjustments, not sensible of either end or beginning in any of its parts, and is best fitted for that motion, with which, as will appear hereafter, it is continuously turning round, but still more, because we perceive it by the evidence of the sight to be in every part convex and central, which could not be the case were it of any other figure. So this is a guy 2,000 or 1,900-ish years before NASA existed, talking about how the Earth is a globe. So we don't have to talk about NASA to know that the Earth is a globe.
But this was just one guy, though. If you look at like how they made the maps and traveled the world, it was completely different, was it not?
So if you look at ancient cosmologies that either
Spotty
didn't have
in it.
contact with the Greco-Roman tradition or exist before around 2,300, 2,400 years ago, then yes, they will look like you have a pizza with a dome on top. But by the time we had, by around 2,000,
Probably checking his Truth Social.
2,250 or so years ago, that was when, at least in the Greco-Roman culture, they figured out that the Earth was a globe. And this guy was part of that cultural tradition. He's writing about 300 years later, indicating that, yeah, they know the Earth is a globe. And they've known it for hundreds of years at this point.
And so how'd they know that?
With measurements. So in particular, Eratosthenes was the first person to measure the size of the Earth, the radius of the Earth. This is like a known thing.
It's not a scientific guy, but there's literal videos of, how they talk about what the curvature per mile, whatever, where you shouldn't be able to see the other side. And you can still see it no matter what.
You shouldn't be able to see the other side. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Because if the Earth was round, there's going to be curvature, obviously.
Yep. And you can see it. If you go high enough, you can see it.
At a certain, how long is it where you can't see the other side? How many miles?
You can never see the other side of the Earth. If you're on one side, you can never see the other side because the Earth's in the way.
No, I'm talking. When does it get to the point where you
the fact that there's a horizon shows, front to back curvature, trivially.
Mm-hmm. Is this the one where he goes with he shows the continents and the different how they, when you get further and away from a spherical object, you can see more and less of the continents? You remember that?
Oh, that was a more that one happened just a couple days ago, right?
Okay.
I think this was a little while ago.
Sure.
I think this one came out on Monday.
Because the one you're talking about, Nectu, is the one where the guy was talking about, in one picture, Africa is the size of the side.
Mm-hmm.
And Blitz had to explain focal length and stuff like that. And he broke out the simulation website.
Yeah, I want to look at that site.
Or it wasn't even a website. It was a Git commit, and you can actually go on and actually get the simulation software that they programmed for that.
On a side note, is it just me, or does his profile pic just scream "women don't feel comfortable around me"?
Yeah.
Okay.
That body posture, yeah, screams women cover their drinks when I'm around.
Mm-hmm. But then most flat earthers tend to give off that.
Bartenders keep an eye on me.
It's bold of you to assume they go in public.
I mean, yeah, he probably doesn't touch grass. That's
Or
fair.
you see the curve is what I mean.
So it depends on how good your how good your equipment is. You can definitely see the curve at like 50 to 70,000 feet up with your eyeballs.
Let me tell you this.
Why are you cutting me off when I'm answering your question?
All right, my fault.
So you can definitely see the curve with your eyeballs at 50 to 70,000 feet up. This is what high altitude pilots have said. It's
And high altitude.
And it's arguably the case, and this depends on the person. Some regular pilots will say that from their cockpit. I really emphasize that word weird. From their cockpit, some pilots will say, yeah, I can see a tiny bit of curvature from roughly 35 to 40,000 feet up, but that's debatable, and it really depends on how good your eyes are. But you can definitely see it at 70,000 feet up with your eyes, and you can see it with a camera at around 35,000 feet up.
Have you ever looked into the old Nikon cameras?
The
Nikon
900s?
Yeah, the ones
Yeah,
that
I'm
like
familiar with them.
That's funny.
Wait, hold on. Before you say anything, I'm going to make a prediction that you're going to say that NASA canceled them. NASA forced Nikon to discontinue them because they're proving the Earth wasn't a globe. Is that what you're going to say?
Hey, you're on track, buddy.
It's like I can predict the future.
Hey,
No,
no, it's
so
like
you know
it's like
what's
you know it already, brother.
You know
it
Mr.
already.
Blitz, PhD, the
Nikon
prophet.
you know why they discontinued the Nikon P900?
Why?
Because
He's only done this a zillion times.
All hail lamp.
Yes, I love lamp.
And it's
Lamp is
love
Lord.
lamp.
I
Lamp
love
has the power of prophecy. Lamp
Rick,
can tell us
are
all.
you just saying you love lamp, or do you really love lamp?
I
love
really
lamp.
love lamp.
I love lamp.
I'm curious why they discontinued this camera. I know they discontinued one of the Sony cameras because it could see through people's clothes.
Because Nikon was making the Nikon P1000. It was the next version.
I'm gonna let it play for a minute because I gotta run in and go to the bathroom.
Oh, really?
In the same way that Apple discontinued the iPhone 12 because they made the iPhone 13.
Well, you can't see the stuff like how you used to see
It's
it on
actually
that
a better
you know
camera,
that.
and yeah, you can see the exact same stuff and more.
Yeah, I don't know about that because when you zoom into an actual star, how they tell you these things look like, they don't look like it. And why is that?
Wait, are you talking about when you're like when it's out of focus, when it like looks like a blob?
No, if you zoom into a star with the old Nikon, cameras,
Nikon.
they look like a energy in water.
Oh,
And
that's when it's
this
out of
goes-
focus.
This goes into the
Yeah, that's
Bible.
an out of focus star.
The Bible, this links in with the Bible. If you're a Christian in here, you shouldn't believe the Earth is fucking round.
So I just want to show you something really quick. This might be interesting for you. Let me just see if this is. Okay, so this might be interesting. I haven't seen this video, but this video, I think it's exactly what we want. So this video is using a Nikon P900, right? It's using a Nikon P900. The video is correct versus incorrect focus and exposure of a star with Nikon P900. So let's watch.
I
So
mean,
this
how
is
the
what-
fuck can you be a Christian and believe that Earth
this
is
is
round?
what a correctly focused and exposed star should look like at full zoom. So this is fully zoomed in. I don't even know if you can see this. It's very small. It's fully zoomed in. It's just that little speck, right? That's what a star is supposed to look like when you're fully zoomed in and fully in focus. Now, apparently you can get correct exposure by pointing a flashlight in the lens and then locking the exposure. So that's how you get the correct focus and the correct exposure. People watching on YouTube might have a hard time seeing this. Now, if we turn off exposure lock, the star will start to overexpose, producing glare and appear to increase in size. So now you're letting you're increasing the exposure because there's just not enough light. So it's trying to open up the aperture open up the aperture and let more light come in, which will increase the amount of exposure and produce glare. So let's watch this happen. Okay, so see now it seems like it's a blob because we are producing glare. That blob there is glare. And now, one sec. If we defocus the camera, we will simply see this is called a bokeh pattern. And that's what you're referring to. That's what happens when the camera's out of focus. You get this.
You believe
blob.
that? You believe when the camera's getting closer?
I have a telescope. I've seen this myself. This isn't closer. This is just changing the focus. You're not zooming anymore. You're just changing the focus.
Changing
it just
the
becomes
focus?
it just becomes out of focus.
Changing the focus. He doesn't understand how a camera works.
Or standard optics.
Right. Like he just knows that he's thinking about it like he's probably young and just thinks about it in terms of like it was iPhone camera.
Right. It's just a flat thing that just
Yeah.
auto focuses, and it's.
He doesn't know. He's never used a 35 millimeter and had like actual lenses and telescopic lenses and having to change out lenses.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you took that camera back 100 years, you'd be burned at the stake.
Witchcraft. Everyone should have experience with a nice DSLR camera.
I think people should have experience with 35 millimeters. That was like the standard for like throughout the 80s and, well, at least the 80s. But I also I'm also familiar with Hasselblad cameras, and I think those are my favorite cameras. The square.
Those are nice.
Yeah. They're expensive as fuck though.
Yeah, my buddy does photography, and he's got those. He's got a whole collection. Really, the most expensive thing though is the lenses. Some of his lenses are like multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's insane.
All right. Well, I was gonna ask you though. I know you don't want to trust in NASA or whatever, even though that's y'all's main
It's
source.
literally not our main anything.
Yeah, all right, but looking at that, why did Werner Braun have a Bible verse on?
Because he was a Lutheran.
He was a what?
A Lutheran.
Can you explain what that is to me?
It's a kind of Christian.
Oh my god.
Oh wait. Yeah, can you pause? Is this the guy that has the engraving on his headstone that has like the Bible verse or whatever?
Who?
Werner Braun.
Yeah, Werner von Braun, maybe.
Yeah, like Fleur like to say that because like he has this specific Bible verse like talking about like I think the firmament or like the dome, that it means that he knew that there was a firmament around Earth, and like when you're dead, like you don't necessarily get to choose what's engraved on your tombstone. So like
that's kind of like right.
When I die, everybody, I would like to have this on my tombstone so I can wink at the public and slightly suggest that the Earth is actually flat and has a dome.
The lengths these people will go to, just grasp at whatever they can to cling on to their worldview.
I think my epitaph's just going to be no regrets.
I love it.
Not even one
letter. Everyone in my family knows that I'm not going to have a tombstone at all or a grave.
Nah, cremation is probably the way to go. Right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I want to be cremated. I don't want to take up land for like the duration of like the incorporation of that territory, because like land will never be like forever owned by that incorporation, whether it's a township or a privately owned property. Like I'd rather just be cremated and have my ashes like scattered at like my favorite rave.
Donated to a necrophiliac society first, maybe. I don't know.
My tombstone's just going to read YOLO.
I signed mine over to the UCLA Medical School. So they can do whatever the fuck they want with me. And if there's anything left when they're done with me, then they'll cremate it and send it to my next of kin. But otherwise, I check the box that says you don't have to leave anything left to me. I don't care. I don't need it anymore.
Use me as a rag doll.
There's some comedian who talks about donating your body to a medical school, and like just imagine like if like you're the cadaver that like the D student like who's like hungover and like fucking around, like not taking their lab seriously.
Well, the largest part of body donations can go to, I mean, all kinds of things. Like the guy that does the bodies, the plastination. It can go to.
Yeah, Seth Andrews talked about that, donating his.
Yeah,
body
I
for
mean,
that.
there are actual like body brokers that most of them just harvest tissue for different shit. And even though I might have, I might have an agreement with UCLA Medical School, it's still going to go through whatever body broker they use. And like, if they have some other need for it, I've checked the box saying that's fucking fine. I don't care. So
Just what just have fun. Leave a note or something.
interesting.
Get a tattoo.
It's definitely interesting the way they do all that shit. Because you wouldn't think it would be legal, but it totally is. So.
Yeah, he was a lifelong practicing Lutheran.
Well, that's what Trump told us too. Trump told us he was Christian. Now look at him, motherfucker's Jewish. I mean, you
What the
really
fuck?
gonna believe what they
Wait,
tell
Trump
us,
is
bro?
Jewish?
Yeah, he's our first Jewish president.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Hell yeah, what the fuck?
I love me some
I've
diversity,
never
equity,
heard
and
of
inclusion.
fucking. I've never heard of
I love
damn.
I
hell
love
yeah
me
from the-
I love
what
me
the
some.
fuck is going on? Someone
You
get-
know what? Trump represent the Jewish pride. Let's go.
Yes, Trump is Jewish, motherfucker. These
We had our
motherfuckers
first black
over here-
president in 2008. The next
bro,
time we
they
had our
think
first
I'm
Jewish
playing, bro.
president.
Did they-
Let's
hey,
go.
did y'all not
Hell
see that
yeah.
Jewish-
We got
Wait, did
ourselves
y'all
a
not
Jewish
see-
president.
He's not Jewish. His daughter is. What in the fuck?
No, he is
That just happened?
saying religion.
Which stream is that in, Nectar?
This one.
The horizontal?
Oh,
Oh yeah, there it is. Are you kidding me, Nave?
My favorite verse, 2 Corinthians.
He doesn't know a verse. He was openly like, "Oh, I don't like to talk about the Bible." Well, what's your
Nave,
favorite verse?
you're like
"No, I don't
fucking.
Like the
It's very personal.
You're like head injury stupid. You know that, right?
did you see the Discord?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
No, I know you did. I was asking RP.
You are the living fucking embodiment of fucking clown shoes, Nave. You know that, right?
My mouth was full of Doritos there.
Did you see it now?
It only
Did y'all
took
not
250 years, but we did it. We did it, boys. We got there.
What
Trump
the
is not
fuck?
Jewish. His kids and his family are. All right, Trump is not Jewish, guys, but his family is.
Oh, I thought
And
you said that
his
Trump.
kids.
Yeah, in what world is it a flex to brag about the slurs that you know? Come on, Nave, tell us.
If you're flexing about slurs, yeah, maybe you should leave and sleep on it. Maybe consider your choices up to this point.
I'd rather you stayed and told me why you think it's a fucking flex to brag that you know all kinds of fucking slurs. Like you think that makes you a good person or something. Nave always proves us wrong. Every time we think Nave can't get worse, Nave proves us fucking wrong.
Tangentially related, have you all seen the College Humor sketch, like things that are close to slurs? Or words that are almost slurs?
No, but that sounds pretty funny. Like
I'll share it in the producer chat.
I recall a few times in Discord channels saying things that were like, "Wait, was that a slur? Did I just hear what? Wait, what did you just
That's a
call
good
me?"
question, Terrible. I've never seen him do the emoticon smiley, and now that he's doing it like all over the place.
Well, if you play with any interface long enough, eventually find emojis.
I don't know. I really think that Nave has some sort of humiliation kink because he keeps showing up here night after night, even though he knows that he fucking irritates everybody.
I'm partial to K emojis, the Japanese emojis, just because I'm a giant fucking weeb.
Hey, Oe.
Hello.
That tracks.
How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm good, thank you. Enjoying my my 25 year wedding anniversary. The wife and I had an amazing
Let's
dinner. Oh my
go.
god.
Happy anniversary.
It was fucking amazing. She's now
Yeah.
sleeping. But I just wanted to just say demonstrably, if you deny your corpse to science, you are in fact a science denier.
That's
Nice.
fair.
There you go. I always tell people, I'm like, yeah, if they believe in science so much, and people who claim to be atheists, I'm like, well, why don't you donate your body to science then? For the greater good. Oh no, I wouldn't want that. I'm like, so you really do think there might be a soul then? And they hate that because I know it doesn't mean that they think there's a soul, but it's
So
fun to
I'm confused.
argue.
Are you saying there are skeptics who don't think they should donate their body to science? Is it because maybe it's because their families? Now, it could be
Yeah.
out of respect for like the family's wishes or something, but
Usually that's what I hear is that, oh, because of my family and all that, blah, blah, blah. I'm
okay.
like, well,
Okay, that does make sense. I mean, and atheists are not heartless bastards, so they
well, you know what? Out of respect for your
Some
family,
are.
why don't you just believe in God then? Because it's the same thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
You gonna put your money where your mouth is or not? That's,
And isn't it better to go out letting them know who you really were?
I think so.
I think it's better for them to go out not knowing who you were. No,
You guys
only half kidding.
May I just say that
I don't think
that
it freaking matters. I think if you're gonna live life by the humanist perspective, then you should fucking die like that too.
Well, can I just say that death is ultimately all about the living, because once you're gone, right? So ultimately, it's about like who's left to even worry about it or argue about it or debate about it. So death is really only about the living. As far as I should say afterlife. Excuse me, I shouldn't say death necessarily, but afterlife, right? So if a person wants to do XYZ, we should respect that up until the point they die, and after that, technically, like they're gone, right? So,
Yeah, your personhood has ended.
oh my god, dude! Do you guys know Pangburn? Is that
Yeah?
Robin loves Pangburn.
Okay? Yeah. Can we talk about that here? Because I know I brought up somebody who I will
He's
not
the
mention
one-
again.
He's the one that's doing the Blitz, the unapologetic live thing in New York.
I don't know about that, but there is going to be a school project that I'm getting ready to get pretty seriously involved in Africa. So I don't know. I brought up a certain person who I will not bring up again on your channel because I didn't know about the history. I did happen to see that, by the way, that debate that you had with Andrew. I actually saw that last night for the first time, and that was really wild how all that went down. And that was on that person's channel. So I apologize because I didn't mean to bring up their channel when I was talking about Jill, when Jill's not allowed to, whatever. And you're like, we don't talk about them here. So I won't talk about that person anymore. But at Pangburn, if they're allowed to be talked about here, yeah, I think that Pangburn is doing a pretty good job. They're actually getting ready to be put together a hospital. I keep saying hospital, school out in Africa. And I think that's something that we might as a community want to get behind. But I just was on their show tonight, and it was really interesting because that bad apologetic about death. God is okay. It's okay if God kills babies or drowns babies or kills anybody because God brings life into the world, so God can take life out of the world. And I was like, no, you guys got to let me get in here because this is the worst fucking apologetic, because these fucking Christians would never say that a biological mother and a biological father can make a decision. They won't even grant abortion, much less after birth, right? Where the child is actually born,
Right.
to say they brought this life into this world so they can do whatever the fuck they want. They would never grant that. They won't even grant abortion when it's not even a person yet. And yet that's their go-to apologetic with the drowning or the bashing the baby's heads against the rocks or whatever the fuck is going on, because, oh, God brings life into the world. God can take life out of the world. It's like, wait a minute. Where's this double standard coming from? This what do they call it? Special pleading fallacy?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, Robin.
Yeah, it's like the trope of the parent saying, I brought you into this world, I can take you out. But no, they can't.
When my dad said that, I fucking knew it was go time.
Get your dukes up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now Robin's here. So Gretchen, look, I don't want to take over the whole thing, but can I have this conversation with you through Discord, so we don't have to drag the whole chat through it, because I'm trying to set this up. I really actually want to do this political stream, and I've got some wingers that I think are chomping at the bit to do this, and I want you to be a part of it, and I really want Robin to be a part of it. I need one more liberal, quote unquote, leftist. They need to be actually a leftist. They can't be like in the middle left. They've got to be a leftist to actually argue for the Democrat, side of things. So I don't know if anybody in the watching the chat.
Wait,
now
what?
So it's left
You
versus
only
right.
want
It's
you only
left
want
versus-
leftist?
No, it's left versus right. I want to do a 3v3. I'm an independent centrist, and I'm telling you. So I've said.
Do you know what leftist means?
No, I'm. You know how stupid I am when it comes to this stuff. But what I have said that there's nobody in this as bad as Trump is, and I think Trump. Now I've had to change my position because I used to think that Trump was an asshole, but he wasn't the worst president in the world. But now I'm actually changing my view. Like, he might be the biggest asshole in the world, but I don't know. I'm not quite there yet because we've seen some really bad presidents. But, and I just saw a video the other day. I said before, and I don't know if I'm going to stand behind this or not, but I've said before, there's nobody that could convince me that Kamala Harris would have been a better choice than Trump. And I'm still leaning, like, as bad as Trump is, Kamala Harris seems to me to be a complete moron, like an absolute fucking moron. So
First of all, just if you can't say her name right, just call her fucking Harris. Otherwise, it makes you sound like an asshole.
What did I not say? Kamala Harris? Is that not right?
It's Kamala.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, Kamala Harris. Excuse me, Kamala Harris.
I mean, for years in California, we just called her Cam Harris. So, I mean,
okay.
you could probably get away with that too.
I will admit that I am an asshole. I'm willing to take that. I am an asshole because there's always going to be somebody that doesn't like what I say.
Intentionally mispronouncing her name has become a dog whistle on the right.
No, I didn't know that was.
I'm letting you know.
I didn't actually intentionally do it.
She wasn't saying you were. She's saying that, like, it's been used like that for a long time. It's been mispronounced by people on the right just to be assholes. So,
okay, so it's Kamala. Kamala. What did I say?
Yeah, just call her Harris.
Okay, can I say Mrs. Harris?
Yeah, just say Harris.
Okay, Mrs.
Vice
Harris.
President Harris.
Okay, Vice President Harris. Can I still say she seems like a complete moron?
You have no problem calling Trump. You have no problem calling Donald John Trump just Trump. Just call her Harris.
Harris. Okay. Well, yeah, Harris.
You can say that. Here's the problem, though.
Complete moron. Trump is a complete asshole. He's a total asshole, but he's not a moron. He's actually really smart. He's a total fucking asshole.
I don't buy that for a second.
This is where you've got them completely flipped, right? Like, Harris's accomplishments are many. Like, passing the California bar alone is not an easy thing to do, right? Trump couldn't pass a spelling test, right? It's the difference between shooting a bullet and throwing it, dude. She's so much better on every metric. Like, she gets accused of word salad because idiots don't understand words, so when she uses them, they get confused. Trump, they understand because he only has a 20-word vocabulary at any given point, and 3 of those words were fed to him by a staffer before he got out there, and he's going to mispronounce them.
I'm done.
No,
but
go ahead. I mean, I'm like, you know, I lived,
really accomplished.
I lived
She
in
has
Southern
done a lot.
California. I'm a
She's
San
been
Diego boy, so there's when you
she's
talk
been
about
heavily criticized for
California is
sure.
such a high bar of this and that. I've lived in California, and I know how low bar California is in so many metrics because I lived there. So I don't, and I'm not hating on California. I love my San Diego boys. I love my San Diego people. I love surfing. I love the ocean. I love my time down there. I love my time in Tijuana. But California, there's this schism, and I think Gretchen lives in California, so she knows what I'm talking about. There's a massive schism. It's a tripartite schism. Like like up in Oregon, you have like this divide, the basically the Portland Metro divide. They call it the I-5 divide. You get this left to the west, and then the rest of the country or the rest of the state is on the east, right? In California, it's really divided in thirds. You've got Southern California, but once you start getting into the valley, it becomes really different. And then you go to Northern California, and it's like a whole different world. So California is really split in 3 sections. So when you talk about
that's different from like the populace versus like the legal system there, because the legal system in California is one of the most comprehensive in the countries. Like they have really advanced laws protecting like privacy and like the individual. Because like when I was working for this remodeling company, we'd have like the hardest time verifying home ownership in California, just because of how locked up a person's privacy was. So I could like go into like a county assessor to like prove that like this person owned this property. I would actually have to like do a formal request from the county assessor and wait a couple weeks for that request to go through before like I could even verify that this person owned their home.
And that's fair. The bureaucracy in California runs deep. Do you know that in California, that as a coastal front property owner, you own to the ocean? So you actually own the beachfront, the beach, all that sand. Private
depends on where you
owners
are.
own that. All that. That's considered their land.
Depending on where you are, not everywhere. No.
No, I know it's not everywhere. Like I said, this is all divided up into different sections.
In Orange County, sure. San Diego, sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
In Malibu, sure. What do those 3 places have in common? That's where all the fucking money is. Yeah, those are rich people doing that shit.
I agree, and it's a problem. It's a huge problem. But I'm not here to listen. All I'm saying is that Kamala Harris, when the brother was saying that Kamala Harris uses real words and Trump doesn't. Now, I'm not here to defend Trump. I am not here to defend Trump. I'm an independent centrist, so I like looking at left and right, and I'm like, oh man, this is all fucked up. This is really, we're in a hot mess right now because you've got Trump on one side, who's a total fucking hot mess. And then you've got Kamala Harris, who cannot string 10 words together that actually mean anything. And the brother was just telling me how smart she was, and she uses real words. If I could share my screen and was really in the mood to do this right now, there is literally something I just watched yesterday. She is the past. You got to look to the past to see forward. And then when you look forward, you see the hope and the dream. And you only know the dream because you look to the past. And I'm like, what the fuck is this chick saying? This means nothing. The guy's asking her about policy, and she's talking about the past. To look forward and to understand what forward means, you have to look to the past. That's her own words. And I watched 12 to 20.
You know what? I could pull up any of fucking Martin Luther King Jr.'s speeches, and and show you the same thing. Only you'd think it was inspiring, right?
Well, I don't know, but all I will say is MLK said that you cannot darkness cannot overcome darkness. Only light can do that. The same thing works with hate.
Really? What was he talking about? Physics?
No, hate cannot overcome hate. Only love can do that. That actually means something. That means something.
No, light and darkness have no fucking context
something.
when you're talking about love and hate.
Yeah, and then what was his mission?
Light and darkness is physics. It has nothing. It has no context with,
Gretchen, there's no
with
fucking
love
way
and
you're
hate.
gonna gaslight me. Like, you are gaslighting the shit out of me right now.
I'm not gaslighting you.
There's no fucking way.
Wait, you're gonna say what he can speak in metaphor, but Harris can't?
If the metaphor means something, if the metaphor actually leads to a conclusion that everybody can look at, if I go down the street and say you cannot overcome darkness with darkness, only light can do that. Same thing works for hate. You cannot overcome hate with hate. Only love can do that. Everybody will be fucking clapping their hands, being like, hell yeah, brother. And I'd be like, that was Dr. Martin Luther King said that. Hell yeah, brother, we got a holiday in his name. And you're gonna compare that to You can only know the past by looking forward, but only by looking forward will you understand what the past means. What the fuck does that? That's not inspirational. That's not metaphorical. That's a fucking circle. What? Are you kidding me right now?
Who was she talking to?
I don't know. I could.
You don't know.
Well, I
Because you
just
thought she was
watched
just
it. I
talking
just watched.
directly
I
to
don't know who
you?
she was talking. Does it matter who she was talking to? It was on.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
tell me
context
how that's
matters.
worse than there's, fucking windmills or bird graveyards. And I'd rather stick with I'd rather go up against a battery than a shark. What the fuck is he talking about?
I honestly can't
He
comment on
said
that.
that
'Cause I
at
don't-
every fucking rally he had.
I can't believe you are trying to compare Kamala Harris to Dr. Martin Luther King, and you're going to make me justify this, argue for this. This
I'm
is
not. I'm
insane,
trying to
Justin.
compare him to. I'm trying to compare her to Trump.
No, you're comparing her to Dr. Martin Luther King. Am I missing something right now?
The fact that they both use metaphors. Well,
Metaphors mean something.
I don't.
So what
I
is
don't
the
think that's
meaning?
a big fucking stretch.
So what is the meaning behind you have to look to the future to understand the past, and the past will tell you about the future, because when you understand the future, that will tell you where you went wrong in the past. Fucking George Washington said, "Those who forget their past are doomed to repeat it." Just like,
Can
Are you
I
sure
ask?
George
Can I?
Washington said
Are
that?
are you gonna look at one clip of her saying something that you don't?
Yeah, is this whole debate about one fucking clip and how you're
right.
confused by
no,
what
I'm
she
not in the
meant?
debate. I'm
hold on a second.
not actually in the
hold on
debate.
a
I'm
second.
the
This-
independent centrist who's going to let the left fight the right, not fight, but debate
Because
the right.
I mean, we did just tell you how to say her name like 5 minutes ago, and you refused to fucking do it. So
I didn't
I'm
refuse to. I did
silently
not
judging
refuse to
you
do
right
it.
now,
That's a total lie. I did not refuse to do it. I
or
asked, how
maybe
can
not
I
so
do it?
silently. But
Can
and then you just said it like 3 or 4 more times incorrectly because you don't
Kamala.
care enough to say it right.
Kamala.
Like a
Comma-
comma that you use.
La.
But
Um,
I think we're getting a little passionate here.
No,
We're
I
all
have
more in agreement than we are in disagreement.
I
Let's just keep that in mind.
I do have one thing to put into context around this, though, is that this short clip that you're looking at, where to you it's word salad, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I do know that she practiced law in a courtroom for 10 years. And being that, like, judges and people in courtrooms are kind of picky about how you word things, I'm pretty sure she's okay at it. I mean,
And I
I
don't
just
even
have
care
to
about
assume,
that. I'm more like concerned with the fact that you want to have a debate between leftists and right wingers, and you don't even know what a leftist really is.
That's the reason I want to have the debate, so you guys can help me understand this. Because I admit, and I've admitted every time, and I've admitted on this show right now, I am ignorant
Can we
about all
just
this
tell
stuff.
you what a leftist is? I am
Yeah,
not a leftist.
You can, and they tell me something, and then you tell me something, and they tell me something. So why can't you guys get together, duke it out verbally and respectfully?
They
and
don't get an
intellectually?
opinion on how I identify politically. That's why.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
right.
I
Okay,
don't-
so
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
really wanna
You're
be
right, you're right.
identified
That's
as a
another
leftist
direction. You're
either.
right. That's fair. That's fair. So I misspoke.
You know, you said you wanted to be a real leftist, someone who could speak for the Democrats. Do you understand you're talking about two extremes on the left? The Democrats are just regular old fucking liberals like me. The leftists are the socialist and communist types out on the far fucking fringe. That's them.
You
That's
don't
a
need to be on the
leftist.
fringe to be a leftist. I'm a
And
leftist.
now you
but
want to fucking nitpick, really?
no, I'm a leftist,
I'm
but I'm
trying
not
to
a
fucking
tanky.
explain this for someone who doesn't
yes,
know what
and
what it means.
I'm explaining the nuance. I'm not a tanky. Tankies are the far left, but I am a leftist.
Either way, the
Well, I think-
leftists are the ones that are insulted to be called liberals
I grant that.
because they're not Democrats. They're not liberals, even though they fucking well are.
Okay,
They
can we-
absolutely
can
are.
we
No,
agree
we
that
just
we
align
live
the
in a
most with the
They need to be
Democrats.
fucking extreme about it. They need someone to fight, so they choose to fucking attack their own instead of hitting the right.
can we agree that we live in a bipartisan system?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when we say leftist,
Yeah.
rightist, right? Left versus right. I consider myself to be independent because I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm saying like, wow, I can agree with some things on what we call the right and on media, and I can agree with some things we call on the left. And if you give me a large enough sample size, I would probably be about 50-50. Okay. But then I
Okay.
have people who I really respect.
What right wing policies do you support?
Gun ownership.
That's
Let
not
him-
right wing.
we
That's not a
I know,
right-wing
and
thing.
You guys are saying, hey, that's not a right wing issue, but that
It's
is on the
It's
quote unquote
No, no,
far
no,
right.
no.
That is
Lefties love their
the
guns.
and on
is
the
not
quote unquote
anti-gun.
far left, they are saying we should get rid of all guns.
No,
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 not
no,
the far
no.
left.
The
No,
far
they're
the
not.
far left does
No,
not
no, the
advocate
far
that at all.
left
The
is
far
just
left
not.
are very
How about
militarized.
defunding the
Shit.
police? How about
The
defunding?
far
I
left
think we
only
should.
you
Okay, how
only
about
think
defunding?
that
How
because
about
the
defunding?
right wing media has made you think that.
Okay, fine.
That's
fair
where you
enough.
heard
Also,
that.
defunding the police is a misnomer. They want to reallocate funds into more social programs that will be more efficacious. You know, like specifically for like, you know, the homeless population and people dealing with like mental health crises. Like you shouldn't send the police out to like someone who's unarmed and having a mental health episode because they're just going to like tase and like potentially
her in
shoot
the
them.
face.
Exactly.
Like they shot that girl. Like they shot that girl in the face in, Missouri.
Yeah. See,
It's more about
Right.
sending a social
people-
worker out with police backup instead of a whole squad of cops.
people on the left are terrible at messaging. Like, you know, their mottos and chants don't necessarily like translate well to like the general populace, like unless you understand the nuance of the message. And
Well,
so
I
a
don't-
lot of
I
their
don't get the
message
nuance.
is lost.
I don't get the nuance. I'll be honest. I don't get the nuance, and I'm going to admit total ignorance. I'm totally fine with all that. You guys can vilify me for being the stupid idiot or whatever, but I'm trying
not
to.
vilifying
I want
you.
to host this
No,
conversation.
nobody's calling you an
so that
idiot.
People who, well, whatever. People can defend left policies or right policies. Now, I've got people who are willing to defend the right policies, and some of them are quote unquote Christian nationalists, and I've got people who I think are willing to defend the left policies. Now, you guys can, again, vilify might not be fair because I'm not taking this personally. Okay, I'm really not, and I'm not offended. I'm frustrated because
It's a little more critiquing than
my lack of
vilifying.
knowledge, my ignorance is not allowing me to articulate these things very well, and I admit that. Okay, so I'm just going by what I see. So I see people on what are the perceived left saying we should defund the police. That's a statement, quote unquote, defund the police. We need
From
less
who?
cops. Okay,
Are
so now you guys are telling
Are
me.
you talking about
that's not what-
people like population or lawmakers?
I'm talking about what I see is people saying we need
What-
less cops.
I know,
We should
but what
defund the
people
police.
like? I mean, I think
Quote,
that you can
end
hear
quote.
any
When
kind of.
was
crazy-
the last time you heard that?
Is that like a policy though of the party?
No, I don't know the policy of the parties.
Okay, like you could.
That's
you
a
can
problem.
also hear people who support Hitler. I mean, like there's a lot of different opinions among the population, but like, what are the parties standing for? And that's where you've got, because that's who's making.
Well, I don't know, and that's why I
Of
want to have.
course,
well,
you
that's
realize
exactly
that the
why I wanna
defund the
host this
police thing
conversation.
happened
you
after
guys can
George
inform
Floyd?
me and educate me and help me to understand what are the parties. Because I'll tell you right now, I have not voted since Obama. I voted for Obama not because I understood politics, because I was very proud as an American to have a black president.
Because you were swept
I
up
fucking virtue
emotionally.
voted. I virtue
period.
voted. I virtue voted. I was like, this is going to be
Yeah.
amazing. And now, you know what? When all that shit went down with Obama, and I was like, oh my God.
What shit went down? What shit?
You think Obama was a good president?
Yes, I do. I mean,
better than
like,
Bush.
If you're talking about
okay, I agree.
Yeah,
better than Bush,
what
but
did-
Bush-
hold on.
What
If you're
did
talking
Obama
about
do?
if you're talking about
Would
the
Romney have been
crash,
better?
If you're talking
Did
about
he
the
make your
housing-
health care? Did he make your health care too affordable? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Can I butt in here real quick? The ACA literally saved my life Obama was able to pass the ACA literally a month before my family had to change insurances when I was at the most important point of my cancer treatment. If Obama had not passed the ACA, my cancer would have been considered a pre-existing condition, and my treatment could have been denied by the new health insurance company.
Yes,
So I'm alive today because of Obama's
Me
efforts.
too. And look, like
And
the
Nancy
housing crisis
Pelosi, by the
was
way.
not the housing crisis was not Obama's
She was a
fault.
boss in that
was
shit.
as soon as he came into office. That happened, and he had our by the time he left office, he had 52 straight weeks of growth in our economy. 52 straight weeks. That's what Trump inherited. Trump inherited it, and within 24 or something like that, he started destroying it. He inherited one of the best economies we had ever had by the time that Obama left office. Yes,
And he started
it's
tanking
hard.
it before COVID.
It's hard for us. It's hard for us to
Before
listen.
COVID.
It's hard for us to listen to people when they say they mock Kamala, and talk about Trump. Like I stayed in bed for 4 days after the election, crying my eyes out. I've never cried so hard in my life for 4 straight days. I mean, as soon as they announced that he had won this election, I could not.
Okay, but this is emotion again.
I know, but I
and
couldn't even stand
let's try
to
to
think about
keep
what
this out of it.
It's been
Yeah,
worse.
let's get to substance.
You know, let's. When was the last time you heard anyone say defund the police? OE,
But
was
it's
it back
hard.
in 2020, right after George Floyd, after we'd had a string of unarmed black men including a 12-year-old, just get murdered by police?
Yeah, let's not forget Breonna Taylor.
Have you heard any of that coming from the left since 2020? Because I haven't.
Well, I don't know.
The only place you hear it now is on Fox News. They're saying that it's coming from the left, but it's not. You did hear it. You did hear it from the left in 2020 during the George Floyd protests. Absolutely, you did. But it's not like it's been a recurring thing. It never made it onto a platform of either party. So why are you still so stuck on that?
Wow. Okay.
Well, no, I'm honestly asking.
I'm not stuck
Why
on
is
anything.
that one
I'm
of
not-
why is
I'm
that
not
one of the
stuck on
first
any of
things that
this.
you go to?
I'm not
that is
stuck
something
on any
that's
of this. I didn't fucking vote
something
for
that's
Trump.
6
I didn't
years.
fucking vote for
I
Trump.
know, but it's
So don't
6 years
vilify me. I'm
old.
not
You
stuck on
went
any of
right
this. I'm
to
just telling
defund
you.
the police. You went right to defund the police.
I didn't
And
go
I'm
right to
asking
anything.
you.
I didn't go right to anything. Why are you fucking attacking me like that? Why are you coming
It was
at me
the
like
second.
that?
It was the second right wing policy that you said you supported.
No,
Yeah,
you
It was
asked
right
me what-
after.
what-
It was
what-
right after
vilifying
support
anyone
for
up here.
guns,
We're
and then
simply
you said.
critiquing ideas.
Then you said the left wants to defund the police.
You asked me what
You
things I
said
heard.
the
You
right
know,
wants
last time I heard
the
defund
right
the
wants to
police
keep guns,
was at
and the
the
left
election.
wants to defund
When it
the
was the
police.
election time. That's the last time I heard it. Was right before Trump got elected. That's when I heard it. So you're talking about 2020? No. I've heard it way more recently than that.
I think Gretchen's point is: did you hear it from like a politician, or did you hear it from the voter base?
I don't know what the voter base is, and I didn't hear it from politicians. I heard it on social media.
Okay, so yeah, it wasn't like the politicians like in incorporating it to their platform.
I've already admitted that and said that. Gretchen asked me, like, what policies have you heard, or what are you talking about policy? And I said, I don't know. I'm ignorant of this because I stayed out of it. Because after the Obama disaster, which I will call, and you know what, you guys are telling me things. I'm not informed enough to go tit for tat, but I will tell you from my own personal experience. Okay, you can take it or leave it. I know a number of people who are proud to be liberals, who admit that Obama's policies were a disaster. Now, RP, I'm sorry about your personal experience, and I respect you for that. I sympathize with you for that. My wife works at the hospital. Okay, I have donated a shit ton of money, more money than probably all of you collectively have ever made in your life. I have donated to the hospital, to children's charities in particular, my own fucking time. I sympathize with you, but that does not mean that because you've benefited individually from an Obama policy that Obama was a good president. Are you guys going to tell me that Obama did not drop missiles and kill innocent people in drone
Every
strikes
president
trying
does.
to-
Every president does. Every
Okay,
president's
okay,
a war
okay, but-
criminal.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was a war criminal. Yes, he was.
Are
But
you
he
going to
was
tell me
still-
that
but his
Obama had not
policies-
deported? Are you going to tell me that Obama has not deported more quote unquote illegal immigrants than any other president thus far statistically?
He followed the
So-
immigration law as it is written.
So
and
since
he
he
did
wasn't
not-
perfect, he couldn't be
But-
good.
Fair
and
enough.
he did not.
Trump
he did
has
not
introduced
put-
unneeded
He
suffering
hit
into the
it at
system.
the fucking border.
yeah, he did
hit-
not
he
put
followed the
people
laws
in-
and hit it at the
in-
fucking border because
But
he
he
was
didn't-
allowed to, because he had support of Congress and the fucking southern states majority. So
No,
we
he
can look at
didn't.
all these different things. Now, listen, people are talking about things like Alcatraz Island.
he didn't.
But if you look at fucking pictures of Obama's camps that he was holding illegal immigrants and Biden's camps, these are cages where people are mostly sleeping on the concrete floors in cots with children and babies and everything. And the Democrats have no problem with that. But they're going to complain about Alcatraz Island. I've been to prison. I know what it's like to do fucking hard time. And I know what it's like to live in shitty fucking conditions. Alcatraz Island is a
you watch
fucking
too much
resort.
right-wing TV.
No. Alcatraz Island is a fucking resort. A fucking resort.
are you
Oh, it's
talking
surrounded by
about?
alligators.
It's a
No, you guys don't even
museum.
know.
Were
The
these
living
policies
conditions-
implemented by Obama, or were they these legacy policies? Because
I
legacy
don't know what you
policies
mean
are a
by
lot
that,
harder.
I'm the village idiot, which is why I'm going to host this
Okay,
this
There's
debate
nobody
and not
in
be involved in
Alcatraz.
it.
So
I'm
so so
explaining
let
to you
let
guys
me let me
okay?
explicate let me explicate. Legacy policies are things that like were adopted when or were already in effect when Obama took office, and these kind of policies are a lot harder to get rid of because they're already rooted into the system. So unless like these were brand new policies that Obama enacted, like you have to like kind of gauge your critical lens on these issues.
And I think that's
Also,
very fair. That's very fair.
dovetailing onto that, Obama was heavily criticized for being deporter in chief. Heavily, but
At
by
the time.
Democrats when it was happening. Yeah,
And just because he wasn't perfect doesn't mean it means he couldn't be a good president.
Yeah,
He is
perfect is the
absolutely
enemy
the
of the
best.
good.
He's a absolutely the best president we've had this century.
by
100%.
Which isn't a high bar, to be fair. But like Mitt Romney would have been like disastrous.
And that really gets into
And
the
he
crux
would have been
of it.
far
The reason
better than
that
Trump.
the reason that I don't vote anymore, I vote in my local elections. I vote for stuff that I can affect locally, but I do not vote in the presidential because I am not going to vote for fucking Donald Trump, and I am not going to fucking vote for Kamala Harris. And I know you guys vilify people who don't vote, and I'm not hating on you guys for doing that because I understand. Yeah, you can say whatever you want about me, frankly, because I respect you people, I love you people, and I really feel like you guys ultimately respect me as a human being. But I might be a non-participant or I'm whatever, but I don't buy into a vote for this person is a non-vote for that person bullshit. I don't buy into that. I'm not fucking voting for Kamala Harris. I'm not fucking voting for Donald Trump. I'm not doing that. You give me a good candidate, I will absolutely fucking go down there and vote for them. I vote for my local elections. I vote for local policies, things that affect my local area. And I would love to see an independent rise up and actually have some middle ground to where we can say, yes, gay marriage, good. Yes, abortion, good. Yes, gun rights, good. Yes, we need actually some kind of border policies that make fucking sense. We don't need to send ICE out like fucking insane people doing insane shit out there, but
That's
need to
never
have
going to
some
happen.
criteria
That's just a pipe
at the
dream.
fucking border, because if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. So
Yeah, but
now I'm an
Odie-
egalitarian. I believe in objective morality. I believe that all human beings should be treated equally. I believe there shouldn't be any fucking borders. But nobody's going to ascribe to that because I sound like a madman when I talk like that. But you guys fucking know me. You know, you watch my YouTube channel. You fucking know how I feel. I feel that there's one race, the human race. This fucking politics and all this bullshit that's being built up, these economic systems, they're destined to fail. We are looking at a major crash. with capitalism. This
we know
pseudo
that,
laissez-faire
and
capitalism
it
is
because
destined to
of
crash.
right-wing
We had the
shit.
Great Depression. We had the
So,
stock
let me-
market crash coming. We
Let
had
me ask
the
you
AI bubble
something.
coming.
Let me ask you something. So do you feel like since you're not voting for either of these parties that you have no blood on your hands?
You fucking call it whatever you want.
I'm just asking you a fucking question.
No, I do I have
Put your
blood on
big
my
boy
hands?
pants on and answer the fucking question.
Do I have blood on my
we're
hands
all
for
friends
what?
here.
For living my life the best I can live it by treating every single human being that I ever come across with the respect, this kind of respect that I would want to be treated with? No, I don't have any blood on my hands. Now, do I have past mistakes that I've made growing up on the streets, working in the adult industry, working in porn? Do I have fucking being a drug dealer, of fucking running from the cops? Do I have fucking blood on my hands? Of course I do. Where are you going to draw the line?
That's not what I was asking you though, and you know it.
No, I don't know.
I'm just
So where
trying
are
to
we gonna
figure
draw
out
the line?
why.
Where are we going to draw the line?
I'm trying
from
to
blood on my
figure out
hands?
why the hell you don't vote. That's all.
I told you, because I don't have a candidate that I care about, that I support.
And you're never going to.
Bullshit.
It's like the difference of getting your head chopped off versus getting your feet chopped off.
What's that, brother? I'm sorry,
It's like the difference of having your head chopped off versus having your feet chopped off. Yeah, both
really
are
isn't.
inoptimal, but like you can still live to fight another day if you have your feet chopped off.
It's
that-
like
that-
choosing
like-
between the syphilis and the crabs. Is my analogy.
Then I would say go down
Republicans
fighting.
are
I would say
syphilis,
I
and
would
the
say go down
crabs-
fighting. I would say go down fighting.
The crabs. Look, the
Go down
Democrats are the
fighting.
crabs.
You'll
Can I
be able
say
to fight
something?
longer if you lose your feet. But
I don't
go
care
on,
about
Robin.
longer. I care about fighting for what's right. And if I die fighting for what's right, then there you go.
You can't fight for what's right and sit at home and let right ring.
Then die for what you
policy
believe
go.
in. Then die for what
Not
you
vote-
believe in.
Not voting isn't fighting though.
Exactly. It's dying for what you
That's-
believe in. Whatever, how do you want to say it?
That's
I mean,
sticking your head in the sand.
They're
no, it's not.
objectively.
It's not. That's bullshit. I don't
They're
buy that.
objectively
I don't buy that.
causing
Gretchen. I don't
massive
buy that.
harm.
That's digging your head in the sand. I don't
But
buy
they're-
that because I do
but they're-
vote.
well, they're
I actually do
objectively
participate in the
causing
democratic
harm.
system as much as
Massive
I can
harm.
affect it. I can affect the democratic system to a certain degree, and that's what I participate in. You give me a candidate that I will support, I will absolutely give them my vote. I register every fucking year. Don't tell me I don't fucking participate.
And this is what I mean when I say the left falls in love and the right falls in line. Like you're looking to fall in love with a candidate that you can actually like support, but the right, they'll always beat us out because they fall in line.
Yeah.
And if we keep falling to that tactic, they're just going to eventually overtake because we're too idealistic.
Well, imagine if imagine
That's
this.
all it is. The perfect-
Imagine if 90% of the people in the country didn't vote. And they had to put on the media that, oh my God, only about 100,000 people showed up to the fucking voting polls. Imagine what that would do. Then we would see some fucking changes.
No, we wouldn't.
Bullshit. 100,000
We
people showed up to
would
vote.
fall.
You
We
don't
would
think that
fall
would be
into
a
fascism.
shock factor?
Whoever won that election would fucking take the fuck over and
It's still going to be the same
fascist
way.
about it.
Whoever won the election
Absolutely.
anyway, it's still going to be. You've got a bipartisan system, so it would change nothing as far as who won the election. If only 100,000 people, we have 3 million plus 3.5 million people in this country. If 300,000 people showed up to actually register a vote, you think that wouldn't catch enough media attention to say, holy fuck, global attention? Like every
No,
country
I think
in
if
the
they
world,
were all from
every
fucking
country in the
Florida,
world would jump
then
on that and
we'd
say,
have
"Holy shit,
Trump as
in
president for
America,
life.
the
That's
most
what I think
powerful
would
country,
happen.
geopolitically, the most powerful country in the world only had 10% of their citizens in a free country vote, and they are revolting, not violently, but peacefully, like Gandhi did it, like Dr. MLK was saying we should do it. Yeah, you can make changes without violence by not participating in the fucking
I don't think it's
established.
that big a difference. We only have like 40% voting now.
And that should get your guys' attention.
You have our attention for not fucking voting.
Well, fine. Make me the target. I just explain to you why I won't participate in voting for somebody that I don't support. I will not do that. And you can tell me I'm an idiot. You can tell me I got my head in the sand. You can make me feel, try to make me feel like an asshole or whatever.
It's
And I will
just
admit
childish is
openly
all.
that I'm uninformed. I'll openly admit it. I'll vilify myself to a certain degree. Okay. Say
So
whatever you want to
unless you
say
can
about me.
have your ideal candidate that suits you on every
Doesn't have to be
level,
ideal,
you're
it has
just
to
going
be
to take
even
your vote and
remotely
go
in
home,
line,
huh?
even remotely in line with something that will bring this country together. Something that will actually,
Well,
we've
okay, all right.
been
Well,
more and more divided.
so the problem is, and I think you hit on it pretty well. You know you're ignorant to it. So the job now is to get informed. And I don't know if necessarily we're the ones qualified to do that in a lot of the topics that you want to know about, right? So for the gun violence, for example, you want to learn from social media. Like for gun violence, you should look up Brett Cross's channel, right? He will give you everything you need to know about how we need to deal with guns in this country, and he has the valuable perspective that people can learn from because his child was killed by gun violence. So learn from those people. Learn from the people who were subjected to it. Are you
My
familiar with
father was shot
Santana?
in the head in his sleep, and when I was 12 years
Okay,
old. You're gonna fucking
that
tell me
doesn't.
about gun violence?
I'm going to tell you who to get informed by how different political aspects or ideologies look at these things. Brett Cross is a great communicator. That's why I would have you listen to him. And because you learn from social media, you want to learn about some of the problems in this country, like systemic racism, check out Santana, check out Hector, check out Erica, right? They're black content creators that can very clearly illustrate what's going on with systemic racism in this country and why it's so important that we fix it. On the broader scale, you've got like, look up Gary's Economics. He will tell you everything you need to know about taxing wealth, not work. The whole concept of arresting the resources back from the fuckers who have taken everything so that we can actually rebuild our society. Because right now, 90% of the resources on this planet are owned by like 800 people. So until that gets addressed, how do you fix anything else? Oh, the other horse in this race is climate change. The other thing that we're not really addressing because of everything
Okay,
else.
you know what? Everybody put your fucking soapboxes away. All right? Look, the internet has been there for a long fucking time. If he wanted to look this shit up to now, he would have. He's not going to. Look, you want to have a debate so we can convince you which side is the better side? I don't know about Robin, but fine, I'll show up and I will stomp all over your fucking right-wing assholes, whoever you fucking bring. But I am more concerned about your ability to fairly moderate a debate, since everything that's come out of your mouth during this conversation has been Fox News talking points.
Because I
Whether
love,
you
because
got it
I
off
love,
of
because I love,
Twitter or Fox News or just something you heard
because
out in the fucking ether
you've
just
never
living
heard
in
me argue,
Florida,
you've never heard
it's
me argue
all
for, you've
shut
never heard
up,
me,
I'm still talking. Okay? But I am
sorry,
concerned
you're right,
with your ability to fairly moderate a debate like this, because every time we brought something up, you've gone straight to the defensive and then spouted the Fox News point of view on it. And I think you might just be a little too steeped in the right wing yourself to realize that you're probably more right than you are centrist. But having said that, yeah, sure, you want to have a debate? I will stomp a fucking mud hole in Jill's ass when it comes to politics. And I will have a fucking blast doing it. And I'm not even a fucking far leftist. I'm just a fucking weak little fragile little liberal. And I will take the fucking fight to him every goddamn time.
Yeah, you dirty
So, you know
neo-lib.
what? When it comes down to it, your ability to fairly moderate a debate isn't going to matter when you let me in a fucking ring with Jill. So, yeah, I'll do it.
I'd like to apologize for interrupting you in the middle. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. That was disrespectful on my part.
Okay, now I'm done.
Okay.
Go for it.
So
Do
as
your
far
worst.
as moderating, I'm sorry, Aubrey, did you want to say something? Okay, so as far as moderating this debate, I think it's very unfair for you to say that based on the fact that if you actually knew my history, if you actually looked into my channel or looked into the things I've said online that can
Wait
never
a
be taken
second.
back.
Sorry, OE. Wholesome Knave. Gretchen, I don't think OE is right wing. I think you are. Dude, go straight and fuck yourself. 100%. You are a fucking idiot. You don't know shit about shit. And, like, fuck off. Nobody's virtue signaling to anybody. You are just pretending like you fucking know something, and you haven't got a goddamn thought in that fucking head. The only thing you've got is ChatGPT, and it doesn't fucking tell you anything. You're an idiot. Get fucking lost. Sorry, go ahead, OE.
Okay, you can say whatever you want to say about whether you think I'll be a fair moderator, but to say all I have are right-wing talking points, it only shows that you, and I mean this respectfully, are very ignorant of the fight that I've been fighting online. I absolutely defend gay marriage, and I have gone toe-to-toe with right-wingers in defense of gay marriage. I don't believe in trans rights because I believe in human rights, and I defend trans people as human fucking beings. So there's an abortion. I believe in a woman's right to choose, and I will defend that. And I'm getting ready to debate that here in a week. I was supposed to do a debate with Nobody on Fire, morality without God, based on reason, natural law, and empathy. And at the last minute, Sarah sent me a fucking Discord message saying the prompt is going to be, is abortion immoral? I'm absolutely willing to do that fucking debate. So to tell me I'm a right winger or I only have right wing talking points is very unfair to me, because you obviously
It's
are
not though, because that's what you brought up tonight.
Because the fucking
everything
questions you've asked me,
everything that
you
came
asked
out of
me-
your mouth tonight was right wing.
because
whether
you asked
know
me
it or
what
not.
right wing talking points, what left wing talking points, what you asked me. So I've responded honestly to your questions. I've also admitted that I'm ignorant when it comes to the far right, far left. You've also admitted that the far left isn't really your position. It's the far left extremist position. So forgive me if I haven't presented all the arguments in the way that you think they should be, but I feel like you've unjustly and unduly attacked me for having a particular position when I
don't think
don't.
so.
I'm an independent. Well, okay. I feel like you have categorized me in a particular way with a particular bias, when in fact I am an independent centrist. I register as an independent centrist, and I am in the middle. And I am willing to host this conversation in an effort to get the information out there, not to put my own thoughts into the mix, but to let you and Robin, two people who I respect a lot. I respect you a lot, Gretchen. I respect Robin very much. She knows this. I talk about Robin all the time, behind her back and in front of her face. Say, this is my older sister who I love. Gretchen, I have said so many good things about you. And the reason I want you to be a part of this is because I respect you. So I want you to be a part of this. I also have people who I know are going to be on the opposite side of this. People who I know are going to be far right wing. I want to host this because I actually am the only person that I know that doesn't take a far left or far right position. So you can accuse me of whatever you want, but to say that I wouldn't be a fair moderator, I've moderated one debate. It's on my channel. Does Paul contradict Jesus? I have
I
a
said
bias.
I have concerns. That's it.
That's fine. You can have your concerns, but
in the
educate
end,
yourself. Educate yourself
didn't
to
it-
alleviate your concerns. I have a video on my channel that I have debated. I have moderated a debate. I actually have a hard bias. I know for a fact that Paul actually does contradict Jesus, but I did not take a position in that debate. I moderated fairly, and both of those debaters acknowledged me at the end of the debate for being non-biased and moderating fairly. So you can see it. It's on my fucking channel. So eat your
Okay, but
fucking
you said
words
the
about
point.
whether or not I can actually debate
No,
this.
I will not eat my words. You said the point of this debate was for you to learn so we could move the needle for you one way or the other.
And you said
right?
I couldn't do it fairly. You said you doubt I could do it fairly. I could moderate this
I
fairly.
do. I have my doubts.
Then fucking eat your
Because-
words and watch my fucking moderation. Watch the debate I've moderated.
Was the point of that debate for you to choose a side?
It was. I'm still
Or is
not.
it just
this
a moderated
is not for
debate?
me to choose a side.
You
This debate
said
is
the
for me
point
to
of
let
this
both
one
sides
was
both
to
sides
have
make
one,
their arguments.
and
This-
you
the point
were
of this-
going to decide who moved the needle more.
for me, but that's not to be established on video or like,
Well,
oh, you
as
did this, you won this
moderator,
debate.
I mean, then if you're the target of this debate, maybe you shouldn't be moderating.
No, the truth is the
because all
target.
I've
The
seen
tr-
so
the
far is
target
that
is the
you've
truth.
gotten defensive every time we barely even pushed
I'm
you.
not defensive.
Robin and I
I'm
barely even
not even
pushed
defensive
you.
now until you're right. I got defensive when you said I couldn't be the moderator because I would be biased and I would affect the debate. Yes, I'm defensive about that because that's a fucking bullshit claim.
And you got
dart you're throwing at
defensive
me.
when I tried to explain to you what a leftist actually is because you were using it wrong.
No, I didn't get defensive about that. That's bullshit. I did
Okay.
not get defensive about that. I said educate me.
Have
And
to go back and
I'm
listen,
willing
but
to,
I
and if
thought
you
you
think
did.
whatever I said that you think may be defensive, I'll retract that because no, I don't. You tell me, please. I had said at least 20 times. The fucking brother already acknowledged. OE has admitted he's ignorant about these things. Did you not catch that?
But that doesn't cover all manner of everything. I mean, you don't just get to say that and then clear yourself of all responsibility for the shit
And
you
that's
actually
fair.
did say.
That's fair. So let me know what I've said, and I will assess that and say I'm sorry, I misspoke, or I will say, hey, look, you took that the wrong way.
Okay, so after this conversation, do you still think you have a liberal and a leftist to represent the left?
You haven't established what a leftist or a liberal is, in my opinion.
I think it did.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed it. So
even Arpy got in on it, and Arpy chimed in on it.
Okay, so
Didn't he?
so that's my
Did
fault.
I imagine that part?
No, that's my fault. I've had a long
Yeah, I
day.
chimed
I'm
in.
celebrating. Okay, it was a big day for me, and that's not So I apologize. So please, in as concise a manner as possible, tell me what a quote unquote leftist is. And I've got my pen and paper here, so I will take some key notes so I don't disrespect you guys or misrepresent.
A
Okay.
leftist would be more focused on moving away from the capitalistic framework. They're more focused on social policy rather than like trying to fix the corporate structure that neoliberals tend to want to try to rehabilitate.
Okay, so I just want to steelman this. So a leftist is moving away from capitalist policies towards socialist policies. Now, is that correct what you said?
Towards social programs.
Okay.
Social policies, not necessarily socialist policies.
So what's the difference?
Social programs are things like universal healthcare, universal basic incomes, things that like are focusing more on poverty.
So when you say universal income, is that like what does that mean?
UBI. Look up UBI.
Even they
Okay.
don't really know. They all have different opinions about who they are too. It's like, like take the Republicans and then the far right ones would be MAGA, right? Right, OE?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm asking you.
So for me, I don't know if I could speak on what MAGA is because I have my own impression, but you've already articulated that my impression of things is duly uninformed, and I've admitted that I'm duly uninformed. So why don't you tell me what is MAGA? What is MAGA?
How would you divide up the right and the far right?
What is MAGA? You use the term. Tell me what MAGA means. I know it means acronym, Make America Great Again. So what is the MAGA people? What are they? In your words.
The MAGA is the eventual result of what the Tea Party started as.
Sure, about 1773 or whatever. Don't try it on me.
No. More like 2008.
So the Tea Party doesn't go back to the
Keep your government hands off my Medicare. Remember those idiots?
No.
Tea Party stands for taxed enough already.
So T is tax. What was the E?
Taxed enough already. That's what the Tea Party stands for.
And already. And so this
That's
is a
why
bad
they call
thing you're
themselves
saying?
the Tea Party.
Okay. Well, you know what the Tea Party initially was. Well, it doesn't matter. Fuck it that. Okay. So
yes, I know what the Boston
Yeah,
Tea Party
they're
was.
They're co-opting the imagery, like in bad faith.
Okay. So that clears up a lot. So it's tax enough already. That's a bad thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
these are the
because
ones that
because we're
that decided that the neocons, your George W. Bush, your Dick Cheney's, they decided that those guys weren't far enough right for them. They weren't conservative enough.
Okay.
And in the end, it was the Tea Party that turned into MAGA.
Okay, so what does MAGA mean? Other than tax enough already, what does MAGA represent?
Now it just represents Donald Trump and everybody that follows him because he says the things they like.
So what does Donald Trump mean?
Donald Trump is an idiot.
Well, I can write idiot here. What does the idiot mean?
it's the migration towards kleptocracy and policy that like moves us closer to that agenda. So basically,
when I say Trump is an idiot,
I've never heard of kleptoc. What'd you say?
Kleptocracy.
Kleptocracy.
It's essentially giving corporations more and more power to influence and control.
So corporate.
It literally means rule by thieves. You're familiar with kleptomania?
Yeah.
Kleptocracy. It literally translates to rule by thieves.
So would this be
prior to that? It's an oligarchy, right?
Okay.
Where corporations are influencing the political, and that goes back to Citizens United, where that kind of became the thing, right? Once corporations had voices, they could influence politicians. The lobbying went through the roof, and now there's a lot of our laws are written by people who are considered people in a corporate sense, but if they were people, they would be pretty badly damaged people. And speaking of damaged people,
that's why most of the tax.
So are we talking about
tax credits
laissez-faire?
from the big beautiful bill?
Laissez-faire? Are we I'm sorry to interrupt. Are we talking about laissez-faire capitalism or beyond that?
With kleptocracy, it's beyond that.
You guys know what laissez-faire capitalism is, right?
We're way past that.
No, what do you mean? We currently? America is not even close to laissez-faire capitalism because we have a mix of socialist capitalist policies. There's no fucking way we're at laissez-faire capitalism.
No, with kleptocracy. I thought we were talking about kleptocracy.
Okay, so kleptocracy is beyond laissez-faire capitalism because we're actually going to regulate capitalism to
favor the corporations
rather
than completely deregulated, and the Trump administration has made a focused effort to deregulate as much as possible.
So it's an expedition to laissez-faire.
Yeah, laissez-faire is a step along the way.
Okay. Go ahead, continue. Thank you. So that's what MAGA represents, is this kleptocracy?
Yes.
Okay, so what about this?
In one sense, yeah.
So that's the economic sense, but what about like the voting against abortion, voting against gay marriage, and all that stuff? Where does that fall into?
That's the Christofascist agenda that's outlined.
Hold on, I'm writing this down. Fascist.
Yeah, that's outlined by Project 2025.
Yeah, the channel that I will not say anymore on this channel did tell me about that. I need to look into this. So I did look into this website. It's that Project 2025.
Yeah, look mainly into the Heritage Foundation. They're the main authors of the Project 2025 plan and beyond.
So I did look into this. Now I've not looked into it enough to speak intelligently about it, but I did look into this Project 2025 tracker. Are you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, and they're like 70% complete.
Yeah. So some of these things, a lot of it does seem potentially problematic. Some of it seems detrimental, but when you actually look into the wording and the way that's all set up, it's actually not quite like it could be seen. And again, I haven't looked into it enough to make an argument either way, but I think that some of this stuff is a little
taking
the
what
verbiage
you've seen
is to have
so far,
plausible deniability.
Taking what you've seen so far, do you think it would be a good move to take the main architect of Project 2025, whose name is Russ Vought, and put him in charge of the Office of Management and Budget?
Russ Vought. I don't know Russ Vought.
Do you think that's putting the thumb on the scale?
I honestly don't know who Russ Vought is. I just wrote it down. Project 2025. I've got that.
You can look him up. What I'm telling you is 100% the truth. He is the main architect of Project 2025, and he was just slated to be director of the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB.
OMB. Okay.
Which means he decides what programs get launched and what don't.
Programs from, so he dictates the budget.
Pretty much, yeah.
And Congress or Senate doesn't have anything to do with this then?
The Congress and Senate have to pass it, but the OMB can tell them, oh no, that's way too expensive. We could never afford that. Don't even put that in there.
So the OMB can override Congress.
Well, yeah, a big part of
No, they can't override Congress.
Well,
it's more like a parliamentarian role.
A big part of Project 2025 is centralizing power into the executive so that they do have the ability to bypass Congress and Senate. And so the executive gets to basically rule like without any sort of checks and balance.
Okay.
It's literally eroding like the ability to, have balance within our governmental system.
And the congressmen will go along with it because they don't want, because right now they have the majority in both houses. And after several of them have lost their seats to Trump-backed primary challengers, they're afraid to piss Trump off. So they're going to vote for whatever he wants. Because they just want to keep their jobs. So they don't care who they have to sell out to keep them.
Okay. Can I ask you guys just a couple of questions here to kind of get this more linear? So we've been talking about like, I don't know what is far left and far right, or what is left versus right. You guys are saying that my talking points were from far left, or what I see is your talking points far right. So what is the left versus right? Are we not, is there like this, there's this huge chasm between left versus far left? And does that matter? Because ultimately you're going to vote for a left candidate versus the chasm the same way. There's right.
Honestly,
far right.
No.
So what is left?
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
I was going to write. Okay. So let's pick up 5 policies to make it easy. Okay. We've got gay marriage. We've got abortion is a big one. We've got gun rights.
Gay marriage. No, that's not a policy.
Gay marriage is not a policy. We didn't actually pass the Measure 11 because that was one of the things I voted on, was to pass gay marriage.
Where? In Florida?
No, in the state that I lived in back in 2000 and fucking, what was that? 2000 and I don't even remember. 2000 and actually 80. When was that? 2000 Measure 11.
What state was it?
It doesn't matter. I don't want to dox myself, but yeah, I voted to pass. It was when I was 18. Yeah, it was Measure 11 to pass gay marriage, lawful gay marriage in my state. So, gay marriage, abortion, gun rights. What are some other big policies?
You can't put that on a national party for state issues.
Okay, what can we? Are these left versus right issues though? That's what I'm talking. Are they left versus right? Is gay marriage on left versus right?
Okay. Do we need to talk about the difference between an issue and a policy?
So when you say policy, what do you mean? Is that a state, federal? What do you mean? Is it separated by county, or what does that even mean? Policy.
It's legislation.
Policies are pieces of legislation that are being voted on by lawmakers.
So gay marriage is not a piece of legislation?
Is it anywhere?
Can it be?
It's the law right now. Until the Supreme Court overturns it, no, it can't be. It's just a law.
Which they will if they get another seat.
So it could be, right? It could potentially be left versus right issue. Okay, so what about abortion? Is that a left versus right issue?
It shouldn't be.
The right for choice.
Sakes. Is it a left versus right issue? I'm trying to
It's currently on attack by the right.
A delineation between left versus right. So what? Okay, Fuck it.
It's
I'm not going to come up with these.
gay
You guys tell
marriage,
me. Give
gay
me
marriage,
five. Give me five
abortion.
issues.
Those are trans rights. Those are all things that the right wing likes to throw in the left's face and say, "Here, defend this."
Okay, well, you guys give me
while they
five-
steal the country from out from underneath us.
Give me 5 issues that you would say are left versus right issues. I'm not going to come up with them. You come up with them. Tell me, what are they? 5 issues. Left versus right.
I throw Citizens United into that.
You guys are the
Citizens
experts.
United
You've
isn't
gotta
even
have
a
fucking
front worth
shopping list full of this stuff.
fighting
Come on, you
on.
can give me 5 fucking
Because
issues. that are left-
the right doesn't even care about Citizens United. Because to them that's settled law. So they don't even fight on that field. So that's not a left versus right. It's just something the left doesn't like.
That's insane.
Because all the billionaires are on the right.
You guys are telling me how ignorant I am of all this stuff, and I agree with you. I am.
There's-
I've said it.
there's-
I've
You know
came up
what?
with 3
You're-
issues that you guys
you're-
are telling me are not left versus right: gay marriage, abortion, and gun rights. And you're like, no, those aren't issues. And now I've said, okay, give me 5 issues, and you guys have literally been crickets. What are 5 fucking issues?
I
that are
just
left
gave an
versus
issue.
Right. You guys are so informed. Give me 5 issues that are left versus right. I'm writing them down right now.
We
5
could
issues.
give you 100 of them.
Well,
That
then give
doesn't
me
mean
5 of
doesn't
them.
make
Pick
them
5.
left versus right.
Pick 5.
Okay, fine. Put Citizens United on there and see if you can get a
Citizens-
right winger to defend that.
Citizens United. I don't even know what that is, but that's
They-
fine. Okay, so that's
Yeah,
fine. So
they
what's
won't either.
1?
They don't care.
What's number 2?
And if they don't care, is it really right versus left?
I don't know. This is your list.
Healthcare
That's one.
access.
See, this is the problem, though, right? Is that when we look at the right, that they're single issue voters is what you come across. You come across they either care about their guns, they care about babies, or they, the border was hyped up by Trump. So there's a bunch of people that are concerned about the border, yet they don't think about ending the drug war that causes refugees to want to cross the border to begin with. They're single issue, though. That's the problem. So you almost have to pick their issues for us to go up against, or for a quote unquote leftist to refute, because our side is much more nuanced and complicated, because we tend to look at the ramifications more than just 3-word answers, build a wall to fix a problem. Right.
So I'm trying to tell you, OE, there are issues that the left is fighting for and issues that the right is fighting for, and they're not the same things.
Can I give a couple issues that I have?
What?
Okay. Education access, healthcare access.
Okay, hold on. I'm writing it down. So we got education access. So far I got Citizens United, education access,
Healthcare access,
healthcare.
climate and sustainability.
Hold on. Sorry, brother. I'm writing, not typing, so I'm slow. Okay, so I got Citizens United, education access, healthcare access. We got 3 of the 5. Go ahead.
Climate and sustainability.
Climate's a big one. Thank you for that. Sustainability.
So are we going to have a debate based on what ARPI cares about? Because maybe you should just have ARPI do it.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm not the one giving you the answers, am I? Either is Robin.
Wealth inequality.
What
You're getting these all from ARPI. And if those are the 5 you're going with, then have him fucking defend them.
This is not for the debate.
Because you're getting one
I think this is more
leftist
for
opinion.
OE's. This is more for OE's research purposes.
Thank you. This is more for the purpose of this conversation. So, evidence, right? We talk about arguments. As skeptics, this is the shit that we hammer down on. The reason that we're not religious, right, is because we actually care about the facts, the actual data points. So we're now having a conversation. Now, you guys have been, not you, I feel like, and this is probably my own fault, but I feel like I've been attacked and meant to defend something that I don't even believe in, only for the purpose of trying to iron out what are the definitions, what are these policies, what are the things we are actually arguing about. right? What are we even talking about? I don't understand. I've admitted my own ignorance 100 times, and I'm perfectly fine with you guys vilifying me for it. But at the end of the day, can we actually get some fucking data points? So I'm asking you, forget the whole debate. Okay, I do want. This is why we need to have this.
Okay, you want to know what's really going to show you what you want to know? Go to the DNC website. I think it's democrats.org, and look up their platform, their actual platform. That is the nationwide Democratic Party platform.
Mm-hmm.
And it will include a bunch of the leftist stuff. It will include all kinds of shit. Probably all the things that Arpy just listed off. I bet you they're on there. I would bet everything I had that they're all on there.
You're critical of the fact that I'm taking only lists from Arpy. So Gretchen, Arpy's made it.
That's what I'm telling you. Go to the DNC, go to democrats.org and look at their platform, and then do the same thing with the Republican Party.
And
look at their platform.
DNC versus what's the other one? RPC or
RNC.
RNC. Okay.
Republican National
I
Committee.
I will do my due diligence, but for the purpose of this conversation, Gretchen.
If you want like true left versus right.
Well, I'd be curious to know what your list is, or Arpy's list, or anybody's list who wants to say they're left. So Arpy was willing to step up to the plate and give us four talking points here, and I'm willing to take a fifth from Arpy. Do you agree, Gretchen, with Citizens United? Do you think that's a good left versus right issue?
I think that's a great issue for the lefties to run fucking rampant. I don't think the right wingers will even know what the fuck it means.
Fair enough. What about healthcare? Do you think that's a left versus right issue?
I mean, to a point, yeah.
What about education? Is that a left versus right issue?
No.
Okay. And RP, I'm not gonna lie.
I think that's a left only issue, to be honest. I think the right is against education, and
well, it's a versus. So yeah,
but they're winning, so they don't care. They don't know anything about it. They just know that they're probably gonna say shit like, and I fucking debate these people all the time. They're just going to say, I don't want an education department if you're just going to turn my kid into a trans kid. That's what they really fucking believe. And that's not education anymore, is it?
Yeah, and OE, as it comes to education, look specifically
none of them can
into
speak to education.
Look specifically into Bush's enactment of No Child Left Behind and how the public education sector has been in steep decline since that policy has been enacted.
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, and it's had a huge impact. RP, I'm so sorry. You mentioned citizens, education, healthcare, and the fourth point, my handwriting.
Climate and sustainability.
Thank you. Climate. Okay. All right. So, Gretchen, the point of this is left versus right, right? Trying to identify with what does left versus right mean. RP has said Citizens United. I don't even know what that fuck that means. Education United. I know what education is.
Okay,
Healthcare.
but in terms of debate, I'm trying to tell you that there are some things that you're not going to get a left versus right effect because you can't. I'm trying to give you the benefit of my experience debating these assholes, and like you're not going to get an education debate out of anyone on the right.
I don't think that's true because did you watch my video that I posted on my channel when I had the conversation with A's and I defended my political views?
No.
I would recommend you watch that because I know you probably, and I don't blame you. I'm not trying to accuse you or attack you or anything, but I actually feel like I did a really good job of defending what I felt like would be good political policies. And universal health care, free education, free health, those are the kind of things that I was fighting for. A mix of socialist versus controlled capitalist ideas, a blend in between. So I think you should really look at that video and then judge me on how ignorant I am about how these things work. Because yeah, I admit that I don't
Okay,
know what
but
a
you
lot of
also think that everyone on the left wants to
being-
defund the police.
Yeah, because I live on the West Coast, and I was there for all the
Me
way
too.
there personally, all the way through the Rodney King riots, through the George Floyd riots, through the U District riots. I was there. I lived it. I was actually there personally. Don't fucking tell me about what I do and don't know on the streets. Okay, I know. I see.
That's
Now,
anecdotal.
it is anecdotal. You're right. Absolutely.
It totally
Absolutely.
is. But
Absolutely.
you're
Absolutely. You're
but
right.
you're putting that on all of the left.
No, I'm not. I'm not. You asked me what have I heard from the left? This is the kind of stuff I've heard from the left. Now I defend Black Lives Matter. I defend all lives matter. I'm not willing to separate anybody out. I think trans lives matter.
You don't want to say that.
Matter. I think Chinese lives matter. I think Japanese lives matter. I think Black lives matter. I think all lives matter. You guys know.
Hold on, Owie. You may be doing this accidentally, but all lives matter is actually a right-wing dog whistle.
Mm-hmm.
You can take it however you want. You can accuse me.
No, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm saying that you might be doing it in ignorance, but you need to look up what all lives matter actually means.
I need to say what I think I believe, which is all lives matter. I believe
right, but look into the all lives matter movement and understand that it's a counter push against Black Lives Matter.
Away from me. They're not going to take them. They don't deserve that. They don't own my language. I believe your life matters. I believe.
But by co-opting their motto, you are helping their effort.
Being associating yourself with them then. With the KKK and Richard Spencer.
The outside observer
who
who's not familiar with you isn't going to be able to understand your nuance.
They could either be a decent human being and approach me and say, "What do you mean when you say all lives matter?" And I will say, "Your life matters, brother, sister, family."
Or you can also look into the All Lives Matter movement and understand that it's a right-wing dog whistle.
Well, that's their shortcoming.
People have been canceled for less.
Well, you guys can cancel me if you want to. I believe all lives matter. I don't care about the politics.
That's a little far. I'm just trying to help you. Not appear to be signal boosting. Right wing dog whistles is all. I'm trying to help your case. So please don't think I'm trying to attack your character or anything.
Neither of us are judging you. We're just trying to the alt-right. They have thoroughly owned the all lives matter space, and they have made it as it's now everybody knows it's a pushback to Black Lives Matter. It's what white people say in response to Black Lives Matter.
It's the willful misunderstanding of the Black Lives Matter motto. It's Black Lives Matter also, not Black Lives Matter only, and they're willfully misunderstanding the point of the movement.
I was
like Nick Fuentes,
I was about
Richard
16,
Spencer, the KKK. They're fully comfortable with owning the all lives matter, and they know exactly what it means when they do it.
I was about 16.
Now,
maybe.
You doing it out of ignorance. I mean, we're now telling you what it means. And if you choose to ignore us, then that's on you.
I was about 16, 17 years old. I was living on the streets. My best friend was the only black kid in the entire town of Sandy, Oregon.
Is this an I have a black friend story? Because it doesn't forgive you using that language.
I didn't realize how racist this town was. And my best friend, now we fought our way through high school because he was my best friend and he was the only black kid. Now I met him in the summertime. I grew up in my previous foster family was in the city, and I had black friends, Chinese friends, Mexican friends. I didn't know about racism. It was never introduced to me. So when I moved out into this hick country town in the middle of summer in this trailer park, the black kid that moved into the trailer across from me, he looked like my age. And I was like, I went and knocked on his door. Hey, bro, you want to come play some football? And he cracked the door, barely cracked it. He's like, what do you want? I was like, I want you to come play some football. and there's no kids in the neighborhood. There's only 4 of us. We needed a 4th. And he's like, let me ask my mom. And so he went and asked his mom, white lady, by the way. And he's like, yeah, my mom said it would be okay. So we played football. We fucking became best friends. Then we went to high school when the fall came. Holy shit. He was the only black kid in the whole fucking school. And we got into some fist fights. And I'm not trying to tough guy and talk about what a badass I am, fucking whatever. We fucking handled our business. And pretty soon we were the most popular kids in the school. Had a great life. So I come out to visit my friend a couple years later, about 16, 17. We've just got our driver's licenses, and we played a lot of sports.
So this isn't I have a black friend story.
I'm telling the story. Please indulge me. So we're driving out in the country, looking for a basketball court to play in. It's the middle of summertime, and we're looking for a lit court out in the country that had a roof over it, right? And there's this one school, it's out way out there. And so we're driving out there, and we get pulled over out in the middle of the fucking country, doing no lights or traffic signals or stop signs or nothing. We're not doing anything wrong. No drinking, no drugs, nothing. We get pulled over. And the cops come up.
Can we shorten the story, please?
They pull my black friend out of the car, and they start giving him some shit. And they're yelling at him, calling him neat. And I won't say that on this channel, the hard N-word, this and that, hard N-word, hard N-word. And I'm sitting in the passenger seat. Now, we just got done fighting kids, talking this kind of mess, fist fighting. And now the cops are doing it to my friend. And I love this brother. He was my best friend. His father committed suicide right after my father had been murdered. And so we had this huge bond.
God.
And so the cops.
My heart fucking bleeds for you, Oli. What do you want? I have a black friend story too.
You don't fucking got it. So another cop car pulls up.
This is one entire giant virtue signal.
Hold on. This is a very long story.
So
this is a huge virtue signal is what this shit is.
I'm not virtue signaling shit. I'm telling you a real story. The fucking cops are like, okay, we're going to let you go. Fucking all these tickets. And I'm fucking steaming. And the cops are like, you got something to say about this? And my friend gets in the car and he's like, Danny, please, whatever you do, don't say anything. And I'm like, fucking yeah, I got something to say about this. He's like, why don't you come out here and say something about it? Those fucking
can't.
Did I lose commute?
No, you didn't. Sorry. I'll undo it.
Do you guys don't want to hear the story? You don't want to hear the story about
No! How many times do I have to tell you? No, we don't want to hear the fucking story.
About how all lives matter?
I don't need to hear it.
About what I've been through when police threatened my life, told me they would take
I
me
have
out
a
the
black
woods and
friend
bury
story.
me and fucking bury me if I ever hung out with another black person in my life. Fucking scared the shit out of me.
Please listen here. When the mottos you're using are co-opted by the Ku Klux Klan, you need to seriously consider the language that you're using. That's all we're saying. So please,
you gonna go get a swastika tattoo and walk around and say it's a Hindu fucking symbol?
Let's not.
No, you're not.
All I'm advocating
because you're not an idiot. Allegedly.
All I'm advocating for here is further education on the issue. So please, don't double down in this until you're fully educated on how the right is using this phrase to do massive amounts of harm.
And then if you want to associate with yourself after you've learned, then go ahead. It's your funeral. But
enough.
just know that you're doing it willingly at this point.
So I believe in objective morality. Is that fair enough to say? I believe that all human beings are equal.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
It has everything to do with everything.
I don't
How
believe
do I
in objective
judge
morality.
the value of a human being? Because there is no race. There's only the human race.
Except there is race.
There isn't race. That's a social construct. We're all human beings. We should all love each other, respect each other. We all have the same fundamental needs. That's what objective morality is based on. I know you don't get into the philosophy of it. So Gretchen, I'm not going to run you through
Melanin is a
philosophy,
thing.
but
And there is race. I'm sorry.
Objective
there is.
morality also dictates that you have a reason to act in certain situations, and if a certain group is using certain verbiage to attack certain vulnerable groups, then you have a reason to act in such a way that will dismantle their ability to attack those vulnerable groups.
I would agree with that. And the way to dismantle that is to educate everybody and just say that
Well,
we're
start
all
by
equal.
educating yourself
We're all
first,
equal.
please.
Don't we want to fight for equality?
Yes, but start by educating yourself so that like you can be more effective on the
Mhm.
front line of this battle.
You can't educate anyone when you don't know what you're talking about. That's what
Because
we've been trying to tell Nave for a week.
You've been coming up here and you know admitting that you aren't very educated on this topic, and it's good to have that sort of self-awareness. So please take the time to research these topics and bring yourself up to speed so that you can be more effective in the fight that you're trying to bring to the table.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So to be more effective, I would have to pretend that all lives don't matter.
No, that's a complete mischaracterization of
No,
what I just
that's
said.
a
I know you're
weaselly,
better than
slimy
that.
little bitch move is what that was.
No, I'm just asking you
And
for
you know it.
clarification. So I can't say all lives matter, but I can't say all lives don't matter. So where am I supposed to
That's
say?
not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying familiarize
No.
yourself with what the All Lives Matter movement is and why that language was co-opted by the right.
So just because somebody co-opted something, does that mean we should allow them to take it from us?
It's done. It's been done. It's years past now. You know what? Just because the Nazis took the fucking swastika, does that mean nobody
Here,
can fucking have swastikas all over everything
I have
anymore?
an analogy. I have an
Yeah,
analogy.
it does.
I have an analogy. So say
The Nazis
that
own
like
that shit now.
say a hate group has taken the phrase "I love ice cream" to mean we must exterminate all the gays, and you go out and like you see a bunch of people like shouting, "We love ice cream! We love ice cream! We love ice cream!" You're like, "Oh, I love ice cream. I'm gonna go and continue saying I love ice cream." But then you see a bunch of people in the LGBTQIA community, protesting this phrase, "I love ice cream." You should do your due diligence to figure out what people are actually meaning when they're saying "I love ice cream."
Does the
before
truth
you-
does the truth matter in any of this?
The truth is that this phrase is being used to harm people at no end.
But is that based on truth? Like, can ice cream like be a good thing?
It can be, but because this group is doing harm with it, you should be aware.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's the perception that you're immediately going to put off if you say to anyone all lives matter, right? That the point is, did anyone say that before anyone said Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
You're
they
full of
fucking
shit.
did.
Nobody
Yeah,
said
no, they
all
didn't.
lives matter before somebody's. You're
Yeah,
full
they
of shit.
did.
No,
They did anecdotally.
No, they didn't.
did. Yeah, they did before social media or anything. I heard it all the time. That's where I came up with family in the joint, because the black people who loved me and the white people who loved me and the Mexican people who loved me who weren't part of the race wars were like, yeah, all lives matter. We don't give a fuck about that shit. Yeah, there was this shit going on before you guys were even born, probably. You guys don't know what the fuck. No disrespect. I get what you're saying. There's a movement. There's a
You're
movement.
not that much older than we are. Stop it.
Well, apparently I've lived a lot longer than you have. There's a movement. I get it. And you guys are down for like, hey,
Have
look,
you?
a counter movement. You want to have a counter movement. And I respect that. But to actually stop and think what you're saying right now, you guys are telling me that to say all lives matter is a
Okay,
bad
all right.
thing. That's
No,
fucking
no, no,
insane.
no, no,
That's
no, 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 no.
insane.
No,
Does the
only
truth
because
What I'm
it's
telling,
been
what we're
co-opted
telling
in the
you
That's
is
insane. That's
what we're
insane.
telling you is an analogy. Would you go get a swastika tattoo and then go tell everybody that
No,
no,
because
it's
I don't
Hindu.
believe in swastika, but I believe
It's
all lives
Hindu,
matter because I
though.
love you guys. You guys know me.
But what
You guys,
does the swastika mean in Hindu?
I have no idea. But what does the all lives matter mean? It means all fucking lives matter. All lives. Your life matters to me.
Yeah, but as a society, we have come to the conclusion that the racists say it means something different, and we've let them have it.
Okay, so let me put myself in your
We've
paradigm.
let them have it.
Let me put myself in your paradigm. So a racist person who says all lives matter is self-refuting. Do you realize that?
Yes, because
You even realize what you're fucking saying
racists don't hold a consistent worldview. You understand this by evaluating them with an objective moral framework.
I
They,
do
they
understand that, but
they
what-
have a
but what-
contradiction
Yes,
in their
I do
worldview,
understand
and
the
they have
contradiction.
no problem holding this
Yes,
contradiction.
I do understand the contradiction, which is why
can
it's
we-
laughable.
can we
So to say that
can
you
we
shouldn't
stick
say
with
all
the-
lives matter because racist people say all lives matter is insane because you are adopting
we-
their contradiction and
That's
saying
that's
their-
not the
that's
point.
their
We're saying you
contradiction.
shouldn't say it because it is
Listen.
currently co-opted by the racist people, and by
Guys,
saying this phrase,
Arby,
you are
Only
hurting
co-opted
people.
because you gave it up.
Stop a second.
You guys are giving it
Can
up.
we-
It's only
Guys!
co-opted because you're giving it to them. Stop being.
Can we please stick with the swastika real quick here? It means like prosperity and and well-being for all, if I remember correctly. Someone fact check me on that. Okay, but you believe in that, don't you?
Do I believe in prosperity for all? Yes, I
Prosperity
do.
and well-being for all.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so go get that swastika tattoo.
I don't
Oh
need a
wait,
swastika
you
tattoo.
can't
I don't
because
need a
we've
swa-
all collectively associated it with the fucking Nazis.
Okay, but I don't need a swastika tattoo because I don't believe in what that.
You
swastika-
also don't need to say all lives matter when you know it's a fucking dog whistle.
No, I don't know that.
For the
You're telling me
racists.
that, but I don't buy that. I'm not adopting that. I'm not giving into that bullshit because you're saying that by
it's
saying
it's been decided years ago. It's a thing. It's part of culture now. We're not lying to you. We're not trying
I
to
be-
gaslight you.
I believe you that you've adopted that. I believe
We're
you
trying
that
to
people
stop
use-
you from putting on the fucking white hood because you think it's a ghost costume and it's not.
I'm not putting on any white hoods. I'm not putting.
Yeah, no one's gonna know that though.
Well, you guys can judge me.
No one's going to know that. No, that like we don't want you to be judged as that. That's why we're trying to tell you to not say that.
And I
right?
appreciate
Because it's
I
thinly veiled racism and it wasn't said before. And maybe in the joint, I don't know.
Maybe on the streets. Yeah, maybe a lot
Not
of
on the
places it was
streets.
said.
It was
Bullshit,
only
it was. I grew
until
up on the
Black
street.
Lives
No,
Matter
I
was
grew up
said.
on the
Nobody's.
streets. You guys are not going
This
to.
is also anecdotal.
Don't appeal. Don't.
It is
use that with
anecdotal,
me.
and I'm telling you from my anecdotal.
You do
experience,
not know
you're
my
saying this
life
is
either.
not
You
happening,
do
and
not
I'm
know
telling you
where
it
I
is
grew up.
happening.
So just don't play that card, dude.
The card that we should all love each other.
No,
That we
you
should
know
all
what
accept
card
each
I'm
other, don't play
talking
that
about.
card.
Don't pull that card.
What card am I playing?
Your childhood, your upbringing, your like your life is so much more oppressed or beaten upon than anyone else's.
I didn't
dude.
say
You
anything
don't
about
know
oppressed or
people.
beaten upon.
You
I didn't say
kind of
any of
did
that.
though. You kind of
No, I
alluded
didn't. I
to
gave you an
like
example of
we
how
haven't
I-
had the same rough upbringing that you did, and you don't know that.
I didn't say you haven't. If you actually watch my video, Courage Without Fear, you would know what I'm talking about. You would say, I said, my story is no different than your story. Your story has equal value. Your story has equal value.
But my story has
saying
also
things
come
that are
to the
not relevant
conclusion
me,
that I
bro.
don't want to be
You are-
perceived as a racist, and that's what that statement is. Here,
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Our
Just
Barbie
wait,
brought it up.
perceived,
wait,
not
I just
not
wanna put this in
identified
context.
as, just
I'm
perceived.
telling you about a story where I got beat down by cops for defending my black friend, and you're telling me that my anecdotal experience doesn't matter, and then you're telling me I'm going to be perceived as a racist. Make this make sense.
I have 100 stories like that, dude.
Okay, but make this make sense. I got beat down by cops for defending my black friend, and I'm being perceived as a racist. You said those two things. My anecdotal experience doesn't matter, and I'm a racist. So tie that together.
The anecdotal experience.
one has
is,
called you a
is an,
racist.
is
He
an
just did.
appeal.
He just said,
We
I'm being
just,
perceived
no,
as a
no. I
racist.
said perceived,
Yes,
as
perceived.
if
Do you
you say
understand the
that.
difference?
Yeah, he said I'm perceived as a racist. And he
Right.
said my
will be,
anecdotal
yes, we're
experience-
trying
from
to prevent
calling
that.
you a racist.
No, I understand, but he's saying I'm being perceived as a racist.
You
but
will
my
be.
anecdotal experience
Yes,
of
by-
being beat down for defending my black friend doesn't matter.
You're not being perceived
Won't
as
matter.
a
No
racist
one's
by
gonna get a-
us. You're being perceived by as a racist by other people that don't know you as well as we do when you use the term "all lives matter."
But RP, I give
That's
zero
the
fucks
nuance
about other
that-
people. I give zero fucks. I care about you. I care about Gretchen. I care about
but no,
Robin.
it's not just it's not just about the negative perception you may get, but the positive perception from other racists that want to further the movement, and they'll see you saying this phrase and they'll be emboldened to continue their effort. That's the issue here, is you are potentially helping their effort by making them feel that their cause is being supported, whether you're actually supporting it or not. That's the potential harm that you are committing by not understanding that this phrase has been co-opted by a hate group.
Okay, and that's fair enough.
Thank you.
But when are we going to get into the actual argument?
What actual argument? That
all lives
is the
actually
argument.
matter.
That may be true, but the phrase
Okay,
that
so
you're
if that is
using,
true, if that is true, how are you going to convey that?
by fighting for people's equal rights. You can say Black Lives Matter. That's equal.
Could
That's
you say
equal.
Chinese lives matter? Can you say white lives matter? Can you say anything? Can you say all lives matter? You're going to say no. That you can't say that. So how are we
I
gonna
never said that.
You just literally told me I can't say all lives matter. You literally have been telling me that. And fighting me that
Yes,
this whole
all
time.
lives matter, because that has been co-opted by the hate group. But you can say Asian lives matter. You can
Can I
say
say
white
white lives
lives matter.
matter?
Potentially, that's also another problematic slogan that's been co-opted.
There you go. Well,
So
I'm
it's
Irish. Can I say Irish lives matter?
sure,
Okay.
because the Irish have absolutely been
Yes, they have.
victims of oppression
Yes, they
here
have.
in the
And
U.S.
the slave trade, the actual people don't know the slave hub was Dublin, was the slave trade capital. But I'm not going to get into Irish slavery because I'm not trying to like do all that shit. But I'm just saying, so do I have to say Irish lives, Scottish lives, Hindu lives, Indian lives, Chinese lives, Japanese lives, Black lives, Mexican lives, blah, blah. Do I have to go through the whole
Potentially,
list? Or can I just say
as to
all lives
not help
matter?
perpetuate the motto of a hate group.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do I
Is
have
it
to go through every single?
is it an objective fact that a hate group is currently using the motto "All Lives Matter"?
It may be.
Okay,
Is it
and so
true? Christians, is it objectively true that people say that there is this God that hates gay marriage, that hates homosexuality? Is that objectively true?
yeah,
Yeah. And should we fight against that?
yeah.
Okay. So if it's objectively true that people are saying things that are not right, we should fight against them.
No,
right?
this is a false dichotomy because
No, it's not a false dichotomy.
listen.
How-
It's not.
okay,
It's
I'm sorry.
disanalogous
How is
because
it
we're not
demonstrate-
we're not co-opting their language by saying God loves homos, God loves the non-believers. We're fighting against it by saying there is no God. And so it's disanalogous. We're not reclaiming the motto. We're fighting against the.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Gretchen, did you mute me?
No, you cut out. Are you there?
I think someone muted me.
I didn't do it.
Gretchen, are you muting me on purpose? What's going on? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, because I got a notification that the host muted me.
She's probably trying to get me. I don't know. She's pretty heated at me, and I'm not trying to. I understand I probably lost like 50 subscribers in this conversation, but I'm not even.
My point, Oe, is that like when you say that we need to fight against the Christians that are saying that they're God hates gay people, hates like this group, that group. We're not co-opting and trying to reclaim and say that no, God loves these people. We're fighting against the idea of God. So it's just wholesale disanalogous.
It's not
Because
disanalogous.
it is because you're trying to reclaim the phrase "all lives matter," and that's the issue here. When you brought up the scenario of Christians using their doctrine and their God to fight against people.
Do all lives matter?
Yes.
Okay, then we should fucking reclaim that.
Not when it's doing undue harm currently.
Oh my fucking
You know what,
God.
Oe? You brought up the example of, if God thinks that, Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, what was going on there? Why
Okay.
was I muted over and over?
I have no idea. All of a sudden, you were muted, and Ray is completely disconnected. And I was trying to toggle on and off to see if you guys would come back.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. But you brought up we should fight for gay marriage. I don't hear you out here saying all marriage matters or straight marriage matters.
Yeah,
No, because you're
I have
not a
said that,
fucking
but-
asshole. That's why.
I
So
have said that.
you're
I have
only
said that. It's
fighting
because
for gay
I've actually
marriage,
made
right?
videos on my channel saying that it's because adults, consensual adults, need to be able to engage in consensual adult behavior, and that includes gay
Oh,
people,
okay,
straight
so-
people, fucking bi people, trans people, everybody. I've fucking
Then you
posted
know
that
what?
on
Then
my
you're just
channel.
an asshole. What do you want? I mean, you're just an asshole. Because you know what? Straight people don't need fucking their marriage rights fought for. And you know it.
I'm an
And
asshole.
the reason nobody's out there saying Irish fucking lives matter is because it wasn't a string of Irishmen being fucking gunned down in the streets when they were unarmed for the last 2 years before that happened.
Gretchen, you might want to educate
I
yourself on
think
Irish history.
Hold on. I think we're getting a little over passionate here. Let's
Did I
remember
say
we're more.
for the last 2 years before all that went down, you didn't see Irishmen getting fucking gunned down by cops every fucking week in this country? It was black men.
Yes, it
That's
was.
why black people felt that everyone needed a reminder that their lives actually fucking matter.
And their lives do matter. You're absolutely right. Black lives do fucking matter. You're absolutely right. I'm the only person, I fucking guarantee you, listening to you guys talk, I'm the only person on this panel that's taken lumps for that. I'm the only person that threw fucking hands
How
for
the
that.
fuck do
You guys
you
don't
know?
fucking, you guys are virtue signaling like motherfuckers. Not one of you has fucking taken a black eye for that. Not one of you has fucking actually put your fucking
You
hands
wanna
up
bet?
to defend that.
You want
I'm the only person on this panel that's defended Black Lives Matter.
You don't fucking
You
know
want to fucking
me.
bet?
I fucking do know you. I can tell by the way you're talking about this that you fucking never once got your ass kicked for fucking defending a black person.
Owie, my first girlfriend, the woman I lost my virginity to, was black, and she got called the N-word all the time, and I fought tooth and nail for her honor. I'm currently married to
And RP,
a
I retract
beautiful.
my statement. You have fought to. You have actually put fists up. So okay, so I'm not the only
Right.
person.
I'm currently married to a beautiful
Oh, go
Korean
fuck
woman,
yourself.
and my child is half Korean. Okay, I'm going to have to protect my child from countless amounts of racism throughout his life, and I'm going to fail to be able to do so to my fullest extent.
You know what, RP?
Okay.
RP, take a breath. I think this might be a good time for McTime to
Well,
pop in.
RP, now in it, just to say, props to you for that. But when I was telling my story about how I was fighting, getting beat up by white cops, defending my black friend, you guys muted me. Didn't want to hear that story.
I
didn't
did.
mute
Not
you.
he didn't. I did because I wasn't interested in hearing an I have a black friend story.
Fair enough.
Good morning, people.
So, go ahead and tell McTime how all lives matter is a perfectly
Yeah, McTime,
reasonable
McTime,
fucking take.
brother. I believe all lives, white, black, red, Indian, Chinese, I think every man, woman, bi, trans, gay, every life fucking matters, and I will fight tooth and nail to defend that.
I do too, and that's why I'm out here trying to talk to people to try to get people to come to more reason. But I sense that you're. I don't really know you, but I sense that you're genuine in your speech and your efforts. But you got to look at it like this, big homie. When you are trying to do your objective, you use tools that makes your objective possible. That works towards it. And right now, the tool that you're using has been made to where it doesn't work. It actually takes from your objective. You are just playing right into the hands of the people that's trying to drown out. Because I never understood why they that became the slogan Black Lives Matter. I always thought it should be Matter Too or something like that. But it is what it is, and and the point of it is trying to say that this is a reminder that our lives matter. You know what I'm saying? That Black lives matter. And it's like going to a car dealership, a car shop to get your car fixed, and everybody got wet socks as tools. They're not gonna fix the car, man. What you're doing is taken from the overall objective that you claim that you want to do.
Fair enough.
And
But-
simply by using their language.
But
I'm
when
not
you
telling you
play
not- I'm
into
not
their
telling you not
hand,
to use it.
when
I'm
you
not- I'm
play,
not telling you not
you guys are playing into their hand. You're letting them have that
No,
language.
you're
letting them-
literally playing
letting
into
the
their hand. You're
haters
perpetuating their
co-opt
language.
that.
I mean, I had no choice but to let them have the language because I don't define anything. They call my whole lifestyle a
Neither
criminal.
do we.
Everything when they call Mexicans alien, I mean illegals. They define everything. But the president can go and be getting the Epstein files 2,000 something times, and he's the president. They define the words. I wish I had power to define words. I try to define them right and apply them fair, but that's not what's going on here, is it?
Well, all my stories are gonna be anecdotal, but my black brothers, my black sisters, they don't buy into that Black Lives Matter. We sit down, we have lunch, we have dinner. In fact, I had 3 black families over here celebrating my 25-year
It's really
wedding
weird
anniversary.
that you would
We all
stake
think
out a
all
position
lives
like
matter.
you
So
think you're
they
gonna
don't-
change all of society for 3 little fucking words, and you're not willing to fucking vote for president. You know what? That's just like that's a serious 180 that I cannot even get my brain around.
I voted for the last time I voted was for a black president. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you weren't willing to vote since then.
Yeah, because they've all been shit.
Right,
There
but
have
you
been-
were you're gonna go to the fucking mats over all lives matter? Like why?
Yeah, I am willing to go to the mat for that. All lives do matter to me. All my brothers, all my sisters. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what your gender is. I will
Okay,
love
you
you. I will
can't
defend your right.
find a different way to say that other than the way that the fucking racists
You don't
already
need to say
fucking
it. Just do it. Just do it.
I am doing it, family. I am doing it. I already am doing it. I do it every fucking day. I live my life like this.
And all this
I take
because
it-
you
I
got
take heat
defensive
from both
over
sides. I take
3
heat from both
words.
sides. I can't believe I'm getting vilified by people who
You're not being vilified.
We're not vilifying you. We're trying to help you not come across as a racist.
Now look, I'm not taking
Nobody's vilifying you. Just because you
taken
get
from your
defensive
objective.
over something doesn't mean you're being vilified.
Vilificate. Hold on. Like vilifying you would be calling you a racist. We're trying to help you not come across as a racist to outside viewers.
And I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
You're not going to help us because you don't understand the nuance here, because you haven't taken the time to educate. You haven't taken. You admitted at the beginning of this conversation you are ignorant to these issues. So you
Yes,
need to
that's
take the
true.
time.
That's
Okay, good. So take the time to educate yourself, please.
But brother, I'm sorry. That was I didn't mean. RP. I'm bad about that.
I know.
Family.
I'm not going to
family.
hold it against you.
Thank you. Listen to me, family. You're right. I acknowledge my ignorance about the nuances and about the politics. But what I'm saying, which you guys have yet to refute, okay, you've only agreed with my policy, my stance, and then said, oh, by the way, you can't hold that stance because other people have co-opted that stance. So no, I'm not letting them take it away from you. You all have let them take it away from you.
It's not the stance. It's the
I feel like
lingo.
you all are the weak ass bitches. I feel like you all are being fucking taken away from. I fucking think all fucking lives matter. I love you no matter what you fucking think, no matter what you believe, no matter what your skin color is, no matter what your gender or your sex. I think of you as a human being, and that's what I base my objective morality
Well, hey, look
on.
at it this way. Wholesome Knave is he's got your back, so there's that.
and just remember, by you doing that, man, you gonna make it harder for all lives to matter. You are taking from the day. You're the guy out there trying to take the time with
disagree.
shots of tools.
Hey, family, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate where you're coming from. And I'm making it hard on myself right now. I'm getting beat up right now. I'm getting tagged. Gretchen, R&B, fucking everybody.
You are shadow boxing with yourself.
You making it harder to complete your objectives. It's not that
Nobody's laid a fucking glove on you. You're doing this to yourself.
unless this is not truly your objective. I mean, you're not gonna be able to complete it by you. What you're doing is just another voice in the chorus of voices screaming for the status quo, status quo, status quo. Did you know that one of my friends got put in handcuffs and threw in an ant bed, and the police just sit there and laughed at him? Shit like that. And we're trying to remind people like that Black Lives Matter too. And I didn't make the slogans. I kind of didn't like it at first, but it is what it is now. So I just run with it and trying to hear everybody's voices and opinions out and talk in public squares about coming to reason and being reasonable. Do things that'll help us achieve our goals and objectives. What you're doing is not going to help, man. You're just taking away from the goals and objectives of people who trying to do what you say you don't want to do, and trying to drown it out with another note, with another message.
I am trying to drown it out with another message. I'm the middle message, right? Like them in the middle, like the truth. I'm fighting for the truth. I'm fighting for the truth. So can we all agree on this panel that all lives do actually matter? Is that the truth of the matter? Forget the fucking politics and all who's co-opting what. Can we all agree that all people matter? Everything matters.
I
All
don't
lives
know why
matter?
we keep going back to this. The fact of the matter.
I can't agree with that.
No, I won't agree to that because I am well versed in how co-opted that phrase
So
has
what
been
lives
by
do
the
matter?
fucking
So
by the
tell me then,
racist right.
Educate me.
I'm
What lives
sorry.
do matter? Gretchen, what lives do matter?
That's not the fucking question you asked. You asked
Well,
if I would
no,
be
you
willing
said
to
no, so I'm
associate
asking you.
myself
So
with
what
the phrase
what
"all lives
and
matter."
what lives do matter and what lives don't matter?
It's not about what lives don't matter.
It is. That's literally what
I'm just
it
not
is all
going to
about.
associate myself as a fucking white person. I'm not going to associate myself with the three-letter phrase you want me to say.
No,
and
I'm
not
saying
going
what lives do
because
matter.
I know the issue very well. And I am aware of what comes along with saying those fucking three words. And I might as well be wearing that white sheet myself if I do. And I'm not going to associate myself with it.
I'm gonna go.
No matter what Weasley little tactics you fucking try to pull on me.
These aren't Weasley.
Oh yeah, I will agree with
You're
you.
not going to shove words in my fucking mouth.
I'm not going to
and
shove
you're,
words
and
in
you're not going to force. You're not going to force me.
I shouldn't say something, right?
You know what? You can say whatever the fuck you want. I just want you to know what they mean when you say them. That's
I know
it.
what they mean because I'm the one saying it. I'm the one that puts meaning behind the words.
Okay, so you have zero social context then.
Oh.
Then I don't know why you're trying to learn about politics if you're not going to take any of it into fucking account.
Hey, McTime, you
It makes
dropped,
no
just so you
sense.
know.
Huh?
McTime dropped.
Yeah,
I'm just letting
I
you
saw
know.
McTime drop.
You also can't control how people infer what you imply. You may mean it with the best of intentions. That doesn't mean people are going to take it that way.
I'm just not ignorant enough to say the three words you want me to say to make you feel better so you can go ahead and keep using them. If you want to use them, go ahead. But if you use their language, you might be mistaken for one of them. That's all we're saying.
So what language should I use?
You should use the
What?
squeaky
You
wheel
don't have a
language.
brain? You can't figure something out?
I'm asking you. You're telling me I shouldn't use this language. So tell me what
How
language
about
should
this?
I use?
Your life matters.
I'm not
Yes,
saying
I like that. Your life matters. That's even better. I like that. Harvey. So can we say your life matters?
I like that too.
Yeah, your life matters.
That's a good compromise.
And as always, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, I love that. Your
That's
life
that's
matters.
the language you should use, the language of action, and
Right.
just put your these thoughts and concepts into action. Because the Black Lives Matter saying is more like the squeaky wheel saying. The squeaky wheel gets the oil, man. And right now, the oil, what the oil is needed on for is for Black people. We need to fix the stuff that's concerning how the treatment and laws concerning black people. And that's the intent of the law. I wish I wish it was it was worded differently, but it's the way it is now. So can't change it. I can't go in the past, and we can't make other people see things differently. But we can try to be reasonable and persuade them to be more reasonable.
Well, I agree with you, family. But the problem with that is that like Hispanic lives are the ones that are probably the most affected by the laws. So we could go to colored lives or something like that. But Hispanic people have been hurt probably more than anybody else because we have.
Oh, but you don't see color.
Well,
Oh,
and
shit.
that's why we have mottos like no person is illegal on stolen land. Like we have mottos
Right.
like
And I agree with
that
that. I
are
agree with
that are
that.
fighting it against the plight
Yeah.
of these vulnerable groups at this time. But so Oe, with my introduction of this new motto, "Your Lives Matter," would you agree that like you have a better reason to use that motto over "All Lives Matter" because your lives matter or your life matters doesn't have the negative potential connotation and has not been co-opted by a hate group?
Well, I could definitely buy into the Your Life Matters because I believe that objective morality and the reason that we want everything to be good is because my best life is lived by you having everything you need. Because if you have all the food you need, you're not going to come steal my food. If you have good health care, you're not going to give me a disease. If you have good mental health, you're not going to come do crazy shit and chop me up with an axe. So my best life is actually lived by making sure you have your best life. So I'm totally down with Your Life Matters. I think we should go with the Your Life Matters movement. I totally dig it.
Okay, good. I think that's a good progress here.
Tax wealth, not work, fund healthcare, and systemic racism. We're on to something.
Absolutely. But I do think there's a weakness here. I think there's a big weakness is that I do feel like we've exposed that that people are willing, and I'm not going to call out any names or whatever, but it just seems to me that people are looking at what the other side is doing. They've taken something from you guys. They've taken truth from you guys, actual facts that really should matter, and they've taken it from you. And you guys are like, "Oh, we can't do that."
No, they
because
haven't taken
What
the
do you
truth.
know about it?
They've quote unquote.
That's the nature. That's the nature of dog whistles, though.
They took words from us, but we can still speak the truth and just in other words.
Yeah, but you can't take anything from me that I don't give you. See, they
Well,
can't take anything from you
get
that you
fucked.
don't give them.
They define the words is being defined by a class, a whole nother class, somewhere else
And
that
they're
we don't have.
stronger than you are. They took it from you. You fucking gave it up.
I mean, they can have that. They can have them words. The words doesn't matter because we can do this with action. We don't need to play in their system at all. You
Sounds
playing
like
into the
victim
system.
blaming to me.
Yeah,
I'm just fucking, I'm just playing.
I mean, I can't speak to the plight of the Hispanic man because I'm not Hispanic. Well, I am kind of sort of. My grandfather was from Panama, so I get and they spoke Spanish and stuff. But I never learned any of that, so I guess I am kind of sort of. But they don't look at me like a Hispanic man. So I mean, I'm defined by everybody else. Just like you are defined by everybody else, and the things you say, what you're doing, is what people gonna define you as. I mean, we get to give ourselves names on this app and stuff, and everybody knows by these names that we gave ourselves. But in reality, your name is given to you, and the meaning of all my lives matter. It has been given to it, and you can take that and run with it if you want, but you wear that meaning too.
Fair enough.
But I want to ask you, OE, what is it? Do you think objective moral? What is the importance of objective morals?
The importance no, that's a great question. The importance of objective morals is understanding that when we remove ourselves from, because let's look at it from the other side, subjective morals, right? So that means that might makes right, because morality is
No, it doesn't.
I don't agree, but go ahead.
Okay. So if morality is subjective, that by definition, it means that whatever you think morality is based on is your subjective opinion by definition. Therefore, whoever has the strongest might can institute their
No,
morals.
that's not what that
subje-
means.
Well, it demonstrably is, but go ahead, Gretchen, make the argument.
It doesn't have anything to do with fucking might.
Well, if it's not based on it is, then what is it based on?
I don't
Andrew,
know. You're never. I don't know. I don't know the philosophy fucking lingo, and I'm not gonna
Me
get
neither.
fucking dragged down to this bull. Can't get an ought from an is. I'm not getting dragged into that. But morals are definitely subjective.
If they're
Because
subjective, then
everybody
might makes
doesn't
right.
have the same access to morals
if
as
they're
everybody
subjective-
else.
if they're subjective,
and
then
no,
might-
it's not about might. It's more about social contracts than anything.
Well, then you're basing it on it is, which then gets you to objective morality.
Well, I'm gonna try to stay out of the audience stuff too. I just want to try to understand why is people talking about this objective
I'm
morality.
not doing this. They're
It just
subjective,
seem like-
period.
I
Because
mean,
everybody
it-
has different access to morality because of
Yeah,
brain
it-
structures and emotions and personalities. We're not all the same. We're not all wired the same. We're not all built the same. So we don't have the same access to morality.
That is true.
Which means it
But that
can't
doesn't
be
mean that
objective.
morality
Which
itself
means it
is a-
can't be objective.
No,
Yes,
that
because
doesn't mean that.
morality lives in us.
No, that doesn't logically follow. It means access to morality is
Like
subjective.
I said, I'm not doing the fucking philosophy jargon with you.
I just don't see it. I don't see it. It seems
You
like a
either figure out
distinction
how to use regular fucking human speech or forget it.
yeah, we got
I
you
am
got
using-
double down.
I can
for
break
us
this down
before
as
we-
simple as you want. You just said that we all have our own individual access to morality. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, the most people who agree on a particular aspect of morality makes morality what it is, and therefore might makes right.
No.
No.
That logically follows from subjective morality.
No,
All right, Can I try something? All right, now I think a subjective morality is reality, basically, and excuse me, subjective morality is reality. So therefore, I think that's what we have. But it doesn't really matter to me if the guy next to me don't want to stab me because he thinks morality is objective or not. I don't care, just as long as he don't stab me. But as far as the morality, the morality part, I believe that when you come to my house, you're supposed to wipe your feet on the rug. Now, should we make that a law? And because objectively speaking, that's my morality, we should make that a law. And everybody who don't wipe their feet on the rug, they should get 5 years in prison. What you say? Oh, that's agreeable.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is you can come to my house anytime because we take our shoes off in the house. So I think you and I.
Oh, see, I don't want to do that either. You want to see my dirty socks? Sometimes I have mismatched socks on, man. Yeah, I don't want to. But go ahead. I'm just fucking with you.
So with the objective moral position is that there are true facts. So true facts can obtain when there's a particular goal teleologically, right? So there's a goal in mind. There are true facts that lead to a goal. That's demonstrable. And we can look at that through different analogies. So the easy one is a surgeon. If a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, they ought to sterilize their equipment because it's a true fact that sterilizing their surgical equipment will lead to less infection and help to get them to a successful surgery, right? So there are true facts that lead to a goal. So the normative on morality, oughts, ought nots, oughts, can be obtained objectively when a goal is determined.
But there are
We
things
are
called
a-
like sociopaths and psychopaths in the world, and they don't
Yeah,
have
they don't
the same
have access.
as we
Sociopaths
do.
and psychopaths do not have access because normative.
So they're
does
just
not-
counted out of your objective morality.
normative does not apply to sociopath or psychopaths. The
You know,
normative
one of them's in the
ought or
White
ought
House right
not
now,
does
right?
not apply to psychopaths because normative implies a person who is of a reasonable mindset.
So who gets to
reasonable
choose?
position.
You
So in
do?
a court of law, when they say, what would a normal person do in this position? The man came into my house. He broke in. I shot him. What would a normal person do in that situation? Is that murder or is that self-defense? They determine this on the normative based on a normal person's mind thinking in a particular situation. So normative refers to people with a
Yeah, but
normal
the
psychosis.
laws
So when you
makes
say, what
exceptions
about a
for.
psychopath? What about an axe murderer? They do not qualify for the normative. So the normative doesn't qualify.
Yeah, but
They
even
don't have access
Well,
to
then
objective morals.
if not everybody qualifies, then it's not objective,
It
is
is
it?
objective because there are true
It's not.
facts that there are true facts
Objective
that
means
obtain.
equal for everybody,
There are
right?
true facts that obtain to a goal. That's demonstrable. There are true facts, and true facts
You're
are
going to
objective.
the philosophy talk again.
I'm trying to keep it simple. So there are true facts. How do I? Okay. Let's do this. If we want to run a race, right, and the goal of the race is to be the first person at the finish line, right? It's a true fact that the person who runs the fastest is going to get to the finish line first. They're the winner.
Nope.
The subjective is the goal. We decide what the winner is, the first guy at the finish line. The true
That's
facts
not
are
even true. What if that person got a shitty start?
that would be subjective. Like, what are the rules? What are the rules going to be?
You're talking my world now, and I'm just going to take it out of running. It's like, how well did we'll keep it in running? How well did you manage the shoes? Did you tie them right? You could be the fastest person out there and didn't tie your shoes right. When it comes to the murder thing, how many legally, how many different degrees do we have for murder?
Mm-hmm.
Right, like there isn't, like, they fall into these categories that then become, we define that, but we take a lot of time to figure that out so that we're as just as we can possibly be. But it's not morality, it's just trying to work with what we've got given the circumstances, and it's not objective. You look at it subjectively when you're making these decisions, because there's context, there's nuance, there's all of these aspects into it.
Yep.
There's no black or white. It can't be objective.
Okay, so I've got two different positions: Gretchen's position and your position. So which one do you want me to address first?
But they're both our positions are both subjective.
Take Gretchen's.
So-
I'm an idiot.
Okay. Okay.
I'm also an idiot. So
you said
whatever.
that,
Take
Gretchen, I
take
think I
whatever you
remember right. You
want.
said what if the shoes are untied or something like that? Somebody got a head
That was
start.
his. That was Ray.
Okay, what was your objective? So we have.
What if they got a shitty start? What if their fucking mom just died and they didn't hear? They weren't quick enough to react to the starting pistol. What if they got a shitty start?
Then
They can run. They can be the fastest one on that fucking track and still lose.
But did they lose the race?
What'd I just say?
Yeah. Okay. So then, objectively speaking, the true facts are the first person to finish is the winner, and that's only obtained because subjectively we determined that the first guy across the finish line, no matter what, bad day, mom, coffee, shoes untied, whatever, the first guy who crosses the finish line is going to be the winner. It's like chess or anything else that we subjectively
he's
determine the rules
fastest
for.
person that day.
Okay, so once we subjectively determine a particular goal, because remember, all goals are subjective. All goals, murder, finish line, everything else, winning chess, all subjective. Once we obtain a subjective criteria, there are true facts, which then become objective because they are true facts, will obtain the goal. So that's how we get to objective morality. So when we come to morality, the ought is, right, it comes down to cooperation, the social contract. This is grounded in evolution. We're a social species. That's fundamental. We cannot get away from that. We need each other. You look at science, you look at religion, you look at atheism, theism, all of this points to we are a cooperative species. We need to work together to fulfill our ultimate best.
I'm sorry. Wait a second.
Okay.
Before you go too far down this road.
Yep.
I stopped listening like 2 minutes ago. Ray, are you still tracking with this?
Mostly, I keep just having questions pop up though, and I'm forgetting them because I've probably lost 2 pounds.
Okay,
this
I'm
week
gonna tap out
intermittently.
because I just got a couple of Discord messages that I'm gonna deal with. I legit stopped listening. So sorry,
so
but
you were talking about-
philosophy ain't my bag, and it never will be. So
You were talking about
you boys have
murder.
fun.
Like
well,
what is murder?
I'm trying to. Let's
Murder
get
by-
back to the question I asked: is this important really? This seems to seem like the distinction without a difference. Because I mean, do you care if I don't shoot you and I say I didn't shoot you?
Make time. Check your DMs.
Is all right. Well, I gotta get out. I'm on my phone. There's something I have, so I have to get off the pounder to do that.
Okay.
You want? But yeah, I'll just say this and then I'll go check out these DMs and come right back. It just seems like it's a distinction without difference, man. I don't really much care if your objectives are moral or not. Just don't shoot me. And that's why I asked you, what is the importance of it? Well, is this shit really important? It just seems like we just picked
No, I
up
don't
with
think
something
it
to
is
argue about
important.
nothing.
I don't think it ultimately, like, all that matters to me is that how we treat other people. That's what's important. Whether you think it's because you're a good person or not, fine. Fucking do it. Do your
That's
thing.
why I asked you what is the importance of it. Because
The
I don't know what
is on a larger scale, because I believe, and I won't say those trigger words, I believe that every single human being is connected. Like everything that I need is based on a fundamental epistemically. I need food, I need water, I need shelter, I need community. I don't live on this planet by myself. You're my neighbor. You have a neighbor. Your neighbor has a neighbor. Globally, we've come to understand the planet is actually very small. Like if one country shoots a nuclear bomb at another country across the ocean, it fucks up the atmosphere of the whole fucking globe. So we are all actually connected. So it actually does matter on a global scale.
We are not
right?
connected.
So you're
that?
saying that objective matters is superior and subjective matters are inferior. That's
Because
your argument.
subjective morality leads to might makes right. That's the problem with that.
No,
So
it
the
doesn't.
strongest people, the people who are in charge, can always determine what quote unquote morality is with subjective morality. Whoever the toughest guy in the bar is
No,
can
it
determine
doesn't.
what it absolutely does. It's subjective. It's subjective, which means
Hi,
whoever
Beard.
whoever
Good
can
morning.
enforce their subjective whatever is the one who determines what morality is, because they're the toughest guy in the room. They can enforce all of it because it's subjective.
My mind is melting at the fact that the most powerful
Hi, Beard.
man
How
in
you
the
doing?
Beard, what you
I'm
saying
doing
there?
good. Morals are by definition subjective, and everyone decides on their own morals, whether you adopt a framework already established or create one of your own. It's your opinion. It always is.
Hold on. That's a fallacy. You can define God as existing necessarily. That doesn't mean that God exists. That's my only thing to say. I'm leaving the panel again.
Morals are not by definition subjective. So go ahead.
They absolutely are.
No,
They absolutely are.
That's question begging.
No.
Yeah, that is question
name an
begging.
activity.
God exists definitionally.
I'm not. Who's talking about God?
No, you can't just define something to be some way.
Morals are values. Values are individualistic.
Morals are actions.
They're
Morals are
subjective.
actions. They're not values.
Morals are not actions.
Morals are values that we put on actions.
To do is an action. To do is an action. What ought I do is an action.
But
Just don't start with the fallacy. Is all I'm saying.
Whether an action is moral or not
Oh my
is
God.
determined on our perspective of that action. That's what makes it why the morals are subjective.
No. Your values are subjective. Morals are what you ought or ought not do.
Morals are values.
No, morals are actions. What you ought do is an action.
Ought is in future.
Okay.
Right? So it's something you haven't
do,
done yet.
ought do.
But if you're
Is
going
the
to ought
difference
to
there
do,
between the
How do you
philosophical
justify-
language and like the biological language, the psychological language?
So
Is that where we're
teleologically-
getting hung up?
So the teleology is the goal, the end goal. All goals are subjective. So what ought you do
Morals
to reach
are
the goal?
principles and beliefs, not actions. I am appealing to the dictionary. Argumentum ad dictionarium. Period.
Mhm.
Morals are the principles and beliefs a person holds concerning right and wrong behavior.
Behavior is what?
Behavior is not a moral.
It's an ought. It's
The
a do.
morals
An
are
action.
principles
Behavior
and
is an action.
beliefs.
Behavior
Right.
is an
Morals
action.
are
When you
principles and
behave,
beliefs, not
Right.
actions.
tied to
But
behavior.
here's the thing. Hold on. If a behavior, the action is one human being killing another human being, the morality would be whether or not that's good or bad. It's whether or not that is considered to be moral or immoral, is whether or not the situation, the killing of one person by another is justified or not justified.
So how do you get to the
The
justification?
action,
How do you get to the justification?
Morals are
subjectively,
highly personal and
it's
subjective.
it's subjective because
Epistemically,
you might
you
think
can get to the justification through epistemically through consistency without avoiding contradiction. So I would not want my stuff taken. I value my stuff. So I cannot epistemically say it's okay to take other people's stuff without permission. I would
right.
run into a contradiction.
You
So
and your
epistemically,
opinion is that
we can get down to what is and is not morally justified.
right. But here's how that's subjective. Property is a subjective concept. If you lived in a society, yes, if you lived in a society that did not have
permission is not a subjective concept.
If you lived in a society where there was no concept, listen, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me, please. Let me finish my thought, please. If you lived in a society where there was no concept of personal ownership of any objects, and you walked into somebody else's area where they happened to be, picked up an object and walked off with it, it would not be theft because you don't have a personal ownership concept there. Theft involves involves permission and property, which are subjective concepts. That's a subjective concept.
No, permission, freedom of well-being, and agency. Permission. If you allow people to take things willy-nilly, then they automatically have your permission. Therefore, it is not theft by definition.
Right.
If they don't
Taking
have
the
your
property
permission,
is the action. Right.
If they
Taking the
don't have your
property is the
permission-
action.
If they don't
Taking
have
the
your
property.
if they don't have your permission, it is theft.
And permission is what makes it subjective.
No.
Yes,
it
is.
No,
Permission is completely subjective.
No,
it absolutely is.
The concept
permission and consent are
is an
subjective.
It is a true fact. Do they have permission or not is a true fact. Makes it
Can you change permit? Can you change whether or not you give permission or not on a moment to moment basis? Then it's subjective.
But can you
change your permission?
Can you change the definition of what permission obtains?
Okay, wait. It seems to me that one of you is talking about morality and the other one's talking about ethics. Am I right? Those are two different things, right?
That is a really interesting question, because some people do actually separate.
You're talking about ethics, OE.
Well,
Beard is talking about morals.
I used to think that when I started my name, Objective Ethics, I used to think there were a difference between ethics and morality, but it turns out in philosophy, it actually gets amalgamated into the very thing we're arguing about right now. But there is an argument to make for, like, we have business ethics, legal ethics, medical ethics, and so on and so forth. So for the purpose of conversation and stuff, you can separate the two, but in philosophy,
so you're going to pull us into philosophy discussion, whether we like it or fucking not?
They're not synonymous.
I already done told you about that.
Morals are personal, ethics are external.
Yeah. When I was teaching ethics in behavioral science, that's one of the things we covered was morals are individualistic. It's the values that I place on objects, while ethics are group oriented. Like you can have things that are moral but not ethical based on a framework. Like I belong to the American Counselors Association because I'm a counselor. I abide by their code of ethics. They codified it, and I abide by that. But not everything in their code of ethics is what I would consider moral or immoral, but it's still ethical or unethical.
So in the
based
code
on
of
the
ethics
code.
of the things you're involved in the code of ethics, is it true that there are true facts that obtain to these subjective ethics? You made a code about it. I would assume you would say
Explain.
yes.
Clarify.
Are there true facts that would obtain to your code of ethics? Any particular code? Are there true facts that would obtain?
Suppose yes.
Okay, therefore, ergo, they are objective in that sense. So you can obtain objective ethics based on the goal. And that's the whole point of whether you want to amalgamate morals to ethics or not, you can obtain objective facts that obtain to a goal. So morals, sometimes people think of morals and ethics together or separate, can be obtained via the social contract. The social contract obtains through empathy. We are a social species that obtains from evolution, therefore mind independence. So you can get objective morality, objective quote unquote ethics, the same route.
Does that count for variance of mind though?
Yes, it does. Because then you have to get into what is justified, like cases alike. So I would
Don't sweat
defer
it, make
to
time. Just come back to the panel.
If you have to get into what's justified, then it's subjective.
I would defer to Aristotelian, like virtue ethics or the golden mean. I'm not a Buddhist, like metaphysically, but I would be considered an atheist, or maybe even an agnostic Buddhist with the middle way. But you can obtain the virtues by looking at the excess versus the minimal. So like justice. Justice is like cases alike, right? So we get the extreme is vengeance or unwarranted mercy. So we can actually obtain what these virtues are, objectively speaking, by looking at these criteria. That's why Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, they all bought, even St. Thomas Aquinas. I mean, so many, all these people are building off these, Buddha, the middle way. They're all building off this same model.
They're all still building off of subjective actions. Like you can have objective facts based in your framework. You can even base your framework, like Matt Dillhumphrey likes to talk about, the chess rules. The chess rules are subjective. Once we have those rules, we can make objective measures and decisions based on that framework.
Ergo, objective morality.
No, it's still subjective. It's still based in subjective nature. Like whether or not killing someone else is wrong or whether it's murder or not is based on justification. Justification exists only within the minds of the individuals involved
How
or
is
evaluating.
justification obtained? How is justification obtained? Because we have to look at Aristotle's golden mean.
After the fact.
Like
After the fact. Justification happens after the fact.
No.
We can try to formulate. We can try to formulate
by like cases alike. It's called fairness, which is why we should argue for gay marriage being totally fine, because like cases alike, if two consenting adults should get married, it doesn't matter if they're man, woman, man, transgender, whatever, non-binary, two consenting adults can engage in marriage because that's justice. That's fairness. It's like cases alike. We can actually look at this and break down all these criteria to come up with what does justice mean.
And you're right. And while that two men can get married, I don't share those morals, so I don't think that I would try to marry another man. Not saying that there's anything wrong with anybody that does, but me personally, I'm gonna try to find me a woman to marry. You know what I'm saying? So that's my morals.
Well, I just celebrated my 25-year wedding anniversary to my beautiful wife. I grew up loving men and women because I'm bisexual. But yeah, I'm there's definitely some hot dudes out there. If I wasn't married to my wife, fucking A.
Yeah, that's your moral, man. Have fun. That's all I can
I'll
tell
be
you.
down. I'll be down.
But because I mean, when it comes to things like marriage and stuff like that, that doesn't who you may get married to doesn't affect me not one bit, and I don't care.
Exactly.
I just
Exactly.
and I don't care if you call morals objective or subjective. Really don't see why we spend so much time fighting over this thing. I just want to know why is it important.
Yeah,
What
but the
is it so
problem is
important?
because if you were really tough and you had a big army and a lot of bazookas and flamethrowers, and you were like, "Hey, there's a big problem with gay marriage. We better not do this." You could actually make it so that gay marriage was illegal because you could call it immoral. Because if morality was subjective, you would be right because you could institute your morals with your bazookas and your flamethrowers and your tanks on everybody else.
We're
And
past
That's what
that
they do
point
anyway.
now.
That's what happened anyways. That's what happened anyway. In the words of the great Scarface, 47 AKs changed the whole game, don't it? But see, you gonna have that for so long, and then the people gonna rise up because they have subjective disagreements with your objective morals, and they gonna rise up and fight you back eventually. It's not gonna
Yeah, but
last forever.
what ultimately wins out, what ultimately when they rise up is the truth. And that's why most people, that's why slavery, think about slavery. Every fucking government was involved in slavery. Every political system was involved in slavery. They thought that
And they thought
owning
it was
people
addictive.
as property was a good thing. You had the epic economics and everything, and there was crazy shit going on in slavery. The fucking Spartans, people vilify the 300, the 300 Spartans that fought off the Persians at the fucking Thermopylae. They think the
Are we
Persians
talking
are
about
so
the
badass.
movie or are we talking about real life?
They had a fucking an annual tradition where they would hunt down slaves because there was a 10-to-1 slave versus free in their populations. They had this major slave population. So slavery's been a big thing. About 250 years ago, we figured out, you know what? Owning another human being as property is not good. We objectively, we decided that humanity, autonomy is something that should be respected. That's not a subjective idea. That's actually based on an is. The is that we are human beings. We all deserve respect. We all deserve a right, right? We deserve that because we're all the same. Black, white, Mexican, woman, man, doesn't matter. We are all human beings. We all deserve the same right. And so we said slavery is not a good idea. So the might makes right turned out to be wrong. The might was we should always have slaves. It turns out the truth is that we actually are all individual people who all have an individual right, all have autonomy, who all have hopes and dreams and have the equal thing because we all ontologically need food, shelter, and community. That's what it boils down to. And so because we can build up from an is as a social species based on evolution and science, we can say, look, we can point at this as an is and build our oughts on top of that. We ought not interfere with each other's freedom and well-being. And it turns out that when you free people to actually make their own decisions and do their own thing and own inspiration, we get great art, great science, great politics, great love, great humanitarian efforts. Want to give to other people. And that's because of freedom. Because we recognize the is built from the ought is actually built off of the is.
And admittedly, always these people are few, but you need to tell it to the other people that share your objective morals that is out there preaching for slavery and stuff. Because there's still people that believe that slavery is moral. It was objectively moral then, and it only took the advent of people with a secular thought to create a secular government with subjective thought with a secular government to overthrow slavery, because slavery, as long as the government was tied to religion, all the way up until 1776, they was all had slavery. The minute we threw that out with the people who thinking that things are objective, like they God, the minute we threw that stuff out, then we was able to abolish slavery and slowly march forward together.
Yeah, family. But what did the secular movement base that on? What did they base it on? Humanism. Each individual person. Dr. Martin Luther King, a man should be judged on his character, not the color of his skin, right?
And that's
Yeah, say what you will. You know what? I'll vote my way toward morality, and you can go ahead and do your ought and is bullshit. We'll see who gets there first.
I still haven't. I still haven't heard. I still haven't
Go ahead,
heard
Dave.
any of these activities that are actually objective when you get into things like freedom
None of them are.
and deserves and all of these things. These are all values which are subjective, and they exist on a continuum. They exist on a continuum.
You're right. All values are subjective. Once you
Yes,
select
and that's what
value,
morals are based on. Morals are
Morals
values.
No. Morals.
Yeah, they are. They're called moral values. For crying out loud, they're called moral values. Morals are values. Which means they are subjective because it's based on even if you want to use a code that is prescriptive for what you ought do, the actual action, taking action, requires an emotional response. It's based in motivation in your basal ganglia. It means it's individualized per specific case, per specific instance, per specific brain chemistry, all the time. Every moral decision, every decision we make is based and motivated there.
Well, I agree with you there, brother.
It's
and I'm glad we're talking about
individualized.
I'm glad we're talking about motivation because you're right. Every action is motivated. So you have two points of motivation. You have emotion, which
Yeah,
you brought out,
subjectively motivated.
and you have reason. So emotion and reason. So we concur objective morality through reason. Subjective morality taps into emotion. Objective morality taps into reason. And the reason is because you can obtain objective morality through the facts, the true facts.
Incorrect. Because
Objective morality
you're
is based on
using your subjective values to evaluate behaviors.
Will always trump emotion. The only
No, it won't. No, it will not.
The only two
No, it will
factors
not.
our decision making is either emotions and reasoning. I'm glad you brought that up because you're right about that. All our actions are motivated. You're right about that. All of our actions are motivated. So what I heard tonight for the last hour and a half are a lot of emotions, not a lot of reason, right? You can't use I won't say it here on this channel. You can't say a certain phrase, right, on this because
Nave, you're a fucking idiot,
emotion.
and
But
nobody
there's
cares what it
reason.
sounds like.
There's reason
you
that you
think I'm
should
saying.
say. There's reason that you should say, hey, look, I'm not going to buy into this bullshit. And they're like, oh, no, you can't do this, can't do this because it's big. No. The reason should trump all that. But they're like, no. You can't do that because the emotional arguments, there's so much emotion. You can
You're denying reality.
You cannot separate emotion and thought.
Reality.
I'm acknowledging reality. I know reality. I see the reality of the
No,
emotion.
you're not.
I see the reality of the emotion.
Reality is all lives matter has become a fucking white alt-right fucking statement. Period.
What is the reason, though? The reason can trump that.
The reason
No, it can't. No, it can't at this point.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
it's done. It's over. It's done. Do you think you can save the swastika from being used by the Nazis? No, because it's in the past.
The reason is to keep the status quo. The more you do it, the more you help them keep the status quo.
I would say the reason can ultimately, if people adapt reason, it will overcome emotion. They're very powerful. They're the only two things we do. Things are always motivated by either emotion or reason, right? We have to ultimately concede to one or the other.
That's where you're wrong. Hold on a second. No, that's where you're wrong. Is that it's either or. It's both.
No. I don't think it's binary.
No.
Don't misrepresent. I think that they can be combined. I do think
no,
they can.
It's not that it can be.
You're misrepresenting.
It's not that they can be. It's that they are. They are always interconnected and combined because thoughts are emotional states.
Yes.
They start with reactions deep in the brain and they become more complex. Thoughts are based on emotions. You cannot separate the two. You can't say reason or emotion because you're always going to.
That's where compatible.
No, because they're different things.
Because you can overcome your emotions. I know this for a fact. You can actually stop. It's rare. We mostly give in to one because the emotional response, but you can stop. I've been married for 25 years successfully in a 30-year relationship. You can stop and say, you know what? I know I probably should not say
what, that doesn't get you any fucking points. Stop bringing that up.
you can choose which
come
direction
on
you
now.
want to
Come on.
move.
No,
You
hold
can
on.
choose.
Hold on.
I've been married
Totally-
25 years this year too. You don't hear me
Congratulations.
fucking harping on it every fucking 5 minutes.
Well, I'm
It
sorry,
doesn't
it's my
actually
fucking
earn you
anniversary.
the whole.
It
doesn't earn you the moral high ground in this argument.
I don't think it should.
It
I don't think
doesn't.
it should. But I'm
Well,
just.
then, stop bringing it up in context of this argument. Then
It's literally my 25-year anniversary. So I'm sorry if I bring. It's
okay.
important to me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we all said
congratulations,
happy
both of y'all.
anniversary and congratulations.
Okay,
but let's not use it as a cudgel in your argument. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. My bad.
But what I'm trying to figure out is
it means about as much as I have a black friend.
How can you have your own independent thoughts when you got objective stuff floating out there that you got to think objectively like everybody else? I don't understand it. You were saying these are you got your own independent thoughts was the reason why they got rid of slavery and all this stuff, but now it's objective. So now nobody can independently think that. I mean, I don't agree, but plenty of people out there independent, and it seems like they're mainly religious people, because it's always, from my perspective, the only difference between the Black Hebrew Israelites and the evangelical Christians are, in the end, there's the different people going to be slaves.
So why did we get rid of slavery? Why did we do that?
Because
we did.
We didn't.
Well, as oh, sorry. Okay. Why did every country in the world ban slavery?
First off, when it started over here in the United States, it really wasn't over slavery. Abraham Lincoln, they fired the South fired the first shots at Lincoln and the Union at Fort Sumter, and so
Also-
he had to respond.
Also with
But why did
Okay.
why is it now in 2026? Why is it that every country in the world has legislated against slavery? Every country in the world, there's not a single country in the world where slavery is legal. I'm not saying slavery is not happening. I'm saying, why is it that every single country in the world, that's a lot of countries.
Hold on, that's a fallacy.
Why did that happen?
That is a fallacy. That is a fallacy because there's 190 different nations, and not all of them signed laws for the same reasons. Some of them did because they wanted to stay part of the UN, and some of them did because they felt pressured by other nations. Others took Enlightenment era principles and said, we think this is wrong, so we want this to be illegal. And it happened over the course of hundreds of years. So there's no one reason why they all made them illegal.
So there's 8.5 billion people on the planet, right? What would you say? It's fair to say that 80%, 70% of the people of 8.5 billion people think slavery is immoral?
You got to keep in mind that.
That's fair.
Okay, so why would, what grounds do 7.5 or
wait?
even
Hold on a second. Let my time get in here.
Yeah, let me ask. You got to keep in mind. All right, well, I want to go back to how. Oh, they fired on the feds at Fort Sumter. Abraham Lincoln had to respond. You can't let that, because the federal government would have lost all its power if they would let a state fire on them like that. So slavery was like the afterthought, but that became the cause. Once slavery was abolished here, and we started to rise in power, we started advocating and negotiating and trading with other countries that were supporting human rights. And the whole Western Hemisphere got in on that act, and we made it hard for countries to have slavery, even though they didn't want to abolish it. Some of them didn't, but they knew that they wouldn't be able to trade in the West where everything was happening at if they kept us them laws. That's why it wasn't about because no objective reality. It was about economics from the jump. It was never about objective being nice to black people or anybody else. It was economics and stances. Like if you hit your mama has to respond to you. Your mama can't let you or something going on.
What's happening there?
Well, I guess If you, and let me just finish out with this. If you hit your mama have to hit you back to show you. Well, I just say have to hit you back, but your mama have to punish you to show you who's the boss. Because if that dynamic get lost, who in that relationship, who is the boss and who is the subordinate, then it's unworkable. But there you go. The floor is all yours.
I just wanted to dovetail onto that. One, Lincoln didn't want to free the slaves. He needed to free the slaves to win the war. They needed people. Two, if you actually look at the 14th Amendment,
Beard, I'm muting
slavery.
you because
Yeah,
you're barking like a dog.
You get a lot of background noise there. The second thing is if you actually look at the 14th Amendment, slavery is still legal in the U.S.
True. It's for prisoners.
It says clearly unless, right? It's right in the lingo. There is a legal slavery in the U.S. still. It's in the Constitution. So it hasn't been outlawed. It's frowned upon greatly, but even back when it was happening, there were people that knew it was wrong. It's not like everyone just thought this was okay. But people were making money from it because free labor is a great way to make profit.
What is going on here? John, you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Everybody else has gone quiet though.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
still here.
McTime's up here twice. Okay, now he's up there once. Okay,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep
McTime, are you back?
on my phone. Every time I touch my phone, it kicked me off the page. I got to put it down somewhere and not touch it.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can I just
I'm
kind
still-
of ground
I'm
this
still-
whole conversation here?
Well, I'm still
think we're
curious
all
how.
back now.
I'm still
Alright.
curious. I'm curious as to how, like, when different nations around the world and whatever their reason for banning slavery was, indicates any kind of moral system. And also the argument that just because somebody with a big stick can come on and enforce a different set of morals to that which, like the person holding the smaller stick is happy to, doesn't really speak to subjective or objective morals. Even if objective morals exist, somebody with a big stick could still make you do what they want you to do. So I'm not sure why that is either. It doesn't. And the other thing is like something that ethics and morality are different, but functionally there's probably not a great deal in it. I don't know if it's worth making the distinction, but an ethical system tends to be a collectivization of the individual moral intuitions of a large group of people, right? So again, really a distinction without a difference for practical purposes. But the other thing that you were saying, OE, is that we need, in order for us to determine a goal is a value, right? There is nothing objective about a respective goal. Once you've got a goal, like a moral, basically a moral opinion, how you achieve that goal, you can make objective claims about how you achieve it. But the goal itself is subjective because it is stance dependent, it's mind dependent. And anything that is mind dependent must be subjective. It's prescribed language. It can't be any other way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not saying
That's what
anything
I
I've
learned.
said before, John. Appreciate your input, but I've said this many times. So the goal, all goals are subjective. Yeah. So
Yeah.
once you obtain a goal, then you can obtain true facts.
Could you just verbally pat him on the head and now say, "Run along, little boy"?
Yeah, but what I mean is, if the goal is mind dependent
fuck?
and is stance dependent, then how can you achieve objective morality from it? The moral
that's a
and
good
the
question.
goal are the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Because so how can you get the normative is from the goal? The normative is based on true facts, which makes them objective. How do you ground the goal is based on nature. We are a cooperative species. We engage in social contracts, and that's based on being a cooperative species. And we are a cooperative species based on evolution, mind independent. So the grounding is mind independent, and the goal, which is subjective, once we subjectively obtain the goal of cooperation, the maximal cooperation is then obtained by objective true facts.
Yeah, but the problem there is that you can use that methodology to justify two independent moral stances that are mutually exclusive to one
And then you must justify. You must justify.
Yeah. So like from
justification is subjective.
We agree. You cannot have a contradiction, right? You cannot have a P not P, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, that hang on. Oh wait. What I mean is, like, I can make a moral justification using evolution for bludgeoning somebody who has food in the head, and I can also make have a moral justification for not doing that using the exact same set of principles that you just laid out.
Wait a minute. I'm confused.
So your system would lead to a.
I'm confused. Wait, help me, John. I'm confused. You said you can, based on evolution, make a moral justification, but evolution is not immoral. Evolution is not
No.
objective.
But what you're saying is the goal. What you're saying is
evolution determines cooperation. We are a cooperative species. Therefore, cooperation is the quote unquote goal. So how to maximize cooperation? You're saying we should bludgeon each other in the head? That's going to like maximize your cooperative goal.
You defined evolution as its principal factor, its principal dynamic, or the principal effect that it has on humans to lead to us being cooperative. That's not always the case with evolution. There are absolutely strategies from an evolution point of view that do not rely on cooperation whatsoever.
Yeah, I didn't say it was always the case, but we are in fact a cooperative species. That's demonstrable.
Some of the time, yeah.
No, not some of the time. We are demonstrably a cooperative species.
We're also a territorial species, and those often come into conflict with each other, which is why we have things like cognitive dissonance and othering. Like, we do this all the time. We may be disposed to being cooperative within our small groups.
Yeah.
Whoa. I wasn't done speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't done speaking. I was in the middle of a sentence.
I'm sorry.
So I've got a picture here, but I'm going to go and get it out. I'll be back in one mode. Do apologize.
Go ahead.
Now I've been derailed. I can't remember. I can't remember exactly where I was.
I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, human beings are, we're designed for cooperation evolutionarily within our small groups. We came about because of that, similar to the way chimpanzees are. Smaller groups that form incredibly tight social bonds with each other and cooperate that way. We also are designed to other groups that are outside of our own for our own protection of our own resources. That's one of the reasons why racism is part of our DNA, literally. We other those so that we can protect our resources because we are biologically programmed to look at other human faces and recognize them and have an emotional reaction to cooperate with them. But that conflicts with the territoriality of protecting myself and my group.
What you're
so we
describing
have
is
to.
I'm confused. You instituted racism and race. There's no racism. We only one race.
It's an aspect of othering. It's an aspect of you are different from me, and I have to highlight those differences. I have to other you in order to harm another human being, and I might have to do that in the case of trying to protect resources for myself and my family. I have to other. Racism is an extension of race.
Sex. All these can be other rings, like different religions. Yes. All this kind of can be other rings. Could be.
I was just commenting that racism is part of that.
Possibly be detrimental to your survival. These other rings.
Yeah, it's the reason that we have children that look so much like us. It's so that we won't we can't other them.
And what I want to add, if you ever in one of them horrible moments with somebody trying to assault you with a weapon like a gun or something, make sure they know that you're a person, because that's how what makes them pull that trigger. If they can other you into not being human, They like one time that happened to me. And I like, look, I'm Mac man. You can't do this. I'm Mac man, and just let them know that I'm a person and I'm still here today. So that's how people can get the gumption to do something horrible to you, is if you're other. That's why religion is so good at making enemies between people, because you can other people as demons and devils and such. But carry on, people.
Yeah, you can
Well,
disarm or beg, either one, and both can be very effective. If you
Yeah,
can't
like, I mean-
disarm, if you're not able to disarm, you should definitely beg.
There's some types of violence which does come from, you know, somebody being othered, or like from, you know, there's a hatred because they view you as an other. I don't know if advocating for your personhood in that circumstance would help. But there are the types of violence that people commit through what they perceive as like necessity. So for like a mugging, for example, you know, I guess, you know, some kind of appeal to their humanity to view you as a person might help. Maybe.
When your choices are limited, you still have that one choice. When you don't have anything else, you still got that one choice. Let them know that you're a human.
Yeah, I mean, it's better. It's probably better than just standing there in silence waiting for them to shoot you.
It's likely if you can humanize yourself, you are more likely to survive a situation if you're able to get the person who's mugging you to see you as human. That's the difficult part, though.
Mm-hmm. But I just want to
put. No, what I mean is, if somebody's pointing a gun at you and the reason that they're pointing the gun at you is because they view you as subhuman, then clearly they're acting out of hatred. Whereas the distinction is if they're acting out of necessity and they have dehumanized you, not because they automatically view you as unhuman, but it was a necessary component to them being able to mug you. They have to see you as something.
Right.
Those are two different things, right?
It's to protect themselves.
Yeah.
It's not a silver bullet. It's not a silver bullet, but it's an option that you have when the shit hit the fan, and it's a position that nobody needs to be in, nobody wants to be in. But when the shit hits the fan, that's it. I just putting it out there that is an option. Make them see you as human. Do the best you can. And who's that? Who the English guy? I can't see, man. I didn't put my glasses on. Is that Dad? Yeah, Dad knows best. You are absolutely right. If they putting that gun to your head because they see you as inhuman, then your probability of doing that is very low, but it's still better than zero.
You know, when
you don't have a weapon of your own, then you should definitely beg.
Yeah,
Definitely
you know,
beg.
when the poor black kid is being strung up from a tree, like making a spirited case for his humanity, probably wasn't going to help. You know.
Yeah, you're right.
But it might have been the only thing he could do. And
I suspect
sometimes that works. Sometimes it works.
Yeah, I suspect it has helped in the past. I don't know. This is all speculation, but I suspect that there is somebody out there that said, I got the people to see me as human, and they still alive. Because I know I got the guy to see me as a person. He didn't put the gun down. He didn't want to, he was like, man, come on, man. I'm your man, man. How you gonna do me like this?
You can also appeal to having children, even if you don't. Say you've got kids, that can very often trigger an empathetic response.
Yeah, they see you as human that way too. He'll man just like me. He got kids to take care of. Or she.
But again, what you're talking about, OE, I think, I just want to interject this really quick. What I think you're talking about, OE, is more like the bonobos, right? The bonobos get along really well. They share, they fuck. That's what they do, right? we don't. We were born, we came up on the other side of the river where resources were limited. The bonobos got to live that way because they had plentiful shit. They didn't have competition for it. So they could share and fuck and just be friends. We didn't. We grew up on the other side of the river, and we grew up with resources as a factor built in.
But actually, I think that might be.
My channel. I did one of my most viewed videos is about. I talked to Jay Charles, who wrote a book on antinatalism, and there's a big push on antinatalism, ephilism, annihilationism, and there's a big push to this. And as an environmentalist, I actually agree with a lot of what they're saying, but I don't agree with the philosophy. It's not fundamentally immoral to have children. That's not a thing. But we have to think, like, ecologically within the ecosystem, the biosphere, the global warming, everything. About 2 billion people on this planet would be about ideal, living intentionally within harmony of nature. So we have to really look at all this politics and all this bullshit we're fighting about these days. I'm like, holy fuck! I just got totally fucking butt fucked. Like, and I'm bi, so I'm not against getting butt fucked, but I'm just saying that like it was without consent. Like I get totally raped on this fucking panel about all lives matter and all this bullshit. But I believe intentionality. Like we need to live together with the environment and thinking about all these things. The whole thing, objective morality, what we're talking about now, ties into all this.
You didn't get butt fucked on All Lives Matter. You fucking walked into that one ass backwards.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Rhetorically, I was
Just
face
saying.
down. Rhetorically, I was face down, butt up. I admit it, and I was glad to take it. But
not wanting to
the
relive
whole thing
it.
is that if we lived intentionally, if we actually thought intentionally, like how are we actually making this whole planet make sense? Objective morality, objective ethics, objective everything. Like how are we going to make this all work? We have to engage intentionally.
Subjectively. That's how we're going to make it all work.
No, subjectively. Subjective is what it means. Gretchen.
Using our minds.
Subjective is subjective to each individual perspectives. So that when
Correct.
Hitler
Correct.
imagine Gretchen,
Now you're getting
wait, hold on. Before you finish that, oh wait, really? Do you think the Nazis thought they were wrong?
No, that's the point. That's the whole point.
Right, that's my point too. They thought they were right. If they won, they would be.
If the Nazis won, they would actually
but they
control
didn't.
the world, and nobody would be able to tell them, "No, you're wrong," because subjectively,
right.
They would
and
be
they'd be taught, and then following generations would have been taught that they were right.
Slow down, everybody. Slow down.
Objectively, we can say, look, we have an objective principle based on humanism.
Okay.
Based on,
Kelly's had enough
human
crashing
well-being.
out in the comments. He wants to say something now.
There wasn't even consensus within
Go
the
fuck
Nazis
yourself, Kelly.
Like after the end of the Second World War, and we did a load of
The
footage
only
and
reason
photographs.
we can fight against Hitler and the Nazis is because there's a humanist. We actually value fucking human beings. So the people who say morality is subjective, they want to then go back to humanism, which is an
Objective,
is.
I need
It's not an odd,
objective.
it's an is. So they
Listen,
say, look,
please
we
stop.
have an
Please,
is. That's
please,
based
I'm
on
begging
is.
you to stop. I'm begging you to stop. You need to do something for us all before you go any further, because it doesn't seem like you understand. What is the actual definition of objective?
Stance independent or fact based?
No, and continue, because that's not the definition. That is definitely not the definition of objective. Objective
what do you
means
think? What do
a
you think the
purpose or
definition
truth.
is? I
It
say
means
stance
something that
independent or
exists. Stop!
fact-based.
Stop! Don't fucking overtalk me. Objective means that it exists independent of human perception, opinions, feelings, or cultural constructs. Now, if any ethical framework that that we choose as a human race is going to be subjective. There is no such thing as objective ethics, because the moment we choose it, we impose our minds upon it and make it subjective. And that is the problem with this argument or this debate that you're having, is that you do not understand what objective actually fucking means.
Well, I'm been defending objective. Are you done crashing out?
Don't be a
And
dick.
whilst I don't agree with OE on the fact on his position on objective ethics, I don't agree with it at all for the reason that you pointed out. Like saying that objective is stance independent is perfectly acceptable. Obviously, you know, the definition that you gave, which said it was independent of X, Y, Z, the other, they would all count as stances. So it would still stance independence, just a more concise way of saying it, I think.
But Dad, you said objective ethics, and we're talking to morals. I'm not sure. Is that does that translate 1-to-1 to each other? Morals and ethics, or are they two separate things? I know they're two different words.
Yeah, that's a good
Well,
argument.
I think
how people
like
wanna frame it.
the distinction. I think ethics is ethics is an ethical system that is usually built, and I use the word usually built out of a collection of individual morals from a group of people. So you end up with a consensus. So ethics tends to be the consensus, whereas the moral is like the stances that different people may have on different positions. So obviously the reason that
ethics are standardized rules of conduct provided by an external source. They are often tied to a specific workplace, profession, or society.
So in that case, I would agree with it.
Agreed upon. Ergo,
So ethics
you
are
can-
standardized rules of conduct.
Ergo,
Morals are principles and beliefs concerning right and wrong. Those are different things. I can see how ethics could be objective,
Agreed.
but I don't see how morals can be.
Because they standardize just like an
can
inch is
ethics-
objective.
How can ethics be objective if we choose what is ethical and what is
because
not?
they obtained by a goal.
And that's by whose
And the
goal?
goal is subjective.
By
They
whose goal?
obtain from a
By
goal.
whose goal? By whose goal? Once we choose the goal, we have
Any
made
goal.
a subjective
Any goal.
choice. Once
Cooperative
the-
and the
Go,
cooperative
dude, you don't
species,
fucking. Will
because
you
we've
stop?
evolved
No.
to be this cooperative species. That's
Guys, real
evolution,
quick.
guided
Oh,
by
fuck.
and mind
Real quick.
independent.
Dude, you're
Can I
not
slip in?
seeing the forest for the trees. You're not seeing
Can I
the
slip
forest
in
for
here
the
real
trees.
quick?
You said it to get to a goal. Who chooses the goal? The goal itself is subjective.
Yes, it is. You're
Okay,
right.
so then getting there is not objective.
Once you select cooperation,
You can't-
you can
you-
obtain moral true facts that can lead you to the goal of cooperation. Ergo,
Yeah, and the goal is subjective, and any way to get there would be subjective.
But think
So,
of it.
do you think that stealing?
God damn it!
Do you think that taking your subjective moral
Kelly?
view? Do you think that it obtains that stealing from you without your taking from you without your permission?
Oe, I'm muting you for a second, and Kelly, you too. Beard, yeah, I think you've waited long enough. You've tried to get in politely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to say I'm going to jump off the panel here. My dog
Oh,
really
okay.
needs to go outside, so I just
That's
wanted to say
perfectly
goodbye
fine.
and drop down.
Then goodbye. Have a good
Can I say
day.
something right quick?
I'll see you guys later.
That's all. I just wanted to let him get that out. So
Can I say something right quick? This one's real short. I just want to make sure everybody keep in mind there's a distinction between ethics and morals. I don't think that I think maybe that distinction got lost in that last go between. But there's a Dad brought in objective ethics. We was talking about morals. And we're talking about there's it's a distinction. So try to keep that in mind because I think they got lost in that last conversation, that last go between Kelly and
just
go ahead.
Well, no, the reason,
you're actually doing something very, very relative because I've had some really good debates. I actually debated Mark Reed, who's a very, very smart guy, who actually debated this, and he actually admits that there can be objective ethics without objective morals. So we can delineate these things, morals to ethics. So there's something you said there.
There isn't much by way of consensus on it. The problem is that you can have an ethical system, which fine, but again, this is confusing the map for the place when you're saying that something is objective and something is subjective. So if I said, let's say I've literally laid a map out in front of me and I'm at home and I say I want to go there, and I stick a mark on the map and go I want to go there. I can then let's say I want to go there and I want to get there quickly. Then it is objectively the case that there is going to be a faster route on that map. You can say that you've got that it's objective to get from point A to point B in the fastest way possible, and this is the fastest way to do it. But you're still starting, the whole system starts with an I want, which is subjective. And the same is true with.
And where does the I want come from? Where does the teleology of I want come from?
And anyway, didn't you say, OE, that objective is stance independent?
So that
No.
want comes from the human mind,
You
which makes
didn't?
it subjective. When we choose the goal that we're working towards, we
The
have
goal
chosen
is
that.
always stance
Why
dependent.
do you keep over talking me every time I start talking? It's really fucking annoying. When we choose the goal to start working towards, right? That goal is automatically subjective because we chose it. Now we choose the pathway to get to that goal, right? And because we have chosen that pathway, we have making that pathway subjective. There's no objectivity about it, unless, as Dad mentioned, it's like a physical goal on a map that we can actually measure the distance to get to. But if it's ethics or morals, anytime we put anything onto it, we automatically make it subjective. There is no objective ethics. There is no objective morals. We can say these are objective, but that doesn't make them. Actually, by saying these are objective, we automatically make them subjective. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. And that's why I kept saying you're not seeing the forest for the trees. You're not looking at the big picture.
Brother. Well, I've said the goal is always subjective.
Okay, and the pathway to get to the goal is also subjective.
No. That's where you're wrong.
How?
Okay. So look,
Can I get the
okay.
clarification?
The goal is
Just quick.
to win the race. Okay, the goal is to win the race. The guy at the end of the finish line is the first guy that gets there, right?
I already said that it doesn't count with something physical like distance. Like I even mentioned that Dad pointed that out already. So now you're just bringing up what I said doesn't count.
Hey, can I just want a quick
we can actually
clarification?
measure that. We can actually
Excuse me.
measure that. We can't
Yes,
measure
exactly.
ethics.
Exactly.
We can't
We
measure
can
ethics.
measure that. We can measure that. So
We
get
can't
an
measure
objective.
ethics. Stop, please. Again, you're just over talking me. We can't measure ethics. We can't measure morality. Any ethics or morality that we decide upon, It becomes subjective.
Yeah,
So hang on. I just want to ask Kelly this right quick. Just clarify. So what I'm hearing is that you are against objective ethics and objective morals, right?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're saying there can't
No,
be
I'm not
neither.
against it. No, I'm not
Not
against
necessarily
it.
against it, but you don't think that is possible to have objective ethics and morals.
It's
what you're
not according to the definition of the word objective. It is impossible to have objective ethics or morality.
Well,
All
hang
right,
on. It
that's
is
all I
there
wanted
is
to know.
there is a bit of gradation here with respect to the ethics, right? So what I'd say is that let's go back to the map analogy and say I want to go here. Now, if you said that you wanted the quickest route with respect to distance over time traveled, then there is an objective answer to that question that would be independent of the mind. The goal is still dependent, but the fastest point of travel is stance independent. Now, whether you value the fastest route, or you might not actually value the fastest route, you might value getting to the destination, but but you might also have the second value of actually, I don't care how long it takes me to get there. I might want to go along the most pleasant route with the nicest scenery, and the nicest scenery is subjective to you. It's like that's what you find aesthetically pleasing is not objective at all, right? So if you could have an objective, like it would be the quickest route to get from point A to point B, where point B is independent. The quickest route between those places is actually objective. But the most scenic or the most pleasant route between those two destinations, both the route taken and the destination are both subjective, right?
Right, but once you say once you say objective is stance independent, how the hell do you have a stance without subjectivity?
Because it obtains the true facts. True facts.
No.
Yeah, but we don't have
once
true
you have a
facts.
stance on it, you're engaging your mind.
Yes, you are. You're right. And we are
that makes
engaging
it
our mind
subjective
based
immediately.
Based on empathy and reason. That's where
That's
we
all
engage our mind.
subjective.
Empathy and reason.
Yeah,
and normative.
That
and
is
so we
totally-
use the normative, empathy, and reason, we can actually obtain the goal from a
That's all
normative
subjective.
stance.
But can you define
you're
it?
not
Can you
getting
define
this,
it?
man.
Once you take a stance on something, you've just made it subjective.
And there, ergo, might makes right.
Because a stance comes from a mind.
Yeah, but
No, I don't know how you're getting to might makes right.
Because you just said when we can obtain a goal, that makes it right. So you're the toughest guy in the room. So
No.
therefore, your might makes right.
Well,
I'm not the toughest guy in the room,
I don't
though.
know how you got that from what Gretchen said. I honestly do not understand how you came to that conclusion from what Gretchen said.
Because subjective morality.
It seems to me that you're just, it just seems to me that you're grasping now at anything you can to try to make yourself be correct when you've been shown
You're doing words
that
don't
you've been
mean
wrong.
words.
You've been shown you were wrong so many times by so many people, and now you're just grasping at things trying to make yourself correct again. And
Yeah,
it's not
it's
working, dude.
But it's also the case is that we build our systems, generally speaking, around consensus, right? So, like you gave the example of the Yahtzees earlier, where if the Yahtzee had won, that would have made them right. Well, no.
Can't get rid of you, can we, Beard?
The dog managed to use the potty, so I'm back.
Okay.
Firstly, just because you've got a large group of people here over here with big sticks saying, I think, or we think this is the right thing to do, doesn't mean that it actually is the right thing to do. Like everybody else is still, they're still the captains of their own ships with regards to what they think is and is not moral. Just because, like, it's the distinction between forcing somebody to do something against their will and then willingly engaging with it because you've suggested that it might be a good idea, right? An example with the Yahtzees would be after the end of the Second World War. Part of this, there were huge chunks of the German population that did not believe what was happening in the concentration camps. So they were shown video footage of it, and there's video footage of a lot of it is German POWs, prisoners of war. And some of them are laughing and smiling because, from my perspective, they're evil sons of a bitches. And some of them have got their heads in their hands with deep shame. They're in tears because they genuinely didn't know what was going on. They didn't realize that is what was happening, and that's the side that they were fighting for. So this notion of this perfect ethical consensus and therefore might makes right doesn't really exist in the way that you're suggesting that it does. Because just because objective ethics doesn't exist doesn't mean just the biggest guy with the stick they might be the one that sets the quote unquote rules, but rules are different to ethics in the same way. Rules are different to morals in the same way as ethics are different to morals and laws are different to morals. Like in an ideal world,
you've done nothing to ground the conversation. So what does ground what is right? If it's not objective, we can't look at an objective standard of humanism or whatever else.
I don't think you can. If you're looking for a grounding that would be grounded in the same way as you want it to, like your goal is to objectively ground ethics. And don't be wrong, I think it would be nice to. It would certainly make life easier. But I don't think that's achievable. I think every ethical system, every moral system, every legal system that we have is based off of our internal moral intuitions.
Where is it? Wait. When you say internal, that is an is.
So my intuitions are first person to me, right? So I have an intuition about.
So how are we going to ground everything internal to what is right?
So
without being objective.
No, it wouldn't be.
No, that's subjective.
It has to be subjective because I'm an emotivist, right?
That's the fundamental problem here. You don't understand what objective and subjective means.
I think there's an absent but implicit concept that I run into a lot of times with this, and it's the idea that subjective and arbitrary are connected or synonymous. They're not. Just because something is my opinion doesn't mean that it is completely arbitrary. I'll put to my clinical opinion. I am a therapist. I have to make judgments about the state my clients are in based on self-report and objective measures of observed behavior, observed and observable behavior. All of that based in an objective framework. All of it is objective, but it's still my opinion. It's still my subjective opinion. That doesn't mean that it's not based in facts. It's not based in real things that happened.
Yeah, so
but it's still opinion. It's still subjective, but that doesn't make it arbitrary.
Yeah, so would that be a little bit like when you've got a patient who states that they're in pain, and then you'll ask them how much pain they're suffering, and they might say, okay, it's a 7 out of 10. And then you apply some treatment to them, and then they'll report back either now it's a 9 out of 10 or now it's a 5 out of 10. Now, obviously, the amount of pain that patient would be experiencing with respect to another patient would be subjective. But it's subjectively the case that if the patient says it's now a 5 out of 10 compared to a 7 out of 10, that they're experiencing less pain. Would that be a reasonable way of coaching it?
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, I have no issue with that. It's perfectly reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, can I give my opinion? I think all morals are subjective. Like you were saying, it's subject to a mind. Even if God exists and He is the moral arbiter of everything, it's still subject to God's mind. That makes it subjective. There is no objective morality. I think that's impossible. Yeah.
So if all morals are subjective, who's to say that slavery is wrong?
I am. I
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
engage in slavery.
Why?
So I'm not going to
Why?
because I think it's wrong.
What do you base that on?
I think that it causes psychological harm to infringe on
That it
somebody's
is?
autonomy.
Are you grinding that? And it is.
I base it on my
Yes.
empathy. I
Yes.
base it on my empathy.
Therefore, it cannot
Start with
be
him.
a subjective. It's an is.
Yeah.
So who
Yeah,
else?
no.
Who else is
No,
gonna?
Yeah.
no, because there are people who want that. There are people who want that.
Are they
There
right?
are people who want
Are
to.
they right?
There are
Are
people
those
who.
people right?
There are people who want to be
And are they
dominated.
right? You would
Dude,
say
no,
they're
stop,
wrong.
For them,
stop,
yes.
stop over talking people. Fuck. Stop it. It's fucking annoying and it's fucking ignorant. Don't over talk people. Objective? Go on, Beard.
In essence, if the person is consenting to be dominated, then yeah, it's right for them. It's not right for me because I don't want to be dominated. I don't think that.
It's not slavery.
Dude, you just went right back to over talking. You are fucking being ignorant and to everybody else here. You're not allowing other people to make their point. Every time somebody else starts refuting what you say, you just start over talking them. Stop it. It's ignorant.
So, but are you saying it's not slavery because there's a component of like agency
Yeah, there's
to it?
consent. So therefore, it does not qualify.
Yeah, but the problem is that consent, like, whilst, so I get where you're coming from with respect to it. The problem is that if you accept the principle of slavery, right now, let's say for argument's sake that I owe a massive debt to you that I'm never ever going to be able to pay back. And I say, you know what? I will volunteer to be your slave. You just keep me fed and watered, and I'll do whatever work you need, etc. I'll sign over all of my rights and my civil liberties to you. You effectively.
So I'm not talking about
Yeah.
servitude. I'm talking about chattel slavery.
Yeah, but the problem is that even with chattel slavery, you then, if you owe somebody else a debt, in order to repay the debt, you could then give me to that other person. I consented to you.
Well,
owing me, not to the person.
consent is the issue. Consent.
The fact that we have to clarify what kind of slavery we might be talking about indicates the entire thing is subjective.
No, I think consent. We can drive this down to the ultimate, like, lowest common denominator. Like, what is slavery? Consent. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Slavery is consent.
Oh,
Slavery is
not consent.
Involved. The underlying thing. I understand. I understand what he's saying. The underlying problem with slavery is that it is a violation of consent.
Yeah,
if someone is consenting to be ruled over that way, then it's no longer slavery, I suppose.
The problem that I have with this is that somebody could consent to go into some kind of servitude, and that would be, but they do not. As soon as they've passed that threshold of relinquishing their consent, they have no right to reassert their willingness or reassert the notion of consent when those circumstances change dramatically. So, and that's the problem. So, like,
I'm talking about at the fundamental level of consent, of autonomy. Is that immoral to take someone's autonomy? I would say yes. objectively
I
speaking,
think it is, and
it's on
you would,
every human
yes.
being to take an action. To make an action, we need our own autonomy, right? We need our own autonomy to take any action. So to take that consent from somebody, to take their autonomy from them, is that immoral? I would say objectively, yes.
You would say. I would say that too. Yes, I agree. But the fact that you preface that with "I would say" is because it's your opinion.
Because
It's a moral
it's
opinion. It's
demonstrable.
subjective.
Because
It
it's
causes
demonstrable.
objective
No, because
harm, but
even to be even the slave owner, he needs his consent to take slaves. So he, whether he admits it or not, or articulates it or epistemically admits it, he needs his autonomy to take slaves. So we know at an epistemic level, freedom is a value. So therefore,
So
taking
what?
that value
yeah,
is
it's a
wrong.
value.
So what would you say to someone who says they don't think that slavery is wrong or bad? If someone came up to you with an argument that slavery isn't bad, it's subjective. Like you said, it's just your opinion that slavery is bad. If someone had the opposite opinion, it's their opinion. So ultimately, it's subjective. There's no objective.
Yeah.
It's not
But
objective that slavery is wrong.
Unfortunately, every argument that you see, like if I asked you to provide me with an objective argument for why slavery is wrong, you wouldn't be able to do it. But if I asked you to give me a subjective argument for why you think slavery is wrong, then we'd get shitloads of information. But it would all be based. I mean, what is this? What is the objective argument for
The
slavery being wrong?
contradiction, the P not P, because the slave owner needs his own freedom and well-being to take slaves. So therefore, to say it's okay to take away freedom and well-being, it runs it into a P not P.
Yeah,
No,
but
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Hold on, hold on.
No, it doesn't.
Let me explain the psychology of why it doesn't. Okay, because of othering. We talked about that earlier. If I other you, you're no longer human. You're not
exactly.
P.
That
You're not even to me.
That requires the othering argument. It requires justification. Therefore, you go to what is justice. Therefore, you take like cases alike, and so therefore, like cases alike, all are human beings. So the justification.
But they're not like. No, they're not like at that point. They're not like at that point because I've othered you because you're not human anymore.
They are.
If I dehumanize you in my mind, in my mind, you're not human
Homo
anymore.
sapiens, bro. They're all Homo sapiens. Black,
the
white,
problem-
men,
the
women,
problem-
Chinese, whatever. They're all Homo sapiens.
In order for the argument that you've just made to make sense, then there needs to be a justification, an objective justification for why all Homo sapiens should be treated the same.
No. It doesn't. It doesn't. That gets into the subjective of why are we a cooperative species? What makes my best life? My best life can only obtain if my neighbor has his best life. So objectively speaking, okay, listen.
But that doesn't make sense. Like I don't treat my daughter the same way as I would treat my wife. Or
Fair enough. That's relative. Relative has nothing to do.
That's
with the
not really
situation.
empathy, though. That's you just worried about yourself and your own
No,
best
empathy
life.
has everything to do with it. Because listen, if
No,
my
it doesn't.
empathy has. That's how we evolved. We're a social fucking species. Empathy is a huge part of this. This is how we get to fucking morality in the first place. Listen, if my neighbor doesn't have anything to eat, he's gonna probably come steal my food. If my neighbor has everything he needs, he's probably not gonna come steal my food. So,
Yeah, but that's not empathy. That's self-serving.
Wait. Do you have
Holy
empathy?
fuck.
Wait. Do you have
Holy
empathy
fuck.
for
If my neighbor,
objective,
let me
please
get this
stop.
argument. Please, let me
No,
get.
I'm going to refute your argument right
please,
here.
let me get-
I'm going to refute your argument with two fucking
I've been
questions.
listening to your bullshit for fucking 15 minutes. Please.
I
If
sat
my
here and
neighbor-
said nothing for 15 minutes and listened to you.
Stop. Please. Let me get through the argument. If I get through the argument, you guys have objections, let me know. If my neighbor is not hungry, he is not likely to come steal my food. If my neighbor is not sick, he's not likely to come get me infected. If my neighbor is not stupid,
He's not likely to cause a lot of problems with my environment. My best, selfishly, for my
It's not
own
true.
fucking well-being.
Yeah, I
Shut
mean,
up.
you're making
Shut up.
fundamental
Shut up.
mistakes
My
already.
well-being, selfishly, is about my well-being. My best chance of living my best life is making sure my neighbor is living their best life. So therefore,
Yeah,
healthcare,
but
education.
once you decide to improve your neighbor's life because it's going to ultimately improve yours,
yes,
that's not empathy anymore. That's just self-serving.
Yes, exactly. And that's why we're all motivated to make sure our neighbor is living their best life, because ultimately,
No,
I'm gonna live
because
my
you
best life.
assume that your neighbor is going to steal your food if they're not fed.
Yes,
And
that was
not
my.
all people are like
And
that.
if every neighbor
Yes,
is
Gretchen.
connected and
Yes,
every global thing is
that
connected,
that
hey, look,
is the.
we will not pollute the planet. We will not fucking starve people. We will not fucking make sure that trans people, gay people, whatever, cannot get married because
I
they're
can't.
living
You
their
know what the
best life.
fundamental.
Honestly say you're
Wait,
being empathetic if you're expecting the worst out of your neighbor.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
In
it's
any
because,
given
it's because
situation.
ensuring my neighbor has everything they need
All you
is
are
going
is
to give me everything
you're
I
acting
need.
on your fear of your neighbor, and that's not
Yes.
empathy.
Yes. Exactly. That was my point, and that's why I tried to break you off when you
Oh,
said that.
well,
Because
I'm
my
sorry I
neighbor's gonna.
stole your
Because
thunder,
my
Kelly.
neighbor is gonna come and steal my stuff. Why did you jump to that conclusion? And if you had empathy, if your neighbor was fucking starving, you would have fucking fed them.
Exactly.
You wouldn't. You
Exactly. I
wouldn't.
would
No,
have fed
it's
them.
not.
You're
You
right.
wouldn't be.
I would
Just
have
No.
because
fed
you
them.
didn't want to see your neighbor
Objective.
starve.
Stop. You're not letting me make my point.
By
God
feeding
damn
my
it! I
neighbor,
can't just
by
fucking let
feeding my
anybody talk.
neighbor, by
You can't
feeding
let
my neighbor.
anybody talk.
If I feed my neighbor, they wouldn't come steal my shit.
Yeah,
I
but
would.
that's not
They
what you thought.
probably wouldn't anyway.
That's
Go
not
ahead,
what you
Kelly.
thought. Your first thought was they're going to come and steal my shit. You went into a defensive position right away. Right? That was what I was trying to tell you was the flaw in your thinking. You didn't use your empathy to solve the problem to begin with. Your initial reaction was, "Oh, if I don't help this person, they're going to steal shit from me." That's not empathy.
It
That
is
is not
empathy. You
empathy.
fucking ignorant fuck. It is empathy. What do you think?
No,
empathy
it's not.
is?
Because
It's
no, it's
not.
not.
Empathy
Because
is feeling your neighbor's
You're acting out of
plight.
fear and self-preservation.
That's what
Correct.
empathy is.
That's
Correct.
not
Empathy
empathy.
by definition
You
is
don't know what
feeling your
empathy
neighbor's
is, and you
plight.
don't know what objective is, and you're going to come here and
I'm
try
sorry.
to teach us
We have a
that.
guy named the Beard of Empathy on the panel. Can we get a ruling, Beard?
Empathy is the ability to recognize my own emotions and recognize the signs of those same emotions in other people and be able to connect the two so that I can make my decisions and actions based on my own emotional responses.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and but
Point in case.
is a
But
like
what OE is describing is fear. It's being afraid of my neighbor and what they might do. It also doesn't
Thank
take into account
you.
that what if my neighbor views their best life as being physically the most competitive, and I don't
Game
want to be
theory.
competitive.
It's game
They're living
theory.
their life. Them living their best life is going to be infringing on me living mine.
But
So
Game
who do I
theory.
prioritize?
Game theory.
but just
There-
quickly,
there-
Beard,
there's
with
also a
respect
bunch of
to
people out there that lack empathy altogether.
but
Yeah,
with
empathy
respect
is
to
a variable skill.
well, first it's variable, but also like you can like empathy applies to both positive and negative emotions, right? So
Yes.
so like what OE here is doing is whilst his reaction may be based on his fear of the action that somebody else may take, he is acknowledging that the action that somebody may take may be out of desperation that they acknowledge that they would be feeling if they were in the same situation. So it's not unempathetic. It's just he's just now, and the argument is, should you intervene before your neighbor feels is in such a desperate position that they feel that they have no other option other than to break into your fridge? And would that have been the more empathetic thing to do, or would that have been the better thing to do? Then yeah, but I don't think OE, in fairness, I don't think OE was arguing against that. I think what he's actually arguing for is that you want these social safety nets in place to ensure that people don't end up in such an unbelievably desperate position that they do end up having to take these extreme actions that nobody wants to see. And whilst I
Tough
understand
game
that's
theory. Thank you.
whilst I understand that's a fair response, I do get where Owi's coming from here. So, and ultimately, he's advocating for social safety nets. So, despite the fact that he's doing it from a fear point of
I'm
view,
sorry,
as
man.
opposed to, I don't think, like, if somebody's advocating for social safety nets, it's probably not the best use of our time to beat them over the head with how we think that their justification for the social safety net is wrong. If that makes sense.
I just want to say
Thank
something right
you.
quick.
But that's
Thank
not what
you
we're
for
talking about.
somebody who has some
The
common
nature of
sense in this
morals and whether
fucking
it's
panel.
subjective or
Holy fuck.
objective.
Well, I mean,
That's what we're
the whole
talking about.
this whole topic, I guess it morphed into what Gretchen said, and Gretchen is the captain. But I just want to know. I'm looking for a reason to care whether they're important or not. I don't give a damn if they're objective or subjective. I'm just glad that people don't stab me and don't shoot at me and stuff. That's all I care about. And I still haven't heard a reason to make me care. I don't care as long as you have morals. I don't care how you got them. 'Cause my subjective morals say that you get your morals however you get your morals. I don't care.
Big time. I will not pay a lot for this muffler.
Why man? You beat me to the punch, man. You beat me to the punch.
I don't know. Make time. I'm just up here being pathologically altruistic.
Yeah.
Hang on. If you're pathologically altruistic, do you still have both of your kidneys, Beard?
Yes, I do.
You still have your corneas. Are you walking around with a CNI dog and a stick with a ping pong ball on the end, or like if you're
I could.
pathologically altruistic, like you don't need both your legs, right?
That was the thing from a past night's discussion, and a complete idiot talking out of his ass about shit he doesn't know about. So
Yeah, he came up and said that atheists are all pathologically altruistic, and it was a funny thing and kind of an inside joke that I keep throwing at McTime because he keeps throwing it at me.
Yeah. The old banana in the tail, and it ain't like what you think, people. I'm just gonna say the old banana in the tailpipe man over there said this shit.
I got keep a hand with this dude too long. I got no banana in my tailpipe.
But hey, Kat, I want to know what you guys think out there in the chat. Do you think it's even important they must discuss this shit? The different objective morals, which is superior, which is inferior. How do you guys think? I don't care, me. But what you think? Go ahead, you guys go ahead and talk.
Look,
like
I said, I don't think objective morals exist, even with the God. Like I said before, if morals come from God, then God has a mind. Therefore, that makes it subjective by definition. Like if it comes from any mind, if morals come from any mind, it's subjective. It's subject to a mind. That's what subjective means.
Yeah, but we don't.
It would still be
all
science
atheists here.
dependent,
So at the end of the day, so my question is, with subjective morals, what makes your morals different than Hitler's morals? If they're all subjective,
They're mine. I can only act based on my own morals. I can't act on Hitler's morals.
Yeah,
I
but
act on mine.
what do you base those morals on? Epistemically.
Me personally, empathy and harm reduction.
Yeah, that's an is. That's a fucking objective. That's is.
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's
and
philosophy talk.
It's objective.
It's subjective. It's subjective because, as I said, empathy is my perception of other people's emotions.
Yes.
The signs and things that I see. It's my perception. I might perceive someone. Empathy
is an is. That's
in any given moment. In any given moment. It's in any given moment. It's subjective because it is how I perceive things in a given moment. That can change. And if it's not always the same,
is slavery immoral? Is owning another human being immoral?
If I gave you a Sharpie and put you in front of a window looking out into the world, and I asked you to take that Sharpie and draw lines between all the connections that you see, right? And then we put a new pane of glass in there and Beard comes up and I asked him to do the same thing. Do you think your two window panes are going to look the same?
Is slavery immoral?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think the two window panes are going to look the same?
Is slavery immoral?
It's a yes or no question. Do you think the two window
Stop dodging. Just answer the question.
Well, clearly they wouldn't look the same. I mean, it'd be nuts to think that.
Yes or no? Will the two window panes look exactly the same? And now you're not answering because you know the answer is no. And that's
Are you
exactly
asking me?
Yeah,
I'm
stop,
sorry.
stop.
I'm-
Don't overtalk me. And that's exactly what Beard was trying to tell you. That different people. Stop.
I'm over
Stop.
talking anybody.
Stop.
I'm asking who the fuck is
Stop.
talking right now?
Gretchen,
Who the
please
fuck
give
is
me him
it?
so I can finish my point, please.
Yeah, but who the fuck is talking about? Are you talking to me right now?
Yes.
He's talking to you.
Okay.
Yes, I've been talking to you, and all you're doing is over fucking talking me, so I can't make my point to you.
Kelly, I mean.
Okay,
Go
my
ahead,
point
Kelly.
is what Beard's point was is that we all have different empathy levels. We don't see things the same way. We don't feel things the same way. And you're acting as if empathy is this one solid column of thing, and it's not. And neither is ethics, and neither is morality. And that's the problem, that you seem to think that these are these monumental fucking stones that can't be moved or changed. And that's not true of any of these three fucking things. And that's the fundamental problem of what you've been saying all along, is that you think these things are unchangeable and perfect and act exactly the same for everybody, and none of them are. And there is no way that we can decide what the thing should be, because we all have our own independent minds.
I'll be right back. You guys don't tear each other apart while I'm gone.
I just want to ask Owie a quick question with respect to something.
Hold
that
on.
Him and Beard.
Hold on, John, please.
Sorry, go on.
Kelly,
Yeah.
are you the same brother that's been like yelling at who's over talking? And are you talking about me this whole time?
Yes, I've been talking about you this whole time.
Okay, do you realize that I've not been the person talking most of the time you've been saying that?
No, yeah, but you have overtalked almost everybody here this morning. Every time somebody starts to talk, you start talking. You've been doing it all fucking. You almost just started doing it again, just there, right? You keep doing it to everybody, not just me. You've done it to Beard. You've done it to Dad. You've done it to Wildheart. You've done it to everybody. You've done it to Gretchen. You did it to everybody fucking here this morning since I've been here. I actually came up here because you were doing that. And I came up here to tell you to stop doing it. That was the only reason I came up here, was to get you to stop over talking everybody.
Just call me John, Kelly. If you keep calling me Dad, I'm going to get a semi on.
Cool.
I was trying to remember your name, John. I think well, how about this, for the interest of keeping everybody blood pressure calm and cool, we'll just stay out like our last whatever the outro, and then we'll just change the subject to something else. Because I want to talk about I heard yesterday, and I looked it up according to AI, but I did a half-ass lazy search because I'm lazy, about science creating synthetic life. But your last thoughts on objective morals, and let's push to the synthetic life topic. Something that we can all talk without getting our blood pressure high.
Super quick. Owie, you asked Beard what makes something moral according to him, and then Beard, and please correct me, Beard, if I'm getting this wrong, but you said empathy and the reduction in harm.
Yeah,
and then Owie, you said, but that's an objective. Just because but I just want to make sure that we're not talking past each other. Do you think if a agent has an objective, that makes it objective?
So can I just want to quantify everything here. So, Mr. Kelly, you think I've been over talking everybody?
We already dropped that subject.
We haven't dropped anything. We haven't dropped anything.
Can I just before you
Dad asked you that John asked you a question. Why don't you just answer John's question?
No, I'm going to address what you said.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to fucking talk to you about this. I'm asking you to answer John's question, because as far as I'm concerned, it's over. As long as you stop over talking people, it's over. So answer Dad's question. Answer Dad's question.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, brother,
we don't give a fuck what you're concerned about. Answer Dad's question.
Okay, so you don't give
we
a
don't
fuck.
give a fuck. Answer Dad's question. John's question.
Talking,
sorry.
Are you
John?
Am I over talking?
We don't give a fuck. Answer John's question.
Okay, so are you willing to talk about this over talking thing?
No, I'm not. How many times do I have to fucking tell you? No, I'm not. Answer John's question.
Yeah, I've got to go in the next 2 minutes. So if you guys want to start battering each other around the head with over talking afterwards, that's fine. But I'm just curious, because I want to get clarity. I just want to get clarity on, because Beard said something very specific, and then you said something very specific, which was that's an objective. But when you say that is an objective, to my mind, that doesn't mean that it is objective. It's still like an objective with respect to a mind is still an objective with respect to a mind. So I'm just curious. I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other and that we're misunderstanding. Do you think if somebody has an objective, that makes the objective like we're using the word objective in the same way? Like objective is polysemous. Like it's got a prescribed definition with respect to philosophy, especially with the is-ought distinction, or facts over feelings in these like colloquial senses. But just because Beard has an objective and that informs his morality and the actions that he takes with respect to other agents.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm asking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said there's two ways to understand objective. Is one is stance independence, or the other is based on facts.
Yeah, but when somebody says that their moral worldview is governed by empathy towards other people and the reduction in harm, they're not like they are stance dependent, right? They have to be. But you said that's an objective.
Yeah.
So I'm just concerned. I don't want to be in the situation where the fact that objective can be used in a couple of different ways, that's what's causing the confusion here. Because if that's what's causing the confusion here, the last hour has been a total waste of fucking time.
No, I heard that. So I think objective versus subjective. So when we obtain a goal, right, we can then obtain true facts to reach the goal.
Yeah, but the goal you choose is subjective.
Yes, absolutely.
So
yeah, all goals, all value judgments are subjective. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, if you choose like well-being, that's the most common one. The basis for morals, that is subjective. That you choose well-being, and then you can come to objective, like facts about what is best for well-being. Like drinking battery acid is obviously bad for you.
Yeah, so then we can look at like what is epistemically justified. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm all done. So it's ultimately subjective. It depends on your goals. That is subjective, whatever your goal is.
So it depends on what you mean by ultimately.
See, you just can't let people talk. You gotta cut them off. You just fucking did it to them. Why can't you let people fucking talk, dude? It's really fucking annoying and ignorant. I'm talking to you again, objective ethics. You just fucking did it again.
Well, that's
make time. Hold on, Kelly. You clearly have a personal like thing with me. So
I have a personal thing with you because you don't let anybody else fucking talk. And usually it's when they're refuting your point. They start to refute your point, show you how you're fucking wrong, and then you just over talk them so they can't talk anymore. And it's fucking annoying, it's dishonest, and it's fucking childish.
Could it be like I'm looking?
That's it. That's all I'm going to say to you. I'm not going to debate this. You're being ignorant and childish.
Could it be I'm looking for a clarification?
No, it hasn't been, because you've just been over talking and keep making your point again. Most of the time, you're not asking for a clarification. You're just fucking basically saying you're wrong, and I'm going to over talk you until you realize I'm right. That's the way you've been acting.
Let's lighten the subject, because we got nowhere with this. Let's lighten the subject, man. Who has access to the computer right now? Because I can't touch my phone without getting kicked off the panel.
I'm on a computer.
Can you look up because I had seen in the chat that somebody said yesterday, that science has created a synthetic.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure. But that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet's to the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha! You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslim getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah, I got you.
I guess nobody want to talk about the synthetic life. I think that's important. That's a breakthrough. I'll yield to anybody else who got another topic. But I don't think we should keep litigating this case because we just spent all this time, and I still haven't got an answer to my question: is this debate even much an important one? It don't seem like it's important to me. It just seems like it's raising people's blood pressure and stuff for nothing. I think morals are subjective. I agree with. I have to disagree with Kelly on the objective ethics though, because the way that Gretchen read the definition, it says standardized, and so if you can standardize your ethics like you standardize an inch, then your ethics can be objective like an objective inch. But other than that, morals, I really don't much care. I got subjective morals, and so therefore I don't care how you get your morals as long as you don't stab me. And if you do, I'm gonna advocate to put your ass in jail. That's
So
how I look at it.
I'm gonna take a stab at answering your question for me, and then I'm gonna jump off here.
Okay.
To me, the idea of objective ethics holds an inherent idea that these are immutable. They're fact-based, unchanging, always going to be the case, and that can't be the way we approach ethical and moral decision making, because every situation is different depending on more factors than we have the ability to calculate for every situation. So they are by nature subjective because of that. Because the things that are going we have to be flexible with them, and objective frameworks tend to be inflexible. That's my view on the thing.
I
makes
the argument important,
brother. But I would just like to point out that relative does not equate to subjective. So you can have relative anything that's objective. So the Earth is orbiting the sun. That's relative, and it's also objective.
I agree. And the way you put it, Bill, I guess that does make the conversation important. I just been wondering. I I would, whichever one makes the most sense to me. That's when I try to be fair. That's when I go with. Maybe I'm being biased and unfair to the objective morals, but I just don't see how we can have objective morals. But in the end, I don't see really what makes it important. But what you're saying is it makes people rigid and only have like that get like me type of attitude. Is that what you're trying to say? Build empathy.
Kind of. Yeah. Sorry, my dogs are about to start barking, so I'm gonna jump.
I love dogs. I love dogs. Dogs are the best people we know.
Sorry, I was going to say as well, going back to the slavery thing, like 500 years ago, everyone thought that slavery was
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa. With the spotlight glow, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow.
Sorry, have we ended, or was that the end? So.
Hello.
Yeah, I thought that was the end. I was just saying, like, 500 years ago, everyone thought that slavery was okay, or most people did. So it can't be objective. It must be subjective because it changed
I'm
over
going. I'm sorry.
time. Yeah. No,
Man,
sorry.
I got my
Okay.
phone too.
Yeah.
Mr. Manchester, you sound kind of low on my end. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I'll say it
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, sorry.
But I just want to point out that in the check, I see Maverick Ben Frank keeping score. Now keep in mind, this guy, I can't speak for other atheists, but this guy thing is important to me, and I'd like to trying to find the truth. And I don't seem like you trying to find the truth if you keeping score, man. It's like you just playing a game. Yeah, Issa, I agree. I want to get it off morals too. I don't think nobody's interested in a synthetic life topic. I think that's very interesting. Because I guess not interesting enough for me to look it up more better than what I did, but I did a search through Gemini and it didn't verify. It said that the paper came out yesterday or something came back yesterday saying that science has created synthetic life in the lab.
Oh, I didn't know about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get maybe Kelly because he says that the computer to because he know Kelly he's a geologist, so he knows science and peer review work and stuff like that. So he can probably get the lowdown on it.
Well, that'd be cool.
Maverick Ben Frank, how do you know what I'm trying to do, man? I asked you to come up here and speak the theist truth. You don't want to come up and talk in voice. We got to read the text that you write. It don't seem like you want to find truth to me, but now you know what I'm trying to do. Now, and it just make me think that you just playing pretend. You pretend to know what I'm doing, just like you pretend to know about God. Because you don't know me. You just know some of the words that I've been put down in chat. And now you know my voice.
Maverick doesn't come up on panels on any of the channels I've ever seen him on.
He just said he know what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to really give him a fair chance to speak his piece with me. But he got a scoreboard 0-1. Somebody he got 0. He don't want one. He playing 0-sum game, and I'm trying to do the rising tide lift all boats. Playing games. This is a fact finding mission for the truth. I mean, do you feel the same way, Gretchen? Where's she gone?
So can I just check who you're talking to? Is it someone inside chat?
Well, yeah, Maverick Ben Frank. I thought Gretchen was still here, but she must have just said her piece and left. But,
no, I'm still here. I had to change out my headphones. The other ones died. So
I mean, do y'all agree that atheism is like a fact finding mission for the truth, and until we find the truth, we're
I'm
gonna be
doing
atheists?
fine, Maverick. How are you doing?
Because to me, the truth is
I
not.
mean, we could go back. We could go back to the Blitz video.
Let's do that then.
You want to go back to the Blitz video? All right.
I just don't want to argue. And start yelling again.
I would just say that, I would agree with that. Like, atheism is kind of a search for the truth. Until there's enough evidence to believe that God exists, then you shouldn't believe that God exists.
And that's all I'm saying. And I'm actually,
yeah.
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, I'll finish. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, that's Manchester, and until Maverick got the perfect opportunity to come up here and show us the truth, but he wanted to play games in the chat. He got one. He done won one game already. Congratulations. Are we going back to the video, Gretchen?
Hang on, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute
Working
and
on
get
it.
my coffee.
Well, can I ask a question here? So, if
What's up?
morality is subjective, how is that not makes right?
What? How many times do we got to say we're not talking about morality anymore?
Okay, fair enough.
Make Time has been requesting it for the last 15 minutes, and that's why I played the songs to like flush our brains and get the fuck off of morality, because all it's doing is causing more and more arguments, and I hate the morality discussion, to be honest with you.
That is a great song, by the way. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's a good song.
The Async song, thank you. I'm very proud of that one. Yeah, I noticed you got a little into it when the Krista Fascist Nightmares line came on. So.
Yeah, Gretchen, I
Obviously, that's not-
apologize to you. I thought I could get to do the without getting into the morality argument itself. I just wanted to know, why is it important? Why is these guys fighting so stupid?
Yeah, it never happens that way. Like especially when Arpy and Nobody on Fire are online, because they think objectives, they think morality is objective too, and they haven't convinced me in 6 fucking months. They haven't fucking convinced me. So
North Coastal.
Yeah.
Hey, I
Well, where's the dude that was like saying I was
sorry,
over
there.
talking
Now I feel terrible because I.
What's that?
Where's the guy that was saying I was over talking everybody? Because that's bullshit.
He dropped.
Right away.
I don't know that he ran away.
Well, he's kind of older gentleman and all this shouting and stuff. And the man had a heart attack already.
I went to the song. When I came back, he wasn't here anymore. I don't know why he left.
Can you hear me? I was talking. Yeah, I'm North Coastal. Sorry, I'm gonna bring up I don't know because I think that they were talking, but I just couldn't hear them. Oh no, never mind. They weren't unmuted. Yeah, I can hear you, North Coastal. You're good.
Oh, good. Hey, not for nothing. I'm in the live chat on your Discord. Wow, the hostility, big dog.
I mean, like, look, if you're saying dumb things, expect people to call you out on it. But if you're being normal, like if you're being kind,
yeah, no,
normal,
I think I'm
sure.
being absolutely normal. In fact, I asked you to go check it out. Listen, I'm a physics guy. I was in, studied all this stuff, big math person, all of that. Come across some things recently that made me question a lot of my education and what we're taught in school. So I did come across some discrepancies. Love to run by you. Threw them in the chat and was just like kind of verbalized. There's one thing between answering questions and saying that you're a waste of carbon and shouldn't exist.
Look, if you think that some of the rules have been broken, then you should file a complaint or file a report with the system, and the mods will handle it.
Yeah, I'm telling you now they are. And if the mods are
look, the administration of the server is not my job. I have an admin who handles this, and I have a mod team who handles this.
Cool. Should I not have brought it up in the beginning of this conversation?
I mean, like you can. It's just like I'm not going to solve this. You should file a ticket. If somebody's being rude, one of the golden rules is be decent. So if somebody's not being decent, file a report, and the mod team will handle it. Okay, cool. But anyway, so you're a physics guy, but you think that there's. But what's the deal with the? So what shape do you think the Earth is?
What a bitch.
You know what? I don't know anymore. I don't quite believe it's a globe. However, I do believe it's a dome above hand. I think that's a lot more likely. The kind of biggest thing that I'm trying to reason with, we are on it. We're supposedly on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting the sun at 67,000 miles an hour.
Sure, those are the numbers.
Chasing through the solar system, chasing the Milky Way, another it's like half a million miles an hour.
Something like that. Yeah. So what's the contention here? What's the issue?
So my issue comes across where it's like, why are the stars so consistent? There's no stretching, dysmorphing, nothing.
Why would they? I mean, like, look, it doesn't matter how fast you're going. Like, if a light bulb out in the distance isn't gonna it's not Star Trek. It's not gonna stretch. It's not real. It would just if you're moving relative to something, then that thing will appear to move relative to you, depending on how far away it is and how it's moving, and all these sorts of things. And we can check that indeed the stars are actually moving. They actually do appear to be in different places depending on what year it is.
Right. Well, I mean, they move slightly, but they are still consistent enough to be used for navigation and everything. Let's not say the Big Dipper is not the Big Dipper every time I go outside.
So
and it's one thing to say things are far away, right? So it's like if things are far away, obviously things will be moved relative. Like I get that and I understand scale, but we're on a rotating, spinning object.
Yeah, the rotation we see the effect of the rotation every night. That's why when I went out yesterday to try to take a picture of Jupiter with my telescope, I had like a 30-minute window before Jupiter set. Right, like the reason why stars they rise at one time of day and then they set at another time of day. The reason why that happens is because we're rotating. That is like if it is indeed the case that we're rotating, then we would expect the stars to do that. So like we do see the motion of the rotation. We see that, no problem. We also do see the motion of the Earth going around the sun. That's why we can see some constellations at one time of year and other constellations at the other time of year. Because when we're on the other side of the sun, nighttime is in a different direction. So the direction of nighttime changes, so you're looking at different stars. And we also see the motion of the Earth through the galaxy. We can see this in the apparent motion of the stars themselves year over year. If you look on the same day at the same time, the stars will be in slightly different locations depending on what year it is. So like we see all of these effects.
And look at and of course, and absolutely. I'm not saying the stars never move, but the stars are like almost unbelievably consistent despite the Earth supposedly moving at extreme speeds in multiple directions. The globe answers distance, but the answer depends on stars being so far away that ordinary visual evidence becomes nearly indistinguishable from fixed central a fixed central dome. So I don't I don't know, man. I'm just having trouble buying it. Can you convince me that we're spinning enough? And
do you think that the models that we like the standard physics models, and you say you're a physics guy, so presumably you're familiar with this. The standard physics models, the standard numbers, do you think that those don't match up with our observations? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Did somebody just ban him? Okay, revoke ban. There we go. Ban has been revoked. If you're still watching North Coastal, feel free to join. North Coastal, welcome back. Sorry about that earlier.
Yeah, real embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna get a stern talking to. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I hope so.
But yeah, actually, you should seriously consider trying filing a if people were being shitty, file a whatever it's called, a ticket, and the mods will handle it, and I'll make sure that.
Yeah, no, I don't think they are. The mods are in the chat. And
I will make sure that they handle it. Don't worry.
All right, cool. Yeah.
So file a ticket. Someone's being shitty. Anyway, where were we? What were we talking about?
I don't know, man. Stars and how we're all.
Oh yeah, I remember. Okay,
yeah.
so I asked you.
I guess what I want to ask is if I want to just kind of, if you don't mind, I want you to put the burden. I want to put the burden of proof on you. Can you try to convince me? Because I want.
Yeah, sure.
Believe
so first,
even though we're spinning, rotating, traveling that far, that somehow everything in the distance stays the same.
Absolutely, I can try to. So first, but before we get there, I just need to.
I don't even know how much.
I just need to check. North Coastal, you're talking to me now.
What's that? Someone want to say something?
Oh, no, I was laughing. Looking at Maverick. Frank said he's smarter than all of us. I was gonna. I forgot what I was gonna tell him.
Flat Earth stuff, or should I change over to the Paul and Jesus weren't real stuff?
I mean, we started on this one. We started on this. I recommend finishing, but it's ultimately your decision. I don't really much care.
This is kind of a long one, though. I mean,
I would rather somebody come up and discuss a topic that async topic. To be honest with you,
an async topic. What is an async?
Yeah, we're gonna async what you think. Whatever you decide, you decide to allow on your panel. Whatever you decide, Gretchen. But I mean. Well, I'm cool with,
okay. If that's the case, then we're gonna go with Christ before Jesus then, because
Roger that. Christ before Jesus, let's roll.
Because I've been trying to watch this Christ before Jesus thing for 3 days, and we never fucking make it.
Wait, is it funny or something?
I mean, Jaron is pretty funny. Jaron's pretty funny. I think he is.
I have been watching him for the past couple of days. You're talking about the guy with the cowboy hat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching him. He's sharp as a whip, man. That dude there, he
really is.
He's spitting fast. He almost got that thing with Justin got. And it seemed like he growing fast like Justin too. Oh, I wish him the best in his endeavors.
So, let's see. 5 days ago.
Oh, now I remember. Frank,
let's go with one of the short ones. He actually wasn't wearing a cowboy hat that day, but fuck it.
Okay. Let's get ask Frank this right quick. Frank, what is your objective, Frank? Is your objective to try to persuade people to come to your guide? Because coming up in here telling people that that you smarter than all of them. Just make people not want to be near you or your God. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Thank you. You helping doing atheist work. We couldn't do this without you.
I guess maybe that's the point. For a while, I did claim that. When? What is going on? User 100-106-174-4677.
So you say that Jesus and Paul never existed
Yes, ma'am.
because you're a Muslim?
No, a Muslim would believe that Jesus existed.
So you're just an atheist?
When did I say that?
Well, you either believe or don't believe. You don't believe that
Well,
Jesus and Paul.
correct. Yeah, I believe that Jesus and Paul never existed. That's what I believe. Yeah.
But, so they're just made up in the Bible.
I mean, yeah, a mythology, kind of like Hercules
That
or
makes
something
you
like
an
that.
atheist. That makes you an atheist.
That does not.
It does true.
Nope. Abraham didn't believe in Jesus or Paul.
No, he believed in gods, false gods.
Sweet.
He was worshiping.
Abraham believed in a false god.
Yes,
Damn.
he lived in a pagan city where God drew him out of there. He said, take your family, because he was questioning. Oh, you don't have read your Bible. Okay. So that explains it.
So that would maybe be Abram, but Abraham is the name that God gave him because
name was
he
Abram,
followed
yeah.
Yahweh. That was the point. Abram
That's
and
right, because
Sarai
he was
would have
pagan.
been in the pagan area. Sarah and Abraham would have been followers of Yahweh. Do you believe Yahweh is a false god?
Oh, you're wrong, son.
No.
Abram was believed in false gods. When God called him out, he called him Abraham.
Sweet. So
Say
when I
amen,
said
say amen.
Abraham, I wasn't talking about Abram. I was talking about the one who followed God. Do you believe that Yahweh was a false god, ma'am?
No.
Okay. Well, then I guess Abraham, which is the name I said. Thank you very much
Oh,
for
you said
showing
Abram.
me
You
that.
said
No, I
for
did not.
Abram.
I did
Yes,
not
you did. You
initially
said
say
Abram
Abram.
was following false gods.
No.
And God called him Abraham. Yes, you did.
Sweet. I asked you, did Abraham believe in Jesus and Paul? Is what I asked you. And you said
No, because
no.
Paul was not in the Bible before
Sweet. So does
Jesus.
Yeah,
And
that's how
Jesus
that works. That's how that works.
wasn't around
So does
for
that make
Abraham.
Abraham an atheist, or is it just
No, that just makes listen.
okay?
You
Well,
don't
you
know
said
the
that if
Bible.
I don't believe in Jesus or Paul, that makes me
Yahweh
an
is
atheist.
Jesus.
So, Daddy's talking. Please be quiet. Okay, listen. If you believe that not believing in Jesus and Paul would make you an atheist, then I guess everyone before Jesus and Paul was an atheist. Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Because I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works. You can now talk.
Yeah, sorry.
Unmute. There you go.
He's got a point. Yeah, you could
burning
believe
bush.
in
Who was
God
that?
and not
When
believe
he's
in.
We're talking about Jesus and Paul. Do you have any evidence that they existed?
It's in the Old Testament.
Sweet. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's actually right. You could believe in Yahweh, you could believe in God, and not believe in Jesus and Paul.
You can believe in Mazda too, or Quetzalcoatl, or there's plenty of guys you can believe. Horus, you don't have to believe in just because they just want to take control of everything. That they so selfish and self-centered that they think that if you're not a part of them, you are against them. And they want to call everybody demons and devils, spike the punch and poison the well, and make sure that nobody can ever have an honest debate. I don't think these people care about truth or honesty. I've got one in the chat. I want him to come up and be truthful and honest with us. He playing games. He got 1-0, and he's smarter than all of us. So I don't understand that. What is the point of they got? Why does they got only talk about long suffering in the Bible? They don't have nothing about well-being or conflict resolution or germs or anything of value in that book. Only thing it talk about is long suffering, slavery. It even tell you the right time and place to sell your daughter into slavery. This book is just bullshit to me. But carry on, Gretchen. I just had a rant for a minute.
Right on.
All right,
That was
and that has
Jesus.
nothing to do with Jesus.
Jesus.
Where does it say in the Old Testament that was Jesus?
It does. It says that they
Where?
all
What
expected.
verse? What
Okay,
verse is that in
listen.
the Old Testament?
You are so rude.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
You're
So what verse is that in the Old Testament? We're going to go to Exodus because that's where that story is. And where in Exodus is that?
I love Jaren's attitude, man. It's like, you are so rude. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Keep going.
It's subjective morals for you.
About the burning bush.
Where in Exodus? Where in Exodus is the verse that Jesus is the burning bush? Where in Exodus is this?
So we're talking about Abraham.
Nope. The burning bush is Moses. Congratulations. You're stupid in two testaments.
I just said that was Moses with the
Okay,
burning
so
bush.
where does it say that Moses saw Jesus in the burning bush?
It doesn't. It says he
Oh, it
was
doesn't.
God.
Oh, cool.
No.
So
So who
when
is
it
God?
doesn't say something, do you feel like inserting something into the Bible is a good idea?
Who is God? Who is God?
It's
In the
Yahweh
flesh.
according to the Old Testament.
Jesus.
Nope. Where in the Old
Jesus
Testament
is-
does it say that?
Jesus is.
Where in the Old Testament does it say that?
Jesus.
Where in the
says-
Old Testament does it say that?
Well, it says, if you see me, you see my Father.
Cool. Well, I don't think Jesus existed. Prove to me that he existed, and we'll talk about what he said.
So the whole Bible is against. I mean, it's all about Jesus. So
No,
what are
it's
you
not.
talking about?
Where's the name Jesus in the Old Testament?
Mary, you shall call your son.
That's in the Old Testament. And also it says Emmanuel. It doesn't say Jesus. Congratulations. You're stupid in two different testaments yet again.
No, you're stupid because
Cool.
you don't believe.
So does
in
it
God.
say you will call your son Jesus according to the Old Testament, or does it say Emmanuel?
No, the New Testament.
All right. Well, where in the Old Testament is Jesus?
Jesus, it was in the Old Testament in the beginning.
Where? Where does it say
Well,
that? Okay.
in
Here we go.
Genesis.
Okay. We're going to go to it.
Where does it say that?
Where does it say
that
Jesus?
The word is Jesus.
Where? Where does it say the word? In where does it say that in Genesis?
Be light. And who is God? The Father.
Yahweh.
No, it's the Father.
You don't think God is Yahweh?
Yes, he is. But
Cool. So where
in
does
the
this say that he has a son? Where does it say that in the Old Testament?
when they baptize him, he says, "This is my
Is
beloved."
that in the
Son."
New Testament or the Old Testament?
The New Testament.
Okay. Well, keep up, bitch. Where in the Old Testament does it say Jesus?
Hey, don't be cussing me.
I don't give a shit.
Well, okay, so you're just horrible.
Yeah. Where in the Old Testament does it say Jesus?
Well, this is what I believe.
I don't give a
Jesus is
shit.
the
Where you believe in something that's not in there. Where does it say in the Old Testament that he has a son?
I'm not going to cuss, but I don't care what you believe.
Sweet.
How about that?
Sweet. Well, you
Sweet.
came up here. You
We're
requested.
mostly- Yeah, but to tell you that Jesus doesn't exist, that's
Yeah,
your
to
problem.
come up here and tell me something that's not in the Bible. Congratulations.
So why do you put it up there if you don't believe it? Because
I
you
don't
want to
believe it.
argue.
The same reason that
You
a whole
want to
bunch.
argue
If
and
there
put
were
people
if
down.
there
You're
were
a
crazy
horrible person.
if there were
You're a
crazy
horrible
people
person.
like yourself who believe that Harry Potter was real, I'd be up here telling you
I
that the
don't-
boy who
I
lived
don't
it.
believe it. I don't believe in Harry Potter.
Sweet. Yeah, you believe in something just as stupid.
I just said I don't believe in it. Are you hard of hearing?
I said you believe in something just as stupid. Are you hard of hearing?
No, you're stupid. You're stupid. You're wearing this stupid green hat. You look like
You
a
know your
Muslim.
colors. You passed kindergarten. Awesome. What was that? Back when like dinosaurs were on the earth? Anyways, that being said, do you have any evidence that Jesus or Paul actually existed? I mean, seeing as you were probably there.
The New Testament. And it's,
And how did you determine that the New Testament was historically reliable when it talked about Jesus?
well, it just talks about the historical facts.
Cool. And how did you determine that they were historical and not just made up?
Because people that lived a long time ago wrote scrolls and they passed it on. to
Okay,
the-
when a bunch of people back in the old times decided to write down things about
Well,
Zeus, were they
you're
true?
not old and you think that he doesn't believe, so you're stupid.
Awesome. I didn't say anything about that. But that being said, when
stupid.
people back 2,000 years ago
People
wrote
that
about
had
Hercules, did Hercules exist?
By the way you look, you're ugly too.
Sweet. Did
You look like
Hercules
a
exist?
Muslim. You got rings under your eyes and you're not even 20.
I think he's rather attractive and way older than 20. Myself.
You're stupid.
That doesn't make
You
any
look,
sense.
you look like
Also-
a green frog. You look like a green frog.
Awesome. So again, did Hercules exist? Yes or no?
Now I don't like him,
I
Gretchen.
don't
You
know.
made me
Okay,
not
well,
like
when
him now.
people wrote something about Hercules 2,000 years ago, why don't you believe it simply because people
Do you
2,000
believe
years
there's
ago wrote
other
about
gods? Do you believe in other gods, or do you
Sweet.
believe that your God?
So what we're going to do is we're going to either answer my question, or
I don't
you're
want
going
to
to
answer
be.
your questions because
That's
they're
perfectly
stupid.
fine. Well, listen. Daddy's talking yet again. So I'm going to give you an ultimatum. You can either answer the question, or you can pull the oh shit handle. It looks like an X. Oh, there we go. You went ahead and pulled that number. There we go. Thank you very much for coming up. Next time, try reading your Bible before coming up and talking about it. All right. What's going on, Trey? What is your age for TikTok purposes?
22, brother.
22, not a problem. And are you or have you ever been a frog like myself?
You're a frog?
Apparently.
No, I'm not a frog, brother.
All right, Ribbit. What you got?
5,000 plus manuscripts.
Okay.
Yeah, you've heard it.
Yep. There's 5,000, I believe, 766 manuscripts in Greek. Do you know when those date to?
The earliest?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
100 AD, probably from John.
No. So the oldest fragment, which isn't even a full complete manuscript, is P52.
Yeah, P52 from 100 AD.
No.
Exactly.
So there's P52 right there on your screen. This is from the University of Manchester at the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, where it is housed. It's also known as P457. It says, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor, in other words, the first person to talk about this particular fragment, dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century, between 100 to 150. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date nearer to 200. 200. But there is, as yet,
they're not a fact. Most of the facts say 100 AD. So
yeah, I know that's because they're not recent. That's the point. That's how that works, man. We find out new information and then we update it. And unfortunately, you're reading outdated information.
So how about the
but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So the oldest fragment, not even full complete manuscript.
Nick time. Come on. Come on. He's objectively an attractive dude.
I'm mad now. Damn you, Jory. Your good arguments.
Which, by the way, P52 or P457 is not included in the number of 5,766. Those are manuscripts, not fragments. And the oldest of those date to, please listen, the oldest of those date to the 3rd century. The oldest piece or fragment is P52, which dates to about 200, the last year of the 2nd century. We do not have anything from 100. So that's not going to really help you here. Also, I'd like to point out that 93.8% of Greek manuscripts, which of course the New Testament was written in Greek, 93.8% of them are from the 8th century or later. That is the year 701 or later. So that's not really that big of a deal. Manuscripts are nothing more than just copies, and the amount of copies do not mean anything. The amount of copies of Harry Potter does not make the content of the book of Harry Potter true.
They never called Harry Potter real.
Cool.
So
it never says that it's fiction
Jesus,
in the
is
text.
Jesus accepted as a historical figure or not?
By people who believe in him and worship him, yes.
Not just by people that believe in him and worship him. There's plenty of people that
no,
don't believe.
the atheist that you would be pointing to would be relying on the church manuscripts or the church information for their belief in Jesus.
Jews. So in the book that the Jews have in the Talmud, they also talk about Jesus as well.
Yeah, correct. When do you think that was written?
The Talmud was written way, way later on, but they still accept Jesus as well.
Because again, they rely on the church information. What do they call Jesus in the Babylonian Talmud? Sanhedrin 43a is what we're talking about. What do they call him?
Give me the information.
Sanhedrin 43a in the Babylonian Talmud, written between the 3rd to 6th century. Like what information? You wanted me to give you the answer? Is that what okay? They call him Jesus the Nazarene. That's because that's what the Christians call them. They also call the Christians Nazarenes, even though they're not from Nazareth. In fact, the Mishnah, the Babylonian Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, yeah, they do. They don't call them Christians in the Babylonian Talmud. Have you not read it?
No, we're talking about that. Okay.
Okay, well, that's what you brought up, so that's what we're talking about. Anyways, that being said, nowhere in the Babylonian Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, the Mishnah, nowhere in any apocryphal books, no intertestament books, the Old Testament, no fragments or tablets or anything like that from the 1st century, Philo of Alexandria or Josephus, who fucked off to Rome in 70, ever talk about Nazareth. That's because Nazareth itself wasn't even a place at the beginning of the first century. We wouldn't have any evidence for it, especially not in the way that the New Testament talks about it, because it says it's so big that it has a synagogue, which is insane. That being said, the fact that it calls Jesus the Nazarene without talking about Nazareth means that they are pulling this information from what the Christians say. They're not pulling it from any kind of historical source. So again, yes, there are people that talk about Jesus in a historical way that aren't Christian because they rely on Christian information. That is all that it is.
You call it Christian information, but it's all historical information.
No, it's church tradition. You don't have any evidence that Jesus actually existed. What evidence do we have? What evidence do we have that any Christians who talk about him are actually talking about a historical person?
So,
I'm asking you a question.
No, and I'm answering. So there's multiple manuscripts, as we just said. You not accepting them
Is
doesn't
the
mean
amount of manuscript?
accepting.
Is the amount of manuscripts? Does that matter at all? Does that make a story true?
So how do you know that George Washington was the first president? Because somebody written down, you never met this person.
No, we actually have paintings of the guy.
So what is
we actually have his descendants? We have his fucking teeth.
Oh, so you said paintings, right? Right. Okay. So what about the Shroud of Turin?
We do not have anything from the Shroud of Turin prior to the 1300s.
Oh my goodness. So my brother, I use your own logic against you. You said we have teeth, we have pictures, we have multiple pictures of Jesus that were.
What's going on? Hello?
They have got to stop with the shroud of tourism. Oh my God.
Why? I want to. I don't understand. It's not accurate to the book, even though the book is not even accurate to itself. But why does it matter if they found an old dirty towel from way back when? I don't care if the towel. I mean, only thing that Shroud of Turin tells me, even if it is real, is they wrapped the man in a towel and it's dirty and they need to wash it. That's all. I mean, that don't mean nothing. That had nothing to do with God. And even if it, and then they want to. Because you got to look at what they're asking for. They're asking for your foreskin. They want your entire life.
I don't know.
They want.
I don't know if he's going to do it here, but he has like a whole list of reasons why the Shroud of Turin is completely fake. And he comes at it. He comes at it through. He's a data scientist, so he comes at it through a whole different like.
You look really young to be all of that. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me turn it back on, and then I got a Discord message.
We have.
What's that?
I was going to say, did you know there were 3 shrouds?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there are 3 shrouds.
I only ever knew about the Shroud of Turin.
There's the Sudarium of Oviedo. It's in Oviedo, Spain. It's in a Catholic church there, and it's not a shroud of the entire body. It's just Jesus's face, right? And then in medieval times, there was also the Veil of Veronica, which also had Jesus's face on it. It was actually recognized by the church as an authentic relic, and had its own church within the Vatican. But during the 16th century, when the Holy Roman Empire sacked Rome, it disappeared. There was rumors that German mercenaries were doing obscene things with it in several of the bars around town. But they did. There's like 3 paintings of it, so we know exactly what it looked like, right? Now the faces on the Shroud of Turin, the Sudarium, and the Veil are all 3 different faces. And I think that's an interesting point to make. So, all 3 faces of Jesus are different.
Well, Kelly, have you ever met J. Mike?
Dude, J. Mike's one of my best friends, man.
Yeah, and I want to.
J. Mike and I partied together.
Okay, well, see, I'm living proxy. I'm living through you right now vicariously. But I only brought that up because I want to do what J. Mike always. Let's say, give them all their toys, let them have the shroud. Why is that old dirty towel worth my foreskin, man? Why do I have to give up 10% of my income for my entire life, give the clergy a chance to molest my children, and dedicate this life and the next life to that dirty ass towel from the past?
You know, the church has never recognized that the shroud was authentic too. So just a point of point to make, I think. So when Gretchen called it the shroud of tourism, that was pretty right on.
Yeah, I agree with. That's why I started laughing. Do you think even if that rag was real, or a shroud, whatever you want to call it, I call it the dirty rag from the past. Do you think if it was real, do you think that it's still worth your foreskin and 10% of your income? How's they making that connection between this dirty towel is real, therefore you should give me your foreskin and your money and let me steal on your children?
It's faith, man. You just got to have faith.
Hey, you theists in the chat, please make that make sense. How does that dirty towel equate that I should go join your religion and give up so much? I mean, is it that you?
Because we're going to prey on you when you're a child, or when you're at a very, very low point in your life and you need somebody or something to lean upon. Say you're going through a divorce, you've hit rock bottom through alcoholism, but you're at a really low point in your life. And that's where we're going to prey on you. And we're going to tell you that everything can get better as long as you just believe and have faith in Jesus, right? It's really easy with the kids because they don't know any better, right? So go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say it's basic indoctrination, and they use faith and promises of the future. I mean, what is Christianity? It's nothing but a promise of the afterlife. That's all it fucking is. Exactly. You have to be good right now so you get heaven when you die. That's all. It's just a promise of life after death, and that's it.
You got to have faith. You got to have faith so you can trust that you get the promise in the end. But hey, look, let me. I got an atheist miracle for you, Kelly Laughlin. One point in time, it wasn't about 2022, 23. I won't tell you all the particulars about it, but I was real sick and I thought I was on my deathbed. And at that point in time, people came in to visit me, and I call them the vultures, Jesus vultures. And they see me at my lowest point. And if you just give your heart to Jesus, he'll make it all right. That shit made me so mad. When she told me that shit made me so mad. I started to get up and I started feeling better, and I got up out of that damn hospital. So I fuck your Jesus. I'm gonna prove to you that motherfucker ain't real. Let him strike me down now. Because if I get up, you gonna know that motherfucker ain't real. And I gathered my strength and I made it. It's an atheist miracle.
Fucking A, man. Fucking A. Fucking A.
But carry on, Gretchen.
And if you I would say if you had given in to them, right? And you did, okay, I believe in Jesus. If you had gotten better, it would have been praying to Jesus, right? But if you hadn't gotten better, it's, God works in mysterious ways, man.
Exactly. And then it's the Lord of vultures. Like, I've been in jail and they come to you in the jail. Come join our gang. We'll protect you with Jesus and stuff. And then we'll beat up the other gang too while we doing it. All this bullshit. Man, fuck y'all.
There's a way larger percentage of Christians in jail than there are in the general populace. It's like 30% more.
Yep.
Yeah. But to be fair, if you go to jail atheist, it's hard to stay atheist in jail because, for one, you gotta eat. You don't have to, but it's probably be safer for you to join a gang. And most of them gangs in jail are religious. And then to get out of jail, you're gonna have to get in somebody program to get parole or probation, which is mostly church related. Like Save Our Sons and all that other bullshit they got. And so you gotta. So basically, they force religion on you if you go to jail. I guess it make you come back, so they keep the recidivism rate high.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry. Sorry, go.
Go ahead. You go ahead. Sorry, I've been talking.
I was going to say, I've been to prison like 6 times. I've read the whole Bible while I was in prison. Yeah, and
me too.
I've always been atheist. Yeah, it never changed my mind.
Well, I went in, and I noticed since I gave up Jesus, I stopped going to jail. I haven't been to jail. One time since I've been officially atheist, and I knew in my mind what it was. Thanks to you, well, fuck you. Go fuck yourself, Kelly.
Fuck you too.
Fuck Fuck you for keeping me out of prison, Kelly.
I didn't keep you out of prison, brother. That was you did that, man.
I mean, I just seen a model. I seen an example of what an atheist was. I didn't know. I never knew what that was. I suspect. I assume there's a lot of people out there. That's why you got a lot of people that are just spiritual. They don't know what atheism is. And only time they hear about atheism is from the preacher's line at church. And people like this guy in chat telling me I don't want to know the truth. How you know what I want, man? What makes you think you can read my mind? The same way you read my mind is the same way you know your God. You pretend. You pretend to do things you can't, just like you pretend to know something you can't. And you demonstrate that every time you get on here with this madness. Then you won't come up to litigate your side of the issue. We'll hear you out, hear your voice, because we're trying to find the truth. And if it's true, then I have no choice but to believe it, because I'm compelled by the truth. I don't choose my beliefs. But I'm just ranting.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't think anyone chooses their beliefs. You're either convinced that something's true or you're not. It's not a choice. You know what I mean?
Why does Jesus send so many people with unconvincing stories? I mean, Jesus must be an asshole. If Jesus or Yahweh or whoever it is sending these people, he is an obnoxious asshole. It's like the people he's sending.
Okay, let's jump back in.
Multiple pictures of Jesus?
Well, not pictures, drawings of Jesus around that time.
What's the oldest drawing of Jesus?
Around 300 AD, I think, is the.
So
with the donkey head?
Not during his lifetime?
It's when it's dated to, but regardless, so they had to get.
Well, that would be when it's written then, if it's dated to it.
The Shroud of Turin. You guys all laugh. It's funny to laugh at, but he said we have his tooth, but we have Jesus' Shroud of Turin. So when I use the same logic against him,
sweet. Do you know what the Shroud of Turin is?
It's the shroud that was on Jesus in his tomb.
Well, John says it was strips of linen and a napkin over his face, so apparently it doesn't even line up with the Gospel of John.
Is it not the Shroud of Turin?
The Shroud of Turin is from the 1300s, dude. It's artwork.
That's not from 1300s.
Yes, it is.
You accept certain pieces of evidence.
Yeah,
now,
whenever we can reliably date it to a particular person's lifetime, yeah. The Shroud of Turin dates to the 1300s.
So when did they write about Alexander the Great? How many
during
years
his
after?
lifetime? The Babylonian Astronomical Diary was written during his lifetime, and it mentions him.
There's multiple writings after.
Cool.
That people accept.
Sweet, but the thing written during his lifetime, the thing.
So
during,
science has no scientific
listen.
proof. Oh, my bad.
The thing that's written during his lifetime is what I'm talking about. I don't give a shit about something later. Why would I care about that?
That's fine. So as I was saying, science backs up the Shroud of Turin.
No, it does not. The Shroud of Turin is dated using science, using carbon dating to the 14th century, which is the 1300s. Sorry. In fact, the actual weave of the Shroud of Turin is called a 3-to-1 herringbone weave, which requires the technology of a loom that sews together a fabric that didn't exist in the first century, and it existed.
There we go, right there.
Yep.
He's got it knocked down to the fairy weave, and the loom that made it possible didn't even exist until the 1300s.
That is absolutely correct too. And a lot of Christians will claim that the carbon dating that they did, that dated it back to that time period, was an error because they took it from a patch that was put in during that time. And I was like, God
after
damn
the
it,
fire.
Do you think a bunch of scientists don't know what a fucking patch looks like?
Yep.
Right?
Kelly, are you familiar with Christ Before Jesus?
No, this is awesome. I'm
Mr.
enjoying it.
Yeah, his YouTube channel is at Christ Before Jesus, and this guy's name is Jaron. He also works with another. He works with a partner named Matthew, and they wrote a book together. They're data scientists, and they wrote a book on.
You know what? I produce Truth Wanted, and I'm always looking for people to ask to come on the show. So maybe I could talk.
Oh yeah, try Jaron and Matthew. They're
that's why I said cool. I'm gonna thank you. That's why I was thanking you for showing them up. I was like, I'm really enjoying this guy. I want to see if I can talk him into.
Yeah, they know their shit. That's for sure.
Cool.
And Gretchen, so you saying that the way the shroud was weaved, that it couldn't be done until 1300, right?
Right. Well, the loom that it was woven on didn't exist until the 1300s.
Actually the type, the pattern of the weave, right? And
Okay.
they call it a herringbone weave because it looks like the bones from a like when you strip off the fillet of a fish, and you know, like in the cartoon when the cartoon cat pulls the fish out, right? And you got that bone pattern, that diagonal bone pattern. Well, if you take that pattern and interlock it with another one right next to it and another one right next to it, that's a herringbone weave pattern. And the pattern itself, wasn't invented until like I think the 12th or 13th century. So that weave was not being used at the time that Jesus was supposedly alive. I know a lot about the shroud. I know so much about the shroud.
If they were to weave something like that back in the 1st century, and it would have taken like 200 man hours, and that would have been one of the most expensive pieces of cloth in all of Israel. You know,
to put on a bone. But I just
To
would like
put
to
on-
point out.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I just want
to
to say
put on a
it's
crater.
Yeah, a traitor. Yeah, exactly. But I like to point out that it's kind of unrelated topic, but the word fiction was invented in 1400. So they did that right before the word fiction was invented. Just wanted to point that out.
In the like medieval times. Like
So you weren't in the
1300s.
first century. How do you know that didn't exist?
Because the loom itself wouldn't have been something that could have been created in the 1st century because it
How do you
uses
know
technology.
that? You weren't there.
Because that's when the 3-to-1 herringbone shows up. They didn't use 3-to-1 herringbone.
You weren't there,
in the
my
1st
brother. You
century.
have no evidence of that not being true.
Cool, sweet. There's another reason why we know that the Shroud of Turin is very clearly fake. This right here is a mask right here. And a mask, if we were to cover this in blood or paint or dust or whatever, and then lay a white sheet onto it, and then lay that sheet flat, the face would look like this. That's because a body, a face, it is a 3D object. This is what This is what the Shroud of Turin should look like on the face. It looks like the Mask of Agamemnon here because this is an actual funerary mask of someone's face. You get the sides of it. Unfortunately, that is not what we get with the Shroud of Turin. Listen. The Shroud of Turin is made as if you were looking at it because it is artwork. The way that it should look would be like something like this, because a 3D object like a body or a face would end up with the sides of the face or the sides of the body also being visible, because you end up with their impression onto the white sheet when you lay the sheet flat. That's why a Mercator map please listen. That is why the map of the Earth, which is a globe and not flat, is distorted the further you get from the center, because we can't make a 3D object like a sphere perfectly visible on a 2D plane.
Absolutely. You ready for a response?
You're not going to have a response to it.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
you can try.
Because
Go ahead.
No, so look, don't. You ain't got to run, brother.
Go ahead.
I'll let you talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
So all of this is coming from a biased standard, because now you're making
it's coming from just
no.
how
Listen,
3D
I'll let you
objects
talk about,
work.
brother. So
Sweet. So don't give me the meta. Give me the reason why.
I'm about to. That's why.
If I mute you and you unmute, you will be disconnected. So don't do it again. I'm telling you right now that what I want is a response to what I said, not me being biased or something like that. I don't give a shit. Just tell me how we end up with a depiction of Jesus's body like that when it is a 2D sheet of a 3D impression. How is that possible? Go ahead. But I clicked the unmute.
Are you familiar with the science that they did behind the Shroud of Turin?
Yes.
So are you familiar that they did tests and said that they had no explanation to how it was, because it was proven that it was not drawn in, because it's impossible by the way that it was formed, that it had to happen at.
All right, so you've been muted because that has nothing to do with what I just said. What you're talking about is the fact that there's no ink, the fact that there's like potentially blood that is used. That's not a problem. That's not really an issue. The person who made it in the 1300s was aware of the story of Jesus's bleeding, which is, I mean, pretty obvious there in the Bible. So if they just use the blood of an animal or even a human in order to make this artwork, that's all you have to do. And by the way, it's been replicated multiple times, most notably by 2009's Luigi Marascelli, who used an oven in order to actually cake it into the fabric itself. It's also old, so it wouldn't be on the surface. And by the way, We've done this about 3 times. We've been able to replicate it multiple times. Now, I would like for you to actually respond to what I said. How do you end up with a 3D object getting an impression on a 2D object like a sheet and looking like that? What you just started talking about has nothing to do with it.
My goodness. So I absolutely it does. That's why it's important to listen the same way I listen to you.
All right. So if you try that one more time, we're going to go ahead and disconnect you because you're not directly responding to what I said. Respond to what I said.
So the direct proof is scientists proved that it was a light. And going back to the book, it says that he shined.
How would a light have anything different from getting mud, blood, dust, or dirt onto a 2D plane and looking like a 3D object? How is that any different?
You asked for a response, and I'm giving it.
No. Okay. I need you to understand that regardless of how we get the impression onto the sheet, it's still a 3D object. A body is a 3D object. We have his back as well. So it very clearly, if there was light or radiation, it would have emanated from everywhere on the body, which means we would have ended up with something that looks like this, regardless of if it's paint, regardless of if it's blood, dust, dirt, mud, radiation, light. It doesn't matter. Why does it not look like that?
You're the first one. So there's nothing that backs up your response. I mean, that backs up your claim that it has to look like that. Nothing backs that up. Again, that's a bias.
The very fact that every single funerary mask that we have gets the sides of the face.
You see how it's funny how you say every single.
Yeah. So literally every single time that we have anything that is a 3D object that is put into a 2D plane or a 2D viewing space, we end up with distortion. We end up with the sides of it. That's how that works. It doesn't matter how it gets onto the actual fabric. It's once you lay that fabric flat, it will look oblong. It will look distorted. I don't think you understand what I said, which is why you keep bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with it. I don't care about how it gets on there. It's how does it look the way that it looks, especially if we have his back. That means that the light came from all parts of his body.
So is this claim coming from you or is this science?
The fact that we have the back?
No, show me the science that backs up what your claim is.
Are you not familiar with how shapes work?
My brother, you proved
this right here. Like it's the massive
and the minimum. We can prove that is a bias proof. That's why I keep saying that.
What do you mean bias proof? Explain how.
Coming from your point of view.
If it comes from my point of view, it's biased. That's basically what you just said. But I want you to tell me how shapes work. If you were to take a basketball, cover it in paint, like black paint, and then lay a white sheet around it, or just lay a white sheet just on top of it, and then you were to pull that sheet flat, would it look like a basketball is just like sitting there, or would it get the sides of the basketball as well and make it look weird and oblong and not like you're looking at a basketball in front of you? Like, what would it look like? Just so you explain to me that you know how shapes work. Go ahead.
So in the first picture of the shutter turn, it doesn't have.
I explained the shapes thing. I need you to. We're going back to kindergarten here. I need you to explain how you think shapes work.
No, you're absolutely right when it comes to how shapes work. Yes, I'll give you that granted.
So in this particular case, explain how a 3D object like a face or a body looks this particular way on a 2D plane. How does that work?
So once again, there's what his ears aren't showing, so you can clearly see it's from the front. It's obvious there that it's from the front. It doesn't. In the back is from the back, so it's not a whole circle shape as you're implying that it is.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of how that works. On top of that, well, what do you mean the front? Because if you look at the actual on the body itself, you can tell that the arms are over the front. If this was just something that was from the front of his body, front doesn't really make a lot of sense for things like arms that are round. That doesn't make sense. What do you mean the front? The front of what?
Pull up the picture again.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it very simple for you. Look, you see how his arms aren't in the picture because that would make it a round shape. So the front would be. You see how
the arms are in the picture.
Biceps, the biceps, not the forearms. We're talking biceps. You see the biceps are not in there.
The biceps are in
can
there.
Can you listen for a second, my brother?
Okay. So the biceps are in
again,
there.
Again, it's the front. It's hate that you don't want to accept
the
this.
biceps
again,
are in there. In fact, the entire are they tired? Okay.
There's more. There's multiple.
Sweet. You're going through the old points again because you don't understand how bad your ass got kicked. All right. You are absolutely cooked. And that's why you had to circle back around to manuscripts, because you have no idea what you're talking about. In this image, not only do we have very clearly round arms, we have round fingers, we have the round head, we have the round torso, we have the round legs. Both the femur and the shins and stuff like that, like the upper leg or the thigh and the shins. The entire body is a 3D object. We are not flat or squared off. That is not how that works. Even if I grant you that the face is somewhat flat or the front of a body, like a chest is somewhat flat, legs are not flat, dude. Like they're just not. The individual fingers, the individual fingers that are shown are also not flat. What did he have? Flat fingers? That doesn't make any sense.
Pull up the picture of the mask face.
Also, look at the size. Look at the size of his hand, dude. They very clearly just put that in there so that they could say, "Oh, hey, his massive Johnson is behind his hand." What was it? Got fucking salad finger hands? Like, what the fuck is that, dude? Like, have you not seen this shit? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It makes a lot of sense. But
no, it literally does to a stupid
pull up the
person.
picture of the mask.
Okay. This is the mask of Agamemnon. I'm also going to pull up another thing here for you. This is going to be, let's see if I can pull this up. Okay. So this is, do you have, well, you know, I'm not going to answer that question, but this right here is, for instance, just in time for Pride Month. Thank you very much. Happy Pride, everybody. Right here we have like a drag queen makeup napkin. Whenever they remove their makeup, it ends up looking like that mask of Agamemnon because you end up with the sides of a face. Whoops. The reason why is because of the fact that a 3D object, when you get an impression of it and then lay it flat, you will get the sides of the 3D object.
Pull up the last picture that showed up.
This is the masks of Agamemnon.
So let's say that his hair was covering his sides like it is in the shot of Turn. Would that not? You see how the nose is?
It wouldn't just be the face, dude. That's the problem.
You're not listening. Now you're trying to go away from what I'm asking.
No, not at all. So you're trying to focus solely on the face, and I get that because the mask of Agamemnon is from the face. But the problem is that it's the entire body. The fingers themselves should not look like that. In fact, if you were to cover yourself in paint and then lay a sheet over you and then take that sheet off, things like your hands, you wouldn't get each individual finger. You would end up with like a mitten type thing. So you wouldn't get each individual finger. That doesn't make any sense.
So if I'm giving you the example of the light shines on bright, that means that it's not a direct. You're thinking of it as a direct imprint of what the turn was around him. You're thinking of a direct imprint rather than a light being shined bright that it created an imprint. So it's not the same thing.
Yeah, but you're saying that this light would come from only certain parts of the body and not the entire body. But unfortunately, we get individual fingers, which would mean that it's coming from different angles on the skin.
The light came from the whole body, absolutely.
Okay, well then we would end up correct. So that way we would end up with something that looks closer to this. That's the problem. You are selectively deciding what parts of his body are going to illuminate light and which direction they are going to illuminate it in. That is the problem. That doesn't make any sense.
So I can. We don't have to keep going on now, and I'll give you that. But going back to the 5,000 plus manuscripts, you want to date them to whatever date they're from. That's
the
fine.
oldest. So, it's not. Listen, the fact that you keep bringing up 5,000 is because you think because of the fact that you think that the number. That you think that the number somehow means something, but you already admitted earlier that the amount of manuscripts of something does not make it true. So stop bringing up 5,000. It doesn't matter. The oldest thing that we have is from the 3rd century. And even if you want to include fragments, it's from the last year of the 2nd century. That doesn't mean anything. It's the content itself that we have to decide whether or not it's historically accurate. I don't give a shit about how many copies we have of a story
that
from a
would be
religion.
that would be so. I understand you and I get you now, but what you have to understand is that now you're coming from a very subjective point of view, because now you're saying that it has to be in his lifetime for it to be true.
When did I say that?
You said that earlier. You
I
said,
did
"Well,
not-
I'm not
no.
accepting it because it didn't happen when he was alive." You directly said that earlier.
No.
I promise you said that, brother.
Nope. You are trying to think that I was talking about manuscripts. What I said was earlier, George Washington posed for paintings, and then you somehow conflated that with manuscripts because you're not a very good listener and you're just waiting to talk. Manuscripts is not what I was talking about. In fact, I never mentioned anything about manuscripts for George Washington. You asked me how we know that George Washington existed, and George Washington was the first president, and he posed for paintings. And when he posed for paintings, we can date those paintings to the time that he lived because he posed for them. For Jesus, you tried to claim that we have the Shroud of Turin, and that's how we ended up on that shit stain of a cloth that you brought up earlier. But the reason why you did that was because you thought it dated to the time that he lived, and it doesn't. And it's fake anyway, so it doesn't matter. But we're back on the manuscripts because you just love to go back to your own vomit like a dog. But the point is, nowhere in any of the conversation did I say that the manuscripts needed to be from his lifetime. I never said anything that sounded like that.
So it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't. But you keep bringing up the number. It's not about the number. It's about the content. So what content do we have in there that is historically reliable when it talks about Jesus?
What is historically reliable to you?
Historically reliable is verified through other means.
So when it says there's other witnesses, and there's multiple people that spoke about Jesus, you have
Do we
also
have
have
any eyewitness testimony of him or something like that? Like, I don't care about like how many people wrote about Harry Potter.
John,
Sweet.
which
So
was the earliest.
where does it say that it's written by John?
So now you're making these.
Well, you're saying that we have eyewitness testimony, and you named a person. I want you to show me where it says that the name of that person wrote that. Where does it say that? I mean, you give me the name.
No,
give me
you're
the
right.
proof that name wrote it. That person with the name.
It's like it's not. I wouldn't say proven because I'd be lying to you.
Oh, okay, cool.
It is
so
accepted.
maybe don't
it
use
is accepted. It is accepted that it was written by John, who was one of his disciples.
Critical scholars do not accept that because it's not in the text. I don't care what's accepted by the people who just like fell for it, but nowhere in the text does it ever say that it was written by John. And the fact that you can't show me that it's written by John means that I don't care how many people were duped by it. 20 million people think that Joseph Smith found golden plates in his backyard. I don't care. Like, show me the evidence that John actually wrote it.
So everything boils down to you have to have this for it to be true.
That's how we figure out whether or not something is fake, like Harry Potter, or true, like George Washington. If we can back it up with other things that verify that this actually did happen in that way at that time. That's how that works. And just looking at a story like the New Testament gives, filled with a whole bunch of problems like anachronisms, which we can get into if you want, or geographical problems, or things that just don't line up with themselves, like contradictions themselves. I mean, hell, the book is written in third person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls. You're able to hear things that are away from the main characters. Like when Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane, what are the disciples doing? Do you remember?
Well, not specifically. They were there.
Not quite. Jesus walks away from them alone, and then they fall asleep. Yeah. So if they were asleep and not even with him, even if they were awake, how do they know what he said when he prayed?
He could have simply told them.
No, he was arrested immediately afterwards and unalived.
So he didn't come back.
See, you have to appeal to somehow like magic in order.
So
to well,
that's what I'm saying. So we're going from, if we're going Bible. If you want to speak Bible, we got to speak Bible.
No, what we're doing is we're speaking history.
No, we're speaking Bible. You brought up Bible. You said
I don't give a shit.
Listen.
I don't give two flying fucks if you think that the magic in the Bible is real. I don't give two flying fucks if you think that the Book of Mormon is real when it talks about magic. But if you want to insert magic into this story in order to prove it, then the Mormons can do it. The Muslims can do it. The Scientologists can do it.
So can I tell you what? So the fact that you brought up Mormons show your ignorance, because Mormons claim to be after the Bible as well. They claim the Bible for it to be true.
Cool.
And
The
Muslims
Hindus,
also do as well.
Do you believe that the Hindus are correct because they're before the Bible?
No, they're not correct. They're wrong.
Okay, well,
All of
when
these are wrong.
they use
Anything
faith and
besides
they're before,
Christianity
when
is
they
wrong,
use
and I can
faith
tell
and
you
they're
why.
before the stories of Jesus, does that mean that they're correct?
That's actually, you're not listening to what I said.
Sweet.
Remember
Yeah. Well, what you said was stupid, so I don't care because literally listen, what you try to say is that the Mormons are after the Bible. So whenever they use faith, that doesn't work. But whenever the Hindus are before the Bible and they use faith, that somehow also doesn't work. So it doesn't matter if you're before or after the Bible. You just like one particular faith, which is why you give them a pass.
Who gets a pass?
The Christians in your mind. That's it. It's called special pleading because the people before him that have faith and the people after them have faith, and their faith doesn't work. So it's not based on time.
And I can explain to you why.
Now you can't. So anyways, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you directly if you have any evidence that backs up any of the claims of the New Testament for Jesus. Otherwise, you will be dropped. So go ahead. Oh, and he left. Anyways, I think there's a super chat, maybe? Yes. There's a super chat here, $1.99 from Fernando V777 that says this is by far the dumbest argument ever to make. I'm not even really sure what he was talking about. I think he may have been talking about the Shroud of Turin, to be honest. So I think that Fernando is not talking about me. Maybe, I don't know.
Of course.
But I think he was talking about the Shroud of Turin. The Shroud of Turin's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Go find something new, guys. The Shroud of Turin is very clearly from the 1300s. It's not real. It's definitely not real. It's dumb. All right. If the Shroud of Tourism, it's true. It's true. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul or thinks that they can do better than the last guy, come on up. Come on up. There was someone. Oh, Jam with Wes was in the chat, but I don't think he's here anymore. What do you think is real? Pilate? Julius Caesar? I guess. I don't know. Brian Butcher says yes, the Pilate Stone. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah. So what Brian Butcher there is talking about on TikTok is exactly what I believe is real, which is the Pilate Stone, which dates to the 1st century during the reign of Tiberius and mentions Pilate because Pilate was a real guy. Who said the Shroud of Tourism? That's perfect. I think it was Eddie. Yeah, Eddie there on the TikTok chat. TikTok chat said the Shroud of Tourism. That's pretty good. Yeah, turtles are real. Yeah, I know that.
I like turtles.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, big W's for Eddie there. Yeah. All right. Again, if you're on TikTok and you want to come up, the request button is right there or down there. If you are on YouTube and you want to come up, not a problem. You can join by hopping onto TikTok, clicking the link that's in the chat or on the profile. If you send a super chat, I will read it and I will respond to it. So if you have any questions or want to make a comment or something like that, you can send it through super chat. And because, of course, you paid for it, then I promise that I will read it and respond to it there out loud. You know, I don't want to like. I don't want you to spend a minimum of $2 there on a super chat, and I don't read it. You know, I understand it's not a lot of money, but it's still $2. You're still paying for it when you didn't have to. So I will read it out loud. Absolutely. Let's see here. Oh my God. Kenneth Humphrey right now is reading Jesus Never Existed. Really? Actually, where is it? I had a copy of that book. Oh yeah, I've got it right here. It's the smaller copy or whatever. It's a smaller version of it. But yeah, Jesus Never Existed from Kenneth Humphreys. He was actually the first person that Matthew and I, whenever we found my co-author and our book, which is right there. So whenever we found what we found, and we were talking about putting this together and coming out with this book back in March of 2024, we actually reached out to Kenneth Humphreys and he responded. And so we were able to do it was pretty cool. It was like 2 or 3 hours or so of a little video chat with him. It it was kind of nerve-wracking because we hadn't spoke to terribly many popular people, if you will, before, or authors of that size, and so it was really cool to talk to him there for a little bit on it. So Kenneth Humphreys is definitely a pretty good guy. I like that guy. All right, over in the UK, he's based over in the UK. He's got I love his accent. It's funny. It's funny. Well, I say funny, but you know, it's because I'm from Texas, so I don't hear it a lot unless I'm talking to Elizabeth Heretics, who goes live every once in a while on that Widow Abscess, I think that's the name of the thing. I don't know. Sorry, Elizabeth, if I butchered that name. What's going on, Jason Johnson?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what you got?
Hey, I don't have any direct evidence. I'm just curious. Are you just anti-Christianity or anti-religion, or I don't understand the whole thing because
Why would I be anti-Christianity?
Well, I don't know. In my view, I don't think there's any direct evidence that any of the stories of the Bible is true.
Then it doesn't sound like it's a good idea to believe them.
Well, I think this is a thing of faith. It's not a science. It's not a history.
Well,
It's
faith
a
is
thing
not a
of
pathway
faith.
to truth, and I guess it really depends on whether or not you think that, you know, or you care about being true.
I think it's what you value about what you value in life. I mean, there's studies that show that people that are religious have certain health benefits based upon their belief.
No, in fact, quite the opposite. Actually, people live longer in the countries that are the least religious. They also generally have happier lives. On top of that, as far as like prayer and stuff like that, people fare worse whenever they know that they're being prayed for, like in the hospital, because they tend to not do things like take medications or do like physical therapy or something like that, and pay attention as much, because they think that somehow they're miraculously going to get healed. So no, quite the opposite is shown what you just claimed. That's kind of weird. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter anyways. Who cares? If you care about whether or not something is true, like if you care about whether or not your belief is true and you believe that Jesus existed, then you need to have some evidence behind it. Otherwise, you either are believing a lie, in which case, what? Or you don't care about being true.
I say let people believe a lie. I'm a Christian, but I don't argue with Muslims. I don't argue with Buddhists. I don't argue with Hinduism. If you believe what you believe, and if you're happy, I'm happy for you.
I mean, and
If
that's
it makes you
fine.
a
It's
better person,
okay.
what the fuck is
But
he
like
doing
that
now?
and that's fine. But that just means that you don't care about whether or not, you know, people believe.
You will
true
never
things.
find any direct evidence from 2,000 years ago that any of these people existed.
Yeah, that's not
And
a
if
good
you
reason
do
to
find
believe
evidence,
it.
it could be. If you do find evidence, it could be argued that it could have been a different Jesus, could have been a different Paul. So
Then
you will
why do
never
you choose
find
to believe
any.
it?
Because it makes people feel good. It
Oh,
makes
okay.
people happy.
Well, I mean, look, if
And
you're
I
all
think
in
at
your
the end of the day,
fifties,
that's
then
all
I
that
can't.
matters.
Not really. No,
at the end of
it's not.
Because at the
No,
end of this life, you
no,
only get
that's
one
not.
life.
That's not what matters. In
you
fact,
live your life.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's just a delay in like the signal or something. It seems fine, but listen, no. It is not all that matters. I get that you're happy because you believe something, and I get that you understand other people are happy too, but that is not what matters. Just chasing after what makes you feel good is absolutely not what's best for society. That's not how that works. What's best for society is believing as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. I mean, for instance, in America, there was a certain point in time when the majority of the population believed that slavery was okay, and the slaves that they owned were in the minority because they didn't outnumber the majority of the people who believed that slavery was fine. All right, so here's the problem there. If you just said, well, you know, just everybody just, you know, be happy or whatever, the people who are happy having slaves or happy keeping these slaves are unfortunately going to outnumber the other people who are happy not being a slave. So that's not really how that works. We have to be concerned with whether or not something is true or false. Is it true that slavery is a good institution? No, that is a false idea. So we need to be concerned with whether or not something is true or false, whether or not something is beneficial for society or not beneficial for society. And slavery is not beneficial for society. It's just not. Like it might seem like it is, like in the short term or something, but in the long term, it's not beneficial for society. It's just not. It might seem like it is to like the people back then who were cracking the whip, but at least in the short term and the long term, for the people who were getting the whip cracked on them, they would say no. So that's how that works, man. We have to absolutely dig into whether or not something is beneficial for society or true or false. I mean, that matters. That absolutely matters. Just going off of feelings is just not. It's not how the thing works. But thank you for coming up. I want to get to this other guest who is requesting up here.
I would sell my soul to death. They don't pay rent anyway.
627-176-724-4342. What you got?
Yeah,
I got a slightly used soul for sale,
and I'm here. So
you say your name is 67?
Yeah, what it said, didn't it?
I didn't know if it was like 57 or 67.
I go by 67.
Okay.
All right. So anyway,
that life has been hell over the
if
last
you
year.
really want to know what my real name is Stephen Raymond Floyd. Now listen.
Okay.
That's my full legal name.
I didn't need the government, man.
You got all these books you flashed in front of us, and I'm not here to discredit you.
I flashed
I don't want you to discredit me. You flashed these books up that you read.
Yeah, we don't need the
But
truth.
have you
We just
ever
need to
opened
talk
up
to
the
say bullshit to
scripture
each
and
other.
read it?
Yep.
The New Testament.
Yeah.
Do you understand it?
Yeah.
All right. So that was 2,500 years ago.
That
Probably
doesn't make any
2,000 years
sense.
ago. So 2,000 years ago, it's hard for me to make you believe that Jesus did die on the cross for the sins of the world.
Okay, cool.
Well,
Well,
you can't
do you
prove,
have any
you
evidence
can't
that he
prove-
even
you-
existed?
You
that's your
can't
grandpa
prove that it
Roscoe.
didn't happen.
Yeah,
Tell
I
his
can.
ass to
It
go
didn't
back to his
happen.
damn room.
Jesus died for our sins, and I don't appreciate you leading all these other people. You can believe what you want, but you cannot make all these other people believe that he's not our Savior. He's
I'd
our
like to
Savior.
try.
He's the Son of God.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. He
Well,
is the Son
anyways,
of God.
he didn't exist,
And
so I
I've
don't give a
seen
shit if
miracles.
you
Well,
think
Kelly,
I've
we
seen
all have that
miracles
to look
happen.
forward to. So
And it's called faith. Here's how you believe it. You have
What
faith.
miracle did you see happen? The coal mine open back up
I've
or
had,
something?
I've had lots of miracles happen personally to me.
Can you
and I'm
ask God to
convinced
maybe make
there
some of
is
your
a-
teeth
there
grow
is a-
back?
There is a God. There is a God. There's a Son of God.
Uh-huh.
He came in the human flesh
Is there a
to
daughter
die
of
for
God?
our sins, and He died for our sins, so
You
we
said
didn't
that
have
twice.
to. But you've got to believe in Him.
What if
or
I
it
want to
won't
die
work.
for my sins? What if I want to?
You can't die till He comes and gets you. He'll come and
No.
get you when the time's up.
I don't want him to die for my sins. What if I just want to die for my sins myself? I'll pay the price myself and then go to heaven. How about that?
Okay, you do whatever you got to do. I'm just trying to tell you, dude.
Sounds good.
I'm kind of an evangelist in a way. I come from a Southern Baptist church,
I
and
couldn't
my
have guessed.
job is to spread the word of God. My preacher's job is to spread the word of God, but my job is also to spread the word of God. And there is a God, and He loves us very much. You hear me, dude?
Yeah, that's why he wants to send us to hell. All right. So, anyways,
No, He'll
what?
send you to hell if you don't believe that His Son died on the cross to take
That
the
doesn't
sins
sound
of the
very
world away.
loving, does it?
If you do not, you're going to meet Jesus when you die at the gate.
So, quick
and if
question,
you didn't
quick
believe in Him and repent before, you are going to hell. Yeah.
Hey, Jethro, listen. Have you ever had a
My
significant...
name's not Jethro. It's Stephen Raymond Floyd.
Okay, yes.
Stephen Raymond
So
Floyd.
SR71 or whatever your name was. So listen. Have you ever had a significant other in your life, like a girlfriend, wife, or anything like that? Boyfriend, maybe?
Yes, I had two wives and several girlfriends, and I lost my wife.
Okay.
And I had
look,
a fight with
Little
God
head,
for
I
12
see your
years.
passed out wager
listen,
and
listen.
raises you
Okay.
2 coins
Did
for
you
Pluto's
ever-
underworld.
Okay. Do you think? Did you love your wife? Did you love your wife?
I loved her. I loved her more than I love myself
Okay,
right now.
and that's
Yeah.
good. That's good. Okay. Now, do you think that love is, hey, you need to accept what I've done for you, or I'll let you burn for eternity? Do you think that that's love?
He's wouldn't.
Then
No,
why
that's
did you
not
say that
love.
God loves us? If
He does.
and if we don't accept that Jesus died, He's going to make us burn for eternity.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's
But
what
you said-
Scripture says.
Yeah, but you said that
It's
that's
written.
because God loves us, but you then said that love is absolutely not like that.
Look, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't
You are
think I am.
wrong, so you're good. No worries,
No,
man.
I don't. I'm
you're
not. I'm not sold. I'm not sold. You're right, dude. So don't try to get in my mind.
It's not that I want to get in your mind. It's that you already know that you're wrong. It's okay. It's fine. You already
No,
know.
I've
you
been
already know
wrong
what love
before,
is.
but I'm not wrong about this. I'm telling you, I'm not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm not wrong.
Nah, I'm never wrong. I thought I was once, but I was mistaken.
You know why
That
I
being
say
said-
you know why I say you're not wrong? Because
Why?
it's not my job to judge you. That's the Lord Jesus Christ's job, and He was the Son of God,
Mm-hmm.
and He's judging you. So you just think about that.
Yeah.
And if you do sin, just ask every day, and your slate is wiped clean, dude.
Sounds good. All right. I think you might have some squirrel stew to get back to, so I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you. We're going to go ahead and bring up the next person. Also, don't knock squirrel stew before you try it. I'm just saying. All right. Oliver. Wait, is that Oliver D. Obey or Oliver Doby?
Oliver Doby.
Okay. Well, I guess you've got a Doberman there. So why did I think it would be anything else? Okay. Oliver Doby, what's going on?
Nothing much. Checking you out, seeing what's going on with checking out your page. You're live. You're live. You are kind of cute. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so you're basing this off of there's no archaeological evidence that Jesus or Paul existed, correct?
I'm basing it off of the fact that there's no evidence. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it. Yeah. But I mean, there's evidence against them. So, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but part of it is the idea that there's not evidence. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's kind of like Loch Ness is not a real thing. The Loch Ness Monster is not a real thing.
Right.
Not just because we don't have evidence, but also because if it was a real thing, it wouldn't be able to survive in Loch Ness. So,
Right.
yeah.
Right. So I was doing a little research, and they, I guess they said they found a sarcophagus with from Paul. There was a sarcophagus or something for Paul.
Could we possibly turn down Mango Mussolini in the background there?
Oh, sorry.
Sarcophagus. Was he in Egypt?
So they found like a tomb or a sarcophagus for Paul.
Sarcophagus? I mean,
Yeah.
like a
I guess,
like a
you know,
mummy?
Something like a burial tomb or something.
Yeah, like a
that.
coffin kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah. So they had. Yeah.
So I'm interested in this. You had my attention.
Right. So they found, so I was reading something. So, he went around, he was spreading Christianity throughout,
So when did they find this? The Paul sarcophagus?
If I,
agreed.
I don't know if I
Just
can pull
walk
it
for
up on
his
my
king.
phone. So if you Google it.
If
you Google it, you'll see it.
All right.
Or just-
Well, I mean, yeah. Okay.
So there's that.
So
But
here's
then
what we
again-
have. So the sarcophagus of St. Paul is a monumental marble tomb located directly beneath the papal altar at the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls in Rome. It sits under a 4th century Latin inscribed tombstone reading Paulo Apostol Martyr, which means Apostle Paul Martyr. So, I mean, it's from the 4th century. Like, that's when all the oldest shit from as far as like an archaeological thing for
Right.
like the church and stuff like that, like the things that they currently have, that's
Right.
the oldest that they ever go. Because, and this is true, the mother of Constantine became a Christian and went over to the Holy Land there in the early 4th century and just started kind of pointing at shit and saying, oh, that right there, that is where Jesus was crucified. That's where Jesus was buried. That's where Jesus was born. That's where Mary stayed. There's a whole bunch of nonsense. But it all dates to about the 4th century. So the oldest that you can really go as far as something that the church physically has today, like still to this date, would be from the 4th century. Every once in a while, we can find things that go into like the 3rd century. For instance, there was the Megiddo prison that had the phrase Jesus is God on a mosaic on the floor because it had been transitioned over to a church in the 3rd century. And it dates to about 239. But that's about the earliest that we can get in, like, from an archaeological standpoint.
Right.
But
and then I come to think like Jesus in himself, back in those days, he was hated by the people running that area. You know, all the high priests. So you
Like
know,
in the story, you
anything
mean?
that.
Because I mean, obviously, I would
Basically
say that he
anything-
didn't exist.
There was a lot more people against what he was doing than were for what he was doing back in those times. So all the high priests, they were trying to shut him up, and you know that's why he got crucified. And
I mean,
they
I
just
wouldn't say
wasn't.
that he even existed. You know that, right?
I
Like
mean,
I would say that he didn't
that's
exist.
I mean, it's debatable. Because if you have someone
Well, that's
that's
what we're
hated
here
as much
for.
as he was,
That's
I
what
know,
we're
I
here for,
hear
like
you,
trying
but,
to
like, for
establish
instance,
that he existed. Or are you
if I-
saying,
if
like,
I
from
was
a story standpoint, he was hated? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying for everything that he stood for in those times, he was hated, right? The high priest, he
Like in
turned
the
the
story
tables
or like in reality? Like which one are you arguing for here? Because
the
if you're
story.
arguing for the story, okay,
In the
fine.
story.
Like in the story, okay, yeah.
Right. All right. So now, let's say if I was him back then, right,
Uh-huh.
or even now, if I
Okay.
died tomorrow, there's no archaeological evidence that I existed.
There's absolutely archaeological evidence you exist. What the fuck are you talking about?
How? You're gonna find paper.
What?
Paper.
Wait,
You
wait,
might
wait,
find
wait,
paper,
wait,
my
what? Are
birth
you,
certificate.
wait,
What
are you, wait,
archaeological
are you saying
what
today,
evidence-
there's,
I'm talking about today, me, right
yeah,
now.
there's
If I died
absolutely
today-
archaeological evidence of you. Like there's things that
Of
you've
which-
owned, there's things that you've made, there's things that, like a place that you've lived and stuff like that. What are you talking about?
That house could have burned, and my items could have been sold.
Okay, well now you're just changing it. Okay, well yeah, if
No, but you get what
everything
I'm
was
saying? Like,
torched,
that doesn't mean-
sure.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
and if
just
my
because-
grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike, but she didn't, so I
All
don't
right, so
care.
let me ask you this: what would count for you as something to prove that he existed?
Something from the first century that talks about him in a mundane way.
Okay. All right, fair enough. You got me there, bud. You got me there. I'll wave the white flag. You got me.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, look, if you find something or you feel like there's a good argument, then request back up. I'll bring you back up.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right, thank you. That was Oliver Dobie, everybody. Oliver Dobie. I guess his name is Oliver and he has a Doberman? I think maybe that's, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm trying
So,
to piece it all together.
hello. I respect the fact that you don't believe that Jesus existed, but when I came here, I remember that you weren't able. I mean, I respect you. Like I won't say bad things to you. You have the free will. You have the free will to believe what you want to believe because
Free will?
God is love.
Free will?
Yes.
Oh, hold on.
Yes,
You
God
think
is
you think
love.
free will is a real thing?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
listen,
slow down.
like-
I'm going to ask you 3 questions that are yes or no. All right. Do you believe that God created the universe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that God knows the future? Yes or no?
Okay, so you're gonna give me a verse that means
I'm not going
something
to give
that
you any verse. I'm asking
Okay,
you, do you believe
yes,
that God knows the future? Okay,
God knows,
that's fine.
God knows everything, and you don't know His nature.
Yeah,
you
that's
don't know
fine.
how God
Yeah,
is.
that's fine. Okay.
God is
Do you think that?
eternity,
Okay,
and you don't know nothing about how
sweet,
it is.
Sweet. I don't care. All right. So
Okay.
I'm not bringing up a verse or anything. This is not a gotcha necessarily.
But
It's
you,
just a
but
yes
you
or
cut me
no.
when I was talking, though. You cut me when
Yeah,
I was
because I
talking.
told
though.
you
I
it
was
was a
trying
yes
to say
or
something, and
yeah.
then you cut me.
Yeah.
So
It's
can you
because
let
I
me
told you it was a
finish
yes
first?
or no question, and then
No, can
you
you just
didn't
let me
answer it
finish
yes or
first,
no.
and
That
then
was
you
the
can
problem.
you can continue. Can you let me finish?
No. Okay. So the third question is: do you think
Okay,
that
you
God
don't want to
had
let me
multiple
finish, and you want to
options?
ask me questions?
Sweet. Yeah, I told you there would be 3 questions, and they were yes or no. And then on the second question,
Okay,
you decided to
okay,
give me a
okay.
lecture.
Okay, so a yes or no is not a real answer. I mean,
I mean,
okay,
they are
yeah,
real
ask me the
answers.
third
That's
question.
literally how answers work.
Okay, ask
But
me
that
the
being
third
said, do you
questions.
believe that God had multiple ways that He could have made the universe whenever He made it? Like He could have made it differently if He wanted to.
God had multiple ways.
Like, could He have made the universe in a different way if He wanted?
You can't say if God could. God can do everything. So God, yes,
Sweet.
God
So
can do
God
everything.
could have made the universe in a different way, is what you're saying,
Okay, okay. Let me tell you something.
right? I mean, do you
you're
think that He
based
could
off-
have?
Your thought is based on how God should act.
No, I
nobody
didn't
to-
say anything
you're
about how He
nobody-
should.
You're nobody
Listen.
to say
All
how
right.
God is supposed to
So,
create.
hey, listen.
You're nobody-
Listen.
Can I finish?
No,
Can I finish?
no, because you're not answering the question.
Okay,
Do you
so
believe- do
listen,
you- I
everybody.
didn't
If you
say
want to
anything.
talk,
You're now muted. All right. So, I didn't say anything about how He should do it. I didn't say that. I didn't say how He shall act, how He should act. Who the fuck are you, King James? Anyways, listen. I asked you, did God have other ways that He could have made the universe? Could He have done it in a different way if He wanted to? If He wanted to.
first of all, do you know how the universe was made?
Okay, we're going to try this one more time. You believe, really fast, just as a recap, that God created everything in the universe. You also believe that he knows the future. Perfectly fine. And then you ran because you are scared, a little... you know what? I'm not going to use that word. I use that word too much. Instead, I'm going to use word to bitch.
Y se marchó.
Nah, I'm kidding. Anyways, no. Listen. At the end of the day, if you believe these three things, if you believe that God created everything in the universe, God knows the future, and he could have made it differently, then that means that there's no such thing as free will, and there's no way for you to wriggle out of that. I got that from Matt Dillahunty, by the way. The reason why is because that means that God created a universe knowing full well who would go to hell and who wouldn't, which means you are just part of this rat maze that he created. That is all that it is. He knew exactly who was going to go to hell, who exactly was going to go to heaven, and all the decisions that they would ever make could have made it differently and still chose to make the universe in which those particular people who were going to go to hell ended up going to hell. That's how that works. There's no free will if you believe those three things. Sorry, that's just how that works. No, there's no way around it. Free will is not really a thing. And then you get into the definition of what free will actually is. It's like the illusion of choice, I guess, or it's like free choice or something. Because I've heard some people, they'll say, oh, free will is like being able to do anything at any point in time, like fly or something. I've never heard it explained that way, but I see what you're saying. So yeah, no such thing as free will, especially if you live in a Christian world. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to something else. Lindsay says freedom from choice is what you want. Yeah, I mean, yeah, freedom of choice. Yeah, I mean, that's more specifically, I guess, what it's supposed to be. But lots of times, I guess Christians just call it free will. This is kind of how it works. But yes, hey, and Lindsay, by the way. What is going on? Sonic. Do I have a sound? I think I have a sound of Sonic. Where is it? Oh.
That's no good.
Anyways, what you got?
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm sure you're probably only looking for ops right now, man, but I'll just tell you real quick. You hit the nail on the head. I use that argument all the time. If God knew that Satan was going to rebel in that whole fiasco story, then why did he ever create him in the first place? So good job, man. Love the live, buddy.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming up. That was Sonic, everybody. Sonic.
Yeah. Oh no.
I don't know about that one, but anyways, I'll do this one.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I think, there was a super chat there. If you were on YouTube and you were like, hey, I want to put this cowboy, well, I guess I'm not dressed as a cowboy right now. But if you're like, hey, I want to put this guy in his place, you can request up on TikTok. The link is in the chat or on the YouTube profile, or you can send a super chat. And if you send a super chat message, a question or a message, even calling me a douchebag or something like that, I will respond to it. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it on air. So there is a super chat from King 3D Spicoli for $4.20. Blaze it. That says, "Can you put the fancy pride hat back on?" My kids got it. My kids got it. All I have, I've got this bad boy, the black one. I've got this bad boy, and I've got this bad boy. I do not have. And there's maybe some others around here somewhere. There's a lemon hat and all kinds of stuff, but the pride hat is out of the room at the moment. I apologize. But yes, they're running around with the pride hat. Let's see. Oh, spreading the love. The black one is. Oh, thank you. Well, I generally I wear a ball cap whenever I know that it's going to be a fairly short live. You know, I'm not really looking to be on too terribly long. But if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear it. And thank you very much to user UE5NQ7VB4W. I think you did something earlier. You sent Jewels. Thank you very much there on YouTube. And thank you for all the roses that people have so graciously given there on TikTok as well. Thank you very, very much. All right. Let's see. My nephew found the Deku tree. Oh, nice. Okay. So it was in stock. And by the way, so Lindsay, my good friend Lindsay, my very, very good friend Lindsay, She's been around. She's an OG. She was around before CBJ even started. Oof. Don't dox where you heard about Matthew and I, please. For the love of God. That needs to be something that you just kind of keep to yourself between us. And yeah. So anyways, she was mentioned to me. She told me that her nephew she was driving around looking for the Deku tree. And I was like, the Lego Deku tree. And I was like, the fuck? Like in like your hometown, like someone built a deck. Like, what are you talking about? But no, it's apparently like a kit, like a Lego kit. It's been hard to find. I had no idea. I gave up Legos a long time ago, not because they're for kids, but because as an adult, I don't want to step on them. And I end up stepping on them too many times. I am, como se dice, una idiota. $300 for the Deku tree? That's wild. Legos got expensive. They did get expensive. Oh my god. All right, $9.99 there on Super Chat. Thank you very, very much from a Jim12 that says, "Hey douchebag, love Queefy." Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't mean, look, when I said that, oh yeah, you could send me a message on Super Chat and call me a douchebag or something like that, I didn't mean my friends. But I mean, okay. I guess that works as well. Don't look up the Pokemon. I'm sure they're really expensive. I miss the old non-licensed Legos. Yeah, like just a bucket of Legos. Just a bucket of random shit that you just kind of put together. You can still get those things. You can, or at least something similar. I like the little kits on like Amazon or something like that. You know, like I'll get something small for the kids or something. Thank you very much for sending the goat. Thank you. From Serenity Serpent. Wait, Serenity Serpent. Huggy. Anyways. I don't have friends. I've got family. That is a good point.
I don't have friends. I got family.
Oh, God. All right. Serpent. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to hop, and you won't have the opportunity to tell this guy, this douchebag here on TikTok and YouTube, the good news of Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear about Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago. That's what I need. Gray says, I have a dog. Oh, I ain't got friends. I got family. I got a dog.
I like turtles.
Serious question. Anyone else have an issue where Jaren doesn't show up that he's live? Yeah, for some reason, TikTok just kind of does that. Kind of does that. I just saw that Discord message, by the way. Douchebags. All right.
No.
Who sent that? I want to see who sent that. Fucking asshole. Oh God. Where is it? There it is. It was Michaela. Michaela. Do I have a sound for Michaela? There we go. I'll just play that. There you go. Everybody got you. Oh my God. And Serenity Serpent, 76.97 there on YouTube, sent $2.79 Canadian. Said we are all. Oh my God. We are all like queefs in the wind. Jesus Christ.
How about no?
All right, $5 from So Salty John that says, Jesus loves you, man. Open your heart to Jesus. Is Jesus an open heart surgeon? Because that's the only reason that I would ever open a heart for another person. I can, however, if anybody is interested, I can at least say that you might want to open your brain. Wait for it. To Indiana Carson. That's right, everybody. That is Indiana Carson. Star of Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain. All right. Thank you very much, So Salty John. Dear God. All right. If you have any other evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Whoa, that was cool. That was like a swan. That was pretty cool. I like that. $1.99 from 1120505 that says Jaron loves queef. Jesus Christ. All right, queef tacos. What the? Okay, that does make sense. I guess. I was like, how do you make it? It'd be air. But I understand what you're talking about. And okay. Hey, Serenity 7 actually fixed her name. No, you miss. I just noticed you misspelled the word serenity. Okay, so now you've spelled serpent correct, but I just that somehow highlighted how you spelled it serenity, or serenity, I guess, serpent. Lady Huggy. No. That's funny. But anyways, yes, you did fix. It is better. Technically, to answer your question, yes, it is better. Thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. Yes, you got it. Christina the Godless. Yay.
Bella. Where the hell have you been, Luca?
Not my week. For usernames. Christina the Godless, who is 1/3 of Girls Gone Godless. Find it on everywhere that there are podcasts. Says, oh my God, Queefy and I think you should come to San Francisco Pride with us this weekend and wear the hat. I do. This weekend is Mis Cumpleaños, I think that's how that works. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I don't
I
speak
got
Spanish.
banned for no reason, but here I am again. I was
Say what?
banned.
You got?
I'm not.
You said
Yes,
you got
I was banned
banned?
for like 10 minutes, but I'm not a minor.
What do you
okay?
mean banned?
From TikTok Live.
You mean TikTok banned you?
Yeah.
Maybe don't say dumb shit.
I wasn't scared of anything. Like I just anyway, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I wanted to talk about.
Oh, you're talking about like whenever you ran earlier?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
I wanted to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about God's free will because you said this is nothing. That's what you said. I want to give you.
Why don't we try focusing on the topic of the live? Does it say anything about free will
on
up
the
there?
topic of the live?
Mhm.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, we're talking about Jesus and Paul. I mean, that's the overall point. I was just pointing out earlier that what you had said was kind of stupid. But as far as Jesus and Paul existing 2,000 years ago, do you believe that they did?
But are you open? Do I believe that Jesus existed?
Say, am I open? Yes, I am
Are you
open to
open- are you
having
open to talk
somebody
about-
take a look at my brain, and that is Indiana Carson, star of Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain. Go ahead.
Are you open to talk about any topics about God? Because
I'll talk about 3 topics. That is Jesus, Paul, and Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain.
okay, are you trying to be funny or something?
No.
Okay,
No,
you
why
can
would-
ask me any questions. Ask me your questions now.
What?
I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian, but ask me
I
a
didn't ask
question.
you for a Muslim. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm responding to a comment. Anyway.
No, hey. Let me see. What's your name?
Okay, before you ask me a question, can I just say
Nadiva
something?
Burr? Nadiva Burr? Listen, Nadiva Burr. Look. It's just you
Can
and
I
me.
just say
Mind
something?
melt. It's just you and me. The comment section, they don't exist. They don't exist. It's just you,
Okay.
me, and Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain.
The Gulf Demon.
Well, okay.
That's the only 3 people. The only 3 people that matter right now. Okay, it's just me. Hi, my name's Jaron. Your name is Nadiva, and also Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain. That's the only people who matter right now. All right, the only people.
Can I, but first of all, before you ask me any question about the existence of Jesus, can I just say something before?
Before
So
that?
before you ask me anything, so I
Mhm.
want to tell you guys that God won't force you to do anything, okay? People are thinking about
Did she get muted? Oh. Oh.
people are thinking
Hey,
that God
listen.
is not.
It sounds a lot like you're about to preach or
You
something.
don't want to
Can you
let
go
me
ahead
talk?
and yeah, well, you're not talking about the topic. We're talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul
Yeah, but you just let
ever
me
existed.
talk before I wanted to say something because
Yeah,
before
I
you were
understand.
talking about the
I
fact
understand. Yeah,
you
I
were
get it.
you were saying that
I get it.
God,
I
God
get that you
the
want to
free
talk,
will
but
that
we're
God
talking.
gave you.
All right.
No, first of all, I wanted to say that I was.
Nadivabur, listen, Nadivabur, we go way back. I understand. Back
No,
in
you
the
don't understand. You don't
past.
understand. You
Past.
don't
No.
understand because you say with your mouth.
Look, you and I,
You say with your
we've
mouth.
been friends for a good 5-6 minutes. Listen, I need you, Nadivabur, to lock in. We're talking about whether or not Jesus, Paul existed 2,000 years ago in Judea, just walking about. I want you to give me evidence for that. All right? Just lock in.
To give you the evidence.
Yeah.
Do you even understand who is Jesus? Do you know who is Jesus?
Jesus. Wait, are you saying Jesus or Jesus?
I'm saying Jesus. I'm saying God. Do you know who is God? Do you know why he came on? Do you know
Sweet.
why he came on earth? Do you know why he came on earth?
Look,
Because
I don't know if he came or not. I have no idea. I don't want to clean it up either.
he did. You know why he did? Because he don't want you. He don't
Yeah,
want you
but
to
that
go
being
to
said,
hell.
so what is your evidence that he actually came to earth? What's your evidence that he came to earth?
The Bible said that Jesus,
and that's
God,
fine. How did
loved the world so much that he gave
Nadivabur, Nadivabur. Okay, so the Bible. The
the type of people
Nadivabur, listen,
like
Nadivabur.
won't believe anything.
Nadivabur, your name doesn't have any syllables, so I'm not even really sure if I'm pronouncing Nadivabur correctly. It sounds, to be honest, fucking hella French. But that being said, if you have any reason to think that the New Testament is historically accurate, please present it. Because you say that the Bible is the reason you think that Jesus actually came down to earth. That's fine. How did you determine that that was a true story? How did you determine this?
Do you want me to give you a proof that Jesus
that'd be
came
great.
on earth?
You see this right up here? It says Jesus and Paul never existed. Slow down.
If you don't see with your eyes,
Nadivabur. Just please listen. It says Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. So in other words, I would like at least some evidence, maybe some good evidence if you got it. Maybe some proof. Hold the evidence. I don't know. Whatever you got to show me that the New Testament is reliable and I should trust it as a source when it says something actually happened on earth. Like, how did you get to that? How'd you get to that? I sent you an invite to unmute. There we go.
Okay, so the Bible is the only one. But okay, listen to me. Do you know why it's okay? Do you know why it's true? Because it. Let me give you an example. Like,
have you ever had a dreams that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell you were trying to say.
Can you stop? Okay, you will never see another religion where there is a couple of books was written by different men in different times, like 2,000 years and
the
years
Book of
and years
Mormon
after.
has multiple books that are written by different people according to the Book of Mormon.
The same books rely. You know why? Because they were inspired by the Holy Spirit.
How do you know
writing
that?
the Bible.
How do you know it
inspired
was?
by the Holy
How do you know
Spirit.
that it was?
Do you know why? It's
All
not
right.
even.
You're muted again. You're making more claims, but you're not showing a lot of evidence for them. How do you know that it was inspired by the Holy Spirit?
When you're done making fun of me.
Daddy's talking. Daddy's asking you a question. Just answer the question, okay? Nadivabur, how did you determine that the Bible or any of the books of the New Testament or anything like that were inspired by the Holy Spirit? How did you determine that? Go ahead. Go ahead. Sent you an invite to unmute. Go ahead.
Because the Bible.
How did you determine it was from the Holy Spirit?
There was okay.
How do you know it's from the Holy Spirit? Just answer the question. Just answer the
I'm
question.
answering the question, and you don't want to let me talk.
Answer it.
You want to make fun. You keep making fun of me.
Sweet,
and people
answer
think
it.
it's
How
funny.
did you
It's not even
determine?
funny.
How did you determine it was written by the Holy Spirit or inspired by the Holy Spirit? Who told you
It was
that?
written by the Holy Spirit because.
How do you know?
I want to give you an example. You don't want to listen to me.
Give me the reason you know it. Just say it. Just say it.
Let me give you an example. And
say it. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it.
The example is relying to the Bible. It's the same. It's the same explanation of how the Bible was
okay.
written.
No. Okay. Listen. You're not saying anything. Just tell me how you know that it was written by the Holy Spirit. How did you determine it was written by the Holy Spirit?
20 men is writing an essay. How can you?
All right. We're going to try this one more time. If you don't answer the question directly, how you know it was written by the Holy Spirit, we're going to move on to somebody else. There's 3 other people who would love to take your spot in a Diviber. All right? So I'm going to hop to them if you can't answer the question. No, I'm wanting a response that is actual response to the question.
You don't want to listen to any.
Okay, we're going to try this one more time. All right? In fact, if you don't answer it, what you're going to do is you're going to get blocked. All right? Because I'm kind of sick and tired of hearing your voice anyways. But that being said, how did you determine that it was actually written by the Holy Spirit? Go ahead and answer the question.
Because the multiple books that I was writing weren't even writing at this different time, like 1,000 years after.
How would that have anything to do with the Holy Spirit? How would that have anything to do with the Holy Spirit?
You can't write something.
You can't write something over a long period of time?
You can't write something, and those who write everything, they relied. So it's the same explanation.
They relied on the older material.
It means the same thing. At the end of the day, it means the same thing. It means the same thing that Jesus existed. It means the same thing that God is just. It means the same thing that God is love. It means the same thing that you should obey to the commandment of God. Like nothing is changing.
Not really saying anything. All right, yeah, that didn't have anything to do with the question that I asked. I think she was trying to say that they were all on the same page or something, but they're not on the same page, and I didn't have the time, the patience, nor the crayons to go through all the contradictions, even in the New Testament themselves, about Jesus that the Bible has. So, no, it was not all on the same page. Moving on to somebody else. This is Ricky Mason. Ricky Mason coming up here with evidence for Jesus or Paul.
Well, the Bible was written by it was 6 books, and
the Bible is 6 books.
Yeah, it's not one book. It's written by witnesses, the people who witnessed Jesus when he was on earth. The lady before you was right, but she didn't know how to explain it.
You say the Bible is? You said 66 books. Is that what you said?
Yeah, got Peter, Paul, Luke, John. There's
Peter,
anyway.
Paul, Luke, John. Why are you mentioning those people? Peter, Paul.
Because they were eyewitnesses of Christ when he was on earth.
That doesn't make any sense. Paul and Luke are neither one of them are eyewitnesses of Jesus on earth. What are you talking about?
So you don't think Peter was an eyewitness when he walked with Jesus?
I didn't say Peter. I said Luke and Paul.
Okay.
Amazing.
So you're saying how can I prove that Jesus lived on earth?
Yeah, and you named 4 people who wrote the books, you believe, and 2 of them aren't even eyewitnesses.
Right. So Peter was.
Okay.
Matthew was.
Listen, hold up. Well, Peter doesn't make a lot of sense because according to Acts 4:13, he is illiterate along with John. So you named 2 people who never saw Jesus during his earthly ministry, and the other 2 people were illiterate. So tell me more about how they wrote about Jesus.
Well, let me ask you a question. Was George Washington the first president of the United States?
No, technically speaking, the Continental Congress elected a president that was before him, a John something, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
But that being said, sure, why not? Yep. And we also know that George Washington existed because we have writings from this person that stylometrically come back as him. We have writings from contemporaries who met these people, unlike the 2 people who you mentioned who are not eyewitnesses and the other 2 people who couldn't write. We also have paintings of him that were done during his lifetime that he posed for, which is how we know exactly what George Washington looked like. But he didn't smile. Why? Because he had fake teeth. How do we know that? Because we have his fucking teeth, dude. We have multiple dentures from George Washington.
How do you know they were his teeth?
Because we not only do we have letters from him that are going to France asking for new dentures and explicitly talking about like what he needed in them, like changes that he needed made. We also have a chain of ownership that goes back to the 1700s, the late 1700s, when he died, from people who owned, including Martha Washington, owned his teeth and kept them around because they knew that he was, as the first president and commander of the army and everything like that, the Continental Army, that it would be something that would be kept as like a relic, if that makes sense. So we actually have multiple things. We can also, by the way, DNA test them because he has descendants. Him and Martha Washington both have descendants that go back all the way to their time. That line. We don't have any descendants from Jesus. We don't have any paintings or any kind of statues or busts that he posed for. We don't have any contemporaries who talked about him or wrote about him. We don't have any letters from Jesus or anything like that. I'm sorry, dude. Like, we just have a ton of evidence for people who really exist, and people who don't exist, we don't have any evidence for. That's kind of how that works. Now, I'm not saying that like
Jesus,
you have to have evidence in order to exist.
There's plenty of evidence that Jesus walked on this earth.
Sweet. So what evidence is that? What evidence is that?
The Bible.
Sweet. And how did you determine that the Bible is good evidence?
You say all these other people got documentation. The Bible is our documentation.
Sweet. So how did you determine that that was historically reliable? Because you mentioned 4 authors of this said Bible that talk about Jesus. 2 of them didn't meet Jesus, and 2 of them can't write. So according to your own book. So how
do you know they couldn't write?
That's what your book says. It calls them illiterate. Did you not see the Acts 4:13?
No,
illiterate means you can't read or write. Acts 4:13. As they looked on Peter and John, 2 of the 4 that you mentioned, and the only 2 that supposedly saw Jesus, so fearlessly outspoken, and also discovered that they were illiterate persons, untrained in the schools, they were surprised, and now they recognize them as having been with Jesus. And they recognize them as having been with Jesus in the story because the point is that they're talking about Jesus, and they couldn't have read about it. That's why they say that they're illiterate, because they couldn't have read about Jesus. They had to have been with Jesus if they're talking about him in this way. That's the point of bringing up the fact that they can't read or write, let alone read or write in a different language than they didn't speak. Peter and John are supposedly fishermen in Galilee who speak Aramaic. How the fuck are they writing like religious treatises in Greek? That doesn't make any sense. You might know a little bit of Spanish, but I mean, you probably can't write a religious book in Spanish. That doesn't make any sense. And he left. All right. He's a runner.
Hello. Got it, Paul?
John Meadows here. Hopefully John Meadows got a little better evidence than Peter, Paul, Luke, and John.
Oh God, no, I don't.
No, that's not good.
So,
that is not good.
It's
Yeah,
illegal for
so-
you to ask me that.
It's all fake news.
so-
It's phony stuff.
Yeah, fake news.
It didn't happen.
Yeah. So just off the bat, I would say I'm an atheist, so I'm definitely not against jettisoning a lot of the
Definitely not
historicity of the
against
Bible.
genocide.
Genociding that whole Bible.
Jesus
What you gonna do when the
So I
demons
guess
come after you?
What's the argument? I guess what's the argument because a lot of people have talked about Jesus and hasn't really gotten to Paul. I know there's the undisputed letters of Jesus. That's always said by the scholars.
The letters of what?
The undisputed letters of Jesus. Not Jesus. Sorry. Yeah. Paul. Sorry.
Okay.
I guess what's the argument that, let's say those, I guess would you just say those are also pseudepigraphic with the other epistles?
When we dive into them, we see that there's multiple authors. In the earliest iterations of Paul's letters, even the authentic ones date to about 144 when they're first published by Marcion in the first New Testament canon. So they come from the Marcionites. If you want to read more about that from a scholarly perspective, you can check out M. David Litwa's book or works. His recent books, M. David Litwa's more recent stuff actually quotes me and my co-author We are data scientists and take a look at the Greek New Testament, the oldest manuscripts that we have, and we find that the New Testament was actually written in the middle of the 2nd century. That's when it starts showing up. Now, that being said, as far as Paul's letters specifically go, the first time that they're published in a collection of about 9 or 10 of them, again, published in 144 by Marcion. And as far as the authentic versions go, depending on your view of Philemon, there's only 6 or 7 that are actually authentic to Paul, which means the first time they were published, there's possibly up to 4 of them, even from Christian scholar standards, there's up to 4 of them that are fake whenever they're first published, like just straight up fake. So that's not good. It's definitely not good.
Yeah, I would agree that, a lot of the letters of Paul are written by people who didn't write, let's say, the ones they call the undisputeds. I guess, do you accept that they were all written by at least the same person?
No.
Do you agree with that scholarship?
No, there's multiple
or do you
authors
think
in there. Yeah.
Even among the undisputeds?
Yes, even in the undisputed, there are multiple authors in there. Yeah. So F.C. Bauer in the 1800s was actually, he was pretty close at getting this. He said that as far as Paul goes, he believes that Paul's style is actually only found in 4 of the epistles. That is Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians. Using stilometry at the book level, using like modern distance formulas and whatnot, which is what me and my co-author, the data science we employ on the Greek New Testament, is stilometry. Dr. Jacques Savoy, he actually shows that he said that there were 5 letters that would be authentic because he included Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, and then 1st Thessalonians. When we dive in at the chapter level or the duo chapter level, or at least splitting it up, we see that there's actually multiple styles of authors because there's multiple authors in even these texts. So bits and pieces of Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians would be maybe a Paul if you wanted to say that's a Paul that exists.
And it could just be somebody saying they're Paul.
Yeah.
And it still could be pseudepigraphic because
because the first
you
time
said the earliest is 140 with Marcion?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 144.
Okay. I guess I guess the side I would be on is like, what's the most probable explanation for their existence? Not necessarily that they're written by Paul. Well, yeah, just like most people would say they're mostly pseudepigraphic, but it's that, I guess, what's the point of relying on the authority of somebody who never existed at all? Like, because, even if we're going to, like, let's say they're
you're already
pseudepigraphic.
Relying on Jesus. I mean, who cares?
Well, I mean, like why use the authority of Paul if Paul's somebody
because Paul
like
is
making up?
Just
I guess
a
that's
stand-in for Marcion. Paul is not really a first name. It's not a first name. We don't see any evidence of it being used as a first name until like 144. It's a diminutive. It means the small one. And Marcion, his name is Markion. That's how it's pronounced. It means the little mark or the small mark. That's what the little mark. So that's all that it means. So it's possible that it's just a stand-in for him himself. But nevertheless, I mean, he's just an apostle who just kind of he's presented as an apostle that just kind of gives an explanation of the gospel and how to apply it.
Okay. And I guess this is kind of outside the scope, but what about other figures in the New Testament? I think you said you believe Pilate was historical. We do have attestation of him. Certainly we have attestation of Caesar Augustus,
Tiberius,
well established.
Herod.
I guess, what about just like Peter, Paul? I accept that
no evidence
all
of
the
Paul
books are mostly pseudepigraphic and stuff, but it's like, did any of these early Christian
most likely
authorities exist?
Most likely not. There's no evidence of any of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament outside of Christianity. No one ever mentions them once. There's no mention of Paul outside of Christianity.
Okay. I guess I guess we don't have anything contemporary to when the book says they would have lived.
Listen. There is no mention of the 13 disciples mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul outside of Christianity in antiquity ever. Like they just never say anything.
I guess, I mean, you still have the stuff within Christianity.
Okay.
And I guess is the best explanation for the existence of what we do have that is just all made up.
Yeah, because that's what people did back then. I mean, mythology is rampant. I mean,
I guess
it's just kind of how that goes. I mean, the first time that we get any of this is the middle of the 2nd century. That's kind of weird. All these people died in like 60s, and yet we don't have any evidence until like 150.
I guess, and maybe this is the Christ before Jesus, that somehow this is a earlier story that we're making up characters to fit. Is that the Christ before Jesus part of the book?
No, that's just the Christ deity that the Christians worshipped prior to the Jesus mythology. That's all that's saying. But as far as the characters go, I personally, I don't have much of a problem with some of these people existing, like the inner circle of Jesus, like Peter, James, and John, as like people who were influential in Christianity as it develops, and they just get a cameo in the story later on. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
but like there's just
but
there's no evidence for it, so it's just kind of a weird statement to make, and they definitely weren't disciples of Jesus.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing is, I definitely agree that pretty much most, if not all, the Bible is ahistorical, but it's like I guess I kind of would go to the critical scholarship, which I assume would be an appeal to authority.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of listening to Abraham if Abraham wasn't a real person? What's the point of mentioning Noah and saying that he was a prophet and stuff like that?
Well,
like,
I guess
what's the point? If he's made up, then what's the point in like bringing him up? Wait, what's the point of mentioning Moses? What's the point of mentioning Joshua? What's the point of mentioning Jacob or Joseph or Isaac or Abraham or Adam? What's the point of mentioning these people and trying to say that we get all this stuff from them if they weren't real? Like that's the same level. That's the same level of logic that you were bringing up for like Paul and stuff like that, or Peter. Like people get made up.
I guess
their characters.
Right. Well, I guess the value is let's say what you're trying, like your goals, like what you're trying to teach. I guess that's the thing. It's like
you're trying to say it's coming from an authority figure that just is this like faceless prior person who you're pulling from.
I guess like I tend to be on the side that the thing that best explains the existence of the materials we have is it must go back to somebody historical.
You could use that for all fiction, though.
That's true. Yeah.
So then why say that?
I guess. Well, I guess it's about. I mean, it's all about what you tend to think is probable, because it's like you have a pretty strict razor.
It's based on whether or not you throw a bunch of reliability on church tradition. That's the thing. When the church tells you in the 2nd century that Peter was unalived and stuff like that, and that Peter existed and wrote all this shit, we just have to trust that they are telling the truth, or they made it up. There's no real other option. Right. Either they're wrong or they're right. And so some people just go,
but I guess, I guess I'm on the side of like, where did because at least what I understand is that you have Christians who had their stories about a figure, Jesus, and that at some point they wrote him down. I guess you would say those don't go back to anybody that ever existed. We don't have any
evidence of them having these stories. There's no evidence of anybody having the story of Jesus prior to 144 when Marcion publishes the first gospel. No one ever mentions it.
Okay.
So we just have to assume that they're like spreading it through like oral transmission or something. But and when Christians were mentioned earlier, there's no Jesus involved. So I mean, what do you want me to do with that?
Yeah.
In fact, the whole idea of like oral transmission and stuff like that, and then eventually they were written down in the middle of the 2nd century, is shot in the foot by the early church fathers who tried to claim that like these texts were written super early. If you went to Eusebius, one of the biggest church historians and propagandists and admitted liar, but regardless, he's hired by Constantine in the early 4th century to write a history for the church. So when Eusebius writes this history, if you went back in time and you said, hey, Matthew was written about, 80 to 85, right? Like you just used like the current scholarly consensus today. And you said, Matthew's written about 80, right? He would look at you like you just took a shit in his cereal. Because at the end of the day, he is claiming that Matthew was written in 41, which is absurd. So the point is that they were trying to say that these things existed really early. If they actually said, oh, hey, like this is based off of oral transmission and we just wrote this here in the 2nd century, then I'd have to debate you on that. But I can't, because we don't have any evidence of oral transmission, just kind of by definition. And also, whenever people outside of Christianity talk about the Christians, they don't say they got this story of this Jesus guy. That's not part of it. That is just not part of it until 140. Until 140, we don't see anything.
So I guess, would you disagree with the dating that a lot of scholarship has on the Gospels, like Mark being dated to 70?
Absolutely. The whole New Testament
Luke and
shows
Paul
up in the 2nd century.
being 80, and John at the
Paul's
earliest
a
being
little
in the
earlier than
90s.
Yeah. But yeah. No.
Sorry, John
Matthew.
being
Matthew's about
in the 90s. Like, would you say that all those dates are basically, if we don't have any physical evidence or attestation of them at the time period, the dating should be questioned?
Well, I mean, maybe, but that's not what my argument would be. The Gospel of Luke, I can tell you, I am just as sure that's in the middle of the 2nd century that I'm talking to on TikTok right now, because the Gospel of Luke chapters 4 through 22, they are based off of Evangeline. It's Evangeline's information. And then,
what about the dating on Mark?
Mark,
I guess.
Mark
What about the dating on Mark in 70?
Mark in Mark 13, the only reason that it's dated to 70 is because in Mark 13 it talks about the destruction of the temple, and so they say it needs to be around 70 because that's when the destruction of the temple was. Let me ask you a question: are you capable of writing a story about the Civil War right now?
Sure am.
Yeah. Does that mean that story was written in the 1860s?
No, it doesn't.
Nope.
But
in fact, it could be hundreds of years later.
Well, I guess it's like, if I'm talking about the Civil War, where am I getting my information about the Civil War from? Right.
From someone who
and I
wrote
guess
about
that's
the Civil War.
Right. And I guess that's the thing.
So
it's like,
when Mark is talking
it's
about
the
the
most
destruction
likely,
of the temple,
like if
he's
I
getting it from the
like if I
destruction
say
of the temple.
like if I say a bunch, like, you know, obviously today somebody can write a history about the Civil War.
Yeah.
And they can cite historical stuff, right? And you're not just relying on me saying the Civil War happened. I have my bona fides. I have, like, here's a cannon that was fired at Gettysburg.
Right.
Or
Again,
here's a letter
Mark
written by
Mark is using
Abraham.
historians like
But, yeah.
Josephus. Like, we can tell that Josephus is utilized pretty heavily, most notably Wars of the Jews, which was published in the 70s. It is utilized for the material found in the New Testament. I mean, even Christian scholars acknowledge that, like Luke and Acts use it quite a bit.
So I guess, what do you think about the method that's used to date stuff like that, where you just say, well, look at the prophecies, where the prophecies, the details get inconsistent with history, that's where you can probably date it. It can't be any earlier.
Yeah, so like when Mark talks about the prophecy of the destruction of the temple and he mentions the abomination of desolation standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Jerome in the 4th century identifies that as the statue Emperor Hadrian put on the Temple Mount at the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 130s. There's nothing that's put on the Temple Mount earlier than that. And the only other mention, which is why it says let the reader understand, the only other mention of the abomination of desolation is found in Daniel, where it talks about something placed on the Temple Mount. So this would have to be something in the 130s. Not to mention, in all the Gospels, it mentions Joseph of Arimathea. And Joseph of Arimathea is someone who just suddenly shows up in the story and asks for permission to take the bodies down and gets it. And then, you know, 2 of the men that crucified with Jesus die, and Jesus ultimately survives, you know, later on. He raises back up. But the thing is, Arimathea is not a place. It's not a word. We have no idea what the fuck it means or where that is because it's made up. It's based off of Josephus. Josephus himself, in his autobiography, which was published in 99, sections 420 and 421, it details how he saw 3 men that he knew crucified outside of Jerusalem after the siege. He went to the Roman emperor, or the Roman leader in charge, which is Titus, asked for permission to take the bodies down, was granted it. 2 of the men died. 1 of them ultimately survives. And Josephus' father is Matthias. He is Joseph bar Matthias. So, I mean,
that's interesting.
That's where they're getting it. So literally all the Gospels have it. There's no other scenes of Joseph of Arimathea. It doesn't make any sense that he was part of the council. It doesn't make any sense. It's silly. It's very clearly lifted from where they're getting a lot of information from, which is Josephus' works, which means Mark is absolutely post-99 because that's when Josephus' autobiography was published in Greek. So, yeah, it's pretty clear that they're utilizing texts that were coming out pretty late in the 1st century, so it couldn't have been written in 70. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I guess I don't have a lot of opposition to that. I can't say I'm totally convinced, but it's definitely an interesting argument. When are we going to see a debate with Bart Ehrman?
I think that, there are certain people that we know of, and we know that eventually something might happen. We've already sort of kind of, and by we, I mean me and my co-author, we live rent-free in the head of Richard Carrier. Dan McClellan has probably recurring nightmares about us. But other than that, I don't know if Bart Ehrman even knows that we exist. So maybe Bart Ehrman, I mean, I'd be willing to talk to Bart, but it'd just be, I don't know how well it would
I
go,
guess, Dan McClellan has more presence. That's on TikTok because that's his platform that he's
McClellan,
on.
Well,
But
I
yeah.
mean, I can't see it because
But that would be interesting. Oh, he blocked.
Yeah, he blocked.
Okay.
He blocked me because he had brought up that some mythicists will claim that Nazareth was not a place at the beginning of the 1st century. And I pointed out that it's not, and we don't have any evidence for it. And he brought up an argument about how there was evidence that it had been lived in hundreds of years before the 1st century. But it was very misleading because that doesn't mean that it was lived in for 100 years or hundreds of years.
It wasn't an
until
active
then.
city at the time of Jesus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Also, why does it not pull up in? It's not mentioned in the Old Testament. It's not mentioned in the Jewish Apocrypha. It's not mentioned in the Mishnah, either Talmud. It's not mentioned on maps or lists by Josephus, who was from Galilee, born in 37. It's not mentioned by Philo of Alexandria. It's not mentioned at all until the Christians mentioned it in the 2nd century, and non-Christians mentioned it in about the 4th or 5th century. There's a map or something that has it. So, I mean, it's silly. No.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yet, the Bible says that, there's
I guess that's
a synagogue there. That would mean that it's a pretty big place.
Yeah. I would probably agree with that. I guess it's just a lot of things to make up.
I mean, Homer did a pretty good job.
There's a lot more complex story. I mean, there's a lot more complex stories that are made up and stuff, but it's
you also have to realize that the first gospel that's published from Marcion was not, I mean, it was, it had some cool stuff, but it's syncretic. It's still pulling from different sources. It's still pulling from different things that kind of put it all together, different cultures and whatnot, especially with the supernatural shit. But nevertheless, it is the smallest of all potential gospels, or the earliest gospel. It's even smaller than Mark. So then you have Evangeline, and then you've got Mark, and then you got Matthew, then you got Luke, then you got John. They're still pulling from prior material. So by the time that you get the Gospels in the way that we have them today, they look fairly robust because they're pulling from earlier material and they've been added to. Hell, even the smallest of the 4 canonical Gospels still got added to when you have the ending there in the Mark 16. They're still adding to it later on. John, they're still adding to it later on, with the woman caught in adultery. It's pretty clear that they're just adding on to this shit. Luke is just adding 3 chapters to the beginning of Evangeline and 2 chapters to the end of it. It's not really that hard. You're just pulling from earlier text and just tapping onto it. So it looks impressive, but that's because it's based off of an IP that was created by Marcion, or at least published by Marcion, and just built upon later on. It's we're looking at the finished product, if you will.
I guess cool. Why do you think a lot of scholars aren't convinced by this?
A lot of scholars, well, generally speaking, when you take a look at religious scholars, most of them are religious in some way, shape, or form anyways. But even
mostly the secular ones.
There are secular ones, yes. But the secular ones, believe it or not, there was about 6 months ago, there was a former or a retired lecturing professor who came up, and he said that he believes in my version of mythicism. And he said that a surprising amount of scholars, current scholars, or current active in academia and everything like that, would also believe in that or subscribe to that view of mythicism. They just won't call it that because they're worried about the term and whatnot, because it brings a lot of conspiratorial kind of thoughts with it. And I get it. But I would say, so ultimately I say that technically a lot of the non-religious people don't really buy into as much as you think as they buy into, or at least they publicly try to say that they buy into. But even if that wasn't the case, a lot of it is based on the fact that there's a lot of reliability that is heaped upon the early church. Bart Ehrman's big point when we talk about when he talks about like the existence of Jesus, he says Paul met James, the brother of Jesus. And to quote Bart Ehrman, you can't have a brother and not exist. So that's his big gotcha. And that makes sense if you think about it. But the problem is he is not relying on any outside source for Paul, because there isn't an outside source for Paul. He is 100% relying on the church when they say that Paul existed, he wrote those letters, he wrote that version of that letter, and he wrote it in the first century. It's so,
yeah.
But we don't have any of that. In fact, the Marcionite version that was published in 144, which is the oldest version, which according to more recent scholarship, like M. David Litva and everything, who's Christian, by the way. So M. David Litva said the oldest version of the Pauline epistles, and this is what we say, it's what Dr. Nina Livesey says, it's what Jason Badoon says, it's what Robert Price says, David Trowbridge says, the oldest version of the Pauline epistles comes from Marcion. And guess what it doesn't have in there? James, the brother of Jesus. So Bart Ehrman just has to accept out of nowhere, well, according to more recent scholarship, he just has to accept out of nowhere that Paul existed and wrote that version of Pauline epistles in the first century. And we don't have jack shit to prove that that's the case, except Christian tradition. So this is the leading scholar who is not religious necessarily, who is relying upon the religion for the information. And that's it. Nothing else. And so that's problematic. So we end up with other people who quote him or cite him and build off of what he says. And that's just not, we're just, it's the blind leading the blind because they trusted the blind, the people with their eyes closed. Like it's tough.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I was just curious what the argument was for, like, even just against the secular scholarship that seems to say that Paul and Jesus existed. It mostly comes down to they think it's the most probable explanation.
Yeah.
But I would say most of them would agree with you that the evidence definitely the evidence you're looking for does not exist. But yeah, it's just interesting. But yeah, good luck.
Yep. Thank you very much. Obviously, if you can, because it sounds like you might enjoy it, check out the book. You know, our book from me and my data science co-partner, we just take a look at the New Testament and try to figure out when it was written. And then we utilize stellometry to kind of back up our theory that it's written in the 2nd century. And it's pretty interesting. We even tell you how to do the test yourself there at your house. Replicate the results. Try to figure out if we're lying.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. To anybody who is interested, Christ Before Jesus, like I said, the $3 ebook is available there online on Amazon. The link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile. I do want to get to some super chats really fast. So Serenity Serpent finally fixed her name there. Oh my God. Serenity Serpent 777 put eyeballs there for $2.79 Canadian. Thank you very, very much. And then $5 from Everlasting Godstopper saying, maybe the queefs are just the friends we made along the way. Jesus Christ. My God. And yet available. I
don't have any kind of historical.
Okay, I just got off a phone call. I've been on a phone call with someone this whole time. That's why we've been just like straight watching this stuff. But and I'm expecting another one. So you guys want to finish this out and then I'll like close out the stream for the day, or you guys just want to like kill it?
Well, if you're busy, Gretchen, just go ahead and kill it and do it again tonight. Go ahead and get a fresh start on what you got to get done. I know you're probably tired too.
No, I'm not. I've been busy. I took a phone call, so now I'm back, so it's fine. But like, if you guys are tired of like watching Jaren, I can shut this off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but prefer to get some people up here and have some discussions. But if you're busy, we just go and shut it down early for the day.
No, I mean, if we can get someone else up here, I mean, I haven't even seen any other requests to come up. I mean,
We've
Kelly
been
was
watching
up for a while, but
yeah.
I haven't seen anybody else even
What y'all want to do, chat?
ask to come up.
Put your advice in the prompt below so we can know what y'all want to do. Oh, hey, me and Remus found another agreement. See, I mean, we can find agreement between theists and atheists. Like, hey, Kelly, what y'all used to always say on XP? We don't hate you. We just think you're wrong. No, XP.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna play a couple songs and then head out. I'll be back tonight, of course.
Roger that. Everybody, last call for alcohol. Smoke them if you got them. And we'll see you again later tonight. Enjoy the show, Gretchen. Peace.
In fact, I'm just gonna play one song and then kill it because I gotta get some shit done before my doctor's appointment. So.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful life. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful life. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.